on this. Oh, nice sidestep out of the way here. Just gonna clean up the wave. But the pressure is now continuing, coming out from the side of 2-based. Got this Dragon Knight. He's gonna have his Dragon form up in about 8 seconds. And you have a Leshreck who's got a very low cooldown and is gonna be able to also help burn through this tower, so. There it is. There's the Dragon form. And you can see the rotations are coming. Zfreak looking to find an opening here along with Ryoya. He does not have the Exorcism, so they get the stun over onto Ryoya. The follow-up now from 5-up as he has got that Rolling Thunder, and they're just going to try to stun lock Ryoya into place here, and it's looking pretty darn good. So that's going to be a dead Death Prophet. Zfreak can't do a whole heck of a lot there. And they're just going to take the middle tower.
Denny with the 360s in the tower to BM. I love it. That's some solid BM right there. With how strong and how tanky Denny is on, this is, of course, I Annihilate. His name is Denny on the Dragon Knight.
I like how you've got the Canadian accent in there, too, when you say his name.
What are you talking about?
Denny?
Yeah, that's his name.
Danny?
Like the restaurant.
No, his name is not like the restaurant.
It is. He's never corrected me on it. But anyway, Denny's
Maybe
is
he's
so
too nice.
He's so he is nice. He's very nice, actually. He's very Canadian. He's so tanky. You need the Death Prophet ulti to fight. And Bumblebees, they don't want to lose the middle tower because, I mean, nobody wants to lose their middle lane tower. It opens up so much of the map. So they go to, like, casually defend it there. But because of 2-based having Monkeys having such a solid game, you can't casually defend that tower. You need the Death Prophet ultimate to fight, and that becomes immediately obvious, of course, after you get wiped there. And I think from now on, Bumblebees, they need to make a successful rotation off the back of the Death Prophet ultimate, because otherwise they don't have damage to kill these 2-based heroes, other than maybe Boris, but I don't think killing Boris matters that much right now. You need to stop Monkeys, and you need to stop Denny from snowballing.
All right, well, they have a smoke coming out from the side of 2-base. They want to just flush them out of their jungle, reclaim some ground here. Monkey's leading that charge. And King Awa still in the vicinity. Do they try to go in on this? How do they open, I guess, is the question. Is the spear's already been thrown? Look at Monkeys. Look at this. They jump forward immediately. They'll follow up with the Fury. They're going to try to get the Cold Feet into play. But the Rolling Thunder followed up with the Ice Blast. That is a dead Mars. A nice hit from the gank squad here on the side of 2-base.
That was beautiful. That was a work of goddamn art from Monkeys Forever. And this is something that Aoi mentioned, that he had actually coached this team. And one of the problems that he was kind of addressing with them was the fact that, and I mentioned it too in the previous cast, they know what to do. They know where to go, but the way that they do it is sometimes rushed. It's sometimes a little bit lazy, which is pretty typical in NA Dota fashion because it's just what we do in our pubs. And so watching Monkeys do a wraparound like that, you said it, like, how do they get the initiation on him? And they had to do something clever like that. It's so cool to witness a team improving so dramatically, like right in front of your eyes. They take the one thing that they were bad at, and you can clearly see these examples where they've improved. It's just amazing to see as a person. You know, we like to watch other people improve and get better at the things they suck at, and it's like, that was a work of art. What a nice rotation that was.
Yes, as
they
a
had
squirrel, I
no
don't think I would
initiation.
appreciate that as much.
As a squirrel?
You just said as a human being, as a person.
Oh, I see. Yeah, squirrels are people too, Moxie.
No, they're not, Jenkins.
How dare you?
They are literally not humans. They are classified as a squirrel. But you know what's very exciting is the fact that I Annihilate Danny, or Denny, as you like to call him, is going to be picking up this Blink Dagger, which is going to make things very, very scary for the side of the Bumblebees here.
It's cool that he's building in somewhat of an off-lane DK style. He's just got all of these tanky items, rushing the Blink Dagger, rushing into the BKB, and he's allowing Monkeys 5 ever to go for more of a mid lane build. And I think with how Monkeys is snowballing and how strong Leshreck looks in this game in terms of the burst damage versus these Bumblebees heroes, letting Monkeys be more of the scaling hero does make a lot of sense.
I think it's something very strong. Look at the positioning of Mr. King Awa here. on the low ground. Doesn't realize. All right, there's the reveal of the blink, the follow-up. All right, immediately, though, they throw out the false promise. King out, jumping over into the high ground. He's going to try to protect over on the side, but they end up losing Moo almost immediately. So they go, and they'll use that exorcism. I annihilate, trying to do as much damage as he can. He has to be careful, though. The amount of damage coming out from this Death Prophet is actually a huge problem. He manages to sidestep the sharpshooter. They already lose Mr. King out. He's separated from the side, but now Eternal Envy is going to hop a ride over here into Ryoya. The call down will come out. Slow them down just a little bit as they're trying to find the angle to re-engage. 5 up, not quite finding this Death Prophet. It's a beautiful bushwhack coming out from Z-Freak here. Envy popping back out. Ryoya should be safe at this point. Should be able to teleport out, but they managed to get the courier. Eternal Envy with the Rage TP is going to be absolutely fine as Z-Freak is forced to scurry away, end the tree line.
So I know I said earlier that you don't really need to deal with Boris because Monkeys and I Annihilate are snowballing, and so you need to deal with them first, but he has been getting enough space at this point that he's a big juicy boy now. He is top of net worth. He's got his full Aghanim Scepter.
There's a dead 5 up. Continue.
A little bit of a freebie. You definitely take those if you're Bumblebees, especially when you're just pairing the supports together. I think you're pretty happy getting any random kill. It's not like there was any commitment for that, really. But yeah, Boris is becoming a problem. It's looking like another one of these Boris games where he's getting way too much space, and once again, he's on a hero that can 1v5 on Gyrocopter. Satanic, Rapier, Butterfly, perfect Sanjin Yasha builder. You do not give this guy freeform on a hero that can 1v5 with it. That is, we have seen what happens if you allow that to occur.
I wonder what the team's mentality is during things like this. This is just like, Boris is like, don't worry guys, don't worry, I'll carry, it's not a problem. But as you say that, Boris gets jumped here in the middle lane, so he is just immediately evaporated as some of the teleports are coming out. They want to protect this tower. You see 5 ups, he's waiting, does have the Blink Dagger, does have the Rolling Thunder if they want to try to engage, but the Bumblebees are backing off now.
The mid lane is the biggest debate in Dota. You're some carry or mid laner where you're just farming kind of safely in the triangle or in your own jungle, taking stacks, taking camps, then it's like, oh, there's a mid wave pushing in, let me go deal with this. But if you were to look at like the heat map of an average Dota game, you would see that the enemies are, there's almost always someone near the mid lane because it's just the average, it's the literal center of the map. So statistically speaking, there's going to be somebody there, and it's the shortest lane too. So there's always towers to TP to as well.
All right, well, looks like Z-Freak is going to have to scurry away as I Annihilate's hunting. There's an Ice Blast coming in hot, but I don't think it's going to be able to quite connect. It's a little bit too slow here with the trajectory, so it's like Z-Freak will live to fight another day, and he's going to get healed up by Moo in the meanwhile.
Space creative. You're definitely happy with that. If you're little Z-Freak scurrying around. He's been just quietly farming as well. Another one of these situations where Z-Freak is kind of huge. He's got his Ether Lens, Tranquil Boots, Blightstone, some small casual items, but having a fully completed Ether Lens at this point is pretty important because he doesn't want to get in there and fight. If he runs into Bushwhack, he is going to feed to all of the area damage that 2-Based has.
I have to say I'm really happy to see that Zach's back on a team because he did take a little bit of time off, I believe last summer. And to be able to see him, you know, doing well, being able to play Dota is a lot of fun. It was funny because I think I was talking with Kyle and he just said like at one point, he's like, man, my little brother's actually just so good at Dota. And we're all just like, yeah, he is. And it's good to see him back on a team again.
I think they have another little brother who's really good at Dota too.
They do. I think it's G-Freak.
And then they have another little brother who I think he's trying to play like Fortnite Pro or something. It's a whole family of pro gamers. And then Kyle.
He's playing Dota now. He's been streaming.
He has been quietly grinding. I think people were like criticizing him for his like, oh, Kyle doesn't play Dota or whatever. And he's the type of guy that as much as his personality is well, okay, actually, bot lane, Monkeys.
I like how you just stop with that sentence.
Okay, no, I'm happy to continue, but Monkeys does look like he's in a little bit of a precarious situation, just like I was, insulting Kyle live on air. Anyway, back to Kyle. Okay, as much as he's got a brash personality, people, you know, have their have their Reddit has their little problems with Kyle. I get it. Okay, he does quietly kind of do the things that he needs to do. He doesn't talk about playing Dota. He just does it, which I really respect that. You know, he's not going on Twitter and being like, "Look at me, I'm playing Dota. I'm gaining all this game knowledge or whatever." He's just doing it. He's just trying to hit some high MMR number. Anyway, Kyle's not in this game. Let's look at Z-Freak. What's he doing? He just TP'd out. Very nice. Right back down to the bot lane he goes. Very good.
Oh, that was quite the monologue. But look at this. Monkey Forever's biggest rivals. It's like MSS is on the top there. There's Ryoya in 55 games, a 54.6%.
Okay, come on. That's just Quincy Crew in Ryoya there. I'm not going to pretend that
King Owl, he's found Monkeys Forever. The teleports come out almost immediately. The Bushwhack, the Sharpshooter, that's a dead Leshrek. There is not going to be any sort of adventure here for him, as they have the Infest Bomb. They're going to pop back out. They're going to punish Imperium for being in their jungle.
I forgot Eternal Envy was in this game because he's just infested in people or farming for the whole game. But he's pretty huge. Level 15, he's got the Basher, Casual Sange, Maelstrom. He's doing quite a lot of damage at this point.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, he's just been quietly farming, doing his own thing. And right now, if you look at the net worth, the top three, you've got Envy sitting at the top, Boris sitting very close underneath, and then Ryoya. So things are looking pretty good here for the Bumblebees. But again, it is one of those games where you have a gyrocopter, and this is a guy who will happily build a rapier when push comes to shove. So I'm gonna have to see, you know, what the Bumblebees can do, as they are smoked up and they're on the hunt. Going towards that triangle area, they've got Mr. Kingal. He's leading the charge. He has that Blink Dagger and the Arena, and he's gonna spot Boris. The rest of the team is close nearby. Boris, though, he needs some help. The Bushwhack, they should be able to take down the gyrocopter very easily as Ryoya popped the Exorcism. Now they'll probably put their attention towards this mid tower that 2base has been trying very hard to keep alive. A couple acorn shots here coming out from Z-Freak. The tower goes down. And yeah, that's a very nice move coming out from the side of the Bumblebees. Invading the triangle, getting a kill on the core, and then even getting a tower to boot.
And I think with Boris being dead for 23 seconds, yeah, okay, Bumblebees, they're doing this strat of you just take one spawn of the enemy triangle and then you leave. And now when Boris respawns, he's got nothing to farm because they're going to retreat to the areas that the farm is left in, but that's, you know, on their side. Boris is obviously not going to be able to go over there. So this is just where you get the net worth lead from getting those kills. Like, the kills obviously give you a bit of net worth, but it's all about the camps that you steal afterwards that really give you the big advantages, as well as the towers, of course.
I like this. Moo has just completed himself a Blink Dagger, which means that his positioning is going to be so much better in terms of being able to get his spells off and being able to keep his cores alive.
Yeah, this has been a pretty common pickup for Oracle since probably about 4 or 5 months. It's been the pickup over Aetherlens. I think with Aetherlens having the range on it reduced, that's one element to it.
Jumping forward immediately, but King Owl is here, and the BKB is going to get popped as they go, and they drop the Ice Blast. And this fight is just completely split up as 5-up, running around, making chaos over on the back lines here. But it looks like they're going to back off. Monkeys Forever, though, trying to dish out some of this damage, trying to find this opening, but they've managed to take down 5-up, and with a nice hit coming out from Z-Freak, they're able to take down Monkeys. So 2base on the back heels now. They held on to the Arena just for Annihilate. There's only so much that Imperium can really do. He's going to try to move around, get away from these trees, but there's just too much damage coming out from the Bumblebees. So they hit fast and hard, and they're on their way towards Roshan.
This is looking rough. It's looking similar to the previous game. Once again, just like the previous game, you have Boris kind of quietly farming. He's not on top of net worth this time, but he is on one of these like typical 1v5 heroes. And then on the other side, you have Eternal Envy, who has a really good matchup versus the Gyrocopter. With the Rapier, previously, Gyro would be able to beat Lifestealer in the late game, but it doesn't give you that True Strike anymore. So Lifestealer having the evasion talent and a Heaven's Halberd, he needs an MKB and a Rapier if he wants to deal with Lifestealer. And But he also needs a Satanic. He needs a Sanjin Yasha. He's going for a Daedalus. Like, where do you get the slots? Legitimately, two-based, if they want to win this, they have to pick up Spider Legs. And I'm not joking when I say that. Like, I actually think that item is really important for a lot of these 1v1 carry matchups.
No, I would definitely agree with that because you need the extra slots. I mean, the nice thing about Gyrocopter at the very least is the fact that, you know, you can do the Aghanim's Blessing, which will be able to, you know, just not backpack it, but make space, an inventory slot, and then with Spider Legs too. But, you know, they are smoked up over on the side of two-based. Smoke does pop over to Annihilate. He jumps up. He does see Ryoya here, so he'll get the stun off immediately. And the Gyrocopter is going to teleport in. 5 up, rolling through with the Rolling Thunder. Again, Annihilate drawing a lot of attention over to the side, but the Spikes are totally split up his move over on the back end. Not going to be able to get any of these spells off as the hunt is on over after Z-Freak. They're trying to get their hands on the squirrely little devil here. And are they going to be able to find it? The Yule's coming in. Monkey's waiting patiently. Will be able to land the split. He's got the Sharpshooter lined up, but they're just going to sidestep. It's not going to make any difference. As now they're chasing after Ryoya. The Ice Blast does manage to go and connect. The hunt is on. He's trying. He's using that Spirit Siphon over here. BKB coming out from Ryoya now. They realize they're not going to be able to get their hands on him. They are going to back off. They ping out, though. There is an Eternal Envy over here. Annihilate waits patiently. It's the stun. Can they follow up? Can they hold him in place? There's nothing for him to invest into to do anything. Oh, that Ryoya making his way over here. Nice arena coming through. Will be able to pin 5 up over to the wall. Annihilate now stuck as well. He will fall to Ryoya, and the tips come out for King Ao. They were not expecting that arena.
Yeah, that was a nice double spear. I mean, as cool as the Mars Aghanim Shard is in concept, you really rarely see situations like that where you hit an effective double spear where like both heroes die. So it's great to finally see that actually have a huge amount of impact. King RD just waiting until like the last possible second to use the ult spear combo, being very patient, waiting out the BKBs, waiting out the Pango roll.
Oh, the jump forward misses the spear that time, but does manage to give it two-base a little fright as they'll back off just a little bit. You see Boris continuing to farm. He knows it's very important that he gets his gold, gets the items necessary. Top lane. See Monkeys here. Monkeys perhaps a little too greedy, my friend. Uses his BKB, is forced to just teleport away, but look at the damage. The physical damage that came out from that was just scary, considering.
That seems like a typical Monkeys Forever space creation, shove down a lane, and, you know, a lot of the time you'll see him juking before he gets out just to make as much space as possible, but with the BKB, he's still able to make a little bit of space there. I think that's probably what he intended, was just to force those TPs, force those spells to be cast on him. Not that it's particularly good for them. It's not like they committed a lot on the side of Bumblebees, but definitely intended by Monkeys.
Yeah, I was going to ask.
BKB is such an OP item now. A lot of people, every time BKB gets changed, people are like, oh, it's a nerf, but it just never seems to be a nerf. The item always
look
seems
at
to get
Monkeys
better.
doing Monkeys thing again. He's got to be careful. Does not have the BKB this time around, so he will fall.
Mid lane again, Moxie. It's just the worst place to die, too, because if you die there, you're not making any space. We were just talking up like how much space Monkeys makes typically. Like it's just play style. It's what he does. But you die in the mid lane, and it's right in front of your base. It means the enemy team can take your triangle. They can take your towers. Maybe they can go kill Boris in the bot lane.
They definitely want Boris. You saw the way King Out, he pinged it. He ran after him. He's gonna have to BKB teleport away here as 5 up is most likely going to be the sacrifice to allow him. But he does have roll up available here, so he's gonna try to bounce around a little bit longer. But eventually, they'll still be able to get the kill.
You've got to be really careful with these BKB TPs because Envy has Basher. So as much as it's been kind of successful for 2-base in terms of surviving, maybe not successful in terms of what they're getting from it, but if Envy's there, infested in somebody, he can just bash you. So these are a little ballsy, to say the least, after he gets that Basher.
I love the way that Z-Freak is just positioning himself here. I love the way that he's constantly scouting, whether it's with the Smarana or it's with the Hoodwink. It's always just thinking 2 steps ahead here, and I think that's very important. But the mid tower is going to go down, and the bees are invading the jungle. They're looking to see if there's anything that's they can snap up.
Just like you mentioned, look, Z-Freak, he's setting up.
He's got that vision. Ryoya looking for the opening. Not going to be able to quite get their hands over on Denny, as you call him, this
Of
time
course.
around.
Ah, there he
Sounds
is.
almost
Monkeys.
Irish.
You know what monkeys love? Trees. They love being in the trees, just like Irish people like Denny love beer, and I could say that because I'm Irish. Oh, maybe they don't love that sort of tree.
Monkeys. Yeah, not that kind of tree. Look at Z-Freak. He's trying to line up the shot. He's not going to be able to. Monkeys. He's got to use that BKB, and he's got to get out of there. He's not choosing to go and teleport out, though. He's just trying to buy a little bit more time. Lands a stomp off. The Infest pops out, and down he goes. But that's a lot of space that he's made, and hopefully Boris is able to do something with it, because I think we've been seeing a lot of dead monkeys forever all over this map.
Yeah, it's you know, it's space, and but the question is always, what is the space for? I suppose Boris is top of net worth, but following that, you have Ryoya, who's huge, who's just been kind of chilling and farming. Envy, who's huge, who just got involved with that, which is why Monkeys couldn't TP out because of the Basher. Even King RD is quite farmed. He's more farmed than the middle lane Dragon Knight, who got off to a very good start. So 3 cores versus 1. Boris can 1v5 if he is top of net worth, but I don't know if there are 3 heroes that are quite close to him in net worth. I'm not sure if that's a dynamic he's really comfortable with.
I don't know. It seems pretty difficult, as the Exorcism is going to get committed here. Swashbuckle coming out. Gyro joining into the fight. Got the Yules, the setup. Nice play here from King Ao. Going to immediately be able to spear over several. Annihilate, jumping forward. They've got the Rolling Thunder. Ryoya forced to pop the BKB, as is Mr. King Ao. 5 up, trying to just create chaos over on the back lines. Boris trying to get out some of this damage too, but it's pretty difficult. They can't seem to find this opening, although they're going to try to throw out the missile over onto Eternal Envy. The jump forward here from Annihilate. They're trying to just stun him into place. Can they take him out in time? No, 5 up. He is going to go down. They use that false promises. They take down Boris. They take down Empyrean. And they'll take down the Leshrek. King Ao just jumping forward with these perfect arenas. This is why this guy is so dangerous on this hero. He has played so much Mars, and he's very good with his positioning and timing.
I like that Envy also just didn't press Rage. The rocket was coming in, and he almost got chain stunned to death there. And it looked really stupid, but then you realize that he's relying entirely on Mu to get off the false promise, so that way he can use the Rage to, like, re-engage afterwards. It was a bait. And the bait actually worked. 2Base thought that they could commit there because Envy got, like, quote-unquote caught out doing Envy things. And that's like the biggest bait in the world, is when you see Envy get stunned when he shouldn't. But then it's like, oh, get him. He's, like, doing one of his 50-50 things. But then really it was just a bait because Mu was there with the Oracle.
It's trust. I mean, that's so important with these teams, is being able to, you know that Mu is going to be in the right position so he can, get that save off. And also knowing that Envy is going to be greedy and not going to hit that rage button. So you better be on point. Ice Blast does connect on several here, but this Roach is going down too fast. They're not going to be able to challenge it.
I would agree with you, Moxie. Whenever you get Eternal Envy on your roster as a team, you definitely trust him fully. No fishy business going on.
I mean, I feel like that you're picking up a wild card if you pick up Envy on your team.
Oh,
you just have
absolutely.
to come to terms, embrace the chaos. If any man embodies NA Dota, it would be Eternal Envy.
Here's the question. Is it this team picking up Envy, or is it Envy picking up this team? That's the real question here, because he is the anime protagonist, unless you go by, Kyle's narrative. He is the anime protagonist, and so really it's just Envy kind of getting a new cast of characters for another season.
I see. Well, I mean, the team is named after him, although I don't think that was his choice in the matter. And
yeah, something about it tells me it probably wasn't his choice as well.
I love their banners. Their banners in particular are a delight.
Yeah, there was a lot of work put into those banners, definitely. Somebody definitely opened up paint, in my expert opinion.
It's a good job.
I think that's a Photoshop.
Photoshop. Go
on,
Jenkins.
I am losing it, Moxie. I'm losing it here.
I don't think you ever had it there, friend.
Yeah, that you're not wrong.
All
Nice
right,
lane
got
ward
some-
here from 2-based. I don't know how much it's going to matter.
They were trying to make a play earlier. They were smoked up. They were hiding in the trees. They're hoping that somebody would make their appearance and they could get the jump on them. But the bees are playing too tight over to the side there and never actually walked into that area. So this tower going down. King Al is going to get the final hit. And it begins. Look at this. Again, 5 up, getting found here by Z-Freak. He's just obliterated immediately as King Ao jumping forward. Gonna just bypass all these split earths and whatnot. Exorcism coming out now from Ryoya. They do have the BKB and Annihilate jumping onto the back lines. They want to get rid of Mu as fast as possible, but he has an Aeon Disc, so it's gonna make things very, very tricky as Monkey's dancing around in circles. He's got that BKB. He's trying whatever he can, but eventually he just falls and they don't manage to get their kill that they want here. Eternal Envy, though, he's taking a decent amount of damage. Imperium's going to fall. It's going to be the Aegis getting reclaimed here, or rather falling as Annihilate falls. Boris falls as well. To all of these ghosts coming out from Ryoya. They end up calling the GG. It is as you proclaim, Jenkins. We're going to be going to game 3.
Yeah, you know, it's just when Gaben emails you, I think it's in your best interest to trust in the Lord and Savior, Gabe Newell. And I did, and I trusted in Envy too. You never count this gentleman out. My prediction for this team was that they're not going to qualify, but they're going to knock out teams that would otherwise qualify. That's what Envy teams do. Is that like Undying's going to get knocked down to the lower bracket. Envy's going to win this one. Sorry, Simply 2-Base. It's in the script. And then Undying is going to get eliminated by Envy. And then they're going to lose.
Well, that is quite the predictions that you have here, Jenkins. I'm glad that we have hired you as our analyst. But we are going to take a short break, guys. And when we come back, we will discuss this game in detail.
Do not release the script. Hello, guys. We're here with the post-game panel. Bumblebees versus Simply 2-Based. It was a wonderful game number 2, and as was predicted by some of our analysts, indeed, we're going to go to a game 3. Bumblebees did it. Lifestealer picked up, worked out for them. Tell me about this pickup, Moxie. How do we see EE shine in this game, or is there someone else you'd like to highlight?
I would like to highlight Mr. Kingao here. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that 100% right. King RD, but you know,
King Gordo, yeah.
What?
Yeah, King RD is King Gordo, Fat King. That's what
King
it is.
Gordo, yeah.
Yeah.
But no, he He played exceptionally well. You saw the aggression coming out. How many times was he able to kind of jump forward? We talk about, getting those multiple hero spears as well, and just kind of set up the fights, create that chaos, because you could see, the fights got broken up a little bit. You could see 5UP was trying to create chaos on the back lines with the Rolling Thunder, but King RD having that bubble, being able to kind of target people right off the bat, having that initiation really set them off to a good start, I think.
Yeah, I agree. And, being called the Fat King, like I agree that this game, he was really fat on the Mars. And Mars, of course, is the king of the underworld in Greek mythology. That
No,
makes
he's
a
not.
lot of sense.
No.
Of course,
Also,
in
not king. He's the god of war.
he's the
What
king of the underlords in Greek mythology. And so it makes a lot of sense. He was very patient in every fight. There was a lot of BKBs he was up against. The only hero that didn't have some sort of magic immunity was Ancient Apparition, a guy who's not even going to be at the team fights, and still the big boy king himself was able to hit these two-man spears. And yeah, I agree that maybe with Mars being such an early phase hero, generally speaking, it's considered to be quite a good hero. If you have a specialty player that can play it and the capability of rotating it to be the 5 position, there's a solid argument for just taking it out because it offers so much to the game.
Now, I want to talk about something you touched a couple of times in the cast quickly before we go for the break. It was the mid lane argument they kept saying about how the mid lane is so dangerous. Oh, no, don't go to the mid lane. Everyone dies in the mid lane. And it's interesting to me because someone who watches other regions as well, you watch SCA, and they actually do treat, especially if they have a tower disadvantage, the mid lane, as if it was a dead lane now. Like, they will not ever move their carry, their mid, or their win condition there. Do you think that, and if you actually watch Undying, for example, they'll do this too with Timado. Do you think that North American teams are just a bit late sometimes on that memo, or is it just a style of play that like using?
No, I think it's a bit of laziness. It's like a apathetic pub mentality that we have, and I think NA, like, they're really good at farming and optimizing more so than a lot of the other regions. I think that's a huge thing that we're good at for the same reason that we're bad at not going to the mid lane, because there's juicy farm there we want to take, but it's so goddamn dangerous. So it's like a double-edged sword.
I like that. And with that, guys, we'll see if this continues on in the third game of the series. It's very exciting. 2Base takes the first game. Then Bumblebees come back with a MV Lifestealer. Well, what will 2Base ban now? They've tried to ban out MV. It's impossible. Man is too strong. What will happen in the third game? We'll have to see. But for now, we'll take a 6-minute break before we get into that third game of the series. So stay tuned, watch some ads, and wait for us to come back.
I've been feeling hopeless till you came around, came around. All this time, you're the only reason I'm not chasing highs, chasing highs. What is love? Lately I've been wondering just what is love? What is love? I don't know. No one ever showed me. I've been on my own for too long. But if you hold me now, let me into your heart. Maybe I can start to love again and tend to my scars. Can you show me how? Can you love me without you fly? 'Cause I just wanna come alive.
Hello and welcome back to the panel for the last time for this series as Bumblebees and Simply Two Base will face off one more time. This is the last time you get to see one of these two teams. The magic of Monkeys Forever, the insanity of EE. Who is
The
going to
brilliance?
triumph?
Hello?
The
They're
brilliance
both
of
insane.
Boris.
They're both insane. I'm just gonna say it. These guys are maniacs.
Yeah, that's why it makes him so wonderful. You know, you watch these games and you know it's going to be an entertaining series. It might not be the most beautiful series, the cleanest series, but it doesn't matter. You know, we're here to get entertained. And I mean, the rage comment that you made in the last match was peak EE form. And it reminds me sometimes when we make these comments, Jenkins, why I like watching him so much. Because you'll watch him like just take the last drops of the lemon that is Dota. You know, they just wants to get the utmost efficiency. It is absolutely wonderful to watch him.
Yeah, and then sometimes he'll be like trying to do the same thing but with a banana, and then it just squeezes out all over his hands, and the banana gets absolutely crushed and demolished.
Yeah, indeed. Here you go. Our production was not happy with this banana comparison. We get to see Bumblebee's wonderful pictures again. So, yeah, this team they have such talent, and they've been honestly so great to watch. I was very sad to watch their not so great performance in Sad Boys, but I think they're somewhat back. Someone told us in the previous qualifier or in another panel we did that Eternal Envy is the king of these kind of playoff qualifiers. Certainly better than doing the leagues because of the lack of consistency. Would you guys agree, Moxie?
Doesn't he manage to like make it through like almost every time. Wasn't that I remember hearing that
Yep.
on one of the casts. I think I was like driving home and I was trying to like pay attention to that and drive, which is not the greatest for me, but yeah, no, I mean he tends to show up and it's always it feels like he's kind of a drop in half the time too. He just like he shows up like, all right, who's picking me up for quals? As
That's true.
you know, you've
Makes a
mentioned,
tweet.
who or Jenkins says, who picked who here? Who adopted who? Was it Envy who's just like, it's time, you can be my harem, or is it like, yeah, we wanted Eternal Envy for our team?
Avo, you had something to say to the harem comment, I think.
No, I'm okay with that. I'm not gonna.
He immediately was like, "Oh, I have something to say here," and then he
Go
realized,
on.
No, that was not.
he realized he shouldn't say it. Yeah, no, he's the king of he's the king of qualifiers. Eternal Envy. It begs the question as an Eternal Envy fan. I feel like I can say this. It's like, why doesn't he just commit to a team? What would he look like if he just stayed on a goddamn team? Like every Eternal Envy fan out there is thinking that. Like, why does he have to join teams and ruin rosters and do all of this dramatic bullshit when like he could just probably be on the second or third best team in NA going to tournaments? It's like the guy
Bring back
is
C9.
he's just as insane in his like way of going about rosters and team shuffles and that sort of thing as he is in his Dota play. The guy is just chaos incarnate. I don't know if you guys have played Hades, but the chaos character, the originator of everything, that is Eternal Envy.
Yeah.
You know why chaos originates everything? Because just random crap comes out of it, and then you can be like, oh, that's good, that's garbage. That's what Envy is.
I love
That's
how
true,
Jenkins,
actually. He has innovated a bunch of stuff in the scene in general. So
Jenkins is
I
like
this
yelling
line
about
too.
how Mars is the king of the underworld, and then calls up Hades, who is the actual king of the underworld. Just has no idea about mythology at all. Sorry, Abba.
Anyway,
That's okay.
back
I
to you,
felt the
Avo.
frustration. Okay, thank you, you wonderful panel. No, I agree with you. I mean, he was one of the first people to do the thing like the Drow Ranger Clinks picking up the Blink Dagger back in the day. He was the man who popularized Hooded Defiance on carries. But I remember a really long time when I was just I was fun casting some games where Envy was playing, and on my personal stream, and it was the first time we ever saw him go Hood on a Lycan. I remember like this is like 4 or 5 years ago, and then RTZ paused by the stream, goes, "What is this trash build? Oh, it's Envy. Oh, I don't like it," and then just leaves. That's the 3 comments he made on the stream. That was it. And I thought, this is what Envy must be to a lot of pro players. What is this trash build? 2 months later, everyone's picking up this trash build. Oh my god, Envy was god. I never should have doubted him.
Yeah, I think Owie said it on, maybe it was on a cast. Maybe said this to me privately, and I'm doxing him, but who cares? He said Envy is the type of player that you like don't want to listen to what he's saying, what his calls are when he's saying it, because he's just so aggressive and like weird about it. But then you realize like a day later he was right. Like he's so nerve-wracking to play with because he's just constantly making all these like crazy calls. But then you realize like once you start theory crafting it, why he was right in the first place. Yeah, he's nuts.
We're gonna get to see him shine, and Bumblebees does something that is somewhat similar to what happened actually yesterday in the 4 Zoomers 2-based, where Terrorblade was of course a really valuable pick. So 2-based allowed the Terrorblade to pass as long as the enemy team had second pick, because then you had at least 1 pick to counter him. This ended up being a win for Zoomers. Let's see how Bumblebees can deal with this. Because this time, they did let the Phantom Lancer pass. In the game against Zoomers, what Zoomers did, and it took actually a whole minute to decide this, they banned the Phantom Lancer second ban and decided they would just go for it, which allowed 2-Base to pick up the Timbersaw, wasn't strong enough to beat the TB. TB won that game. But this time you get the utmost counter, Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, so TB has the second highest win rate in Pub Dota against... PL has the second highest win rate in Pub Dota against TB, because so a lot of the time you have these like hypothetical pro counters that people talk about, like all the panelists and everything talk about PL counters TB. Oftentimes that is not reflected in the pubs because people just are not playing it in the same environment that pros are playing it, right? But it's so good that even in pubs it's reflected, and I don't think the win rate is high enough in pubs. I think it would be higher if people had the team behind them. And it's basically this idea that TB likes to fight heroes that commit into fights, and PL with the Ag Shard literally never has to do that. You fight without even engaging in fights, and that is exactly how you have to beat TB, and which is why I think Luna's good against it as well, as like a PL standby.
I see Moxie down at that last Luna comment.
We have seen, maybe they just weren't playing it in the manner that you're discussing, Jenkins. You know, the fact that, you can throw out the shard, or rather, you get the shard, you throw out the lucid beams and whatever, and you get those hits in. But, like, generally speaking, we've seen, at least I have, seeing the Luna going up against the TB, it has not been successful.
TB's usually considered the counter. Yeah, like you spawn a illusion of the Luna, and she cleaves her whole team, right? So you'd think, like it's a crazy theory. Maybe I'm wrong. Like I make really dumb calls
no,
all the time.
The concept makes sense, right? Because you throw out the lucid, but you have to have the shard, right? You have to be able to.
You have to
that
go the
distance.
shard build. Yeah, you have to go the shard build.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the times, I think that the team that has the Terrorblade has played too fast generally for the Luna, so that she doesn't have the time to actually get that shard online and be able to make the impact. I think they usually had a lead. They just found a way to make sure that she had no jungle, no farm. So
sure.
Perhaps, in theory, that makes sense, but I've yet to see it implemented, I guess.
I think it's like a strange opinion to have. Like I think it's currently people would think TB beats Luna, but I'm like positing that I think that with the new shard build people are doing, that should change. And it looks like Bumblebees like kind of agrees to some degree because they picked the TB, but they banned out the Luna to first pick the TB. So, Envy is also like he was the guy doing the shard Luna build before anybody else. So maybe he also thinks that's just a better way to play Luna, which I personally do. But we'll see with the stats.
I'm curious. I want to see 2 months down the line a thread on Reddit going, Jenkins was right. I heard him on panel once. Look at my win.
Nobody's gonna remember now. Nobody cares about analyst predictions, and they should.
I remember.
We have no
I have a
idea
notebook
what
about
we're
this.
talking about.
I value you, my friend. You should value yourself too. 2 base, they pick up the Sand King here. Another good Phantom Lancer counter. I actually love this, right? Because they banned pretty much the 3 Phantom Lancer counters you think of. Tied for the lane. Ember in general. Leshrac at the hardest counter. Pick up the Sand King. And Bumblebees, they just don't have anything against Phantom Lancer just yet. They're buffing up their TP. They have a solid lineup, but no area damage to deal with this cat.
Yeah, you're totally right. They honestly need something big to deal with the TB or to deal with the PL. Like they can't just go with the pseudo counter. I think with how bad all of these other heroes are dealing with the PL, like a Zeus might be in order. Something on that level of clearing through the illusions.
Any thoughts, Moxie?
I was waiting for him to say the Zeus because it's usually, Zeus or Leshrac that's typically picked up against the Phantom Lancer to try to deal with all those illusions. And you don't have anything that you can really do with like Cleave at this point to deal with it. So they're in a little bit of a bind for sure. I don't think I really love the Zeus looking at the lineup that Bumblebees has right now, but I'm not sure what the actual solution is necessarily. I do like this Lena pickup, though, coming out from the side of 2 base. Being able to harass is something that's very, very valuable. Having the ability to sit back. And then also, you have a Snapfire, right? The Snapfire, this is going to be interesting because I think they picked it up as an egg scrambler. You have that Phoenix, but if you have to be that close to the egg, you're not going to be able to get off, the Mortimer Kisses, which apply, the slow. Not quite as much damage as it used to be, but it's a little... I don't know what the right word is.
It's hard to walk into fights for Snapfire, I think.
Yeah.
Phoenix, Sand King, Lena, PL. There's going to be illusions bouncing around with the PLQ upgraded by the Aghanim Shard. Sand King Sandstorm may be burrowing you if you walk into a Lena stun. It is legit a hard game to use the Snapfire to counter the Phoenix. That's always the weird dynamic that you see. It's like there's like 2 types of people. There's people that think Snapfire counters the Phoenix, and then there's people that are like, that's a bullshit counter. You just haven't played the matchup if you think Snapfire counters Phoenix. Snap hates walking in. She likes Mortimer's Kissing. I'm on the fence because I don't like making decisions with my life. But those are the 2 types of people.
Okay. There's a third type of person, I guess, which is you. What picks did you see here for Bumblebees? As I was thinking, another illusion counter still in the pool, despite not being very good with your lineup, would still be the Darks here. That was always an option, but with the Snapfire, it doesn't seem such an appealing pick here. I can't think of any other offlaner.
I was thinking the Darks here too, just to make a better version of the PL, but then with Snapfire, it's really awkward. It's very awkward.
Yeah.
Axe is banned.
Who is their initiation on Bumblebees? Like, that's the other thing that, like,
that's true.
Worries me.
Yep.
How do they, like, they can kind of, like, saunter into the fights if they want, or perhaps they're thinking that they can... I don't even like the idea of, okay, they bring the fight to you, but, like, you have to leave. Like, I feel like that's a very essential element
I have
missing
it.
from the draft.
It's Legion
What?
Commander. You
Oh,
clear the
actually solid.
illusions. You are good against the Phoenix Fire Spirits because you can purge and then kill the egg. And I think dueling any of these heroes will work, and you can buff the Terrorblade and the Death Prophet.
Yeah, I agree. That's an awesome pickup.
It's a lot
And the
of
shard
nuke
against
damage.
Sanking is great.
King RD is playing it. So he plays a decent amount of Legion, at least in pubs.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, it suits a style of like in your face, somewhat semi-carry because he does like to be a bit greedier usually on these offlaners. Oh, wow, this is a hero I haven't seen in a long time.
Okay.
Offlane Earthshaker. Okay.
Wow. Well, it gives everything that we were talking about them needing. It's illusion clear.
Mhm.
It's initiation. It's the best PL counter in Dota if
In the
it's a
game?
good hero. And the question is it?
Is it a good hero?
It
Yo,
didn't
hear me
work.
out though. Hear me
Okay,
out.
Moxie.
Z Freak is like one of the greedier position fours. Like this man's always managed to find that that farm. He's gonna get himself an axe and he's just gonna yeet King RT into everyone.
Huh? That's actually not that crazy, to be honest.
I mean,
It could be.
I don't think it's gonna happen.
okay,
but-
okay. Here's the flip side. We're gonna panel this for like 10 more hours. Here's the flip
Excellent.
side.
Let's go.
New PL doesn't enter into fights. So does Earthshaker really counter him if you don't have to go in with the... What are you going to Echo Slam illusions? Does PL give a shit? I don't think he does. I don't... I think this is cool, but I don't see it working. I don't see it as countering this new PL. It's totally different from how people used to play PL, which was running in, you could Echo Slam all the illusions, just insta-kill the PL. I don't think that works
Okay.
anymore.
So you just somersaulted off the fence. Are you on the 2-base side now?
I'm on the 2-base side.
Moxie?
I think they have stuns, and I mean you do have the big stunner though picked up right for the side of Bumblebees. But I just feel like this hero's not good. I just feel like there's a reason we haven't been seeing Earthshaker. I understand what they're trying to do with it, but I have a feeling, this is my prediction. Okay, Eternal Envy is going to make this game drawn out to high heaven. We're going to be sitting here. We'll probably get, the big boy items towards the end for neutral items, but I still think that 2-base is going to take this game.
All right, our whole panel is going the way of 2-base. You guys know this just gives E more power, but Bumblebees versus simply 2-base. Last game of the series, winner takes all. Losers, unfortunately, out of the closed qualifiers. Who is going to take it? I honestly don't care. I just want the longest game in history. Let's go NA Dota, the true pinnacle of insanity. And please, take it away, this insanely talented duo of Moxie and Jenkins.
All right, Jenkins.
I've
It
never...
doesn't get much more street Dota than this.
No, it doesn't. And it's TB versus PL. If we're going to get a 60-minute game, it's going to be Eternal Envy versus Monkeys Forever, Boris, the 1v5 god on the other side. PL versus TB, two late-game heroes that want 6 items. This is going all the way.
All right, tell me, how long do you think this game is going to last, friend?
62 minutes and 32 seconds.
62. All right. That seems pretty fair. I like that number.
Very reasonable. Yeah, I think
Very.
Eternal Envy is going to win the game with a ballista on TB.
Oh, Lord. I could see that happening, honestly. This is the state of NA Dota, that we could see these ridiculous predictions coming out and the perfect neutral item being awarded.
If that happens, people are really going to believe that Gaben's emailing me things. Like, if I get that prediction right.
Do have plenty of lockdown, though, coming out from the side of 2-base. Lots of nuke damage as well. I expect to see a very tanky line coming out from 5 up. Z-Freak, though, snapping up this rune. Monkeys is gonna get held in place a little bit, take a decent amount of damage, but of course has plenty of regen. Eternal Envy still hanging out here. Doing a little spin on the catwalk.
Oh my, this is the most envy
This
thing.
waves hello to
Why?
Monkeys. Because, you know what,
Why?
Moo's here. Moo's here, and Moo's gonna help put a little damage down. But this is time that Envy could be hitting creeps with that meta. Do you get a pause?
Oh god. Envy. No other carry would do this.
It all begins now. The mind games, they begin.
There's gonna
why
be
would
like
he do this? Why?
3 creeps are gonna die in this lane, and nobody is going to be there. And Envy's like, that's worth it.
But did you see the 3 clicks that he put on Monkeys Forever?
I did see that. I mean, it was intimidating.
It was, you gotta, it's that, big envy energy. The B, get it? Ha! Big envy energy. He's just strolling down here, chasing after Monkeys Forever. I want to know what Monkeys is thinking
His
right
meta.
now. Like, what the hell is happening?
His
Why?
meta's down. Like, it's
He didn't
about
even
down.
get the deny on that. Creep.
He has 0 CS and his meta's gone.
There we go.
Okay.
All right, now he's got more CS than Monkeys has, so it was all part of the plan, all part of the plan.
My god. Okay, I gotta say, this is actually really good for Monkeys because Sand King is complete garbage until level 3. Like, if you are getting a free first wave on Sand King, the game is so easy for you. That is his weakest point. By far. He's like one of the worst heroes in the early game. He's like Morphling level bad.
Well, Envy might just want to play it on hard mode and wants to do Monkeys a solid here. Who knows? You gotta have that big arc right before the actual fight. And, like, this is it. This is, like, you're playing to stay in these qualifiers. You lose this, you're out completely.
Yeah,
So it doesn't
true.
get much more anime than that. Back against the wall, 80s montage music going down.
And what's more anime than picking, jumping and slamming Earthshaker in a elimination best of 3 third game? And he's having a good time so far.
Seems to be going pretty well for him.
That's one advantage that Earthshaker has, even over this new type of PL, where you build to like play fights from far away. That is still a 20-minute timing, so until that point, Earthshaker will do very well versus PL, including in the laning stage.
Mm-hmm. Do have the bottles online, though, for the mid laners. They're picking up their water runes. And so far, it feels like I Annihilate. He feels very comfortable on the Selena. He's got a bit of an advantage here in terms of CS. And Empyrean sitting very low, but he swoops underneath the tower here. Z-Freak is forced to teleport out. Almost not surviving that. Look at him. He is burning to a crisp, but need to put out those flames. It's going to be just fine, but Boris is going to need to do a little bit of regen here.
Space for King RD. He is chilling in the lane because it's pushed out, so it would be a lot worse to TP home like that if your core can't lane because it's pushed up. But he's fine.
And I'm getting some strong, like, throwback to Pain Gaming vibes right now, seeing him on this Earthshaker, to be quite honest, because, that's how he kind of got really popular, was on Pain Gaming as a position 4. Obviously, this has been quite a while. Things have changed quite a bit since then, but getting some strong vibes here.
It does make me wonder, is he going to go the more traditional, like, 4 type build where you get a Blink Dagger because it's so good at, like, the jump initiation versus PL, or will he go for this nerfed Aghanim Scepter build where that was always the 3 Earthshaker thing, but it's been nerfed so many times, and a big reason Earthshaker fell off. Like, I'm curious to see what he goes in terms of items in this game on Earthshaker.
Will be interesting for sure, especially because we have not seen this hero quite a while. Ryoya here, having to use that Spirit Siphon on Annihilate. He's going to keep chasing after him. He's going to have the LSA in a moment if he decides to try to go and land it. Lands squarely over onto Ryoya. Do they have quite enough damage? Oh, needs one more hit. Annihilate not going to tank this tower for too long. He's going to back off in the top lane to Empyrean again, just barely making it out. Very few hit points. Have to salve himself. He did use his salve earlier on Boris, so I think we can allow him this salve. What do you think, Jenkins?
Yeah, he gets this one. He gets this one. Boris has 12 magic wand charges, so he's chilling on regen. That's one advantage any hero has against Earthshaker, is that the constant spam of Enchant Totem means that you will have tons of wand charges for free.
I like the pickup of the infused raindrops here too. over on the Earthshaker. That's something I feel like we just don't see enough of, generally.
I agree. At the major, everybody was getting raindrops. Like that was a huge thing in the major. Was filling up your inventory slots with efficient items. If it wasn't raindrops, it was fluffy hats.
Oh yes, I do remember the fluffy hats.
It's really good. It's like these items are too cheap for what they do, and you pass some certain HP threshold with raindrops and fluffy hats, and all of a sudden, like every single spell needs to be cast on you for the enemy team to kill you, and it doesn't cost a lot. So why not do it?
Nothing wrong with the cheap items. Nice cookie hop landing over onto 2 with the TI10. I don't think Appear is going to be able to save this time around. So he is going to be the first blood going over to Z-Freak.
Strong combo between these two heroes, Earthshaker, Snapfire. I wasn't even thinking about like the cookie combo, but there's a lot of chain lockdown and also nuke damage coming out from these two up here. There they go again.
Right on in again, but Boris is going to be able to turn it right back around. Cal might fall for this, actually. Although, no, not being able to follow up. Not going to be able to do it. I'm surprised that Ryoya walked all the way back home. In fact, he's going to leave this rune open for Annihilate, who now has himself a double damage bottled.
Yeah, usually when you do the walk home from mid or TP home, you buy boots, so that way you can get out faster to the lane, but I suppose if you're DP, it's not that big of a deal.
Are they going to kill King Al? Look, he can't hit him because of the flame spirits. Oh, that always feels the worst.
Yeah, that is no fun. A Z-Freak should get Empyrean here, though. Yeah.
Yes, he will. He was trying. He thought for a minute. He ends up, you know, trying to get that pathing up to possibly get the denial. But do you have a rotation now over here to the mid lane? You can see 5 up also here. Trying to make some moves on this Death Prophet. It looks like she wants to just kick back and continue to farm for a little bit. Didn't pick up the Exorcism just yet. But we do have the Laguna Blade online for the Lina.
A lot of these games that 2-based have been winning in this qualifier, Denny has been absolutely popping off. I know we didn't quite see it in the previous 2 games. He did well game 1, and game 2 was a little rough, but like it is in their MO now for Denny to have really solid games like this. Oh,
Monkey's just a little bit too short with the Burrow Strike, and look at this rotation that they put down here. They made Annihilate come down. Again, does have the Laguna Blade. Would have been a nice gank had he been able to land it, but Monkey's is still hanging out here. He's gonna try to get some vision, and at the very least, they're pushing them away from their lane currently. Like, look at this. Look at Annihilate. He's big mad. He would love to be able to go and perform this gank, but that's a lot of time that he spent now chasing after this Terror Blade. Does have 5 up nearby, though. Perhaps they can make a wrap play here. They start moving towards Ryoya. Do have Moo nearby. Moo, of course, not level 6 just yet. The swoop in over onto Ryoya immediately. Going to slow him down just a tiny bit. They have the Laguna, they have the LSA, they have the lockdown. And that is an Exorcism used for what? No, all right, there's the nuke, though, coming out from Moo. So he will get himself a little bit of revenge here for the Death Prophet.
Yeah, the worst thing about using Exo and then dying is that if you use it and it's kind of wasted, it's still 35 seconds where the enemy team can't fight you. And so the cooldown on it is reduced by a fairly hefty amount by virtue of that. But when you immediately die, it's like this huge window where Annihilate can go do whatever the hell he wants, and he knows there's not going to be an equivalently strong mid laner coming in to... Oh, Envy. He has
5
no
up
TP.
is so close to him right now. He can smell him in that tree line. There he is.
No.
There's the anime. There's the stuns. They even throw out the high fives. Hey, Envy, what you doing there, buddy? All right, someone on his team has to high five him though now. Come on, guys, don't leave him hanging. Aw,
There. Yeah, okay.
that feels bad.
Yeah, that was rude. I can guarantee you that King RD TP'd in, and Envy screamed at him to cancel the TP. Like, he knew that he made a mistake, and that, like, Envy will do these plays as a carry where he puts himself in a precarious situation to, like, maximize greed. Oh, I don't think
they found themselves, but I don't think they can get this kill either. I would like to highlight the fact that Monkeys Forever, though, is very close to the Blink Dagger. He still has Epicenter. They're smoked up, and they're making their way towards the mid tower. And they're creeping
wrapping
forward.
around once again. Monkeys, I love the way that he's angling
His
to take
positioning
these
has
gangs.
been fantastic. Yeah,
Like,
look,
look
at this.
Oh my.
Has no idea what's waiting in the trees. Now he does as he walks right in. The follow up the burrow strike. The rest of the team is hustling to get over there. They'll drop a sentry. They'll spot out that there was indeed vision behind this tower. Monkeys, though, gonna sit right next to it, daring anyone. Come on, touch it. I dare you. I dare you to go for this ward.
So I
And
know
they take it anyways.
I know it sounds like I'm just overhyping up Monkeys, but hear me out on this. What he just did, of course, if he had his team with him, it looks a lot better because they actually get a kill off of that.
Mhm.
But what that play is, this is something that OG did in TI8 originally, where they would do these kind of wraparound plays, sometimes just with Seb, where they would zone out the enemies, like just creating this fear factor where it's like, I'm going to get you, I'm going to get you. And then they run away from the tower into the tier 2, which secures the tier 1,
Mhm.
where it's like, you can't have these enemy heroes positioned in the trees where they're ready to set up to defend that because Monkeys is creating this fear factor. Like, of course, obviously, if his team was there, they probably would have gotten that kill and it would have been better. But still, the fact that you force Moo to position out of the trees and you force them to like TP in to the tier 2 to defend Moo, and Moo has to place the center, all of these things results in the tower just going down for absolutely free, whereas like a defense could have been set up by bumblebees if that little wraparound didn't happen.
I mean, it's sort of the same thing. Whenever you have these large scale ultimates, the threat of them can be sometimes greater than anything else. Like you said, Monkeys hiding in the tree line, they're unsure where he is, and then they do actually spot him, but they also are afraid of the fact he has this epicenter. He has the mobility to get in. In fact, they're going to be using this to their advantage here as Monkeys coming around the corner, waiting patiently to see which one is the actual envy as he sends those illusions off. He's being very patient. He does have the blink dagger. He starts channeling up the jump forward the finger, and that's a dead envy.
I
That's gonna
can't.
be triggering with that laugh.
I can't help, dude. His laugh literally cures diseases, man. Holy shit. That's a great laugh. I'm sure he's actually laughing like that too in team comms, especially because it's Envy that's dying. It's always funny to kill Envy.
This is Earthshaker's debut in the TI10 qualifiers. Wow, 104 heroes have been picked. 106 have been picked or banned, but this is his first time showing up here. As we get some long-range kisses coming out here over on 5 up. Take a decent amount of damage. Is it enough? He's cooking down, but nope. He will survive. So Z-Freak launching the kisses, but unfortunately unable to get a kill with them.
Malding. I would mauled if I had used all of the kisses like that. He aimed them pretty nicely, too. Like, he was sniping them there. Just not quite enough damage. Not even Tranquil Boots on the line. It was just a Tango that was regenning him.
I mean, he did save Mr. Kigal from, possibly getting further initiated upon, at the very least.
True.
So he's got that silver lining. But
Yeah, he saved his boy, and his boy is getting closer to that Blink Dagger. He'll have it soon, and that's going to be a big timing. We saw with what 2-base Blink Dagger timing did. Killed the carry, killed
Yes.
Envy. So I think probably Eternal Envy squad, they're looking to do the same thing.
yeah, Blink Dagger
Well,
being flying
Not
out
kill Envy,
right now.
of course.
Well,
Kill the
yes, no,
enemy.
don't.
Kill Boris.
The ultimate anime betrayal.
Yes.
The 9v1. He thought that they were his friends. But
It
it
wouldn't
was
surprise
for
me
naught.
at this. With all the roster shuffles, it wouldn't surprise me.
It is actually insane to think about how small the puddle is of like these here the players. Like same thing with our SA too, but like the free agents and how often they end up actually just playing with
Oh.
each other. I feel like you should never say anything bad. There it is though. It's really easy to find Boris when you get a gank off like that. And that is the reveal of that Blink Dagger.
This is how you know the game's going to go to 60 minutes, is that it's just like the game of both teams smoking for the enemy carry. And so the carries are never going to feel comfortable to like end the game. They're going to be like, oh, I need my next item, guys. Because they're just so traumatized by like dying all game. This is going the distance. I can feel it in my bones.
And your bones are not healthy.
They're very, yeah, I mean, I got to go see a doctor soon, let me tell you.
The amount of surgeries, your teeth even. I feel like
The
your
fact
teeth
that-
have fallen out, Jenkins.
Let me tell you something, Moxie. You're not supposed to feel things in your bones, and it's constantly, I don't have feeling anywhere else but in my bones.
Oh man, Jenkins is the kind of person that he hops in a pool and he just sinks.
Absolutely. My bones are made of lead, I believe.
I mean, that's good if you ever get irradiated, I suppose.
That is true.
You got that going for you at the very least there, homie.
Whenever the war starts, I'll be Gucci.
The rest of you, not so much, but your skeleton, whew, it's gonna
Hell
withstand
yeah.
the ages. They
It's
are
gonna
on
be
the
a-
hunt again here, though, as Moo. They do have King RD. He is hidden with this invis, but it is right underneath the sentry. So look at the teleports coming out now.
Oh, Moo is
Go,
looking real
land
dead.
the stun. Yeah, Monkeys jumping a little bit further here. Wants to shut down King RD if possible. Good silence coming out from Ryoya. Monkeys perhaps have gone just a little bit too far as he does get rooted into place. There it is. There's the Phoenix Egg. Thus, King Ao now is completely isolated from the rest of his team. So he is going to fall. Boris was putting out some damage over onto Ryoya. They did manage to go and get the save off, though, in time. So he is very healthy, but the whole squad is here, and they're looking to see if they can get anything else. They might be able to get themselves a little bounty for their trouble. A couple camps, but the wave, of course, is pushed in over on the side of the dire map here, so not going to be able to do too much. I don't think they want to tank this tower at this time, so they'll just back off and head towards the dreaded mid lane.
That was one of those situations where if it went really well for Bumblebees, we would be like, oh my god, Moo running up the high ground. What a ballsy play. So impressive. But, you know, it should go like that where they get wiped playing into a high ground like that. Oh, Monkey's doing the same thing except mid in the more
Monkeys
dangerous lane.
doing the same thing, yeah.
You know, I gotta say, Brian Cannabis, once again, to quote him, he always says when he's casting Monkeys, he really hates NA Dota. People call him biased against C. He's biased against NA first and foremost. Every time he says Monkeys always dies once or twice in the mid lane like that. Like that is literally verbatim what BSJ said. And he's kind of right. And I don't think it's a Monkeys thing entirely. It's just an NA Dota thing. And also, when you're the type of player that's used to running down lanes and creating space, you can kind of get pretty easily baited into the mid lane of all the lanes to do that, because that's where the juiciest, biggest creep waves are. So the part of your brain that likes that cha-ching noise, like you want to go there, but it's not the same as dying in the side lanes where you're creating space. You're creating nothing in the mid lane other than maybe a hole between you and your teammates because they're just mad at you for feeding.
Just NA Dota things, right? Like the NA
Yep.
Dota special, when you've got Number Spirit, he uses all of his remnants just to get a kill under tower and then has none to escape. You know, just stuff like that.
Yeah, that is, you just
That is
described
the NA
NA Dota in
special.
a nutshell. Yep, absolutely.
Uh-oh, Z-Freak. He's being greedy up here, but they have so much lockdown, so much burst damage. He will pay for that greed, but on the bottom side, they saw Boris. They wanted this opening, and he's gonna be able to escape, it looks like, as the egg goes off over on the back line. Sunray coming in hot here. King Out will fall. The hunt is on for Ryoya as I annihilate. He has his boots travel. He's looking for this witch here. They have the stun, they have the Yules, they have the damage, and this is going to be a dead Ryoya. 3 dead on the side of the Bumblebees. And now they can continue to push.
Great team fighting from two-based. I really like that Boris, he kind of like split the fight by running away and then doppling out, but then he ran the illusion away and then ran his main hero back into his team, back into the Phoenix. Like, oftentimes you see cores protecting their backline supports, and that's when, you know, they get commended. But then in this situation, it was like a core respecting how valuable his backline was to go to for the heals and for the saves, and it ends up in getting Boris out and baiting the rest of Bumblebees in.
Definitely was a bait for sure. As you can see now, 2-base cleaning up through the jungle, taking a lot of this valuable land away from Eternal Envy, who just wants to hit creeps. And he's doing pretty well. He's sitting second top net worth right now, 8.7. He's working on the BKB, as that's incredibly important when you consider all the lockdown, all the stuns coming out from the side of 2-base. We have the blink online yet for this line. He's getting real close to it too, and that is even more scary for this Death Prophet. Anytime Ryoya shows up on the map, he's going to have at least two people hunting him, and they have plenty of lockdown.
Oracle is a saving grace. Moo is closing in on his blink dagger, which, well, you've seen how effective that is. I really do like this build a lot more than the Ether Lens because it gives you such a huge gap close much more than the Ether Lens, where like you already have to be in a good position. It's like you can be in a terrible position with the blink and still get in to save your team, or you can get out if the enemy team looks like they're going to initiate on you. So that is going to be really important. There's a lot of pressure on Mu to get his ults off in this game, and it's quite a bit harder than the previous one for him to do that because of all the lockdown that you mentioned from 2-based.
We talk about the lockdown, but also the mobility coming out from all of these guys too. It's going to be very, very difficult because Monkeys is generally always going to probably be the one who's going to initiate, whether it's with the Burrow Strike, with the Blink, with the Epicenter, what have you. And then the follow-up from 5-up, the fact that you've got these lances being tossed left and right, you're going to have, you know, the Phoenix throwing out spirits. It's just so difficult for him, even with the Blink Dagger, because he's got to be in, like, the perfect position where he doesn't get clipped with anything. It's hard. It's very hard.
Yeah, it is tough. It's tough. It's like the same reasons we were saying Snapfire is not necessarily great as a Phoenix counter in this game. Like, it's hard to enter into these team fights practically without getting stunned. That's the bottom line. Is like there's a lot that you can theory craft in Dota. Although, if you have an Aegis,
makes life a little bit easier.
Yeah, that makes life a lot easier. You don't even need the Oracle save.
They've got to know this is happening because no one is showing in lanes. They're being allowed to get free shots on the tower. Now they definitely know.
This always seems to be a trade that happens. This bottom tier 2 for Dire, and then Radiant gets Roshan during this timing because you're so far away from the pit and there's nowhere. Well, then again, they did have the mid tower they could have TP'd to if they suspected that. So
perhaps they thought it was worth it.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. I would.
Oh, Monkeys channeling. No, it cancels it. Tower went down very quickly here. The value of this line being able to take care of some of these illusions too is actually so good and highly underrated in my opinion.
Yeah, one of the most frustrating things is to be in a game against Terrorblade where you don't have like insta killers of the illusions. Oh god, being like a Pudge or something against them just feels completely awful. You just want out. You just want to go to the next game. So yeah, Lion is such a saving grace.
All right, well, a little bit of hide and seek going on. They managed to take the tower over on the side of Bumblebee, so going to be pretty happy. And I think Envy has completed the BKB now. I think that's coming out to him very, very shortly. So that's going to give him a very nice power speak. Peak? Spike? Speak?
The combination.
Sorry, my brain just died there.
The thing is, no, I totally understand because it's such an important spike that it's both a peak and a spike.
Thank you. Thank you for understanding.
It makes a lot of sense. With that being said, though, it is a little weird considering you have Aegis on Eternal Envy, but he's got meta. So it's like, when do you use the Aegis? When do you use the BKB? Like, you run in, you die, and then you BKB and meta afterwards. But then how do you get value out of him dying if you're not metaing to take a tower?
Yes, that is strange.
The Roche is a great play. It was a good call. They knew that there was no vision, but the heroes that they can put the Aegis on, they're just not that important. Death Prophet, you lose the ultimate, so you don't want to put it on her. Metamorphosis on Terrorblade. Earthshaker Aegis sounds like the biggest meme that I've ever heard. So it's a good play, but in another game where you have more of a carry that like doesn't have some cooldown that they're dependent on, it would have been a lot better.
Yeah,
so it's a little unfortunate for them.
They're definitely single serve sort of ultimates coming out from these guys. I mean, at least, you know, with the Terrorblade at the very least, you know, yes, you've got the Metamorphosis. When it's down, you're not going to be as effective, but you do have the Sutter. So you do have this lasting potential if, you know, you're able to get it. It's just not going to be as effective, but, you know, Death Prophet, not the, oh, Boris. Oh, the jump forward from a King Owl with the Echo Slam, followed up with a Fissure, and those long-range kisses coming out. They don't have any way to hold them in place, though, right now. As the follow-up here coming out for Monkeys. They do manage to take down Boris. Monkeys now has to be careful. They have the egg. They're going to turn their attention over to it, and it looks like it is going to indeed pop. He gets denied, though, by Danny as he's trying to run away. He still has the Yules online. It's a nice air spy coming out here for Ryoya. Do they have anything else, though? They'll be able to root him into place. Again, though, followed up, throwing up into the air. They have just too much burst damage coming out from the side of the Bumblebees.
Okay, I mean, just a great smoke. There wasn't anybody to defend and save PL, but I mean, Phoenix was there, but it's just... And it's a 5 Phoenix. He had 10 Holy Locket charges. Like, it wasn't quite enough. He's not tanky. He doesn't have a hood on PL, so you can't survive that burst. And great call from Bumblebees to continue to chase there and kill Annihilate. That's honestly the bigger kill out of the two of Boris and Annihilate, is killing that Lina, who has no defensive items whatsoever. If there's anything that you could point out in terms of a mistake from 2-Based, I think it's probably that they don't really have defensive items on their heroes. They have Blink on Lion. They don't have any Glimmers. They don't have Force Staffs. There's Holy Locket on Phoenix, but there's no Hood on the PL. There's no BKB on Lina. She went for Monkey King Bar. So the Bees are just punishing that completely.
They're a stinging, that's for sure. I Annihilate, hoping he can catch Ryoya over here. Not going to be able to be quite close enough. I will say that the Bees are just playing this so well. They find the target that they're looking for almost every single time. It's always going to be Boris. It's always going to be trying to get the jump. Monkeys, though, speaking of the jump, manages to find himself a Death Prof. Starts channeling up, but not going to be able to complete it, as the teleports are now coming out in mass to protect this Death Prophet.
So we got, you know, good positioning from this little play that they made from 2-Base. They're able to secure this triangle area from that. So even though nothing really happens, it does force Bumblebees to go on a retreat there. And it looks like they want to smoke and retake the area, because they are definitely strong. They have an Aegis. Although, do they have a smoke?
Nope, they do not have the Aegis any longer. But they do have some pretty big ultimates coming back. King Al will open up the jump forward here. The Jantoto managed to land on 2. The follow up with the Echo Slam as they delete 5 up. Imperium and Annihilate. They all go down. Beautiful play there coming out from the side of the Bumblebees.
Man, those are the exact 2 heroes that you need to catch. Of course, the follow up 3-man Echo Slam is great, but even if you just catch the 2 supports with a Fissure into Echo like that, if Annihilate has a BKB and survives, you still win the fight, because, I mean, that's Lion, that's so much disable you're taking on. Then Phoenix, the Egg, the Holy Locket, the Sunray, these are all incredibly impactful in the fights, especially because there's no other defensive capabilities on 2-Base.
They don't even have an Aegis anymore. That's how strongly they feel about this. Look at the damage that they're able to output here with the Metamorphosis. Obviously, the Exorcism is down, but they're going to be able to take a tower and Rax here. Just off of that one fight alone, that's massive.
Yep, and losing a set of racks versus Terrorblade is quite frustrating, because he's going to send illusions to cut all of the other waves, so you're constantly going to have this pressure in your base. I suppose you do have Lion to deal with that, but then it means Lion has to be back.
Envy, oh, just slightly off the mark, but they do manage to get the Hex off. Follow up here, they'll try to negate some of this damage coming out in terms of magic. The Yule's coming through, though. Boris fighting off here over onto King Ao. BKB coming out from Envy. The cookie up forward, though, coming out for King Ao as he's trying to run away with that BKB. Both BKBs engaged over on the side of Bumblebees as they're going to just try to run out. Still holding onto the epicenter on the Sand King, and it looks like 2-Based will just farm up this triangle and back out.
A good disengage from Bumblebees. If you are baiting out the BKB though from Envy, and you get that, you know, you get that down to 6 seconds, then the PL can actually be effective. Then Delina can be effective in these fights with all of her magic damage. So I think probably if you're 2-Base, you're pretty cool with that as well. Like both sides, it's one of those weird engagements in Dota where both sides are kind of like having copium. It's like, oh no, that's fine. And they use their spells like, well, we committed was a BKB. And then 2-Base is like, we got his BKB, guys. Hell yeah.
Oh, he's trying to go for the denial on the tower there on the bottom lane.
They got it.
But yeah, no. They did indeed.
Monkeys is kind of stuck bot though. Like this top positioning from 2-Base could be punished.
Yeah, they know that they don't have the Sand King here, so slight
TPing.
2-Base. They'll back off for now. Though some damage being placed over here onto Ryoya. The cookie hop forward, but the follow-up with the Earth Spike. Long-range kisses, though, coming into play now. Boris, he can't withstand this much damage. The Sunray, though, and the Egg coming out should be able to buy them just a little more time. They're trying to run away. They're channeled up. They turn back around over onto Ryoya. Do they have the damage? That epicenter not doing quite enough as they get the Hex up over here onto Moo. They need to just erase him from this fight. Can't be allowed. The finger coming out over onto Ryoya. It's not enough damage as Annihilate falls over to King Ao as he's popped his own BKB here. Boris still alive, still trying to find an opening. We'll start chasing after King Ao, just burning through the mana. Imperium also to fall as over in the tree line, Monkeys needing to be careful. He's taking a decent amount of damage. Envy cleaning up over onto 5. And now it's not looking great here for the Sand King. Monkey's trying to run away, trying to make some space here. Does not have Blink, does not have anything else really to save him as he manages to just at the last second blink away from Eternal Envy, who's got the Scotty finished up and did a lot of damage in that last fight.
Yeah, Envy's becoming the real problem here, as well as on the other side of the fight on the back line. Annihilate was doing a wraparound play, which leads to him picking off Z-Freak, but then because of that, King RD is able to just Echo Slam him alone and pop him. Lena with such low armor. I mean, 11 armor is actually not that bad, but still, you've enough burst damage just from King RD because of how squishy Lena is that he's able to pretty easily solo kill her if she's not playing with her team. So the kind of backline killing that Annihilate was doing there looked good to start, but then it played against him because then he doesn't have his backline to save him.
I mean, Moo has been able to get off all of his spells doing these fights, and I think that is a huge problem for the side of 2-base because it looks like, the initiations, they look good most of the time. But then the problem is that they can't burst them down fast enough, and Moo just happens to be close enough with that Blink Dagger, with those spells, and he's able to just negate much of that damage. Although, again, Monkeys coming up over to the high ground, they'll see themselves as E-Freak. They'll land over onto Moo this time, so they want to just erase him here. The Cookie comes forward and buys him just a little bit of time, but the Fissure coming through. Moo is up into the air, is going to... Oh, all right, Moo, I see you over there. Manages to go, blink away, eventually popping, though. Bought him some time, bought some space. E-Freak is still hiding here in the crease. Does hit that Scatter Blast over on Boris. The buyback's gonna come out, though, from the Oracle as King out now. He's getting held into place. Can they burst him down? Oh, the Thunder Play coming out from Envy, buying him enough time to stay alive. Is it gonna be enough, though, is the question as he pops his BKB. He manages to land a nice fissure over on the other side here. Boris, he does get taken down. The Sunray coming out from this egg, trying to do any sort of damage. Was trying to come out probably to get that save, but not gonna be able to come into play. Oh, Laguna over onto Ryoya. Can they burst down the Death Prophet in time? It's looking a little iffy here as Envy joins back in. The buybacks are coming out, and Mass will take down Annihilate. He is no longer a part of this Monkeys Forever 2. He needs to be careful here. He's going to be able to Burrow Strike away. He's just getting nuked down, though, as he will be next to fall.
Hey, where the hell did the gem go? I'm confused.
It got shuffled around quite a bit.
I need to find the gem. It definitely got shuffled. Where is it? Is it on a courier somewhere?
It's on a courier. It's on Snaps.
It is
Snaps
on a courier. Okay, I see it.
Phoenix Empyrean, he was trying to do some cheeky plays here, but he's got to be careful because now it's looking like he's going to be very dead. Cookie Hop from Z-Fruit will fry up this chicken.
I get why he's doing some silly play there to try to steal the Aegis. Like, I would feel the same anxiety to make a play just because this is the second Roshan. You're going to have an Aghanim Shard, very likely on Envy. 2 Metamorphoses, essentially. Oh, wait, no, actually, that gives you the Demon Zeal.
It's that Demon Zeal.
I literally made fun of another caster for making that mistake. I think I made fun of Kyle. That is definitely the Aghanim Scepter. Who do you give the Ag Shard to? Let's see. It's okay on Earthshaker. Okay, he's going to take it.
Yeah, Earthshaker. It's not as good. Remember when this first came out and how broken it was? Oh my god.
Yeah, it's definitely not. Nowhere near as good, but...
No.
It's...
Still good, though, when you
it's
consider
still disruptive.
what it does. Yeah.
Yeah, you can, like, interrupt things. You can interrupt, like, the Epicenter. You can stop the Phoenix's Sunray. Like, there are things that make it annoying in this game, for sure.
For sure. We've got the completed pipe over here on Monkeys now. Just gonna try to just cut waves. Try not to give them advantage. Just have to be careful, though, because they do have the gem. Jump forward here from Z-Freak. It's on him. The kick back, the silence. The amount of damage coming out is more than enough to take down Monkeys Forever, as they're going to turn their attention now to the tower. They are going to have to wait a second before the wave shows up, but here it is, and there they go. The line being drawn down mid right now.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how important it is to push mid or bot. You don't have any counter tower pressure from 2-base, so there's no threat for them to have to go back to their base. It's just waves of creeps. Like, there's no reason they have to leave here. You have to fight them if you're 2-based, but you don't have Monkeys Forever.
He is a big part of your initiation for sure. They will hold for now, though. We'll push them back. Boris teleporting back in. They're gonna have Monkeys back up in about 7 seconds, so looks like the side of the bees are deciding to just back off, continue to farm up. Envy's got some very nice net worth currently, sitting at about 19.7k, and is getting closer and closer to that data list. So they'll smoke. See if anybody dares to come out of the base here.
Oh, double damage. That's a big, juicy rune right there.
It is indeed.
Envy's looking girthy. Gotta be careful.
Radiant are scanning.
Got a Crystallis too. Those little mini crits are gonna do a lot of damage in this fight.
Look at this positioning now. Still smoked.
Oh, they want to go for the
Envy.
kill.
Yeah, they're going forward here, Moo, dropping the ward. They see it immediately. They know they're smoked. Look at the positioning immediately coming out from the side of 2 bases. They back off. That one ward giving away quite a bit of information. So they're not going to get the initiation that they want over on the side of the bees.
Both teams playing it really safe, which a lot
I mean,
riding
this is
on this
everything.
game. So yeah, I
No one wants to go home here. You don't want to make one silly mistake that causes a cascade of sorrow.
yeah. A lot of pressure for these teams. I can understand it. Been there. It's TI qualifiers. It's always a tough, nerve-wracking time of the year, more so than any other tournaments. It's like people that don't have nerves for other qualifiers, for other tournaments, will have it for TI, just because it's such a big deal in Dota. Like, even aside from the money, it's the dream, right? It's like everybody thinks about TI. It's Dota's this, like, quote unquote, top heavy esport. It's like it's all about TI for Dota players, especially these older ones who have been here for 9 TIs, watched 9 TIs in front of them.
Play moving down towards monkeys. See the fissure coming out from King Ao. Another silence. Shiva, Z-Freak, of course, with the gem, wants to make sure that they can punish monkeys, and indeed they will. But that is a little bit of space now, although they're all going to immediately teleport to this outpost. I like this play. I love this. Clean up the mess and get right back to business.
And Monkeys is probably going to have to buy back for this, because Envy, I think will pop his meta, even though maybe he
Tyrion? Tyrion trying to do some cheeky play, I guess, try to draw them away, buy a bit more time, but now he is also dead for an even longer period. I'm a bit confused by this move, but again, nerves are coming into play. Envy is going to get stunned. Still has that Aegis online, though. Have to be very aware of that. The buyback now coming out from Phoenix. Let's see if they can push them out of the way. Envy still, of course, having Sunder up, still has that BKB. We'll go for the Sunder play now. Doesn't have a lot of mana here. They'll go right back in, start putting pressure over onto the racks. You can see they're reluctant to find the opening, but they do have the Sand King back up. Have to be careful, though, of course. This Exorcism does a lot of damage. Monkey's trying to get into the right position, but of course you have to be aware, too, of Mr. King Al. He's going to immediately try to re-engage, but they take the tower. It's a nice find here as well. The Minotaur Horn, always a nice pickup against all the silences and whatnot.
20 strength is a lot on TB as well. That's definitely an underrated component to the item. On a hero like TB, who already does so much damage, like, you don't really need a damage item. Although I say that, and I would wager that Envy's probably going to take the Penta Edge. So, oh no, he's not. Okay.
Monkeys? All right, well, he just jumps in the middle of everyone, and he's dead. There's no buyback. Nice fissure coming out again. They find 5 up over on the side. Envy, you didn't finish him off quite yet. There we go. All right, we finished up the kill. The Mortimer's Kisses shelling in hot here. Empyrean is next to fall. Z-Freak is getting bullied here by Boris. The follow-up, though, there's so many people here. Nice save coming out from Moo again, trying to keep Z-Freak alive. Buyback coming out from Lion. He's trying to find an opening. Boris trying to just skirt away. Doesn't want to take this fight without the rest of his team. In a bit of a predicament here, though. He's slowed down quite a bit. Does have that doppel online. Still buying some more space, but King Aoi finds him with the Fissure, and they should be able to silence him into place. Can they hold him down long enough? I Annihilate joining back in as his 5 up. As it goes, they pop the BKB. King Ao is out of the equation, but Envy with his own BKB on the hunt, trying to find anything he can. They're not going to be able... Oh, they have the hits! The BKB duration, it's not long enough! The follow-up with this chain gun hits coming out from I Annihilate. Do they have the follow-up, though? Boris, he wants to go back in. He wants to get this kill. The Scatterblast, though, coming out from Z-Freak as he jumps onto the back line. Boris, he's down. He's taken out. 5 up is just in the middle of everyone, trying to manage and trying to get rid of some of these illusions. Z-Freak, though, somehow still alive. He's going to fall. 5 up is down. Monkeys now running for his life, blinking away. Boris is down for 90-something seconds. 5 up is also dead.
Dire's middle
What just happened?
I have no idea. I mean, this is Okay. Number one, Z Freak's a Chad. We'll put that out there. We can see how buff he's looking in his picture. It's clearly not Photoshop King RD's body. He's a Chad jumping in and being like, guys, like, what the hell are we doing running away from this? We can fight them. They're all dead. They're overcommitted here. Like, let's just go in. Envy with the TP out. I don't know if I want to call it nerves or what, because I don't know if Envy has nerves. Like, he's just, once again, with that middle brain that he has, I'm not sure and what he feels. It's on some level above what we can understand. But the TP out just seemed like it didn't make much sense. Like, they were winning that fight. And then the turnaround, like, they're giving a little too much respect almost to how strong 2-based is. Like, I almost got 2-shot by Envy, and then Envy TP's away from him.
It's nerves. It's got to be here.
It's got to be nerves.
A little bit too late. I mean, it's a big game. You don't want to be the one sitting at home having to watch these. You want to be playing.
I disagree, Moxie. I really enjoy casting these games.
I enjoy casting these games with you too, Jenkins. It feels like a very Sam and Frodo moment where, you know, it's at the end of time watching NA Dota. I'm glad that I'm here with you, Jenkins. I'm glad that you're the one sitting here casting this Eternal Envy game with me.
Why did Frodo take the ring? It doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean?
He was just a random character, and all of a sudden he gets the ring. Gandalf made a big mistake. Anyway, what's going on here?
Yeah, we got to stop this because I will start arguing with you because you know me, I love Lord of the Rings, and this will clearly devolve. You are definitely baiting me. Don't do it, please. Regen run getting popped though.
Yeah, speaking of baiting, I like that Envy has this backpack bottled. He's kind of like baiting and, you know, waiting for a double damage rune to come out. Just expecting
He's gonna will it
that.
into that's that middle brain of his, Jenkins. He's gonna will it into existence. He's that powerful.
Sammy Boy said to me like 1 to 2 years ago or something like that, back when he was spamming the crap out of this TB and qualified for a minor with the hero. He said that the timing to end the game on TB is a bottled double damage rune. And now when he said that, it was back in the day when 2 runes spawned past 40 minutes. So it was much more likely to play for that. And it was less silly. But you can see Envy is kind of taking that mentality here, and I don't blame them. They have full control of the map. Why not wait for a DD? You can. It sounds ridiculous, but...
Did you just see what I Annihilate just did? What your boy Denny just did?
Where was he? Where did he kill that?
Yeah, over by this camp over by the tier 2 here in the middle lane. Cheeky indeed. That feels bad here for Envy. He's looking forward to that Satanic.
Oh, that's his whole Satanic, eh? But I suppose he can't get it because of the no courier. Like, you'd have to walk back to base, which he's not going to do. Passing the bottle around, Ryoya now bottles up the Arcane Rune, which is really nice. Yeah, this is a solid play. Like, this, you should never sell your bottle late game. It's 2 value in almost any game. Like, even an Arcane Rune on Terrorblade would be really strong right now. But then Death Prophet is a fairly obvious choice as well.
And we have so many shards into play now. It's actually wild.
Dude, this Sand King shard used to be like the worst thing in the game because it would just show you in fog. You could see it in fog and through smokes. But now they fixed that. It doesn't even pulse unless there's like creeps around.
I wish I had a slightly different sound than like the channeling. But to say this, Moo, on the edge of danger here. But the rest of the team sweeping forward. We do have the Agnum Scepter completed now for Z-Freak as well. So we're going to see some yeetenings happening.
Okay. Yeah, you don't normally see this item on Snapfire.
Oh, though. All right, monkeys. Gotta be careful, though. There's a lot of other people in the vicinity here. We'll use the Yules to ensure that he can make a cleaner escape. But look how fast Ryoya is just zipping in. The Burrow Strike comes out. Blink Dagger on cooldown. They have the yeet. They have the vision on monkeys. They are going to punish him for that cheeky play when he could have just simply walked away from the engagement. Nah, he had to poke Z-Freak, and Z-Freak pokes right back.
Well, he threw a creep, and then the creep poked through exploding. I'm sure the creep's finger may have most likely poked in the act. Poked him before he died. I
There's
don't know
a
what
lot
the hell
of instances of the word poke there.
I don't know what I'm saying.
I
Back
don't
to you,
know what to
Moxie.
say either. Anyways, we have the Aghanim Scepter online for Eternal Envy. We have an Aegis that got picked up during all of this here. He is ready to go. We talked about that double damage rune being the time to end, but Envy feels very strong. Heart is completed here for Boris as that wave of terror just pushing everyone away. Terror wave, sorry. Wave of terror, of course, is a different spell. I don't know why we have these names
That
like
doesn't
this.
make any
Come on,
sense.
Valve. Make something more flavorful. Finger gets tossed out by 5-up, just trying to push Envy out. He will finish up the racks, though.
What is the timing for 2-base to fight? You would think PL Heart Octarine, you're fairly strong, but the issue with slowly poking and taking fights from afar against the Bumblebees right now is that Death Prophet and Chibi are going to be melting your buildings while you're slowly poking at them. So, like, you have to commit. These heroes force you to commit, which is something that I definitely overlooked in the draft. And I'm, depending on the game, how the game was going, maybe it wouldn't happen like this where it's a problem. But right now they have to address it. Like, they have to jump the back lines. They have to do some smoke wraparound play with Monkeys Forever and Annihilate and somehow kill Moo before the fight starts, because they can't slowly poke. That's not going to work with the heroes they have on the Bees.
I mean, we talked about this earlier, how, we've been seeing some nice plays coming out from Monkeys and his positioning. This would be the ultimate test if he's able to find the angle, find that opening, and be able to blow up Moo, because he's getting these spells off, and it's a huge problem. They can't allow that to happen. Plus, the counter initiation is just so strong, too. So, yes, you are Sand King. Maybe you jump on the back lines, but all of a sudden, you're going to have King Owl there. You're going to have, the save coming out from Z-Freak with Gobble Up. You've got so many options coming out from the side of the Bees, and there it is. There's that Satanic being delivered now. We've got the Spider Leg, or not Spider Legs, my bad.
Illusionist Cape.
Illusion Cape.
He's not the best in this game because of Lion being able to just insta-kill the illusions, but still, the stats are not bad on it for Agi heroes. 14 agility, 14 strength, pretty good. And yeah, amplifying those illusions is always going to be fine.
All right, well, the pressure is definitely being applied here. So it feels like the side of 2-base, they've got to be getting nervous. And I like this. Look at the way that Monkeys is sitting. He's got his little friend, the Sentry Ward here. It's a little seal. I like it. It's adorable, much like Monkeys Forever's dogs that he has. But just trying to get any information if they, try to make this jump or place any wards inside the base. He can instantly get away.
I'm struggling to see how 2-base takes the fight, but still the Bees are being really respectful of the fact that if they do get the right jump on 2-base, they could swing the game. They're not going to run down mid and get any barracks or anything like that if they win a fight. I think that's very unlikely. You have a lot of buybacks available. Oh, Boris!
Boris getting spotted immediately. The jump forward, but he's able to double away. There it is! The Echo Slam that blows up 5-up almost immediately. The buybacks are coming out. They've got the Sunray. They're trying to keep Boris alive, but it's not looking like he's going to be able to. He buys a little bit more time thanks to the Sunray. Long range kisses coming in hot, but no, he's going to survive. Look at that beautiful burrow strike following up on 4 heroes here. They're just going to try to burst them down. Z-Freak will fall 5-up, though also falling during this engagement. Eternal Envy, he is a big boy, though. He's still alive. They're trying to blow up Ryoya. Do they have enough damage? He's got the cheese. He's going to be able to survive just a little bit longer, but they have so much damage. The buyback coming out now from the Snapfire. The zip coming through. Envy going in for this play here as he's trying to put out more damage over into Bora. No, eventually the Aegis is going to pop. They have to reset here. They have to find this opening. King Owl getting into position. The follow-up, though, from Monkeys. Do they have the damage is the question, as Eternal Envy is able to just walk away. They have the Lotus on him. Monkeys waiting patiently over here, waiting to just see if they can re-engage on this. Coming in, they see I Annihilate. He's a little out of position. King Owl, can they blow him up fast enough? Yes, they can. That is a dead Lena. They have buyback, though. 98 seconds otherwise. They get a quick pick off.
All right, that high ground ward is really paying off from Moo. That is
Indeed.
2 incredibly crucial jumps that it's gotten, and Empyrean's too afraid to walk over and de-ward it. Or maybe he didn't see it with night vision.
I don't know. Can you blame him, though? It's pretty scary to go anywhere near any vision because the amount of just aggression that is just oozing out of the bees right now.
Yeah, let's make it 3. Let's make it 3 pickoffs. Okay, they kill with the illusions on PL.
Smart, safe.
Yep. I mean, that fight went just about as perfectly as possible for 2-based. That was a 4-man Earth Spike from 5 up into 4-man Lena Stun into 4-man Burrow Strike. Like, you can't. It's hard to conceive of how the fight would go better for them, and then also Ryoya wasn't even. Well, I suppose. Yeah, Ryoya wasn't there to do damage. He was like down on the bot racks, like trying to be an objective gamer. So it really can't go better for 2-base. Like they're gonna need to make some crazy good decisions to win this game.
Oh, monkeys. They don't have the vision just yet. Looks like he's going to be able to buy a bit more time. They'll hide the courier over on the side as well. There's going to be the Yules. You do still have 5 up waiting patiently here. Burrow Strike, though, coming out. The jump forward again. There's the Hex. Can they blow him up? No, he manages to use an Aeon Disc. He's going to be absolutely fine. His monkeys, though, getting healed up by the Sunray. He's going to be able to re-engage here. The amount of damage coming out over here onto King Out, very scary, as they do manage to go throw out that wave of terror, or terror wave, or whatever you want to call it. The thing that makes everybody run away because they're scared of Terrorblade. Oh, God, I hate that name. But yes, they disengage, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Aeon Discs being popped, BKBs being popped. The tension is palpable.
It's really happening. Like, it really feels like a game that is going to go to 60 minutes. Eternal Envy queues up the Moon Shard. He's looking to get 7 or 8 slotted before ending this game. This is good shit. There's a DD. Maybe I'm wrong.
This is what I want to see out of my NA Dota. There's no bottle. Where's the bottle?
I think
Ryoya
has it. No?
Oh, all right, he's just going to have to pick it up with his bare hands.
Well, they sold it. Oh,
Will that be the play that comes back to haunt them, that they sold the bottle, Jenkins? This is the kind of wacky game where every little thing matters.
I hope so. I want to see 60 minutes. I don't really care. I just want to... I don't care if it's a comeback.
Those neutral items.
I want to see a comeback from 2-base because comebacks are cool. I want Envy to win because I want Envy to knock out Undying or Zoomers in an unexpected fashion. Like there's a lot of
grudge
good
match with
there's
black and yellow.
Yeah, true. But then also you have the Monkeys Forever versus Zoomers grudge match. Like there's a lot of good storylines that could happen here.
You love to see it. How do you feel about the overwhelming blink that was picked up on Ryoya here? Seen it in a couple fights now.
It's a great stat item to just like he wants the blink to catch the backlines. He needs a blink to catch Phoenix, to catch Lion. Even Annihilate is chilling on the back. That's the first time I've ever called him by his actual in-game name. Denny is a backliner as well, so like you have to kill all of these heroes. So he needs the blink, but he also wants stat items to just survive so Oracle can save him. So it's a solid pickup for sure. You could maybe argue that the hood should be replaced with something else before the overwhelming blink, but it's not like a very good argument. Unless they lose.
Well, yes.
Then it's a great argument.
Monkey's Courier, though, does get taken out as they are just haunting that area over on the side of the little bees here. He's working on trying to get himself an Aghanims. But yeah, the 2-based. They are literally stuck in their base.
Yeah, so. They're literally 2-based.
2-based.
Yeah, not so good.
But they're surviving so far.
Yeah.
They haven't managed. It all comes down to that throne, Jenkins. You can lose all your buildings, but as long as the throne's still up, you still have a fighting chance. Despite the 30k net worth lead at 53 minutes. Okay, I remember you said 62 minutes and 30 something?
32 seconds.
32.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm keeping an eye on this timer.
And
I
Ballista,
remember what the analysts say. And Ballista
on Envy. Yeah. So, yeah. We're getting there. And I'm curious to see what talent Boris goes for because the Doppelganger cooldown talent is usually what people will go for, especially with an Octarine core build because you're just unkillable for such a long duration. But I also feel like they need damage. So I could see him going for the crit. He is going for an MKB as well. Just to tear through the Terrorblade and the Death Prophet. Like these heroes are have so much effective HP, and it doesn't seem like 2-base has quite enough unless everything goes right for them, which it did in the last fight, but it's not a high likelihood that it's going to go that well again. I mean, that was like 3 Ravages in a row with non-Ravage spells.
My question to you too is now that we are seeing the MKB that's going to be picked up for the Phantom Lancer. Lena built an MKB very, very early on, and I can see some of our analysts are a little not sold on that specifically. How do you feel about it?
Usually, a lot of the time people pick this Lena mid hero with something like a Phantom Lancer. Sand King offlane, like you have a decent amount of damage already, especially between your spells on Lena and like the other heroes on your team. So often people will go BKB. They'll go like Yule's Dragonlance BKB and then into like damage items. But the BKB is just so that you have that really solid mid-game timing where Lena would normally be killable and you'd be able to like shut her down, and you're just unkillable and you do damage with your spells in the mid-game already. So you don't need necessarily the MKB. So I mean, I'm not a Lena player. I also suck, and Annihilate's way better than me. So maybe I'm wrong, but that would be the argument, I think, against it.
That's fair. All right,
the
assault begins.
You also already have a lot of magic damage on your team too, so maybe you want to go for like a Daedalus instead, if you do want to go in the realm of damage.
Look at the damage coming out here. The jump forward over onto Envy as they go. He's pushing way in here. Can they burst down this Aegis fast enough? All right, yes, that's the first life as the Snapfire kisses have been used. And there's a lot of kisses everywhere here. They're looking for the stun on Envy, not going to be able to quite find it. They have the Lotus. Going to clean up over on the side. But that,
they're running away. Yes,
that was an efficient strike.
Run away, farm items.
They're coming.
Yes.
They're coming up to those big boy items, you know.
Hell yeah.
Do you feel lucky? Is what I think the frog asks all players as we get closer to that 60-minute mark.
This is what everybody wants to see. Nobody cares at this point. It's all chaos. We don't know who's going to win. 40k gold lead. It really doesn't matter that much at this point because one person dying that doesn't have buyback and running down in any hero with, you have a PL 35k net worth, okay? I don't care that there's a 40k net worth lead against you. Any hero with 35k net worth can run down mid and throne you. So it's all about buybacks at this point, which presumably with the nerves of TI is why Bumblebees are being so safe. And of course we get those glorious 60-minute items soon. We may as well wait for those.
Might as well. You know, it's all about entertainment. It's all about, you know, making sure the fans have a good time, and by God, we're having one hell of a time here.
Absolutely, although there's a few people on the 2-base side that I think are not having that great of a time. Imagine being a...
Look at I Annihilate! What are you doing, friend?
Look at...
Oh my God, he just waltzes right past them. He's gonna probably be able to go cut the wave if he wants.
Well, at least he gets to kill creeps.
Okay, thank God.
5 up is just standing down here like, I can only be here. I exist, and that's it. If I walk out to stun this wave, I mean, it doesn't even push quickly. So what's the point?
The Sunray coming out from Empyrean. They get nervous. They're getting twitchy here, Boris. Throwing out some of these lances. Need to go and burst down Envy multiple times, and he's got a very nice kit. Man, this is like the most value Lion Shard I think I've seen in quite a while. 5 up just continuously removing these. He's gonna go for the mana drain again. Envy has no mana left absolutely at all.
That's a pretty big deal.
He's still
he can't
taking
sunder
down the tower. Yes, indeed. Look for the opening. 5 up, landing that spike here. Oh, but the follow from King out with a beautiful Echo Slam Fissure. So they take down 5 up. He's got to buy back Boris, so he's ticking down. He's going to have to buy back as well. These Snapfire Kisses coming in hot. They use the Exorcism. They're going to be able to take down this final tower, perhaps. Over here, they've got to clean up these creeps. They're looking a little vulnerable. Look at that. Look at the range on them. Good God.
Yeah, very value mana drain in this game, but, you know, the problem is the backline Oracle. Like, as much as you kill the illusions, as much as you make it so that Envy is completely out of mana, so he can't sunder, like, we always have to worry about the False Promise coming out. Moo has an Aghanim Scepter at this point.
Oh.
The guy is giving people BKB, 50% uptime, false promise.
Fair, I would like you to pay attention to the bottom rune spot and see what has just what has just shown up.
Oh, what do we have here? You know what, Envy? You know what would go really well with the double damage? A ballista. I think that would go very well with the DD. Let's wait on it. Come on. One more minute. 45 seconds. That's all we're asking. Envy, please.
Lyrical just asked, why does Envy have 8 clarity?
He does have 8 clarity. Oh my god. I mean, he was getting.
Envy Dota. He's thirsty, man.
He was getting quite
He needs
mana
that gamer
drain.
juice. I don't think that's the solution, though.
The solution to mana drain is not to walk away, it's to stand in it with 8 clarities. They are legitimately waiting for the 60-minute items to use the DD. I was joking, but it's
Oh my
actually
God.
happening.
Stay hydrated, gamers. That is Envy. 260 of Eternal Envy's 2049 pro games have gone longer than an hour.
Okay, he legitimately did it.
Wind
He's
Wake.
playing for the 60... Oh, Apex.
Okay, we get the
Oh my
Apex Fallen
God.
Sky. Force Boots. What else? Give me that pinata of neutral items. I want to
Alright,
see him.
Who does the Fallen Sky go on? Probably King RD on Earthshaker, right?
Yes, absolutely. It
Get
has
in
to be,
there
right?
multiple times, blink in, blink out. Yeah, that seems pretty good. And then what else? We have Apex. Obviously, that's going to go on Terrorblade, right?
Seer Stone.
Searstone on Moo sounds... Good lord, how do you...
Look, I don't...
Yeah, Searstone on Moo. Look at his blink range. Well, you can't see it, but...
But look at it.
Look at that... Yeah, it
Good
doesn't show
God.
the blink range for some
They
reason.
can't get out of their base yet because they can't even go for these neutral items. All right, we're getting the 60-minute mark here. We're getting closer to your timing. Look at what Denny's trying to do, though, here. He is just consistently trying to move around, maybe snipe a courier or two, cut some waves. He's going to have to go home, though.
He's
They
getting
want
the
this.
items.
Envy, the fear immediately over here on Monkeys. Nice play here. The Ancient, it's exposed. The fortification comes out. Giant's Ring gets found here. I'm going to try to follow up at Envy with the BKB. He's going to get chased away a little bit. You've got plenty of ghosts. All this exorcism coming out. Chase down over here onto Envy. He's got the Force Boots into play. This last Rax, though, it's going down to these ghosts. King RD waiting patiently, looking for that opportunity to get in. They want to finish off this Rax. Again, they'll find Envy, followed up with the Sun Ray. Can they blow him up in time?
He's dead!
He's dead! They managed to kill Envy! The jump in over here, coming out, walking out, trying to do anything he can, but the egg, it should pop. It should be able to freeze him into place here, even with the BKB egg coming out, though they have the false promise to save just enough time here. He's gonna try to teleport out. They're not gonna be able to slow him down.
The throne!
The throne is exposed. Boris trying everything he can to just push away, chip down. He has a giant string. He's a giant cat man. This is truly anime Dota at its finest right
The
now.
illusions are huge too. What?
They're massive.
Wait,
My
did they-
poor computer.
There's no. Did they get the Giant's Ring buff? No way they do it.
No. I don't
have to
know.
see-
Dude,
I
I
have
don't
to
think
see it.
they can't work on illusions, right?
Let's see, we'll see.
Ballista on Lena.
Oh boy.
Oh baby, she's
Wait,
got
wait,
a
wait,
divine
okay.
rapier queued up.
They can legit win with Ballista because we saw this before in I think it was Quincy Crew. I think it was Quincy Crew
It was
versus
MSS
Envy.
who had the
Yeah, they're pushing.
Wyvern, right?
Yeah, he's pushing Envy away off the throne.
Oh my god.
Is it gonna happen again?
I
No.
don't know, but like I said, this is the most anime of Dota 2 games here. I annihilate. Send in the courier. He did it. He does the big boy move. He buys that rapier with the ballista. Oh dear God! Look at the range. Look at the damage. This is
What am I
insane.
watching?
This is Dota 2 in 2021,
Dude,
Jenkins.
He can throne them from his own throne. He can simultaneously defend while sieging the enemy throne.
It's all coming down now. Protect, I annihilate. So you've got the PL who is just hanging back here. Boris continuing to hit all of these ancients. Gets a Desolator now. The fight, though, breaking out in the mid lane. Monkeys forever. He's silenced up. There's so much damage. He is going to fall. He does buy back immediately here as Boris jumping into the middle of this fight. Has the Aeon Disc. It's going to proc. There's just so much damage coming out here. Annihilate trying to stay over onto the back lines here. The Echo Slam coming through. Boris, he's down for 125 seconds. No buyback. Ryoya now, though, over here on the side. He's trying. They managed to go. They land up the stun. They've got the egg. They've got the Sunray. Can they do it? Can they keep Envy down? It's not looking like it's going to be enough. Envy, he's still alive and kicking. They follow up with the fissure. The buyback's coming out now as the Phoenix getting back into the fight. This is it.
Envy's
this
dead.
is the fight that's going to determine so much as they do manage to take down Eternal Envy. They're going after Mr. King as well. Haster getting picked up now by 5 up. Gets held into place, so it's not going to matter. Oh no, I Annihilate. He's a little piggy. He's being held into place. He can't afford to go down. He will. He'll fall. He is slayed as Monkeys Forever is next on the hit list. The GG gets called. It was one hell of a game. 64 minutes and 19 seconds here. The Eternal MBs, the Bumblebees are stinging back.
Yeah, that is exactly what we hoped for with this series. That is exactly it. I mean, you know, yeah, it's just in the script, Gaben has willed it that Envy will continue and, of course, knock out probably Zoomers from the qualifiers. Simply 2-based, I mean, they did a great job holding out. Like, they were really patient. I Annihilate constantly with the creep cutting, the ballista, the rapier. They had a real shot there. It's just like late game, 63-minute Dota with also the nerves of TI affecting you. It's hard to make good decisions at that point. I don't think anybody in this game is of sound mind currently. Like, they're all losing it.
I think we lost it too, watching that game, watching these fights happen. But we are going to go to a short break, guys, so make sure you stand up, stretch. It was a long match. Get some water. Come back, though, because we are going to have post-game breakdown and hopefully an interview.
Honey, I got what you want. Give me all of your love, 'cause it's burning hot. It's what you do to me, babe, I can guarantee. Honey, I got what you need. Under the night sky, I want your eyes.
Hello guys and welcome back to the post-game panel as we're here to attempt to analyze what that game was. Jenkins, this is what you suggested, this is what you wanted the whole time. So why?
That's a good question. Let me tell you something, Avo. Okay, this is not a good career move for me. But analysts are very useless already. We never say the right thing. Nobody ever remembers, so that's good. Very nice. And it's even more useless to try to break down a game like this. This was complete chaos. And the only thing that I can say is that in a whirlwind, in a hurricane of chaos, the only person that will be successful in that is Eternal Envy, who is chaos himself. He had entered into himself in this game and enveloped everybody else within him, and so he's perfectly happy to be in this environment, and you can't beat him at that. He's the unbeatable Chaos Man, and so that's exactly what happened in this game.
If you told me that this speech you just gave me came from a Lovecraft book, I would believe you. That was insane. Moxie, talk to me about Dota. What you like about two-based in that game? What you enjoy about them? What maybe in the whole series?
Rapier.
Something to like.
I'm sorry, I can't. He's a Earthshaker with Fallen Sky Rapier.
We need to raid this in. All right, I want to give a homage to two bases with their last game. Moxie, talk them up for me, please.
All right. You know, something that I thought was really smart was the way that Annihilate was trying to play the map when they were pinned in their base. If you notice, he had himself that ninja gear. He was slinking out the back door, trying to push out some of the waves, trying to keep the net worth up, trying to get himself the neutral items. If you notice, he did manage to get himself a Giant's Ring, which he promptly gave over to Boris on the Phantom Lancer. So I feel like that was really valuable. Monkeys Forever, he just kept trying to make space. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it was just feeding. But, you know, it managed to bring the game to a point where we did get these neutral items, because that's it. That's your hallelujah play. That's your big hurrah, your Hail Mary. I don't know sports ball terms, whatever. But, like, that is your chance to maybe we can get back into this game. Because before that, it was just too hard. So they managed to drag out the game a little bit, you know, of help coming out from the Bumblebees, because they backed off a couple times, and Jenkins and I are both sitting here like, wait, what? But it's nerves. It's TI quals. This is your time. You cannot go too risky, because you're going to come back and you're going to be kicking yourself. You're going to be laying in bed at night. You're going to be like, why did we do that? Why did we go high ground here? We shouldn't have. We should have waited. And I think two-based, they can feel pretty good about this game, because it was a wild ride. And they did the best that they could. They played their heart out. In the end, it just, you know, NA Dota, it's chaos. It's absolute chaos, and chaos is a ladder, and clearly the Bumblebees are climbing that ladder.
Okay. Junkers, do you think that the chaos swallowed up some of the strat of two-base? Seemed more like their window opportunity was a bit more limited against a TP, and perhaps that chaos didn't allow them to execute this draft to perfection, use their power spikes as well as they should have? Is there a point to be made there?
I think so. I think not just the TB. It was also the Death Prophet. The way that I saw two-based winning with this draft was by getting a little bit of an item advantage through, you know, good smoke plays, whatever, typical Dota stuff, and then not engaging in fights and just kind of poking from far. But then you get to a point where Death Prophet and TB are too huge, and even the Oracle's a factor there, because with the Blink Dagger, with the Ether Lens and all of these items to like save people, you can't poke. You're just going to be dealing with like the chain healing. You're going to be dealing with these heroes doing a ton of tower damage. So like that playstyle doesn't work versus these heroes with an advantage. And there's where the chaos comes in.
Well, let's ask the Prince of Chaos himself. Envy is on the line here to give us the wonderful post-game interview. How are you doing after that game?
I'm doing good. It's kind of sucks I can't see you guys though. You guys can see me. It feels a little weird for me right now.
I gotta ask you at the beginning. Do you enjoy these 60-minute games? Do you seek them out sometimes, or is this something that makes your heart pump faster?
I mean, they're definitely enjoyable when you play them, but you definitely don't seek them. Seek to win the game in 20 minutes, I think, but it never happens nowadays.
I see. I wanted to ask you about the last game specifically. When you first picked the TB, you were on the second pick. You decided to ban the Luna early as opposed to let the PL. You let the PL pass, of course. It got picked up. Were you always thinking about the Earthshaker as a counter? Were you always thinking that TB could beat the PL? What was the thought process behind that?
I mean, I definitely don't think TB can beat PL, but we just thought that if they early picked PL, it's we can deal with it. But like, okay. And if they don't early pick it, we'll just ban it.
Okay, well, that was concise and appropriate. Any questions from my panel, guys?
I have a couple.
I've got a couple questions. You go first, Moxie. I got meme questions.
I mean, mine are probably also slightly memey. First of all, I like the shin pillow in the background. It's very good taste there. Secondly, why are you not called the Eternal NBs? Like, I get Bumblebees, but I feel like you could have really played on that name a little bit more.
I didn't call him the name. I didn't call him anything.
The
name was kind of just forced on me.
Who came up with the name and the banners?
I'm pretty sure Mu did everything by himself. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure about that. Maybe there was a discussion between like maybe 2 people max, but I'm pretty sure he just solo handled everything.
Nice. Okay, I have an actual question now that's not as memey. My question is, when you guys are initiating into these fights, especially game 2 with Mr. King Al, with King RD, the way he just kind of runs in with his face, with his Mars, is it just one of those situations where he's like, guys, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna jump in, or does he just jump in and you guys just blindly just trust him on it?
No, he talks. I mean, he usually causes jumps. I mean, I don't think any of the jumps were like instants. Like I mean, he does a bit of both. The most memorable ones are ones where he's like screaming, and generally those are the ones who actually work, right? So like those are the ones I remember. I'm sure the ones where he like jumped in, didn't say anything, which he also did. Like none of those worked, like ever. He also did that.
Alright, so the war cry. The war cry is what gets you guys fired up and
I mean, it usually means you're confident in what you're doing, right? If you don't say anything, you just do it. Generally, it just means like you have no fucking idea what's going on, but you're just doing it, and those usually don't work.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. All right, Jenkins, what's your meme questions?
Okay, well, this kind of led into one that's a bit less of a meme one, with psychology element. I'm wondering, you guys have some pretty experienced players, but TI qualifiers are always pretty nerve-wracking, I think, for anybody. And I'm wondering, like, how bad are the nerves for you guys? Are you guys chill, or do you find that you're like a little bit nervous? How's that for you?
I think we're definitely a little nervous. I'm pretty sure it's gonna slowly go away. The problem is that it's not about nerves. It's more about like things are different, right? And when things are different, like you're gonna feel. I don't even know if it was nervous. It's just like you don't have complete control of what's happening. It's like you're gonna feel something. That's just how it's gonna be. But like when you have complete control, or like when you know exactly what's going on, then it's a lot easier. Like it's our first like tournament together, and we didn't we scrimmed, but we only scrimmed one team. It was like no one's fucking scrimming for some reason. I felt like half the teams didn't even know their roster going to TI, and like Undying wouldn't scrim any of the NA teams or some shit. And so like we're just YOLOing. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Second question: was it you that made the call when the DD rune spawned that it was 58 minutes? Did you make the call to get the 60-minute items before ending?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure everyone said that.
You're like,
everyone was like kind of like. Yeah, I mean, I could push first, but then like if it doesn't work out, then it spawns, and then my meta's down, and it feels like shit.
True.
Right. Like I don't see why not just wait. I don't think any of the buybacks were coming back either, or maybe I don't even think they used any buybacks. I'm not even sure what happened, but I'm pretty sure if they did use their buybacks, they were still down. If we just wait, and if they didn't use their buybacks, then there's really no reason to rush it anyway.
All right. Well, thank you for the insight there, MV. We appreciate you coming on this interview and wish you luck in the rest of the lower brackets, especially for your match later today.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Congrats.
All right. Well, unfortunately, I have to call this battle to an end. It's been a pleasure paneling with you two, and we have to go and get ready for the next game. I feel like there's someone here that really has to be there, Moxie, because of course she's a big Arkosh fan. She has to get ready with her snacks and everything. Has to watch there and support Arkosh. I hear you really like Gremlo. Isn't that one of your favorite players?
Yeah, I actually got a wonderful Christmas present from Gremlo. It's a painting of us. It was beautiful. It was definitely the quality I expect from Gremlo as well.
Yeah, I'll have to be leaving you guys. I have an appointment. I have to get my dog replaced during the this match.
You have a warranty on that, right?
Yeah, I do have a warranty. It's like a 15-year warranty. I'm going to get a replacement.
Smart, very smart.
Good luck with your dog replacement, Jenkins. We'll see you in a second. And for us, as we bid you adieu, we'd just like to remind you of one of our sponsors, the guys at Mate, who bring us this wonderful natural energy drink. They like to call it caffeine reimagined. As you know, caffeine, much like everything that we think and feel and believe, is a construct, right? So reimagining that into something better is exactly what humans aim to do. So in a way, is Mate the pinnacle of human evolution? Some would say so. I would certainly say so, as it gives you more day and more night. So remember, doesn't matter if you're an MV or a Monkeys Forever fan, remember to drink down your tears with a Mate can.
find some balance in my life, but I never really put up a fight. Didn't follow my dreams, and now I'm losing sleep. What if I lost touch? What if I'll never get it right? I try to follow my heart, but I lost it somehow. Wish that someone could say it'll all be okay. Just listen to me as I say. Slow it down, dreams still yours if you want it. Enjoy the ride, 'cause those ups and those downs is what makes it worth the while. You will make it in time. I never left a stone unturned, trying to find some love in this crazy world. I feel like I was never heard. All I wanted was to be loved. What if I lost touch? What if I'll never get it right? I try to follow my heart, but I lost it somehow. Wish that someone could say it'll all be okay. Just listen to me as I say. You will find a way. Slow it down, dreams still yours if you want it. Enjoy the ride, 'cause those ups and those downs is what makes it worth the while. You will make it in time. You'll make it in time. Time, 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 time. What makes it worth the while. You will make it in time. You will find a way. Slow it down, dreams still yours if you want it. Enjoy the ride, 'cause those ups and those downs is what makes it worth the while. You will make it in time. You'll make it in time. Time, time. You'll make it in time. Time, time. What makes it worth the while. You will make it in time. Let me tell you about me. Take it down in 1, 2, 3. I don't like my boys too sweet. I don't worry about you. I just worry about me. So you better run, run. You don't know what I need. Take it down in 1, 2, 3. Phone is buzzing up, beep, beep. I don't care about you. I just care about me. So you better run, run. Take your pretty outfit and go. Show yourself right out of my zone. Now before I lose my control. Grass is always greener, you know. So I used to stand in it for. Run back home to mama, let's go. Run boy run, run boy run, run boy run away. Run boy run, run boy run, run boy run away. Run boy run, run boy run, run boy run away. Run boy run, run boy run,
Hello, guys, and welcome to the second series of the day. It's going to be Black and Yellow versus Arkosh Gaming, who is definitely not a cult, who are definitely not a cult. And it's going to be the exciting second and very serious series, which is why we took in here the wonderful Lyrical and the best analyst we could get, which is Fear.
Wow, hello.
Thank you.
How's it going?
You seem very excited, Lyrical. You've been standing for this series. I see you can't keep still, right?
This is just what I do. I've just got like an abundance of energy. It's definitely not because I just downed a mate mate. It's definitely just that natural like excitement for Dota. That's what's going on right here.
Let's see. All right. Well, what are your thoughts on this matchup? If we take it serious for a second, Black and Yellow versus Arkosh Gaming. Fear, do you give a chance here to Arkosh? Do you think you can take on Black and Yellow?
No, I think Arkosh Gaming is favored to lose by me. Black and Yellow, they didn't look so bad yesterday. They had glimmers of hope against Undying, and yeah, I think hopefully they fix some of the things they were struggling with yesterday. And Arkosh, to me, I didn't get to see them yesterday in the lower bracket because I was casting upper, but from the games I casted, they looked pretty low skill, so we'll see. We'll see what they picked up. They managed to win a loser bracket, but maybe they made some adjustments I wasn't able to see.
Can you remind us of some of the weaknesses you talked about, Black and Yellow, some of the improvements you want them to make from yesterday?
Oh, they couldn't make this Viper work. So like Arkosh actually took the Viper, but the Viper in Black and Yellow's hand did not look that great. Whereas they picked the Dragon Knight now, even into the Viper, they looked good with this. So I'm glad they're going for this type of strategy.
All right. Lyrical, hype me Arkosh up a bit. What are the strengths this team has besides its unpredictability?
I mean, you've got a couple of strengths, right? Number one is that, you know, they might not play together. They might not always make the same moves together. They might like just randomly feed one by one by one, but you know, they generally have like an understanding of how to play Dota. And so if you give them a simple draft, you just say, all right, we're going to group around these timings, then, you know, maybe it'll work out. Maybe Aui's going to like run out to mid lane and get a Helm of the Dominator and just like pull creeps everywhere. There's a chance. Like, I think that there are some strengths that they have, which is just like kind of understanding when they're strong. The problem is that like their laning stage is like atrocious. And they just need to not fall like way behind early on, and maybe everything will work out. Maybe.
Okay. All right, tell me about this. The start then, Fear. You get the Morana Luna versus the DK Morana versus Luna and Viper. DK Morana combo that Black and Yellow has been running a lot, as opposed to the Hoodwink, partially due to the Flea Morana. What do you like more as an opener, or is it a player preference thing here?
So they open up with Viper, and Viper traditionally is really good versus heroes with passives and just these really tanky heroes. So Black and Yellow just kind of speaks their confidence in picking Dragon Knight into Viper. Traditionally, you don't want to do so. I'll give Arkosh the edge in that regard, that this Viper already has a game. He just needs to lock down this Dragon Knight. But this is just like a comfort opening for them. It just makes a very strong dual offlane with the DK Morana, so that's why they want to just go for it. And it's kind of hard to just not pick a melee hero on the meta, so also why Viper's annoying. And this Luna pick just seems to be like a comfort carry for NA right now. Like, it's Terrorblade and Luna. Like, there's so much of that in this region, and every time someone picks up one of these heroes, they need to get it in the first phase or it's banned on the second phase, so they're just kind of securing it early right now.
I wouldn't mind seeing a Hoodwink ban here out of Black and Yellow, because that's one of I've seen this DK Mirana lane a bunch of times, and specifically against Luna, and I feel like that combo, if you actually stick them together, can be really oppressive. You can just like, you know, DK tends to play along like the side of the trees a little bit, will be open to getting hit by bushwhacks, and then you pick up a Blightstone, and then you also have that amp damage from Luna. It could be like a ton of harassment early on. It can actually be enough to take down the DK through the first couple levels.
Right. I've seen Luna very successful in the major against the Timbersaw. Some more good lane against the DK. The aura, of course, makes heroes like Hoodwink very, very useful. So I see the point. And I mean, the comfort pick, Luna's been the top pick in NA. Even during the leagues, we actually saw this hero a lot. I know you were casting the true region here in NA. Did you think it was going to be such a popular pick internationally, Lyrical, when you were watching this? Did you like the Luna during the leagues?
I mean, I think that there's some things about the hero that we've just sort of talked a lot about, which is like just how quickly you can farm, and then like hypothetically, if you need to fight, you kind of can, but everybody just takes 1 point loose and beam, so it's kind of just not really a thing that happens anyways. But it also fits within this style of if you win that one fight, the base is just gone. So there's a lot of things that are appealing about it, particularly if teams make mistakes. And it feels like a lot of times in Dota now, what people are trying to do is just like capitalize off of slight little misplays and then trying to punish that as hard as you can. And Luna does that really well. So yeah, kind of. I don't know if I'd predict it, but it makes sense. Afterwards, I can say I predicted it.
Fear, you and Sad Boys were actually one of the teams that picked up the Luna a fair amount of time during the league. So what were the picks you definitely did not want to see against this hero when you picked it up?
I didn't really care about playing against anything when I played Luna. That's why we picked it up so early. So it's just one of those heroes that it has such a strong laning stage that you can't really beat it in lane. It's very hard to. It's not impossible. If you misplay or you misstep and they chain stun you, you can die. But like generally speaking, you won't let that happen. And even if your lane doesn't go great, you go jungle. So the problems I did have with Luna, though, I feel like the carry matchups can be very bad. Like Terrorblade is very bad. I think Morphling's really bad as well. Lifestealer's not great either. Anything that buys his Scotty and stays on top of you, so you can't. Like she doesn't do that much single target damage. It's mainly spread damage. So if you can get on top of her with the Scotty, she's susceptible to that. But her biggest strength is she normally gets so far ahead that some of these heroes like Lifestealer and Juggernaut and Morph, they can't farm at her speed. So it's kind of hard to just draft them.
Alright. Well, we'll see what Arkosh wants to combine here. For now, Black and Yellow, they pick up the puck. Solid pickup, probably assuming that the Viper is going to be on the side lanes, I take it.
Yeah.
With the DK.
That's where we saw it yesterday, right? A bunch, Fear?
Yeah, it was Zero who played it in the off lane.
Right.
And today, Ryoya played it in the mid lane, so it can go both roles. It's very good first puck mid, so they might consider that. So I wouldn't hate it. They just need to... I'm always a big fan of getting the stun in, and obviously you can see Black and Yellow realize they need a stun too with the Tide, Axe, and Ember Bands. So Black and Yellow's deciding, oh, they're just going to put Void Spirit mid. Also, a hero that is not very popular right now, but a lot of people like first puck, is once you get the Yules and you use the Aether Remnant, it is one of the few instant stuns for puck, so you can actually lock him down.
Okay. I mean, we saw some stats yesterday that Noxville was putting out there that it's literally like the worst hero statistically in all of the qualifiers that we've had. And I guess that, like you're talking about, there's a reason that they're going to take it here. And it does kind of like still fulfill that role with Ember being banned out now. I guess the only question is, I guess you don't want to pick Storm into Puck or Storm like into Puck DK. That actually sounds horrendous. So I guess it does kind of make sense. But Void Spirit kind of, it's not like he's not vulnerable to that either. That's a little bit tough.
I mean, this Void Spirit's like old tech, so they're trying to bring back something from last patch to this patch, and there is a reason why it's no longer played in this patch. It's not nearly as strong as many of the other mid laners right now, but they'll give it a shot. We'll see.
Okay.
Knoxville actually corrected us, by the way. It's actually Tusk that's doing the worst, and Void Spirit's second. So Tusk is 1 in 10 in these qualifiers. Yeah, yep. But Void Spirit's a close second. I think it's pretty close. Lyrical, it's okay.
Thank you. I appreciate the support in this trying time being countered by Knoxville.
In the chat. They pick up the Earth Spirit, another hero that we haven't seen as much these qualifiers, but not nearly as bad a win rate as the Void Spirit. I'll say this until Knoxville corrects me. So, thoughts on this pickup? 5-Up has been picking up a bit here. He's the only person I think we've seen in the NA qualifiers pick it up. Why is the hero stop being so relevant here?
It's mainly just because like people are kind of like following this cookie cutter lane setup of ranged hero plus melee hero, and most of the ranged offlaners are just not that popular. And if you pick a Viper or you pick a Leshrac, then it opens your avenues for having a Nyx, which I think is the best melee, but it's banned. So they're going for the next best thing, which is the Earth Spirit to lane with this Viper, because they have shown their cards with the Void Spirit that Viper is offlane. So they need to pick a stun, so Viper can, people can't just TP out in front of them, as we saw was kind of a problem last game, or yesterday for Black and Yellow when they picked the Viper, no stuns. They just need to make sure when you have Viper, pick a lot of stuns. So Earth Spirit's good at that.
I don't know. I feel like there's some switcheroo stuff that's about to happen. Arkosh is about to like Uno reverse him here in a minute, because Aui's been playing some weird position 5s. I don't think they're gonna last pick a position 5 unless it's like amazing. maybe you like switch it up here and it's like Void Spirit 5, and then you have like
Black and
either
Yellow
Viper
has the
or
last pick here, right?
Right, exactly. That's the part that's weird about it too. But like, are they really like? Is this really the lineup that they're gonna have? Like, Viper off lane with Earth Spirit and then like Void Spirit mid. I feel like I don't know. I feel like something's gonna change. Maybe I'm
Perhaps,
wrong
but I think they just need a normal 5. So they're banning out like the Holy Locket healers. The
Okay.
AA's gone too. There could be a Train Protector. That's another one that's still in the pool, I believe. Yeah, it is. What are the healers? Basically, the 5 rule right now is either you pick AA or a healing 5. That's like pretty much where the meta's at right now. And since there's no AA, they're probably gonna go for one of the healers. If it's Abaddon, Undying, these are
though.
all
Witch
like some
Doctor could
decent
be kind of
choice.
cool.
Yeah, Witch Doctor's okay. Witch Doctor's good because like it is another hero that can make this DK feel not tanky, and that's like kind of the strength of the hero. If you play versus Witch Doctor Viper as DK, you don't feel good. You're just gonna be a glorified blink stun. You're not tanking anything. So I do like that option.
Is there any chance you flex the Viper 5? Is that a possibility that could happen here? You cancel the DK's lane, or is that just
I
you
mean,
still lack the stuns there? You pick up a stun. in
You
the off
could do that, but they would still need the same type of position 3, which
Right.
Viper I think is just the best at it. So I don't know. Oh, the
what?
Aoi Visage 5.
Oh, all right.
There we go. That's not a heal at all, but that is an Aoi classic. So,
That's a callback, yeah.
and it's definitely not meta, so that's fun.
Do the birds get the Luna aura? I can't remember. I feel like
Yes,
they
they
don't.
do.
They do. Okay, that's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
they do.
It's pretty
There's a
strong. That's true.
few units that get it. I think it's the birds, the golem, lone druid bear, and panda brewmaster split. I think it's it, and that's about it. So
Okay.
it is a little bit of cheese there. Some mechanical knowledge, I'm sure Aoi has already thought of, I guess, before this.
Right.
Anyway, last pick carry for black and yellow. So they need to find something that can lane versus the Viper, which is sometimes hard to do. A lot of people would do the Drow, I think. That's what Undying went to. Drow versus good versus Luna too, but versus Void Spirit, not so much. Oh, they went with the Morphling, so this is another matchup I talked about that's very good versus the Luna. So if he can make it the laning stage work, it's pretty good Morph game, and he can. I think he could probably carry this one.
All right. Well, you guys saw the drafts. I think I already know the answer, but I'm going to ask you anyway. Lyrical first. Which draft do you prefer?
I really want to pick Arkosh, but I can't. I can't do it. The black and yellow, I think, got this one in the bag. I like that last pick, Morph.
Fear?
Yeah, I mean, I think black and yellow looks stronger to me on paper, and I am not sure about this Visage 5, so we'll see. We'll see what he can do, but I'm not a believer yet.
All right. Oh, that's an interesting term for Arkosh here. Black and yellow, will they be able to take the first game with their normal Dota? Or will Arkosh Gaming show us the power of sacrifices that I know they do before every game? We'll see shortly as to take us on this wonderful but definitely very odd journey. It's going to be the great casting pair of Lyrical and Fear. Take it away.
Thank you, Avo. So good to see another round of games for Dota 2. You know, Fear, we started off like I think at 9 a.m. It's already 1:15 on Pacific side of the U.S. And we've only had one series, so we might be burning the midnight oil a little bit based upon how late
that was
those
an Envy series, so
yeah.
we could get that one out of the way.
Do you think this puts us back on track with this series based upon what you're seeing so far?
I could see the series going to game 3. To be totally honest with you, but
Okay.
I think black and yellow is a bit better, so I'm expecting a 2-0. But who knows? Anything can happen. Both drafts are good. I like both drafts, to be honest. The Visage 5 is cool, but will it work? I don't know. If it does, I'll be a fan. You know, it's the Luna aura with the birds. It's a lot of damage, honestly. So
Right. Well, and something else that I'm thinking about now is they smoke out as 5 heroes. If this turned into like a big battle, having that soul assumption already up and ready to go, I could see like, you know, a 5-on-5 battle turning into like a, you know, triple kill or something for Aoi on that Visage, depending upon how it all went. But most pro Visage games, currently the highest by 13 for Aoi is Yamstun. Oh, they pull him back in, and yes, if they bring him down, they will. Pale Horse draws first blood. Big plays.
Yeah, they didn't even have to use the soul assumption there.
30 seconds to battle.
Just got 5 man. Morph being known as like probably the weakest level 1 hero in the game. Yeah, no chance in that one.
Pale Horse did have to level up Loosen Beam. How much does that hurt your laning, if at all?
Not at all. Most pro players don't even level Aura at level 1. It's only 5 damage, and you can use the beam to mini stun people to get last hits instead of just using the beam to get last hits. You have options there.
Okay.
The 5 damage is like it's nothing. It goes 5 to 15 damage, so most people get the Aura at level 3, 2 points in it.
Okay.
But yeah, level 1 Aura, not a big deal.
Well, sounds good. We'll
Oh, they're
keep an
going
eye on
again.
this.
On the
Ooh.
bottom lane here.
Yo, Yams. I mean, if this happens, this would be tragic. Did he? No, he didn't use his TP to come out here, so
It's
actually wouldn't be that bad.
Just another kill, which is cool. But he already has like no gold already. He's done.
Well, poor old Yamson gonna be chased all the way back, killed off, and black and yellow being zoned out of lane is the tip.
Oh, they canceled out his TP.
Oh, that. So do they just try lane here? I mean, there's 3 versus 3, and then it's DK versus Luna top. Do they decide to stick this out then?
I think Arkosh have no choice, and I don't think Luna will be that sad in this 1v1. So it's just gonna make things weird, I think here, more than anything. But it might even actually end up being good for them against this Morphling. We'll see.
Right.
I mean,
if
Flea's
they
just gonna
Zona-
ditch here, but this Morph might struggle against a tri-lane like this.
Oh, Jubei almost lost his courier there, but good use there. The battery assault. Now they're rolling onto Yamsun yet again. He's in some trouble another time. Dude, this soul assumption and the right clicks coming through. 3 deaths in a minute.
Courier has been killed.
Holy moly. Did lose his courier with a lot of mana regen on it actually for Aoi, so that's unfortunate. But I mean, Morph's not coming back for a while. Did he buy a smoke?
Yeah.
Oh,
Canceling that TP on Visage is actually good for Arkosh, because now this Morph died again for the 3rd time with no TP up. He is so sad. I talked about how the carry matchup's good for this Morph versus Luna. I also talked about how this Morphling farms a lot slower than Luna, and if you have a bad start like this on Morph, like, you're not coming back very easily.
Not at all. You can see right there. I mean, I don't know how much those kills actually had to do with the Visage or not. Obviously, you know, making it a little bit easier, having that soul assumption, but it was mainly the Earth Spirit rolls making it work and good vision down. But nonetheless, the first time we're seeing this hero in the qualifiers still shows that it has some strength. Yamsun apparently doesn't even want to come back to lane. He's like, all right, I'm just going to, you know, body block. We'll make a new life for ourselves over here. Oh, man, the wave is pushing out the other direction. Gremlo's just going to keep it there most likely. Yeah, this is frustrating.
Yeah, he has 1 CS level 1. Not a lot's going to happen for him. There's going to be a lot of space creation needed from the mid laner this game.
Totally. Well, we'll keep an eye on that one and see how it goes, as so far it appears that, oh my god, Jubei taking more damage. He just very close to dead again, but does have the salve up, has brought a ton of regen out. So that's something at least in this lane for sure. And Aoi just now getting his courier, bringing back out all the rest of his mana regen items. Does need to be a little bit careful there as they keep the pressure on. You might have to use another salve. Damn, dude. This is
unplayable. Bot lane's unplayable. Saying it's a disaster is like an understatement. Like, he's 0-3, 1 CS at 3.5 minutes. Yeah. I mean, I did a bit of morph spamming for like probably 2 weeks, and the one rule I learned when playing morph, and Yamson's probably kicking himself for this, is when you play morph, you sit and you hide in the trees. Because you can't do anything in level 1 engagements. The fact that he wasn't just sitting in the trees and just waiting for that wave caused all of this to happen, to be honest with you. And yeah, we'll see what they can do, but top lane might be going okay.
Yeah, Pale Horse keeps on tanking through a couple of these arrows. Zero trying to chase him, but won't be able to get any more. The roll afterwards onto Flea forces out a leap. Does have the arrow, but Crow, looks like they're going to be okay there as they back away. Does Crow get caught? Yeah, he doesn't have a roll. They're going to eventually find that finish. So well played there. Obviously not as bad as what was going on down bottom, and Aoi actually makes the TP now, gives over the salve, and he's going to play in this lane now.
All right, that's really good for Yam. So
Dude.
now he's gonna have an opportunity to actually CS a bit.
He got his second CS right there on that small creep.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup for Morph is like pretty bad until he's level 5, and then he has enough attribute shift to deal with the poison. So, whatever it takes to help him get to that level.
Right.
Oh, but they switch her spear back bottom. They're not gonna let this pressure off this Morph.
Gonna keep him on it. Keep him on his toes. It's been a very, very rough game for him already, but as you can see up top, actually, wait, keep our eyes down bottom for a second. As the roll in comes, Jubei, again in trouble and dead. Yamsun, oh no, they have an urn also. The slow, steady beatdown has waveform on Yamsun and finally commits it. Gremlo thought about chasing, but decides not to. Instead, just going to keep that pressure on. They did a good job up top there, as you could see, pulling the wave off to the side. Now Aoi is going to be able to connect with these creeps as well. So pulling the lane equilibrium a little bit further back into their favor here, or at least attempting to.
Yeah, it was a good stop by Flea to connect that back in. As you see, this top lane is like Luna's doing just fine, even though she was dueling for a large portion of the early game. Just unfortunately, this DK could not apply a lot of pressure in this 1v1 situation. It's part of the strength of Luna just being a generally really strong laner. That's why she's so popular.
Right. Well, it's so interesting too, because when we talked about the problems that Arkosh were dealing with yesterday, it was all in their laning stage. Once you got past that, like things were looking fine. They looked like a pretty solid team. I'm kind of curious if they can keep up that momentum, or if Black and Yellow can sort of show the strength that we saw yesterday and sort of pull through this and you know, find themselves some openings in the mid game. Like you said, you know, Morph's definitely not having a good time, but there are still a decent time for this puck, and we've seen this hero be able to carry games at times.
Yeah, I mean, I think Black and Yellow is no stranger to having bad early games as well. So I think they are not losing it too much right now and keeping their cool, and Viper's doing a huge stack here.
Yeah.
I mean, all in all, it's like the gold net worth lead is less than 1,000, which is not bad considering how much of a disaster this bottom lane was.
Right.
The pucks are killing it in the mid lane right now.
Having a pretty good time there. 300 gold up for sure. There is still that level disparity that exists, but it's not like too pronounced. So we'll keep our eyes on it, see how this stuff goes, if they can translate some more of these you know, early leads on Arkosh into further leads. But there's a rotation towards mid right now. Jubei is there and is just going to try and deny out and take down these wards, it looks like. So it does manage to get a D ward there as well. Nice play.
Yeah, Black and Yellow's play options are pretty limited without the puck. Like Jubei's, he's had a rough one bottom lane. He has no boots. He's not that strong on the map right now. He's just gonna play, you know, pos 6 and do some de-warding and stuff. Right. But they could make rotation down to bottom with the clock and then TP in the puck, and then I actually think they could kill this Viper. If that is what they choose to do, but it looks like they would rather play for the runes, the 8-minute runes, which is a good choice. But after that, I'd like for them to see a rotation.
Oh my god, he killed his courier. That's so annoying. And the haste rune going to be popped afterwards, and then the regen rune snagged by Jubei. So Crow now gets the roll out of there, and looks like he's going to be fine as well. I guess part of this too is just wanting to give Yamsun a little bit of solo XP, so that way he could catch back up, since it's pretty hard for the Viper to like solo kill him or anything. So I can kind of understand that side of it as well. But we'll see if they try and make a move afterwards, as Coil towards mid, as well as Flea being in the area. Can they survive Canis Vulpes? Silence is there, and they find the finish. Really good play by Esk.
Yeah, really good. I was just wondering what Yamsun's saving up for. He might be in a little trouble here. Yeah, he's done. But he had like 1,700 gold on him. No item. I'm like, oh, he just didn't have a courier. Okay. He just bought it now.
Alright.
I was gonna say, is he going Midas or something here? Is that the comeback mechanic? I saw Gunner do that the other day.
Right. There's a chance. You can see Flea in the jungle, scouting things out, seeing that there's a triple stack there. And Pale Horse just wants to go for a little bit of an AFK farm type of thing. But there are 3 heroes up top, including Canis Vulpes. Looking for this jump now onto Zero, but it's already backed away. Good recognition by Zero to retreat back into a little bit safer of a position. Yeah, I like black and yellow's play so far here. And they're going to come and try and steal this stack as well. Taking away this gold from Luna is so nice if they can make it happen. But Canis Vulpes. Oh, careful. Jump through. Finds him. Silence afterwards. Esk. He's already used his orb. He's used everything. He's dead. Max and Nuke. No phase shift.
Yeah, I think he jumped back to his orb there instead of just backing out. Cost him his life there. So normally you see the supports taking the mid lane in this type of game, but Yamsun had such a bad game that he's just going to take over the mid lane, which means the supports are going to have to find somewhere else to get their farm for now. But luckily, I think Flea has had a pretty good game. Didn't sweat it too much. And top lane.
And the satanic panic coming in. Zero is going to go down. Howie the one that finds that kill, and he has level 6 now. Dude, if that, I mean, he coming online, it's a whole different hero. Has a decent chunk of gold too. Wouldn't mind seeing something come out. Maybe a medallion or something if he wants to. Be pretty nifty.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest problem why people don't pick this Visage on support is you're so weak in the laning stage, but once you do get your levels and you have your max soul assumption and your birds, he actually outputs a ton of damage and a lot of utility with the stuns from the birds. So he's having a great game for a POS 5 Visage.
Totally. And they've taken that bottom tier 1 tower, and now Esk. Do they find him? They've got the silence to start it, and there it is. Got him caught, pulls him back in, dead again. Just some easy movement into the jungle, finding the kills. And Owie, the position 5, able to zone out the Morphlade for the moment as well. Oh,
yeah, he's higher level than the Morph right now.
Or Yamsun.
That's not good.
A little less than ideal. 2-8, 2,000 gold lead here at 11 minutes. And at the very least, you do have some pressure that's being mounted up top. Zero now knows, all right, I'm offlane DK. It's my job to take this tower, try and pressure it. They got a catapult wave. They will glyph now, and at the same time, Arkosh, they're taking mid-tier 1 with this catapult.
Yeah, it's a favorable trade when they already got the bottom tier 1. So instead of defending their top one, they're already set up on black and yellow. They're going to force them to either not take that top tower or trade the mid tower for it. And that's 2 towers to 1, and that's the enemy mid tower, which is the hardest tower in the game to take in the early game. And just in general, the hardest tower to take.
Well, it wasn't that hard that time, as they were completely free after the great laning stage that they've got, and they're translating it into objectives. The other thing that we did see, at least, was a Possess Mass picked up from Morphlane, and you know, didn't get one on the side of Arkosh. This is huge for Yamsun, along with that Morbid Mass to allow him to just like stay out there farming as fast as he can.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Unfortunately, he already went for the Morbid Mass. Sometimes when I play these heroes, I wait to see what the neutral items are before I commit to a Morbid Mask. He has like an abundance of regen, but it's still good, the 7 stats.
Right. Yeah. It's, you know, maybe he should have saved up for the Midas. Who knows?
After seeing his game, I wouldn't have hated it, to be honest, but this is fine.
All right, well, 13 minutes in now, and Arkosh kind of just taking over this whole area. It does look like now it's going to be a smoke play. Zero has his Blink Dagger. They're going to find Gremlo right at the start, who is still rather tanky, but when everybody shows up together, I'll be more than enough to find the kill.
Unfortunately, Jubei got it. I don't think he's going to do much with net worth this game, but it is good that they got Grimlow. He had a streak going for him there.
Right.
Owie's just collecting so much farm on the top lane. Luna's going to just farm the triangle in the mid lane. Oh, this is a big kill.
Oh, yep. Nice. Oh, no. Jump away. Canis Vulpes tries to get the double jump out, but it was too much damage. They managed to bring him down. Very well played, as black and yellow, they're still dropping these remnants down. He can do another one if he wants to with the magnetize, but Crow deciding it's for not. And Yamsun also takes down Owie, but the chase down onto Flea. Now they find him. Jubei gets slowed, barely able to get that blink out as Zero. And the roll forward, trying to find this clockwork. They get the Orb of Venom slowed down onto him. The chase continuing. They still have Pale Horse in the area as well. Oh, there's the Spirit Vessel. And now the roll follow-up connects onto Zero. The chase continues. Arkosh didn't give up on it. And Jubei throws out the hook shot, will take down Crow. but they take down 3 in turn, just a little bit too slow with those moves.
Wow, that's a Spirit Vessel Viper, and that is like maximum toxicity.
Yeah.
They don't see that very often, but against the Morphling and the DK, why not? Like, it's a great Spirit Vessel game.
Oh, and now the turn on to Flea. They didn't know Esk was here, but you can still keep on farming Pale Horse. They don't have... Oh, but the arrow! What a timing! Oh, turns, tries to live. Pale Horse wanting to run, but wait for him. It just saves up for Yimsum to come in and clean up afterwards. Gremlo trying to escape. They have the chase down here, though. And with 0 in tow, having that stun, they'll get the angle. Arrow comes through afterwards. And he's dead.
And this is what I mean about like this team playing with this DK instead of Viper. Like Zero's impact in this game already has been so high with this Blink Dagger on DK. He's gotten so many core pickoffs now. And really like clawed them back into this game when it was starting to look pretty bad for them. Now it doesn't look so bad. Now Yamsun picked up a couple kills. He actually got that Luna kill there, which is really big for his game. And he's climbing back on net worth. It's looking pretty even for him.
You like to see it. I think that, you know, there's always questions when somebody has a horrible lane stage. How do you respond to that? Do you just keep chain feeding over and over again? And, you know, he's only, what, about 800 gold behind that Luna now. This is huge for him. They are still stacking up Ancients. There's going to be a nice little piggy bank built up for Luna eventually when she retreats back to that triangle. But, you know, it's black and yellow making a lot of moves happen without having to get that morph involved. Where do they go now, though? Looks like they want to try and take back over bottom again.
They just need to get their lanes out, so I don't think they need to make any plays other than getting this mid lane out. Top lane, we need to get the top lane out with the Morphling. And if they go too far on Arkosh pushing this bottom lane, that's when you can TP in and respond. I like how Esk is down there, just kind of cleaning up the XP. Both the teams are just playing for their levels, not really looking to push any objectives right now.
Okay. Well, it's good to watch. They find somebody mid, though. Silence into death. Flea gets picked off. A rare misplay there, and maybe they anticipated them going bottom, but whatever the case ends up being, it's a nice hit. So Luna stacks Ancient as it's a 4-person smoke into their own jungle. They want to find Yamsun if possible. Scan on that side. Now that signals, they ping right on top of him. Yo, they know exactly where he is. Aoi is calling that one. And looking for the opening. Smoke is going to break. There's the jump. Waveform away afterwards. 4 staff, everything thrown out. They got him caught and going to get him killed. Dude, what a call out.
Oh, that was great. Unfortunately, Black and Yellow couldn't. They might try to do a turn here.
Looking for it. Stun on a Gremlo. This is a scary target to go on right at the start. There's the roll in to try and turn this. Do they have enough damage? Gremlo living through it, has stick charges still. Now the roll follow-up onto S, trying to get that puck kill, but they won't quite bring him down as of yet. Canis Vulpes, it's gone a little bit insane, but the rest of the team is also insane. So they'll chase as well. Trying to get out of there. It's a 3-person Dream Coil. Finally, Pale Horse shows up now. And looks like that's going to be the extent of it as they try and take out those stacks of Ancients. Another stun onto Gremlo. This man hasn't been able to play that much Dota almost at all. But they are going to take the stack of Ancients away from Black and Yellow as the chase up to the top side. They find and kill Crow. And now Yamsun looking for more. Slow down. Now they get the break onto Gremlo. Looking for Aoi. Turn. Trying to do something. Needs to back out, but they will find that kill. So 3 end up going down as Chipe just hook shots a creep wave and won't be able to connect with Pale Horse.
Yeah, I mean, that was really good play for Arkosh at first to identify that morph kill and then take their Ancients, but unfortunately they weren't able to retreat. I was talking about yesterday how the Luna player, I think it was from Simply 2 based, I wanted him to be more aggro, and I think Pale Horse is doing a magnificent job and like being greedy but also helping his team by moving in positions where they're already at, and that would have been really good if they would have backed out a little sooner, but they're a little slow to back out and they lost a lot of heroes for it. So I like the idea, but the execution was just a little too slow.
That's fair, yeah. And I mean, for the side of Black and Yellow, kudos to them to recognize like, hey, these guys are overextending. We can take this moment to punish. That's what you need to be able to do in these games where you're already playing from a little bit of a deficit. So Very nice played. Definitely by Black and Yellow to take advantage of that moment. I guess the thing that always feels like we're looking towards is potentially a Roche or something as Flea gets caught by that silence, but can't quite get him. Is that something that you think are on either team's minds, or are they just sort of keeping with the brawling? Okay, well, apparently they're keeping with the brawling. They used both steps, also used both of the resonant pulses, which means it's hard to take the fight, but afterwards, Jubei is taken down there, and they managed to find that trade-off again.
They might turn again. Look who it is again, Grimlow. Can they get him? With the Viper, they might.
Yeah, Coil afterwards
Viper,
tries to get out of there. Oh, but look at the turn and the stunts that came out from the birds. Try to chase. They've already lost that Viper. Can they find anybody else? Silence now, but where's the detection? They don't have it. And now Zero there to punish yet again. Looking for the chase. They end up stunning the bird instead. Pale Horse has to back out. Yamsun doing so much in these fights with the morph. Crow rolls into a couple creeps. They get the silence afterwards onto Esk. Secondary silence from Canis Vulpes. They find it. Right click's coming through, trying to take down Canis Vulpes. They get that finish. Zero threw out multiple stuns, but ends up falling. Dude, what is happening?
This game is so close, actually. Like, it is so close. Like, there's so much fighting, but, like, nobody's really winning these fights by much. Maybe it's a little Arkosh favored, but not by much, to be honest with you. These are, like, really close engagements. And Morph is going to go for the E-Blade next.
Okay.
Not sure how I feel about that one, considering, like, Aui's playing Visage, and he has, like, the layer stacks that reduce burst damage. Viper also has high magic resist. You can disjoin it pretty easily on Void Spirit, so... We'll see. Maybe if they can stun him, it'll be okay. But I would really just like to see, at some point, he can have the E-Blade, it's fine, but I'd like to see him get a BKB and an Iascati. Those are going to be like the two big items for me.
Would you look at that as we switch over to Yamsun's item build now? He has queued up the BKB and the Iascati, so
Yeah.
he's hearing you.
Yeah, I guess he's tuned in to this cast here.
Right, exactly, with magically no delay. Regardless, yeah, it's a good item. Decision to change that one up. Aoi also going back for the Helm of the Dominator. Much more common than on the heroes that we saw the other day. And the cool thing, Grave Chill, I believe, gives that bonus attack speed and everything to his summoned units, as well as the jump. And now Coil onto multiple. Oh, can they keep alive? Canis Vulpes push back dead, but Zero also might be in some trouble. Now Jubei also gonna fall. They trade their mid for a couple more, and now the turn, trying to find themselves an opening on Yamsun. They get the silence. Trying to chase. Esk still living through that. Waveforms away. Push back onto that Crow and gets the kill. But Esk now, do they have the control for this puck? Without Void Spirit, it's feeling kind of tough. And they're even thinking about turning again. Pale Horse has to back out of there. And they will retreat.
I didn't realize how farmed Aoi was. He already had like Veil and Helm of the Dominator. He's having a really good game.
Yeah.
It's actually the POS 4 now in the Void. The Earth Spirit more looks like the POS 5 this game.
I mean, Earth Spirit's just been in the middle of everything, like either dying or killing constantly.
That's just how it goes with that hero. You're in and you usually can't get out.
Right. Yeah, currently 1-5-15. It's a hell of a stat line there. So you can see a lot of assists gained on this team and trying to get involved in all those kills. I will say that Canis Vulpes dying in those couple of those times, it felt like if he was able to survive through the fights, could totally change the situation. Does have the illusion rune bottled now for Void.
As I always called it, and most of the teams I've been on call it, like this Puck versus Void Spirit matchup, it's like a double-edged sword. Like the Puck is very good versus Void Spirit because you can't use your defensive spells, but at the same time you have this instant silence for Puck, as you can see, which is also good versus Puck. So whoever gets the jump in this matchup highly favors them.
Wow, the wraparound coming now. Who do they find? This Observer Ward's still here for 19 seconds, and they jump immediately onto Flea. Able to pull him back and kill him. So a nice pick-off there from Arkosh. And what is next? Do they go into the pit? They're thinking about it. It looks like it.
They do have Clockwork to see it, so they need to be a little careful about it. Puck and Clock might make this a little annoying for them.
It's dropping low, but they don't have that medallion, I don't think. Not seeing it on anybody. The jump forward, trying to find Zero. Couldn't quite get him, but the silence was there on Puck. So they're keeping Esk back for the moment. Dude, the fact that Arkosh is doing this like this is insane. I mean, it's down low. They're ready. Dream Coil is there. They take away the vision, and that might stop it. Do Arkosh decide to walk high ground against this? The wrap comes. They found the stun. Onto one. It's Gremlin. Pale Horse turns over to the side. Yamsun. That's the BKB reveal. Jubei starting to get torn up, but so too is Pale Horse. Yamsun just turns onto him. BKBs and kills. They don't have an answer to this one. Roche is already down low. Esk lives through the entire initiation. Arkosh are getting torn apart. Yamsun came back in a big way.
Dude, I don't know if you caught it there, but the Grimlow forced into the pit on his Viper, like 2 hits from dead, and Roche bashed him and killed him.
Oh no.
But he may have been able to earn up and turn back again there. That was pretty funny. But yeah, you're kind of seeing like this. I talked about the Luna versus Morph matchup. It gets worse. And once he gets to the Scotty on this Morphling, he's just gonna go right on top of this Luna and just like, you have to man fight me type of thing. And Luna never wins this man fight, and they don't have any like steroids for this Luna to win this man fight either.
Right.
So it's, I don't know. That's huge. Like that's the 7K. This game was almost even for the entirety of the game. Now it's a 7K gold lead with Aegis.
You know,
Just
sometimes
like
you just get wiped as a team. You know, it's how it goes sometimes. But yeah, I mean, and I guess that's one of those things where if you can finish off Roche, like if you can just like clean that up, it starts to look a little bit better. But you know, that felt like it was one of those game deciding fights. We're at 2020 in terms of the kills. And now a smoke up, and they attempt to go again. And now with a DD bottled for Yamsun, I don't know how this fight goes well.
And BKB on DK now against all that magic damage. He is survivable now on DK when he was not.
Jump forward. They just used roll as well. They missed the arrow. Oh, but it hits on Canis Vulpes. What? Oh my God. Gremlow's gonna die. Canis Vulpes goes down too. Oh no.
I don't know if that was a misclick or Flea's a god, but it
it was something. That was unbelievable. And
like I kind of imagine Flea missing a stunned unit with arrows, so I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt there, saying that was a next level play.
Dude, you anticipate it's gonna hit, and then you find the person back behind him. That's pretty sick.
Maybe he thought like they didn't need his arrow to finish that, and BKB TP should be good.
Yeah,
Crow though, maybe not so much.
Has to run the roll here, and gets it broken by Jubei. Nicely played by Black and Yellow. Very, very good stuff here. 10,000 gold lead, and I mean, we've seen so many of these games where it's like Luna that ends up, 1v5ing to a certain extent. But as you said, there's no steroid. It means that Luna can't really just make this fight work for her, most likely. I mean, we've seen like some good stuff from the Ag Shard build, but it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be so difficult. Do
you see the balls on this Puck's item build? He's playing for 2 silences.
Yeah, it doesn't care.
And he has a Desolator Witchblade. Yeah. Oh my, he is feeling confident.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. Oh, does
but
Zero
on that
find
side,
him?
if he gets Pale Horse, no BKB, no TP.
Damn, dude. Gives him the tip afterwards. All right, Arkosh gonna need some awakens out there to sort of knock him out of it, because they've been sleeping the last couple minutes. Not gonna lie, it has been a tough one to watch.
Yeah, I was about to go into a little speech about like the birds with the Luna Aura doing the Roshan, but so far the strategy, even with the Luna Aura on the birds, has not really done that much damage.
Yeah. Find Canis Vulpes again. Cogs push back into the stun, into the arrow. Force staff to save, but it wasn't enough. They keep on getting these pickoffs over and over again. It's exactly what they need to keep the pressure on and just make it uncomfortable for Arkosh at all times. Trying to get towards their BKBs, you can see, but it feels like that window might have already closed a bit. Yeah, and freaking Void Spirit's been stuck on this item build for forever. Hasn't been able to finish off the Yules. Mirana's about to overtake him. In terms of net worth, game is hard.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Yamsun's not going for the Daedalus. I think Satanic would be good too, in order to spell for the Vessel, but he's going for the damage. And once he gets there, Oh, Grimlow, Forstaff, is he?
Ooh, that was close.
Dire's top tower.
I always appreciate watching Flea Mirana, and just not so much for his own play, which is also amazing, but whenever they draft him this Mirana, it's always such a good Mirana game. He knows what he needs on his team to make his Mirana shine. Like, they always pick this DK, this Clockwork, they always have such good setup, and he's always there to follow up on these setups too. This team is just so strong with Mirana.
Right. Oh, Pale Horse, you break the smoke when you Lucent Beam with the shard. That's annoying. I didn't realize
Oh, really?
that.
Interesting.
Oh,
Does it counts as like your heroes there, like an Ember?
I guess.
Oh, that is silly.
Oh, regardless, I don't know if it would have mattered anyways. It felt like Black and Yellow had a good read on that smoke. They get out of dodge. Do get the Enchanted Quiver, which is something.
Oh, that's really good on Luna because it applies to the Ag Shard beam.
All right. Oh, stun though. Got him caught. Oh my god. All right, well, it didn't help them there as they're going to lose Canis Vulpus too. Arkosh drop everybody, turning into the Earth Spirit. GG is called. They're done. They have had enough. Good stuff from Black and Yellow to deal with that like terrible early game. Come back and win it.
Yeah, I mean, Zero for me was the MVP of this one. Once he got his Blink Dagger, they really just turned the tide to that early game.
Absolutely. So impressive showing by Black and Yellow off the back of Zero. And then I think that, you know, there's also something to be said for just like recognizing collectively as a team, you know, we can wait till this later timing to make it all work. So very good stuff. Maybe not the way that we anticipated it happening, but it is going to be Black and Yellow that come out with the victory in game number 1. We're going to go to a quick break. When we get back, us along with Ava, we're going to break down all the action on the panel. See y'all then.
Hello and welcome back. We're here in the post-game panel to analyze this first game of this race between Black and Yellow and Arkosh. So, guys, the early game actually seemed pretty promising for Arkosh. What was the turning point there? I mean, the Roche fight was kind of the turning point here for Arkosh. What did you see fear that maybe Black and Yellow did really well to manage to bring back that game?
So for me, Arkosh were in pretty good control of this game. They did really, like, it was an domination of this bottom lane. This Viper tri lane just made Morph go 0-3, had like 1 CS at 3.5 minutes. It was so awful for them, but Zero, he got his Blink Dagger on Dragon Knight, and then he decided to leave his lane and make a couple rotations. That really got Black and Yellow back into the game and got them back on their feet and kind of stabilized the game. But up until like that Roche fight, as you said, that's when the big turning point of the game happened.
Yeah, I'd kind of agree with that. And then also there's like these sort of layers of things that were leading up to it too, right? You had these like little fights where it was something that was super solid from Arkosh. They make a good move, they find the pick off, and then it felt like somebody, I don't know who, it felt like it might have been Canis Vulpes, just like lost their mind and like saw red and just wanted to, you know, eat their souls. And just like, then they just pushed that little bit extra for another kill. And then eventually Black and Yellow, like, all right, we're going to reset. And then we jump again. And it was Zero that was the one that was making those jumps to find the punish on the overextension. So that to me is like, you know, somebody got to put a muzzle on that dude or something.
Yeah, that's a fair point. It is one of the difficulties, of course, of playing on Arkosh that Slacks does demand souls in general. So if you don't get a certain amount of kills per game, I do hear they get a pay cut. So it doesn't make sense that Arkosh did lose their.
They're getting paid
there. Yeah, of course they are.
Okay.
I mean, not in money, but in you know, whatever currency cultists use. I'd like to think about game number 2 though, and what Arkosh could do. I mean, you guys, neither of you were fans of the draft particularly, but did you think it could have worked out if they can continue putting the pressure in this game? Fear?
Yeah, I thought their draft was okay. I just didn't like the carry matchup, and which is normal when you pick Luna, but normally you accelerate so far ahead that you're +1 item. But the Visage was a question mark for me, and it honestly didn't do that bad, but not having that like really strong heal or save is maybe what kind of made that make Luna look like she was paper thin that game, right? There was no real save there, and a couple fights she just blew up, and that's partially due to the Visage 5 and not having like the Wyvern or a tree or some type of like disengage or heal.
Let's see, that's what they decide to draft the next game, as we're going to take a 6-minute break, waiting for Arkosh versus Black and Yellow to get ready yet again for game number 2. Let's see if Arkosh can tie this series, as they did it with 4 Zoomers at one point. You know, Black and Yellow could be in for a treat, or perhaps Black and Yellow just take a 2-0 as they're really gunning for their true objective, which is the rematch against Envy. Let's see in a second as we take a 6-minute break. Enjoy some ads while we wait.
Know when your body feels so tired to get out of bed. You put your heart on a letter to chase it away. Got sad and it's all because of you. Hey, what's gonna give you more time forever? Know what they say, only time will tell. You know what they say, you never really care. When I'm sleeping with someone new, I just close my eyes and think of you. When I'm sleeping with someone new, I can't help myself, I wonder if you still feel the way I feel. Are you sleeping with someone new? Someone new, someone. Talking about my bed as like it ever mattered. You threw it away, and now you're looking back, wishing that we got buried. Know what they say, only time will tell. You know what they say, did I ever really care? I don't think I did. When I'm sleeping with someone new, I just close my eyes and think of you. When I'm sleeping with someone new, I can't help myself, I wonder if you still feel the way I feel. When somebody calls you out, are you sleeping with someone new? Someone new, someone. I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Just watch me.
Hello guys, and welcome back. We're getting ready for game number 2 between Black and Yellow and Arkosh. Always love seeing the Arkosh roster now with AUI in it, because it's all these people in odd Halloween masks and then really fitting with Awie's style somehow. I don't know, the jacket maybe, but something about his picture feel like he belongs on Arkosh.
That's what I said.
Right? It's an
Really?
evil man.
Oh, wow.
And also, I don't know what you mean by Halloween masks. That's just their faces, right? I think that's how that goes.
Well, obviously, their faces are beneath these masks, as their faces are too horrid to show the world. That's what I've heard from Vulpes, for example. But let's see. We have a game in front of us. Arkosh changing their strat completely, and this time Black and Yellow, they want to experiment. They're not going to pick up the Flea Marana this early. They go for the Nyx Assassin, and they left it free for them actually with the Terrible and Ancient Apparition bans. Is this a second pick thing? Oh no, sorry, no, their first pick. Yeah. Why the change? Just because they're having fun here, maybe? Lyrical?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. I'm trying to see from the last draft if Nyx was first phase banned or not, but I guess that like they just kind of want to get Canis Vulpes on a hero that's not Void Spirit. So just pick him this earlier on instead, and you know that's fine. We've seen Zoomers do the early phase Ember Spirit as well, but then they have the Viper pick, and the question is, okay, is this going to be the 0 Viper, or are they going to just put it on Esk and like ruin Ember's day? Is that matchup still like awful?
For Viper versus Ember mid?
Yeah,
it should be pretty bad for Ember. It's not fun.
Okay.
But it is mid lane, and now with the new water runes and stuff, you can always get more out of the lane. That's why you don't see a ton of Viper mid. But yeah, to answer your question about the Nyx, they actually banned it on Black and Yellow last game because they were second pick. They don't want any team to get this Nyx Assassin, so they banned it, and they prioritize it as an overall first pick. So Flea's the type of player, from what I've seen in his career, is he has like a very small hero pool, but very specialized. So in this particular like tournament, I think he's gonna, if not banned, only play Marana or Nyx Assassin, and he's very good with both of them.
Yeah, they're very good first picks as well. Pretty much fit in a lot of drafts, very flexible in that sense. I mean, here you did pick an Ember to a Nyx, which is also not a hero Ember loves playing against. So it's rougher than the 4 Zoomers first pick Ember, which they sometimes protect with 1 ban, or it's 8th pick Ember, and that way they protect with 3 bans afterwards. It's a tough game for Canis.
Yeah,
it depends how he plays it. I've seen a lot of Ember players play versus Nyx pretty well, because you can be invulnerable during the Slight, during Carapace, and it won't stun you. But you have to have your timings correct. Like, some notable players would be like CC&C. I've seen him play versus Nyx a lot, and Nyx does not have a big effect on it. But if you're like that split push style Ember, where you're just trying to split push lanes, and he just catches you with a Flame Guard Carapace, that's when you're going to struggle.
Yeah.
What picks could we be seeing here for Arkosh Gaming to take advantage of especially because the first pick Clockwork is also not something we see very often.
So
what could they be thinking about?
I think that's like aggro is sort of what I'm getting the sense from this, right? Like if you've got Clock Ember and you're picking the Ember into Nyx Assassin, a lot of the ways that, you know, if you're talking about the ability to like remain invulnerable and not get caught split pushing, is to play mega in your face and trying to just like go for kills constantly. And that also is something that can't get punished by Nyx, but not always. So I want to see, something weird, like, Disruptor, like, or something like that, like those types of heroes that like want to go and chase and constantly fight. They could run that Earth Spirit again. Wouldn't hate that. Although then you got a question: are you running 2 of the supports as melee? And I think people just aren't doing that as much anymore. I'm trying to think of who else could be good in the like aggro sense.
Like aggro tri-lane or just being aggressive?
Just being aggressive out of the off lane, because I feel like a lot of offlaners Maybe like Sand King or something, but that's also bad against Nyx. I don't know. It's weird.
I think this Clockwork is also kind of a dead hero. I don't see it very often. It was just in last game. It's in this series in general, but it'll probably be a pos 5, I'd imagine, for Arkosh. They're willing to do anything though, so like predicting their hero picks is harder than any other team. But I think for Black and Yellow, the reason why they picked up this Viper is just to get the Nyx at the laning stage. They ran it twice yesterday against Undying, just the Viper Nyx lane, and it did well in the laning stage, both games. But they really ran into a problem where Viper couldn't find any impact outside of the laning stage, and they couldn't find proper initiation. And there was so much on Flea's plate to be the initiator, compared to the last game where he had a bunch of initiators and he was the follow-up. So I hope Black and Yellow finds a way to get another core in this game that can help him initiate, because it's not going to be Viper.
Okay, we see a Pale Horse, somewhat special. Gyrocopter does add to the aggro idea that you were talking about, and Black and Yellow add some counter initiation to the lineup with the Medusa. Could be played somewhat initiator-like if you played super aggro with the old build, but most likely just going to be the safe carry that's going to be running here. Gyro versus Dusa was actually run very often in these SA qualifiers, though. They considered not a counter, but I hear like does well going toe to toe. Would you guys agree, or who do you think wins this core to core matchup here?
I personally like Medusa more. I think Gyro is just weaker than Medusa in like pretty much most aspects of the game. It might farm a little faster, but overall, if they're both man fight each other, Gyro's just not as tanky as Medusa, so I don't think he'll win the man fight. But yeah, okay, so they end up picking Ursa. This might shift Gyro to pos 5.
Yeah.
Or pos anything. You know, it's Arkosh. This clock position 3, maybe. Who knows?
Right. I was looking through it, and like there was a phase where Arkosh had gone and played like Gyro Iroh a little bit. Which I always struggle a little bit to say, but it's portmanteaued together. Okay. But yeah, it's that's one thing that you could that I thought they could go for, but this is like the way more let's run at them style, and it's super cool against Dusa. Damn, that Veno pick is sick though against the Ursa immediately.
This is forbidden. You cannot pick 3 green heroes on one team.
What do you mean?
You can't pick Veno, Viper, and Medusa on the same team. There's a lot of slow there, but yet again, like oh my gosh, Black and Yellow just doesn't like drafting stuns with Nyx.
Look,
they don't. They just have so much, faith in Flea to be doing everything. But
listen,
they gotta snowball their lanes as usual. My predictions when I see drafts like this.
It's fine. It's not green. It's tennis ball yellow, right? That's how this works, and it's gonna make it fine. Surely they banned the Pudge. I was wondering about the Pudge. Oh, but they took it away from you.
Yeah. But for Stusa, I guess they have a lot of stationary targets that the hook is not too hard to hit, I guess, against all those heroes. So
it's a Gremlo
very
classic.
Smart.
Gremlo special. Yeah.
But yeah, as far as at first I thought Arkosh was just going to do a Gyrocopter clock lane as clock 5, but then they picked an Ursa. Now, in typical Arkosh fashion, they're going to make this game weird. And I think they need an offlaner now, but Clock could be their offlaner. Unless they're really crazy and they're putting Ember, Gyro or Ursa in the offlane, but I'm not seeing it. I don't have enough analytical knowledge to dissect Arkosh, unfortunately.
Or maybe you have too much.
For Black and Yellow, what are the cores looking like here? Are they running the Dusa, Viper, Veno cores and you just put them in one each lane? With Viper mid there?
Yeah.
I'm hoping this Veno is pos 5, personally.
Okay.
But it might not be. I think they want to put the Veno versus the Ursa, which Viper is also really good versus Ursa, so it's kind of redundant to me to have both of them, in my opinion, because they have an Ember on the other team too. Why would you want this much slow and not stun versus Ember? They're really focusing on this Ursa. So I hope this Veno I don't know why he's in the game, I don't really like him too much, but I hope he is 5, and they pick a real good stun here for this Ember Spirit. Because he can also just enrage on Ursa too, and once they buy BKBs, they just have the Stone Gaze to deal with it, so we'll find out what they want here.
What is a reliable stun that's still missing in the pool that you could pick up as a 3 and flex the Venom as a 5?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what they want to do with this fight. They might want a mid stun, to be honest with you. Dragonite's
of course,
banned. Storm Spirit?
That's
Is
banned.
that in the pool? That's banned too.
It's banned.
I don't have enough time before
Yeah.
they pick, I think, to figure this one out. But they need a stun from any of their core
Nope.
rules.
I mean, that's a
Crystal
root.
Maiden. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, let's go Darkseer. Let's do it. Surge everybody through all the slows. You put Ion
Actually-
Shell on all of your cores. Let's do it. Buy a pipe.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't hate it actually. It's not that bad.
Yep.
It's really hard to play versus Nyx though, but
Right.
outside of that, yeah, if any way to like get them through these slows or pick some more mobility could be good, and just throw this gyro and clockwork on support. They already have the Ember. Yeah, I mean Darkseer, maybe a Legion commander for the spell immunity could be good for this Ursa.
Mhm.
Pretty much if they can dispel, no Legion with his shard will make someone invulnerable for just to be able to get out for sure. Maybe Darkseer as well. So those both sound pretty good to me.
Need that pipe too.
Maybe a Centaur
eventually.
Stampede. We'll see Arkosh as they reveal
Oh,
the
Nature's
last pick has
Prophet.
nothing to do with this.
All right. I mean that
Is
hero.
that offlane?
I hope they run it
Yes.
on carry, but they can't
No.
because they have Ursa, so it's just offlane. They're just going for tempo. So instead of like, it's the same thing where it's like mobility. They don't have many stuns for this NP, so if Viper does go on Veno does go on them, or Dusa pre-ags, he can just kind of get out and just split push them, and they're really just abusing the fact that Fleas are really the only catch in this game, and in typical Arkosh fashion, they're just probably just going to rat for a long time. They didn't do it the last game, I was surprised, because the other series we cast, seems they're playing more like a team now since their loser bracket run. Interesting to see.
Okay. The Lyrical, is this the draft you get to go with Arkosh this time, seeing all this green shenanigans on black and yellow, or are you still a black and yellow supporter?
Oh, I mean, it is the Gremlo Nature's Prophet, right? This is the guy that sort of, I don't know if he was the one that popularized the shard, but he's the one that's definitely infected all of us with it.
The guy that went boots to travel on Nature's Prophet with
Yeah,
the shard? Oh, I know that guy.
Yeah, you know, these things happen. I'll go with Arkosh in this game. We'll say that they're
Let's
going to do
go.
it. If it was a Darkseer, it would have been a hard yes, but Nature's Prophet will give it a semi okay yes.
Fear? Will you support
Uh,
this decision?
I'm gonna go for Arkosh. I'm definitely going for Arkosh. Like I have hard rules in Dota, and you can't have 3 green heroes on one team.
Prepare for battle.
All right. Man of principles, I like this. Our panel is fully with the Arkosh draft. Let's see if they can take this game and turn this into a 3-game series, or if black and yellow will show us the power of green.
And we're already into the game. There might be some Meteor Hammer action coming your way, says Crow to start the game. What a great way to start that one. Fear, you know, I got a sense from you when you were sort of making your predictions. You kind of were like looking back and forth in the 2 drafts, and you said, which one do you like? I feel like you wanted to say neither. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's definitely fair. I don't really think either of these drafts really
30
stand out
seconds
as masterpieces to me.
Okay. But Arkosh is the less bad, which is, you know, sometimes good enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Nature's Prophet's so out of meta, and I could see their draft working though. I see why they picked the Nature's Prophet. It's really good versus Veno. It's really good versus the Viper too, and one would argue it's not good versus Nyx, but one would also argue it is good versus Nyx because it's Ghost Push versus Nyx, and if you just make your treants with the shard as you're talking about, you don't have to show your hero to push the lanes out. So that's really going to just come up to how good is the Nature Prophet player against this matchup.
All right, well, it'll be something to watch for sure. And already, Gremlin
Aggro.
is starting bottom. Yeah, they're going to aggro it out. So We didn't talk much about the gyrocopter. I think that's just because we both recognize, all right, this is going to be a support. It is something that we don't always see. I feel like it's been a bit of a meme build on occasion, as they're actually going to dodge out that lane and send, instead of Medusa, Flea as well as Zero up top. Just real quickly, how does this gyrocopter support function?
I mean, normally you get Rocket level 1, but seeing as they're aggro and they're just going to full zone, he's going to go for the Q. Just generally speaking, it's just a high team fight. Gyrocopter has a 5. He just has good team fight with the ultimate, drops the rockets. It's nothing amazing, but I've played with it and against it a lot, and it's okay. I think that's mainly used as like a flex, because I don't know if they like the carry matchup. It's definitely, Ursa's definitely much better than Medusa, versus Medusa than the Gyro is, so it's playable as a support, I guess I should say it that way. As compared to like the Kunkka, where you switch it to support, it doesn't look nearly as good.
Right, that's fair. And I think that that's something that, you know, having that flexibility is always nice. It did sort of maybe throw him a bit for a loop, potentially, as we did see the Medusa coming out. Actually, I don't remember if that was before or after. But regardless, against Zero in this top lane, who already has Poison Sting level 1 and, you know, this Nyx Assassin, it feels like they're not going to be getting a whole ton out of this lane, at least for the moment.
Yeah, they're deciding to dual lane instead of try versus try, and that's really going to make the Venomancer suffer a bit and just give the Ursa a good game. However, I don't know if they're really stopping the Nature's Prophet on bottom lane either with this dual lane. We'll see how much they can get out of it. And if NP manages to get an early level 6, he's going to be able to do a lot on the map, especially when all the other heroes are like really low level. Right. One of the big strengths of like doing tri lanes with a Nature's Prophet on your team.
Definitely. And I think, you know, we watched their games just the other day when they're playing against four Zoomers, and there was a situation. Ooh, they bring him down. Zero ends up falling. So yeah, this is what I wanted to talk about, though, actually, was like we saw those games against Zoomer the other day where it was Arkosh that got trialing, and it felt like you had said that it almost like looked like they hadn't practiced it. They didn't really know what they were doing in it. This one looks a lot more effective. I guess it's against the dual lanes. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing pretty well right now. Venomancer has low CS, he's already died, Ursa's free farming, so it's looking good. Meanwhile, their Deuce is also, like, on the bottom lane, doing better than I expected, to be honest, even though it's versus a duel lane. I guess Oppose versus Crystal Maiden, which is also not a very meta hero. She has the nuke for the Treants, and they're probably just, like, nuking down the Treants every time he spawns them.
Right. Well, meanwhile, Crow, as well as Owie, over here to the side. Gonna try and catch him there in the cogs. Didn't decide to use the battery assault, as Zero was still hanging around the area, and they are going to be able to protect that side pull, as you can see down bottom, keeping a pretty good control over this lane for the moment. And Jubei actually able to get that little side pull off there. It isn't onto a stacked camp, and Gremlo had TP'd back, so he's going to have to teleport back out there, but we'll be missing a little bit of CS to the camp there as well.
Yeah, and the mid matchup here, we talked about the Viper versus Ember. It's only going to get harder for Ember. He's already struggling, but I imagine when Viper hits level 5, which is right about now, he's going to just make Ember's life miserable, and he's probably going to have to go jungle.
Yeah,
he can't step up to the lane anymore.
Going for some sleight of fists here and there to try and do what he can, but yeah. Definitely a tough one. Although Viper did drop down that Nether Toxin, and that kind of is pushing the wave a little bit. So it buys some space for the Ember. And actually, Owie is going to rotate mid, just drop down a rocket and put a little pressure on. So that's a little bit of help coming his way as the lane starts to get a little bit hard.
Yeah, that was big because he dropped down the Nether Toxin to try and get the water runes, right? But Owie was there to deny that from him.
Right. Nice. As up top. Are they trying to go into Crow? Doesn't look like it. They've started to find a little bit of a life for themselves in this lane as they've gotten some levels. So 2 points up in the Sting and 1 in the Gale. And Pale Horse comes on in as well. But with Owie coming back into this lane, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Black and Yellow as they do manage to pull that creep wave over to the side. So yeah, everything very slow and steady. Canis Vulpes stacking up that camp as well. Do they get the D-Ward there? Doesn't look like it yet. Yeah, they're just going to get their side pull off now and protect it as well.
Things might get really messy on this top lane soon when they get level 6 on Nature's Prophet. It's also going for a new no boots Orchid Rush, and alright. Flea caught again.
Caught. Dead. Now he finds himself another kill. Boots already there and online, and yeah, with that level 6 that's soon to come, those rotations that we've seen can just be pretty freaking devastating. Taking a tower very rapidly afterwards. In the meantime, there has been an ancient stack created over on the Dire side, at least for the moment, as Esk is going to get a bottle refill coming in from Flea here. But trying to invest into boosting that Medusa's game up, and you know, eventually Yamsun going to be able to go and clean those ancients and you know, head on over afterwards. But they make the rotation towards mid. Scan comes out. Canis Vulpes playing very safe right now, and actually they're going to rotate into him in a mid. Try and find it. The missile comes out. Esk in trouble. He's gone. They brought everybody.
Yeah, you knew that rotation was coming. I thought it'd be on the top lane into a tower, but they're just gonna get a kill on the Viper, which they can't translate it to a tower push. Hopefully they can, otherwise if they can't, it's not that big of a deal bringing 4 heroes for this, but this is good pressure.
Right. Now Viper back up in 4 seconds. I mean, the other thing is that you just have these 3 points in poison attack and only the 1 in nether toxin, so it's going to take a little bit to kill off those trees, but as he comes back in, that tower down to about half HP with that move, and they did a good job of it. Really well played.
Yeah, it was a good kill. They got half the HP on mid tower and a glyph, I believe, so ended up being pretty good pressure.
Man. As Aoi takes over that bottom lane, you can see Zero rotating down there as well. They could go for some type of pressure down bottom as well. Jube over there in that area as well. No points up in the flak. You can see Flea had a wide assortment as well. The chase, bringing in Nature's Prophet for this one. Can they catch him? Has another Earth Shock back up in a moment for Pale Horse. Gets 1 swipe, 2 swipe. And dead. So Gremlo making moves on this MP as they're going to try and dive Aoi down bottom. Putting in a nice chunk of damage there. Does manage to hit the CM. Oh, and the tower shot. It's going to be enough to kill Jube. Oh, nice little combo coming out there. And Canis Vulpes solo kills Esk. Yo.
Probably with the help of the Nature's Prophet ult there. Huh?
Okay. That's fair.
Yeah. But yeah, that's really good. That is what you can't really afford to happen when you pick Viper in the mid lane in a matchup he should be winning. He's got 2 deaths in a row now.
Yeah, that is a tough one, but heads up play by Arkosh to recognize a moment there to go on him, and you know, they take down that top tier 1 tower. Mid is still very low. Zero just trying to, like, I mean, he's only level 5 right now, and the slow and steady beatdown that he's getting from Canis Vulpes with the sleight of fist spam, it's making it hard for him to actually stay in this lane the way that you want to as a Venomancer. Come around from behind. Gremlo, he found him. Remnant's in, tries to get it. The DD is out. Do they have enough damage, though? It looks almost... Oh, my God. It's so annoying playing against these heroes, but Canis Vulpes able to find himself the kill. They get the tier 1 tower. No glyph used. And Esk going to eat another rocket there. I mean, black and yellow, they're responding, but it's just a little bit too slow with these heroes that, you know, don't really have the stuns to punish.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny how players are changing their mind in like this TI qualifier, their items, because he had no boots Orchid queued up on the Nature's Prophet earlier with 2 Robo Magi's in the inventory, and that was it, and he just switched to Treads and Witchblade. Right. Interesting decision. But yeah, this game's seeming to look like can Yamsun 1v5 with his really farmed Medusa here, because his green goblins are not having a good game.
No, and they're dropping 1 by 1. Zero goes down yet again after an immaculate game number 1. Has really been struggling on this Veno after getting tri-laned. That's a tough one. He's got 3 points up now in the Plague Wards, just trying to use these to sort of keep alive all of the buildings, but they're falling bit by bit. 2,000 gold lead already. This Orb of Corrosion comboed together with a Blight Stone, just reducing all the armor of those towers. Gonna try and get out of there, but Canis Vulpes won't be able to escape. Esk gonna get a little bit of retribution there as Crow is trying to hookshot out and does look like he has an avenue to escape. So they bring the entire house with the exception of the Veno and finally able to push Arkosh back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, oh, all right, Flea.
Oh my
He's
god.
looking to Flea for some big plays.
Oh, Cogs trying to get a little bit of separation. Gremlo goes down. Flea pops the stick, and then all of these treants trying to turn now, see if they can find that kill. But no, instead, it's a Crow catch. He's caught himself. Now he has to back out, pops that level 6 ulti. And they're still trying to chase, but won't be able to get him. Canis Vulpes comes in for the finish. So well played by him, and now maybe going to look for more. He doesn't have any remnants. But the Slight is there. The missile comes afterwards. Esk trying to be a body blocker. They do have Nature's Prophet ready to TP back in a moment, though. And, yep, he's going. They're all coming back in for another round, because why not? Now, Yamsun's here. Doesn't have Mana Shield on. Turns it on afterwards. But Esk ends up falling. Remnants forward, looking for more. Canis Vulpes double kill, and does have Slight with chains ready to go. Can they kill Yamsun? It looks like they're going to get him there. Rooted, chase forward. Oh my god, that was a big snake. The treant's working against him now as Flea gets the TP in. Good hook shot afterwards. The Cogs pushback won't turn into anything afterwards, it looks like. As Crow will just back away, but the mayhem continues. And all the while, Ursa farms.
Yeah. I mean, this is like looking like an old school build from the Ursa, going for the Battle Fury. Especially weird against Medusa, seeing as the Diffusal Blade, which is what I thought looked so good versus Medusa. But he's just not going to have it in this particular game, but he is going to farm much faster by having a Battle Fury, as opposed to this Diffusal build. So he's basically saying, I'm going to be the hard carry, Medusa's going to free farm, and I just want to keep up and farm with this Medusa, and it looks like my team can just handle the aggression. But even though they're doing so well in the kill score, and they're like doubling the kills, it's only a 1k gold lead. This Medusa's still free farming. And that's a little scary for me, considering this Ursa's item build does not really deal with Dusa very well.
Right. It is a little bit strange there. And the other thing is thinking forward, you know, you've got force staffs that are going to start coming out on all of these heroes. You've got, what, 3 ranged cores against Ursa that are going to like feel comfortable getting that. And then also you're playing against a Veno and a Viper. Like, how does Ursa play Dota this game? I guess this is like the mass status resistance is going to be the way he goes with it, but
the shard is going to be really important.
Yeah, definitely.
The shard like dispels so much stuff on top of. Like, though I'm not entirely sure. Actually, I haven't played very much Veno, or I don't play much Ursa in general. But like, it applies an enrage to when you jump, right? So it should dispel the poison, all of the poisons during the enrage jump. So that'll be really, really big pickup for him this game.
Obviously not the ulti, but all the rest of them at the very least. And well, Zero. Do they go? They have hookshot. Hello, friend. How are you? Slight again. They're hanging on to it. They're not going, actually. Oh, instead, looky towards the Roche. They find Flea.
It's incredibly late Roche, isn't it, for Ursa
Yeah.
nowadays? Because
Isn't
he's
that
not
weird?
going. Because he's not going the Morbid Mask build. But it looks like they're gonna do it anyway with the Treants here. But can they defend it?
That's a good question. Canis Vulpes out there. Slights not gonna hit anybody. And Pale Horse with the Treants to take it should be able to finish this one off in just a moment here. It looks like as Aegis will go on the Ursa. And yeah, Black, just like, we don't care. We're just farming. Give us a little bit of space. Give us some time. All we want to do is hit creeps.
Yeah, I mean, he was not blessed. Like, sometimes you're blessed by the Spider Leg gods, sometimes you're blessed with the Morbid Mask gods, and unfortunately, he was not able to get a Morbid Mask, so it took, like, his entire team to help him, whereas he would have easily sold it if there was a Morbid Mask spawn. Crazy how much impact some neutral items can have on a game.
That's true. Remember, there was that one, was it the Flicker game with the PL got it against the Night Stalker?
I see.
Yeah, that was one of those like, oh my goodness, how is this fair? But nonetheless, it is going to be still pretty good farming areas for black and yellow. You can see they basically have this entire area-ish with Flea. I'm not really feeling super comfortable farming these camps, but at least inhabiting this area and shutting it down a little bit from Arkosh. But they're scouting out that, yes, indeed, she is hitting Ancients. I don't know. Do you feel like they need to be making moves right now on Arkosh at all? Is hookshot's going to be off the mark?
I don't know if they can right now.
Right.
I feel like their window was a while ago. If Ursa went for the early Aegis with the Morbid Mass build, which he had plenty of space to do, into the Diffusal, then I think that would be a strong timing. But I think with his Battle Fury build, he can't really run until, like, yeah, he just ults off some poison right now. And, like, until 20 minutes, like I said, I don't think he's going to feel very comfortable until he has, like, a Blink, BKB, Shard, all those items. I mean, SNY will help a little bit, but it doesn't really help that much because status resistance actually does not work on any of Viper's spells. I don't know if people knew that, but it doesn't work on the ulti, it doesn't work on the poison, but he has a dispel for the poison.
Got it.
And it'll work on Gale, I think. But so, like, the status resistance is okay, but this is a mid Viper. He might go for, they might have like some double Scotty strategy where he's gonna go for an Aghanims and just spam out the Viper Strike, which once again does not get affected by Enrage in any way, shape, or form except for damage reduction. So there's a lot of kiting potential for this Ursa. So as the way I see it right now, he needs to farm a lot of items that he can just get on top of them and stay on top of them.
Okay. We're talking nullifiers eventually, things like that as
Abyssal
well.
Blade, yeah, Blink Daggers, like whatever it takes.
Well, it'll be something to watch for as this game does go later and we actually see those fighting timings take place. But it feels like both teams pretty comfy, just sort of, well, I mean, Canis Vulpes again is an absolute madman, just sitting on top of this ward right into their triangle and sliding, but that's the way it goes. And they will take back over this area of the map as well. Pale Horse and Gremlo up top. Actually just getting themselves a nice and free tower here. Back towards mid, Owie is going to get jumped there for the moment. Oh, big turnaround coming from Flea, but they're still going to keep Esk under control with the battery assault. Well, who's controlling who actually? Pale Horse runs in, kills Flea. Okay, has Enrage, still has that Aegis as well. Pops the Enrage, looks for the jump away as Canis Vulpes has the Remnant out. So they save the Aegis and end up trading a couple of kills there while Gremlo takes the top tier 2 tower.
Yeah. A little surprised how this Nature's Prophet isn't that high net worth. It's kind of crazy. I thought he was like free farming this game, but he was a part of a lot of fights, and I think he died a couple of times. So the real breadwinner is just really this Ursa, who I think is the most countered hero on Radiant. So I don't know why you'd want to dump all your net worth on a hero in a game like this, and that's a little concerning to me. Like, I thought this Ember and this NP were like the true carries of this game, and this Ursa was just gonna be like a support cast. But it looks like they just believe in this Ursa's ability to carry this game. We'll see.
Yeah, we will. Zero runs into Owie there, and with Canis Vulpes in tow, they will be able to get the root. Hookshot afterwards. And I mean, I guess this is one of the ideas as well, is if you can just, that's a big ulti. Hit onto 4. Are they going for more right now? Root still has Enrage.
Yeah, I don't think they can.
Yeah, this is scary. There's actually 20 seconds until the Aegis is reclaimed. And it looks like, recognizing the danger, they will back out of here.
I see every time Pale Horse tries to go in, he just has to back immediately, because once the poison starts stacking on him, he has to use his ulti defensively, so he's not going to be able to do much until he has, honestly, 3 to 4 slots.
Right.
So they're just going to keep farming it up. I'm just a little worried that this Dusa is accelerating really hard.
It's true. Top net worth in the game right now. And eyes on the Scotty, which is another thing, just another one to make the life of this Ursa kind of hell.
Yeah, then he'll probably go the Ags next, and it's going to be so much kiting.
Right. Now, there are a lot of heroes that, are capable of getting on top of that Dusa. You've got the Clockwork, you've got, Nature's Prophet, Ember. maybe even to some extent the annoying part that comes out from the gyrocopter throwing out missiles and all that fun stuff. But there does kind of feel like, you know, if it's not the perfect fight, Arkosh are going to lose, and that ease of execution has always been like the hallmark of what's winning teams these games in NA.
Yeah, for sure.
So
This Dusa's incredibly hard to kill. They just need to get her isolated, maybe kill everyone else first. But the way I see it right now, like black and yellow can't make any moves just because of the way they drafted, but they're very good at, you know, playing in a way where it's hard to run into them too with all these slows and poison, stone gaze. Like, it's very hard to play against, right? So guess next Roche is the next objective for Arkosh, and at some point, if they get enough net worth, they might be able to find the picks.
Okay, there's something to watch for. You can see Grumlow trying to send in these treants to block out the camps, and he's doing it.
That's
they're
really
very annoying.
good, because like I said, they can't do anything on black and yellow. There's no offensive power. They're just gonna wait for this Deuce until she's ready to walk down a lane, right? And that's going to be the game plan. Alright, this is Scotty timing. They're gonna try something now. Their lanes are okay. Let's see if Arkosh can read this 5-man smoke while nobody's showing on lanes.
You would hope so, right? Crow. Oh no, there's no camp there. Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's fine.
Right.
Even if he dies, that's a clockwork breaking a 5-man smoke, you know.
Canis Vulpus runs in. The stun is there.
He even made them work for it. That was really good job. They're not happy about that smoke on black and yellow. Deuce was like, I wish I was hitting creeps instead of this.
Right. Well, and the side lanes are simultaneously being pushed. Pale Horse is just farming out these other camps around the dire jungle. And again, Ancients being blocked. But they have another set of Ancients they can go into and take if they want to.
Grimlow. Hello?
He is out of his mind. He's lost it. He's lost the plot. But look at this. Tier 3 tower is starting to drop. That's something. They're slowly whittling it away. And the catapult is going to eventually go down. But they did about 2,000 damage to that tower.
Yeah, it's ratting this team is very effective. Like, Flea's the only real stun right now. So I think their route to success here is going to be, it's very hard to 5v5 black and yellow right now. I think it's very hard. I think Ursa has no way to get into the fight. So this Nature's Prof and Ember, they should try to split push real hard this game. And if they ever make a play like that again on black and yellow, you see how it actually hurt them to go for the smoke gank.
Yeah.
Because now they forgot about their side lanes. Now their tier 3 is like almost 80% dead here.
Dude, Canis Vulpus is out of his mind. But he knows he can play like this. Wait, what? Oh, no. All right, well, okay. Hook shot afterwards, tries to keep him alive. A lot of time spent. And that is going to be a dead Canis Vulpus and now a dead Crow. I thought things were going better than that. But again, their side lanes are being pushed out. But, you know, tier 1 mid, that's a pretty good tower to take.
Black and Yellow's going to find themselves in a spot this game where they're going to need boots to travel.
Look at these treants. Oh, they're so dumb.
Yeah, they do a lot.
Well, they're getting stuck for a moment. Owie's going to go down now as well. But yeah, trees hitting the building. The big trees go on in for round 2. And is it going to be enough to kill off the tower? Wow, he gets it.
And then top lane.
Dude.
Here we go.
Oh no. Black and yellow. Yo, if they lose the game against this is one of those that you hate to see it. Tier 3 tower goes down, range racks starting to fall. It's all in Grumlow's hands now. Back again, 1600 HP on these treants. Incredibly annoying to deal with.
Back when this NP was more meta on the shard, I had to deal with this so much in my pubs, and I found that what you need to do is you need to like prioritize boosted travel on cores. Probably
Right.
2 of them. Like, I don't even care. This Dusa Butterfly looks great, but like you're not finding a team fight in the next 20 minutes at this rate. Buy the boosted travel and just deal with these lanes and just keep farming.
Right.
And Flea has to do an exceptional job at like actually finding this NP. He is the, like I said, he's the real carry of this game.
Well, they're going in again. Nature's Prophet pushing, holding the waves, but Roche is also going down. This is second Roche. So important. Pale Horse gets hit there for the moment. Slow and steady beatdown continuing. Nyx Assassin not in the area. He's hunting for Gremlo, but Gremlo not showing. He recognizes the inherent danger in these Tinker wards that could be in the area.
He's like, look where he's wanting to TP right now.
He's thinking about it. I mean, he's catching that creep wave. Look at this. They're all around that area. So yeah,
he's top lane.
Oh, because they got creeps in through bottom. Oh, he pulled the whole wave through, and now he's gonna get Rax. Broke backdoor protection. What a play there. Oh my god, and backdoor protection isn't coming back up. They're getting Rax while Roche is starting to go down, but the rest of Arkosh is here. Dude, this is so annoying. Flea comes back again. They get backdoor protection up a second round, but Gremlo is going to push this one down, and Roche still not taken. With Clockwork nearby, they can keep this going. Dude. Oh, this is so annoying, I am sure, for black and yellow. Are they queuing up bots yet? Not seeing any. They don't have it queued up on any of their heroes.
Yeah, I think they're just hyper-focused right now on dealing with what's in front of them right now, which is, he's doing a great job pulling the waves so they get in there and to backdoor this. And black and yellow's like, we can't give this Roche away. So they're just posturing there, and they might even just lose a Rax to try and defend this Roche or take the Roche. Granted, losing one side is not the end of the world for black and yellow squad.
That's true, but Yamsun, he's backing out again, and, well, thinking about going. Arkosh waiting for that moment to jump as Esk is forced to be TP back. So, Pale Horse, wait, Pale Horse is caught. Hook shot in, catches onto both. Canis Vulpus trying to do it. Meanwhile, the Gyrocopter ulti comes down. Jubei on the other side, getting a really good freezing field. Crow is gonna die. In the meantime, they TP back home with the NP, and it looks like they finally caught Canis Vulpus. As Zero will live through that initiation, they are managing to finally take this second Roche now. But still, do they have anybody that can jump in there? Doesn't look like it. Did get spider legs. That's nifty.
On Ursa, yeah.
Alright, well, Roche taken. Still 1,000 gold lead for Arkosh.
Can you get out? Grimlow. He actually has no TP. He just does not care. His life for the Rax. Is he gonna get it?
Oh no, 50 HP. Oh, that's so frustrating, I'm sure. But it shows that there's justice in this world, if we're gonna be honest.
Yeah, Viper queued up the travels. Very good. He needs it. And it's either Veno does it or the Dusa does it next. They need two people that have decent wave clear, which Veno's is not the best. So I'd like to see Medusa kind of do it.
Right.
And Venom can just kind of sit around the mid lane, because the one lane this Nature's Prophet will never go to is this mid lane. He's only going to deal with the two side lanes.
Well, that's going to be something to watch for sure here. Did get the quickening charm. I was wondering if we might see that on the NP, but looks like he's sticking with the, at least for the moment, the Mindbreaker. But Aoi ready to push out these other lanes. Flea hunting in the area where he anticipates Gremlo TPing in it, but it's a little bit off the mark. And is going to catch that second wave instead. As up towards top, black and yellow ready to take down this tier 1 tower and keep that pressure going.
Meanwhile, Flea is stalking Grimlow. This is a big kill with all the pressure he's applying.
Yeah, he's going to be right underneath this ward now as well. So they do manage to take down Crow. Yamsun able to beat him down to death. And I think Gremlo is also about to fall here. Stun comes out, Meteor Hammer afterwards, and he's gonna die. But did get his treants out there to catch the wave again.
Yeah, so killing this NP is like the best possible kill, because this moment while he's dead is how you're gonna fix your lanes, and how it's gonna become easier and easier to hunt him with the vision. You can see they're getting good vision, the Tinker wards as we call them, on both side lanes. Will catch this Nature's Prophet again, and if he dies one more time like this, I'll buyback. That's gonna be the window for Yamsun and the boys to walk down a lane, because the Ursa is ready to fight now. Like, he has all the items to fight now. He hasn't really been too present in this game other than farming, but he's ready to go. But does he do enough damage to deal with this Medusa? With Aegis, I don't think so.
Canis Vulpes getting chased here by Flea. Was able to slight dodge the Meteor Hammer, but they continue to keep him under control. Jubei is back, and they got him. The ulti coming out from Jubei, and the last little hit coming through afterwards. Will be 0, ending the life of Canis Vulpes. It's down bottom again. Grumlow pushing away at these creep waves and trying to keep them off the building as long as possible. Yeah, it is all bind time for this Ursa, but will he be able to do enough when Pale Horse finally comes online? He's staying close there with the Dusa.
When's he gonna come online? Is the
Dude,
question.
I don't know.
He's already pretty slotted right now, so if they don't plan on fighting with him now, I don't think they'll ever plan on fighting with him.
Oh, they got creep waves in again as Esk is gonna try and deal with these treants, spreading them out, going for the old punchy punch, and yeah, they won't get the racks. And instead, it's top where they take down the tier 2. And Yamsun, I don't know if he's gonna be deterred at this point. My man still has an Aegis for a minute and a half, and is just punching away at these buildings while they continue to try and rat down bottom, but eventually you have to deal with this Dusa.
They sure hope they don't. That's the whole game plan.
Right?
But if they... I don't think they can, so... Pale Horse isn't even going to come back for this. He's just like, you know what? I'm just going to sit here and keep farming until this... Either we rat them hard enough, or I can find an opening to jump someone solo.
Flea again, finding Grumlow. Force staff through it all.
And he has no BKB.
Yeah, he is gonna go down there. Also backdoor protection, kicking back in again.
Oh, he's got it now. He bought the BKB, but it makes you feel like it's a little too late, because he could get away with all this if he had a BKB.
Good slide away. Oh, the force.
Oh!
That was a little bit off the mark there. Don't worry. No, it's fine. Nobody saw it. And, yeah, that's going to be a dead Canis Vulpes. Pale Horse does have Nullifier done now. Okay, so Blink Nullifier along with Sanjin Yasha Satanic. The buybacks come out. They want to fight. Jump forward. Find Zero. He's dead. Can they get more? Good Force Staff away for the moment. Oh, the overclock. Chase 4 is trying to get him. Enraged. Jubei in some trouble. Jubei dead. Now Flea turned upon as well. He's going to fall. The Aegis just now expiring, and the buybacks are going to come from the Clockwork. But Pale Horse, Esk is right on top of him. Force Staff coming from Aoi, trying to keep him alive. So they managed to take 3 pretty solid kills after losing Elena Rax. And can they catch anybody else on the way out? Doesn't look like it.
Not bad.
Well, has BKB now.
I thought they might be able to get the Dusa there with the 3 dead, but still pretty good. I mean, they lost their barracks for 3 kills. It's more not so much about the kills and the barracks loss. It's more about what can they do now that they have 3 heroes dead. Can they get map control back? Because these barracks don't matter that much when you have a Nature's Prophet like this.
Right.
What does matter is keeping black and yellow contained in their base and making them feel like they can't leave it. And you really just have to keep an eye out for Flea at this point. He's the only one that's going to be able to catch you while you're doing this ratting.
Right.
He's done a phenomenal job so far. He's made this Nature's Prophet feed many times before BKB, but there's a BKB up now, so seeing that how his playstyle is on this Nature's Prophet, he's going to be able to just BKB TP out much more comfortably, because I don't think there's any way to cancel it right now on top of Dire Squad.
Yeah, there's nothing there.
Ultimate rat potential has been unlocked.
There you go. I mean, hypothetically, you've got the only answer would be Stone Gaze, run in front of him and hope you can get it in time. But Medusa is not going to be back there defending the ratting, most likely. And instead, she's going to run down mid lane. Yamsun ready to go. And down bottom again, Gremlow's pushing. Wait, they found the back line. They got Zero again. Dude, this Nullifier. But can Pale Horse get out afterwards? Going to just go for the TP. Wait, it's broken. Oh, sick play. They move into position. Pale Horse, Force Staff. There's the stun. And he is going to die. Aoi in trouble. Tries to TP out. Force Staff to get away. They do manage to escape. So a nice reaction there. Again, up top. They're going to force out the glyph. Takes down that Rax. Heading back towards mid afterwards. And I mean, black and yellow, they have a creep wave. They're just going to go for this. I mean, they're going to lose so much if they can't defend. And they do have buyback on the Ursa. Oh, TPing back the Nyx Assassin now. He's going in on him. Gremlow, BKB, TP out. Can they fight now? Force Staff in. Yamsun in a little bit of trouble maybe. Remnant's in, tries to catch him. They don't have a Nyx Assassin here. Ghost Scepter, hook shot, jumps forward. That's CM dead. Now Yamsun. Him and Esker are the only ones left alive as they want to try and turn on to this Medusa, looking for a kill. They pop the ulti and then the runaway. But can they run far enough? They get the missile on him. Yamsun. It looks like they're going to be able to escape. Okay. So resetting the fight. Gremlo has to go back out and push these other lanes again in a sec here, most likely. It's going to be a minute before Roche is back up again.
Yeah, he's getting close to 25 on Medusa. Meanwhile, the Ursa has been level 25 for some time now, so Ursa's at like his ultimate power spike right now. Whereas Medusa, yeah, with his Aghanims and with the Daedalus plus Scotty, it's going to be with the multiplier, which I hope he gets the multiplier. I've seen one person get the intelligence, and it was very underwhelming. Hope no one ever does that again.
Oh,
And
be a smart
it does
boy.
so much.
Well, I guess that's the thing is, like, do you think that at this point it's felt like it's in Black and Yellow's hands a little bit? But do you see a way that Arkosh can win this, or is it just sort of a matter of attrition and eventually grinding him down? Dude, they got another rack. They got another tier 3.
I think Arkosh can win this by making Black and Yellow make mistakes. By having them... They have to make very smart and calculated decisions on who's going to go back and deal with this Nature's Prophet. And if they, top lane, they're going to get him, he looks
Meteor
toast.
Hammer, Slate. No, not going to come out in time. Good play. Flea again, catching him.
Yeah, but if Black and Yellow doesn't make good decisions on how to deal with this split push, and they TP the wrong amount of heroes or too many heroes and leave Yamsun on like an island, for example, and it becomes some, 3v5, that's how Arkosh can win. But in some straight 5v5, no chance. And what's
They have
going
to
on
bring
here?
more back.
Yeah,
they
their base
TP'd
is
in
dying.
top. They TP'd in up top instead to deal with this, to try and get that kill. So they're gonna lose 2 sets of racks hypothetically here. Gremlo pops the BKB, just gonna TP out afterwards. And these racks keep on dropping. They didn't get the cores back in time to deal with this. Do they have enough damage there? It doesn't quite look like it to finish off the melee racks, but I mean, he summons another Sprout, and now Esk is going to have to deal with that one as well when the 2 Treants spawn again. Runs up and tries to get it. Medusa is alone in the pit, and Clockwork has an angle. She does have illusions that are going to wrap around. Tries to find it. Hook shot in. Goes for that Cogs push back into the pit even deeper. Now Pale Horse pops Spider Legs, jumps in middle of it, tries to sneak it, he gets the Aegis! Are you kidding me? Refresher and everything. He got it all. Pops the Enrage, turns to fight Yamsun, who also has Spider Legs, can't get outside the pit, but blinks forward. Gremlo, under control, there's the Nullifier out. He's gonna come back to life in a second. Gremlo needs to buy back in this one if he wants to go for some rat plays in the meantime. And there's gonna be the cheese ready for round 2, or the Refresher pops it, gets up to the high ground with the Enrage, with the BKB. Still in trouble though, pops Satanic, turns to fight Flea, going to fall. Things are getting super weird.
Stop
And they're gonna
putting
try and
his cheese
take
in.
this fight. Oh, he didn't put it in. Oh no, Pale Horse. He gets punished, dead for 2 minutes. Oh, he didn't put the cheese in. I don't know if it would have come back up in time, but regardless, that is going to be a huge win, taking down that Ursa. And no ratting was going on during that time period either.
Yeah. I mean, this Deuce is like so much more powerful than this Ursa.
Oh no, Canis Vulpus, Ghost Scepter. He just wants to kill the creep wave. Let him have it. Oh, he gets away for a second. On the other side, Gremlo gonna get caught by Esk. Didn't have the BKB up. He dies as well. That's a dieback. And it's all falling apart now. There was a moment of glory, but it's snatched away as they are going to walk down these lanes immediately to the tier 4 towers. Yamsun is done. He's like, screw my team. I don't want to see anybody anymore. I want out of this game.
Yeah, there's no buyback on these two, and those are the 2 most important heroes on the Radiant side.
Now, Crow gets a little bit of bully action there onto Jubei, but eyes on the prize. Black and Yellow not even going to care about the rest of it as Arkosh will get knocked out. Black and Yellow, they got a date with Destiny. Thank God. Oh, it's amazing. Black and Yellow will get to continue the grudge match coming up soon in just a few. What a sick game. Nice finish there.
I mean, everyone can have their own opinion. That was an interesting game. A little bit of a snooze fest there. Nature's Prophet's just it's so annoying. Like he was able to do that because of how little stuns and the lack of boosted travel. So very interesting.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. We're going to head on back to the panel in just a few to break down that game and get ready for the next one as well. See you on the other side.
Hello, guys, and welcome back. We're here in the post-game panel to analyze what I was pretty certain was a game of Dota. Tell me about that game a bit, guys. Lyrical, what did we watch? When will the Ursa stop farming is the question I had in my mind that whole game.
Yeah, there were a couple different questions, like, when are they going to be able to push? When is Gremlo going to get caught? 08-12 on the Nature's Prophet. With like 24,000 building damage and 11,000 hero damage. That's just sort of, I think it sums up what that game was. I don't know. It's something that's a pretty unique strategy, and if you're not prepped for it, can catch you off guard. But I think people, Fear, you were talking about it, like it's something that people have seen. They know how to deal with it now.
Yeah, I mean, Nature's Prophet when the shard first came out was incredibly broken, and it was in like every single pub. You had to play against it, and all these guys have been playing for a while now, and it wasn't that long ago. So people that you say they know how to deal with it, but it almost worked, to be honest with you. There's only a couple barracks standing left, and if they were able to finish that BKB on the Nature's Prophet just a little bit earlier, he may have been able to get mega creeps. He died like 4 to 5 times to this Nyx just with the BKB parts without it completed, and I was a little worried in this game. I talked about this Nature's Prophet being like the real carry, and how this Ursa was the hardest countered, hands down, hero in the game, getting too much net worth this game. I think if they would have allocated more resources to the Ember and more resources towards the Nature's Prophet, and he had that earlier BKB, they could have ratted this game out pretty easily. But yeah, I think it was a bit of a mistake to like really just give Ursa that much net worth instead of him getting a little more active in the game and making space for his cores. Potentially getting that Roche earlier too with a Mask of Madness build or the Morbid Mask build into Diffusal.
I mean, you even pointed out in the draft the redundancy of the Viper plus Veno, but it did work when all your farm is on the one hero that everyone counters in that game. So I guess Black and Yellow was pretty happy about it. You talked about it in the game as well a bit about how Black and Yellow was capable of create this like safe zone right around them where it was so difficult to initiate. Could that have led to this amassing on farm on a single hero because they didn't feel like they had many other options when it came to initiation?
Yeah, they just decided to trade farm between Ursa and Dusa, and I think that's Dusa favored. especially if you're not getting a diffusal blade on the Ursa. As you saw in like that last fight, like they were both really high net worth on this Ursa and this Medusa, but Medusa was able to kill the Ursa through the Aegis, and even if he cheesed, I still think she would have got it. So they were really happy playing a really slow game, and I think they had all the tools in the world on Arkosh to make this game faster, but they were happy playing slow and they're content with the way it was going, and I think it just turned into this really ratty game where they didn't have the tools to rat efficiently, I think, and they got caught too much, and Nature's Prophet ended up with like a boatload of deaths and couldn't be avoided because he had no BKB.
Well, I'd love to. Well, no, actually, we have an interview ready here with Jubei to talk to us about the game here with about Black and Yellow. Hello, how are you doing, my friend?
Hello, hello, hello. I'm well. I'm good. I'm okay.
You talked to us. You gave us one of the best interviews we ever got on this panel before. You told us that you wanted to drop down and go ahead and beat Envy again. It seems like your dream might come true. How are you feeling right now about that?
I mean, I was pretty pumped when I said that. Now I'm a little nervous. It's pretty embarrassing if I lose now. So I'm gonna try my best, but I probably shouldn't have said that. That was probably not a good idea.
I mean, you made a fan out of us, that's for sure. Were you preparing for that matchup? Like when you got dropped out, you think we just need to win this one, just for our dignity more than anything?
I mean, our team is pretty confident that we can do well in the qualifiers. I mean, we lost on dying, but the games weren't that bad. Like I think we lost to ourselves more so than we just got owned or whatever. So I mean, we think if we can keep calm and play our best, we think we have a chance. So.
Okay. Were you calm during these games against Arkosh, or were you really afraid of the cult?
I mean, the first game after the morphling lane or whatever, I mean, our safe lane, me and Yamson didn't say a word for the next like 15 minutes. We were unbelievably tilted. Like, I don't know what Yamson's doing. He's just ruining the game. I don't get it.
That's amazing. So I feel like there's times where you guys are really, I don't know, at least when I hear you talk about the games, first of all, congratulations, Jubei. Very well done. There are times when I hear you talk about the games, it sounds like you're just sort of very blunt and upfront about like everybody's feelings. Do you think that that's something that exists in your team? Do you think it's something, if it does exist, that's like helpful at all, where you're just getting all your emotions out there?
I mean, I would be the like person that does that the most or whatever. I mean, I get emo. I just start crying, like pointing out everyone's faults, being that guy,
no.
and then other people try to calm people down. But I mean, everyone has their episodes except Ask. Really, Ask is I don't know if he doesn't give a shit or what's going on, but he's super chill. He doesn't give a fuck what's going on.
Nice. It's always good to have that guy.
Does he help you guys? Does he cheer you guys up, or does he just stay quiet when you guys are crying?
He's mostly quiet.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have any questions for him, Few?
I mean, I don't really care about the last match too much, but like, I'm very curious about like your upcoming match and then your match against Undying as well. Like, since you guys did have pretty close games against Undying and you had chances to win it, like, I feel like you guys should be proud of that and pretty confident going into this next match too. So, yeah, how are you guys feeling going into your next match, going against the Bees?
I mean, we're confident like we can do it again or whatever, win. But I suspect we won't play against the same team that we played against yesterday or whatever. Like, I think at the very least they're gonna come with different strategies or whatever, and so we're gonna have to win a different type of game. But I mean, I think we can do it. I think our players are capable, and they got some noobs on their team, so we'll give it a shot.
There you go. There's the drama bait. I love it. Well,
Yeah,
hopefully
love it.
Yamsum doesn't die 3 times in the lane at the start again. It'll be good.
Yep. We wish you luck. It's been a pleasure having you here on the panel always. I just want to interview you again, so please, do win in the lower brackets. Congratulations for your storyline and good luck getting to that final.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good there.
What a guy.
This Black and Yellow team has made me a fan. Not gonna lie, they're incredible. this forwardness and truthfulness it's hard not to like that. So we have had our fun with the series, some more than others, but it has to come to an end as this panel is going to break apart for a bit. We're going to get 1437 and AUI here on the panel together with Sumi as well. I'm going to say goodbye to prepare for the next series. Last words from the panel as we bid you guys adieu. I know you guys are coming up later, but anything you want to hype up, lyrical, for example?
Just that Canis Vulpes' final scoreline was 666, so that's just a little bit of lore for you there going forward. Keep an eye out on that guy.
Okay, Fear?
I mean, I just want to hype up the next series. I'm excited to see AUI and 1437 cast.
Yeah.
All right. Well, with that, guys, we have one small thing to mention to you before we go to break. We are running, as you guys know, we've been running our Mate Mate sponsorship, but on top of that, we're actually running a giveaway, not just with Mate Mate, but also with HyperX. So, if you go to bts.gg/giveaway, or you click on the giveaway banner below, you have a chance to win some gaming essentials. This includes 4 cases of Mate Mate, Mate Mate swag in general. As you see, their branding is quite nice, quite hip, for all the young people out there. You go buy some Mate Mate swag. You can have a HyperX Alloy Origins keyboard, HyperX Cloud Alpha S headset, HyperX Pulsefire Surge mouse, HyperX Fury SXL mousepad, or a BTS Dota 2 thank you hoodie, as you see here on the screen. So remember, go to bts.gg/giveaway to enter, or click on the banner below if you're too lazy to type that out. We're going to take a 6-minute break while we wait for the next series. Get excited for that cast, and we'll see you guys then. So enjoy some ads while we prepare for that exciting next matchup in the NA TI10 close qualifiers.
Just watch me breaking. You're sweet. You're falling into me, touch me. I swear you would do anything that I want. So keep us awake till the dawn. Baby, feel free. I wanna make you sweat on me. I wanna make you sweat on me. From the get-go, let me be frank, I'm not that complicated. If you need me, what's the use of playing games, though? There's no denying what we want. Just watch me break it. You're falling into me, touch me. I swear you would do anything that I want. So keep us awake till the dawn.
I've been watching lately, moving left to right, got me going crazy, under these neon lights, and I don't really do dancing, but baby I don't care, 'cause Girl, you got me up all night. Thinking about you. Got me staying up all night. Yeah. Thinking about you. Do you think about me? Me too.
Welcome back, everybody, to the TI10 qualifiers for North America. We had a lot of parties going on in the first two series, and they will continue today as we get to our last two series of the day. Here with me to talk about this series are two players, panelists, casters extraordinaire, whose names are very pronounceable in different ways. We have Mr. 1437, as Dakota has told me, and also Mr. AUI_2000. What's up, gentlemen? Welcome to today's panel.
Well,
Hi.
I will tell you that is the first time anyone's ever called me that. So there's a first for you right there. Yeah, I'm happy to be here, and I'm so excited to cast such a amazing series, to be honest.
I want to only be referred to that as that by now, like AUI
can't
underscore
do that.
2000.
I
I will
cannot
only
do
respond
that.
if you reply to me like that.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. That's definitely not going to work out for me. I think I've just shot myself in the foot here. But Fear said earlier, like right before this panel started, that he was really excited for both of you to be here, and he's really excited to watch this panel. So we have I'm very excited. When Fear says he's excited for something, I just know that, like, as someone that's like a little bit like lower energy, for him to say that he is hyped for something, I can get up with that, you know? But yeah, so today's series is Undying versus Four Zoomers, and a lot of people have told me that these two teams are easily the top two in this tournament. Gentlemen, what do you think? Let's start with you, 1437.
That's not his name.
Yeah, it's 1437 to correct you once again. Yeah, it's really fun. I mean, these two teams are guaranteed to be like top two, in my opinion, at least going in. I was actually giving like close to 75% odds for Undying to take it all, and I would say 20 some for Zoomers, and the small other percentages for all the other teams that were in this tournament. I think they're just like the clear favorites, and you can see them, they're already in the upper bracket finals.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, AUI? AUI underscore 2000.
Okay, you don't actually have to do it. It's very long. I think coming in, everyone thinks that they're top two. I think it's pretty much indisputed. Like your black and yellows and bumblebees, they'd like to contest it. We're like, we'll see that later. But these two teams are in the upper bracket for a reason, as 1437 already said. So yeah, no, this is gonna probably be the best series of the tournament, unless these guys have a rematch in the grand finals.
Yeah, and I think the best of three is going to be a lot closer, obviously, because there's more room to cheese one another. There was a tournament that happened right before this qualifiers, and
Right.
Zoomers actually took out Undying in the best of three with some illusion-based strategies. But when it came to the best of five, Undying, caught on to the Zoomer strats that time around and kind of took advantage of that. But whoever gets to the finals first, they're going to have a little bit more time preparing for the grand finals. Like, this series, it means less in the grand scheme of things, but it's very important in terms of how much preparation time you will have for the grand finals, because I do expect both these teams to actually play against each other regardless of who wins or loses.
So tell me, if you were to choose between Undying and Four Zoomers, which team would you pick right now to come out on top of this series, and what is the reason for that?
I think for sure Undying, right? Like, I think we were both gonna say Undying, just because and they've performed better. They beat Zoomers in their last ones during the DPC. Honestly, 4 Zoomers look pretty shaky in both seasons of DPC compared to what we expected of them. At some point, like 4 Zoomers, they were beating Quincy Crew in a best of 5. They were like looking to push for the top, but then they just looked sort of on a different tier than Quincy and Undying during the DPC and EG, of course. So
Yeah, DPC is definitely a little bit of a different system where two teams get to prepare a little bit more for the opponent that they're playing against, because you normally play like one series a week, so you might have your strategies prepared for almost all 3 games potentially. These tournament settings though, I think for Zoomers, they'll play a little bit better because it's a bit more spontaneous. That being said, though, 4 Zoomers in this tournament so far have been shaky, especially their mid game and their late game. I don't doubt their early game one bit, and they pick well for it. They got their cheese stratch set, but Undying, they just got to be a little bit more favored. I think the only thing that changes for this tournament is the carries, the Terrorblade, the Medusas. They become more popular, which means 4 Zoomers are going to have opportunities to utilize the impact of those carries with their cheese strats and possibly get one of their cheese strats much easier.
Yeah, and I think since 4 Zoomers, they lost to some people cosplaying as a team in Arkosh in the late game. They've decided to sort of secure their late game every single game by picking Phoenix first pick. I think they're completely on the same train of thought as you, 1,437.
Wait, hold on. Didn't you beat their Phoenix?
No,
Isn't
no,
it
no.
the one game that
we
you beat them?
No, we lost to
they
Phoenix. Did we beat Phoenix as well? Did they have it that game?
I think
honestly,
they did.
These games are so clowny that I don't know what's happening in them. So
yeah,
I'm checking right now.
They had Phoenix all 3 games, but you did beat their Phoenix in one of the games, and they actually lost with Phoenix against 2 based as well when they had the Phoenix. So
that
technically, it only has a 50% win rate for Zoomers.
But they're still first picking it, right? Like even if you lose with it, like if you still have the idea and you believe in it, I think I don't know. Maybe it's like in my head, it's a good hero for them, right?
Yeah.
Like they're good early game. You cover for that weakness of Phoenix, and then you scale really well with the hero.
One of the things that Fear told me yesterday as well is pretty much the exact same thing, where he said that even if you pick Phoenix and you end up losing with it, it's still a very comfortable pick for you. It's something that you're familiar with the matchups for this particular hero, and so even if it doesn't work, you'll keep picking it. So do you think that that's like the case here?
I think so. I think it's just a very flexible hero. I mean, you can play in position 4 and 5, but it just has such high impact. Plus, it absorbs a lot of the opponent's attention, which makes it much easier for the rest of your team to play. Because if they're all going for your position, if they're all gunning for your position 5 hero, who can just click his ultimate and buy even more time, then the rest of your team can dish out a lot of damage. Now looking at this draft though, like I'm kind of surprised Zoomers gave away Apparition Dragonite like this. It's been a very solid combo. I think Undying have favored this Apparition quite a bit. I was thinking whether they're gonna go the Enchantress or the Apparition, but this just so solid in the first pick, and it's gonna make the Phoenix Sunray quite useless.
Yeah, especially from second pick, right? Now you don't know if Dragonite's going mid, where I think he actually has a favorable matchup versus Ember, or going to the off lane, where honestly, Phoenix is supposed to be good versus Dragonite in game. You have like percent damage to Sunray, a lot of magical damage, team fight, but he does nothing to him in lane. Like you can pressure carries pretty hard with Dragonite against Phoenix lanes.
Tell me about this Naga Siren ban. We haven't really seen Naga too often. What makes it a good third ban for Undying?
So when Zoomers beat Undying in the last tournament in the best of 3, one game they had Phantom Lancer, and the second game they had Naga Siren. And I think Undying also started to realize the impact Naga can have on games and against their playstyle. These illusion-based heroes who don't really show on lanes, which make it harder for Undying to not only gank, but also catch, because not only catch, but push lanes out against. You just constantly get all your lanes in, and you can't really make plays, so they're just going to look to remove all the illusion heroes, in my opinion, here. I think we can probably expect the Phantom Lancer ban coming out next.
And I think specifically when you have Ancient Apparition, Naga Siren's a pretty good ban.
Yeah.
We would have seen, like, if EG played this game, they would pick Naga Siren, they put it in lane, aggro duo lane, and then they like get a good matchup for Isis Ice. I think 4 Zoomers probably would have done something similar. A just doesn't have any impact in lane against Naga Siren.
Definitely interesting, but EG is like known for their Naga, like Arteezy is known for his Naga Siren, right? So that would be like a no-brainer. But for Zoomers, I took a look at some of the stats. I don't really see a lot of Naga for Sammy Boy.
It was just that one game when they played it.
Oh.
The date was, I'll tell you exactly when. It was 27 days ago against Undying. They had a Naga Siren.
The other
That's
thing
pretty
about
awesome.
this is that these guys play infinite amounts of pubs against each other. So like maybe Sammy Boy played Nagasar in a pub versus Moon Meander, and Moon Meander is just playing his 4, he's just trying to play Dota, and he doesn't want to play versus Hero anymore. Sometimes it's as simple as that.
I see. I see. It's definitely interesting to get that perspective. Like, I get really mad at heroes when I'm playing too, so it's nice to see that pros feel the same way.
Oh, also a month ago, they also had 2 games of Nagas against Undying, and they beat them in both of the games too. So it was actually 3 situations. Zoomers had Naga Siren, and Undying lost all 3 games to that one hero. So it just makes it very logical for them to just get rid of it right now. Plus, if you get like an 18 pick Naga Siren, which is like the 4th pick on the Zoomer side, and you can't really like pick to counter, like preemptively counter it, because then they can just take another carry, and that'll kind of just grief your draft at that point.
I've seen a lot of the drafts come down to banning out all the carries, and then the teams are kind of stuck with like some quote unquote B tier carries. Do you feel like that might happen here with both teams not able to lock in any carries yet? And we're kind of seeing a lot of those bans come out.
Yeah, I mean, it's right now, I think everyone views the 3 best carries as like Terrorblade, Medusa, Luna. I think the next hero's like Spectre, I don't know, whatever carries good for game. Maybe Spectre's in tier 1. But we've seen like a lot of focus on bans and carry, and that's also resulted in a lot of early carry picks. So we'll see. I think usually Undying, if it's like this where all the carries are banned, Undying has an advantage because they have the pick out of phase, which means they ban 3 heroes that they think are good versus a carry. And then they're just they might just take their carry here. It's the best like theoretical draft structure, because then DK is still open to being 2 or 3.
Yep. And there's the position for Mirana for Moon Meander also coming out here. They banned the PL. Mirana would have suffered a lot against a Phantom Lancer pick. And Undying, the thing about their drafting as well is they are very like systematic with how they pick. Normally they would just take their position 5 first, then their offlaner. Maybe they can flex the offlaner pick to the mid, like Death Prophet, Dragon Knight, these kind of heroes, and then they take their position 4 and just set up for the carry probably in the next draft. It's kind of surprising to me. I think AUI, maybe you can touch upon this, since they were your ex-teammates too. Like teams who have this draft structure and just kind of stick to it, like they're very stable, but they have a hard time finding like these kind of cheese situations where they can bust out, out of nowhere. And is that like a negative thing, or do you think just being solid is good enough?
It depends on the situation a bit, right? Like if I'm Undying, I think I'm the better team. I think I just play solid.
Right.
Like it's like any game. Like if you have a higher % to win in an even game, then it's not bad to just play an even draft game. Make sure you can play your game. Honestly, like with the history between these 2 teams, I would feel like if draft is playable, I'm confident from the Undying side. And we can see like that was like so planned. Like 4 Zoomers knew they were gonna go for Morphling and instantly picked the Spectre. And Undying, I don't know if they knew they were gonna get Tidehunter there, but like they were ready to pick the Morphling as soon as they saw that watermelon.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about the lanes. I know that you mentioned earlier that Dragon Knight can kind of go anywhere. So tell me, with the current picks right now for Undying, what are these lanes setups?
It's straightforward, I think, at this point. I mean, I guess not really, because the Morphling can technically go mid, and it's a very good matchup against the Ember Spirit.
Brawl played it mid last game.
Right. And they might just like hold off on their carry until they see the last hero of Zoomers, but Zoomers are just going to take like a position 4 here anyway. And if they can put the Morphling safe lane, they will, but probably won't, because Apparition Morphling is one of like the worst lanes. But the reason why they did take it is because they can still flex the Morph and the DK. But yeah, I was quite impressed with how fast they zoomed through those last picks there. I think Undying, they must have like some kind of a sheet where they're like, okay, if we have second pick, we're going to try to aim for these cores because they're very flexible, and then we'll just try to hold off to the last pick to see like what hero we want to round out our lineup with, and then we'll figure out where the other 2 guys will go.
Yeah, for sure I can guarantee they have a list of flex heroes. From first pick you got a support core flex, from second pick you just got a core to core flex. And it's as Theban said, you really just don't quite know where Morphling's going, but I think you can sort of assume he's mid, right? Like you wouldn't want to play Morphling AA against Tidehunter +1.
Yeah.
We'll see though. Like they might
You
pull
can.
something funky. Like they'll see everything, and maybe they'll get such a good mid matchup that it's okay for Morphling to lose his lane. Like maybe they're fine with him just going to farm. That hero catches up relatively fast, and he has purpose already.
No,
Ooh, I
we're
would
not putting
no,
Morph
no.
in that lane.
No,
We're
don't
not
put
putting
Morph
Morph
in
in the
that
safe lane. We're out of there, guys. We're gonna pick another hero. Maybe it'd be really cool, like something really tanky that can buy like hood this game, because Zoomer's lineup is all magic damage apart from that Spectre's Desolate. So I don't know, something like a Bristleback, something that can just frontline for you and just like buy Ags goo, but I'm not sure if Tomato is gonna play that. I know he prefers to play like the hard carries, but that could be an interesting, but something along those lines, something that can just tank up and survive this lane.
If it was Envy, oh, okay. Wait, is that mid? That's mid Doom though, I think.
Yeah, I think it looks like it, right?
I mean, I would actually wait. It's
off
safe
lane
Doom.
Doom.
Wait,
Oh,
Okay.
never mind.
So
Okay,
they're gonna put the Morph in the safe lane anyway
Okay.
against the Skyrath.
that's I don't like this. I think Bristleback was actually a perfect pick. He destroys Tidehunter in lane, and he actually has good matchups versus everyone but Phoenix. So,
Can you tell me just a little bit about this matchup between Morphling and Skyrath? What makes it so difficult for Morphling?
Skyrath just has a lot of nuke damage and an instant silence, so it's hard to. You have to play like higher HP than you want, and sometimes you can like still die to that magic damage. He's just constantly spamming you down the lane, and it would be okay if he had like a Rio 5 position, but A is pretty susceptible in lane, I think.
Yeah, and I mean the lane is hard. You have to always constantly strap morph, and every time you strap morph in the early levels, it's harder to bring your damage back and heal it too. So you don't really want to be morphing that much, and the spam is going to be annoying. That being said, though, I think Zoomers don't have sufficient disables in their lineup. Actually, their only disable is pretty much the Tidehunter Ravage. Chains, I can't really consider that to be like a hard disable or anything. So I gotta be favoring like Undying's draft overall.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think for Zoomers, they have a lot of damage, but they don't have any building damage to go with it. They sort of have to snowball to win this game, in my opinion, because Spectre's not carrying this game. Not against Dragon Knight Doombringer, even this AA. So, yeah, I think Undying have a pretty decent draft advantage right now.
Well, it looks like both of our casters have Undying as their pick to win. We will see what happens as we get into our very first game of the series, Undying versus 4 Zoomers. AUI and 1437, take it away.
Thank you. Well, that was a very interesting draft. I think it was pretty fast too, right, Curtis?
I think
that must be
Undying
one of
had
the fastest drafts I saw.
I think they had a time penalty, because like they went into the first phase with like 1 minute 20 seconds.
Okay.
I think they're.
But
I saw in the lobby they're like doing lane practice instead of joining the lobby, and then they probably got the penalty.
Yeah, they need that warm up, get ready for it. And lane practice, that's something very important. A lot of teams don't actually do. I think you can improve your laning significantly.
Even like for people watching out there, even stuff like doing last hit trainers and stuff like that, if you can isolate like key parts of Dota and only focus on working on them, I think you will improve a lot faster than like trying to spam games. Because you play a game of Dota and there's literally 10,000 things to improve on. The game is so complex.
Yeah, exactly. And when you play lane practice, like you're so tunnel vision and focused into that one thing, then you realize like how many small things that you're missing out when you're actually playing inside of a game.
Yeah.
And if you improve one aspect like that, you're gonna get real good much faster. And early game, it's majority is where you can snowball. That's very important. So just right now we see both teams going on the opposite sides of the map with all their heroes. We got 2 wards on the bottom side for Zoomers, scouting out where the laning situation is, I feel like. And they're going to see this Morphling bottom right now.
Yeah, I think Scarth is probably going to hit him on this lane just before the creeps. Just be annoying.
Oh, yeah. Wait, he must... If the Morphling didn't see him first, then they're going to know there's a ward there.
They are, and Dubu actually already has an additional sentry for here. I was gonna say, I thought he slowed the full wave so that Tidehunter wasn't blocking and go to tower. They'd immediately lose lane control, but maybe they have some different plan. I mean, Tomato, he's still forced to TP bottom, which it does hurt. I mean, TPs are really expensive now.
It's huge. It's 100 gold down the drain. And most of the carries, they don't really want to die in lanes either, so you're not looking to get that free TP. So how hard do you think this lane is for the Morphling?
Arrow on top lane? I think it's playable because of how the lane started. Like it's pushing into him. Like right now, A should just go off to the side and give Morphling solo XP here. I don't think that a harass on Tidehunter matters. You just need to get to level 3 on Morphling right now.
Exactly. I'm a big fan of Dubu. I think he's one of the best position 5s in NA right now, but I've always felt that was one of his weaker aspects of the game, like trying to understand when to lead your carry on his own and try to like bully the 4. Yeah, because he is like super smart player, but like you said in the situation, if the apparition was just following the Skyrath around, Morphling is going to be so happy and getting all that solo XP.
Yeah, actually, I like what you said. If you can force it into a 1v1, Morphling versus Tide, like you do actually win that lane. Like you sort of want to make it like into a 1v1. That's pretty cool to think about.
All right, well, this lane looks pretty good so far. Let's take a look at mid real quick. You talked a little bit about how Dragon Knight is very favored in this matchup. Want to elaborate on that a little bit?
I don't know about very favored, but I think he generally wins this matchup. I don't like that Brow took Breathe Fire though. I think you're just supposed to take stun.
The stun.
Yeah, you just take
it's
stun
like free...
and get 2 denies.
Exactly, free denies. That's the play. That's how you win lanes. And right now he's only got 2 denies in his mid lane.
Yeah, he's actually getting out CS by the Ember Spirit too, right? Like Ember has 3 denies, and yeah, I mean if it's like this, then Ember looks pretty good in this lane because then you just like level up your Flame Guard and you can just play for farm. You shove the wave, DK doesn't do that much about that, and then you just farm neutrals. You'll ult farm DK.
Do you think that has anything to do with the fact that he's a bronze Dragon Knight versus a master tier Ember Spirit?
It might have something to do with it. Brow is, I mean he didn't have Dota Plus for a while, I think. So like his levels are fake, but he's actually a pretty good Dragon Knight. Bronze is really low. I mean, the thing is, he probably thinks like anyone can play Dragon Knight, right? But I don't think that's actually true anymore. I think Dragon Knight has some specialization. It's not the same DK as we like saw way back.
Right, and looking into the third lane right now. Arrow gonna miss Husky. Doom versus Mirana, very just farm intensive lane. You're just trying to give Saberlight as much XP as he can. He's got level 2 into Devour. Didn't even go for the level 2 Scorched Earth, opting for the golden XP instead. Husky plus Sammy, they should be okay, right?
I think so. Moon brought out 2 sentries here. I think it's honestly a little bit late. Oh, it's so hard to stop the pull on Dire. The creeps are just so close. So he manages to pull 3 melee creeps, which is pretty ham.
And you can just get the deny with the Spectre too on that range real quick, because Saberlight probably not expecting that.
Yeah, also, I'm a bit confused that he blocked this medium camp. Do you have any read on
just
that?
Stacks. Like... I think it's just about the stacks, right? Like the Ember wants to go there, use the Flame Guard, get farmed. Husky's gonna see this. He's like, oh, I can't double stack anymore. But it's not that efficient.
You just double stack the hard camp and medium camp on the right side. Like you can still do these 2.
You do.
And then like I feel like so my read on him bringing 2 sentries was that the hard camp's blocked. He clicked Phoenix and saw he had 1 sentry. So after he dewards it, Phoenix is gonna reblock it and deward his sentry. I thought he was just gonna do that again, you know, and then they would have the camp. Like right now, it's 4 minutes in the game. I would say you have better fighting on the side, but you don't have access to a hard camp, which is a big deal for Doom and Potom.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That the Phoenix is just gonna come deward that, so you don't want to waste any of your gold resources. At least do something with it. Oh, Brack's getting very low bottom.
Honestly, they're winning bottom really hard.
They are. I mean, it's kind of even in last hits, but that's winning, right? Especially considering that there's a Skyrath.
Like Skyrath is, I mean, the hero's not that lane like he's not a lane dominator anymore. But I think in this lane he sort of should be. I think Tomato and Dubu, like they had a good read on this lane. They just sort of spammed the Tidehunter down, and Brax he actually went for like boots of speed. He didn't go for like more of a sustained pressure build. I'm not too sure about that. Usually, you buy boots when you want to kill your opponent or prevent being killed by them. And I think he should feel like he's gushing for range creeps. He actually took Anchor Smash at level 1, which I think is wrong. He should just gush the Morphling and then double nuke with Skyrath. So I think like, go ahead.
You're right. I was gonna say like maybe he should have got the Arcane Bolt in that situation over the Concussive Shock, because that's what I was thinking about the Morphling versus the Skyrath Mage. You just go for that, but maybe the adaptation from Ocean just wasn't there. Going for the more mana efficient build kind of costing him the lane. And now here mid we see a TP from Ocean. Gonna slow the Dragon Knight down. Gunner, he's got that Flame Guard. Phoenix also coming in. They're gonna get the first blood onto Husky, killing the Dragon Knight. And that was DK who just used the Elder Dragon form.
That's a huge kill. I was thinking when they went for that, I'm like, dude, that's a DK. Like, are you really killing him? But they really knew their limits. They knew just this Ancient Seal at level 1 is 30% extra magic damage, 3 points of Flame Guard, you know, the Phoenix Dive and Spirits. They had enough. That's a huge play for them. They're just
That
so
is-
efficient with it. You know, you kill Dragonite at that time. A big thing is that you also get control over the 6-minute rune. Like they will control both sides here. Maybe
Ember
Ember
sees
doesn't get
Illusion
this
top.
one. I think he's getting actually.
Yeah, they're gonna drop a ward right in front of. Oh, Moon Meander's going for it. No, just gonna pick it up. Won't at least let it get denied. That was a really amazing rotation in my opinion. And you know, Undying, they love the 5-minute catapult play with just bring all the supports in. But Zoomers were just a little bit faster at it. And
Yeah.
Bryo, he didn't have Magic Wand. There's no raindrop, so he didn't have any like the sneaky tanky stuff going either.
For sure. And he started to win in CS as the lane started moving on, because you just, you sort of out-sustain Ember, you can play closer up to the creeps get position. But he wasn't as dominant as the other times you sort of seen this matchup mid. Maybe that played a little bit of a part in it, he would have had raindrop or wand for that gank. Maybe he lives there.
All right, and I think maybe Dragonite is also supposed to hit that level 6 just a little tiny bit faster. But when Gunnar did go on him, he already had that Fire Remnant. And
look at Brock.
now
He's
the
like-
lane looks
he's-
really hard.
He's sort of playing scared now, right? Like he's
Yeah.
hiding by his tower in a Dragonite versus Ember matchup. This is
His
not how
ward
you
got
want
killed
to be.
as well. So
That's-
now
that's
Moon
big.
Meander is forced to just play around here, be that moving ward for Bryle and covering him. Oh,
The
Moon, just
silence
gonna get
are going pretty well for Team Undying, though, I think. Especially
Yeah.
Morphling. Like, I think Tidehunter, if you don't go for a fast ring of health, like, Morphling's just going to keep clicking you. And Gunnar, he's doing
Exactly.
stacks here. Ooh, it is big. They do have
Is
Doom.
it gonna be worth it though? Yeah, Moon just gonna come in and try to scare him up. I think he got a few creeps there, and that's gonna be completely worth it. And look at his build right now. He's going straight Maelstrom, not gonna upgrade that boots even on Gunnar. Trying to get that scaling build as soon as he possibly can. I kind of like this.
I think
And
it's
he's
pretty
gonna be like a
smart.
secondary core.
Because if you look at the heroes on Team Undying, Morphling has really high armor, and Dragonite has really high armor, right? So maybe
Right,
like the
the
phase
magic
boots, they don't
build
feel as
more.
good. You just want like the
Mhm.
Javelin fast, so you can do some damage to them. Ooh, double
And
damage to Dragonite here.
Yep, they control the top rune well there, and Husky, I hate this 50-50 Curtis from like these runes sometimes. Now the Dragonite with the DD and the Elder Dragon form, like it's gonna be so scary. But you see Brax actually rotating mid. They want to kill this DK once again. And Ember, he's gonna go in, chains, Gush, Ravish comes out. They're gonna drop everything onto his Dragonite, plus that Sunray, the percentage-based damage. Gonna take him out. Saberlight TPing in. He's gonna doom the Tidehunter. But that's the Tidehunter.
He's
Are you
alive.
sure you want to be going on him? He's got a hood. He's fine. Wow.
That was
I
a
mean,
cool rotation.
That really was. That was so good, especially with the Morphling pushing him bottom. I feel like it should have been telegraphed though. And Undying needed to get out of the mid lane with the Dragonite. Maybe he was thinking he was tanky enough that his teammates can come in and help him out, but he dies again. 2 deaths on this DK.
And I think it's a little bit of a punishing of the AA, right? Like most 5 positions, maybe you'd have some save or some way to like
Right.
frontline the gank for someone. Oh no, they're
Oh,
coming
speaking
for
of
more
AA,
stacks.
he's looking pretty dead here. And Flame Guard, he's got a few more seconds left on that. They might just go for it. Nah, he's out. He knows the Flame Guard is out now, and it's gonna take a little too much time. They're being very efficient on this map right now on the 4 Zoomers.
Honestly, Undying, they didn't have the form I expected them to have in their earlier series. But I thought it was a bit of like Moon Meander. He sort of did an interview. He said they're treating like some of the games a bit less seriously because they don't want like over focus, and choke because they're like the clear favorites
Right.
coming in. But honestly, like 4 Zoomers, how they're playing this game, they're just like they're making the moves better. Like Undying, they're trying to respond, and 4 Zoomers are
Look
getting
at
the
this
kills
stack.
anyways.
Look at the stack right now. The big creeps left. Gunnar, he really wants. He's just pushing the limits. Okay, he just leaves 2 creeps behind. And you know what? I completely agree with you. And the fact that 4 Zoomers actually lost games in this tournament so far is also like a learning opportunity for them too, right? Where
Yeah, that is
Undying,
true.
they might be like, oh, we're not trying that hard against some of these other teams because we know they're not really our competition. We don't want to choke. But that also means they're probably not learning as they're going.
Yeah, look at this. There's some really
As
good
much, at
synergy
least.
coming up here. Husky bought 2 souls because he's having a really good game of Phoenix versus Sammy Boy Spectre, who already has a Blade Mail. He farms like
Yeah.
a triple or quad on the hard and a triple on the ancients, and all of a sudden he's the highest net worth real gold hero because Doom's sort of a cheater with his max devour.
Yeah, he is. And Midas.
And
He's got
Midas
2.
and the
Yeah.
tower down. I will say though, like 4 Zoomers are making a lot of these good moves to mid, but they are suffering a little bottom lane though. Moonmeadow, he's getting pressured a bit. They can't kill him though.
No, he's not going to spend the Ravage there. He does have a magic wand charges, but the position 4, maybe they're feeling like it wasn't worth it. Even if they did Ravage, he might have not died. They could have been TPs coming in. Haunt though, that's something Sandboy is down to use. He wants to get the kill. He has a Dust as well available. I wonder if a support gave him that, and he's going to get himself a little bit more gold.
That was a beast play, because you can't let the 4 just sit at this tower. Like, you really want to kick this guy out, especially in this patch.
Yeah, I remember yesterday there was a Viper who was sitting under a tower, and he farmed a lot, and he became such an annoying guy.
That guy sounds like a really good player. That guy is really smart.
He carried very hard.
You know that game, who called Pandago to top? I was solo killing the Viper, or the Timbersaw. I was mad he rotated. Oh, Doom on
wait,
bottom.
hold on. Arrow onto Tide into a Doom, so Krakisha would not be popping right away, and they're gonna chase him. Oh, there comes the big blast from the top lane. Gonna burst Mr. Brax there. That was a pretty nice kill from them. And one more thing, AUI, I want to say, like, we didn't mention it, but Bryo with that DD, he knew that they keep killing him mid, so he actually went top lane to take the tower, and he's been sitting up there for like 3 minutes after that tower was taken, and now almost has a blink dagger.
Ooh, that's big.
Oh, Ocean. Ocean's also looking pretty dead right now.
Oh wow, I'm surprised by Ocean's skill build. At the major, every Skyrath went 1-1-4 or like 1-2-4. Like, they all prioritize getting Ancient Seal levels. Maybe it's like he doesn't have that much magic damage. I mean, it seems like if you're picking Skyrath, you only pick him for his silence. Like, that's what I think of the hero. Because like the hero's not like, if you compare Skyrath to Hoodwink, like Hoodwink's literally better at everything that's at Skyrath is, except for the silence. Like, the silence is his best spell.
He's usually like much harder to kill too, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Hoodwink actually does more damage than Skyrath, like other than the silence. So
that's very sad to hear.
Yeah, this hero's sort of a dead hero. But at the major, like, EG would pick it with Abed, Tiny, and stuff, and they'll like run around together, and they would just burst anyone. It would do like 2,500 damage to a hero with Hood.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So going for his own personal build here, Sandboy tanking right in front of the tower. He's gonna get blinked up by a DK. They're gonna go all in onto him. Ice Blast comes out too, so the Sunray not healing, but the Doom will take the fall. Moon Meander, he left in. He didn't have Manta Starstorm. Now he will after using the wand, but that doesn't matter at all. And Undying, they're gonna lose 2 heroes. They did manage to kill the Spectre, which is gonna create a little bit of a difference between the Morph and the Spec, but the mid tower is in a little bit of danger. Tidehunter does have the Ravage up, plus the Mystic Flare, so they can burst the hero if they get a little too close here.
They do so this Blink of Dragonite.
Oh, stun in. Yep, they're going in with the Morphling as well, just kicking him off the tower. Brax, he's holding that Ravage. He's just protecting his teammates. Timato with that Flame Guard. And now they're going to blink in with the Doom, go on to the Skyrath. Not any stuns left though, but the last light from the Morph going to be enough to bring him down. So they do manage to defend the tier 1, and it's going to be Undying now, going back at Zoomer's tower once again.
There's just 5 heroes mid for both sides. They really want to fight over this mid area.
Yeah, Gunner coming back in. Slight, that he's got that Maelstrom now, so a lot of poke damage available. Oh, Moon. He's getting real low. This Maelstrom is not to be underestimated.
So did he go Maelstrom into Phase Boots, or is it like Javelin into Phase Boots? I didn't quite get to see.
Yeah, I didn't notice that either, but I think you might be right. It could have been the Phase Boots and then the Maelstrom.
I'm not too sure what he did, but it ends up like you do want Phase Boots even if you get Maelstrom this game, just because you don't need something like Travels. You're playing with a Spectre. He's going to deal with like these lanes that are bad to push. I did want to mention, on 4 Zoomers push on that mid tower, Tomato went for like this big play where he turned into the Ember on his waveform. And he had like I think he had like a 40% chance to get the Ember in his chains, and it would have been like a free kill. So that was like
that would have
very
been the
spooky.
play.
Yeah, that would
Gunner
be very
was so low there.
I think
but
honestly,
right now Gunner,
if he
he's
chains
good
him,
though.
He is very good right now. If he chains him there, I think Brax would have popped Ravage, and they still would have lost Ember. So that would have been interesting.
Brax gonna be chased. He's playing under a ward, and they're gonna get the stun on, and they're gonna doom him. Ice Blast, everything being dropped for this Tidehunter. I mean, they had to do that, or else he probably would have just got away by clicking the hood and the magic wand. And it looks like that's the play they do to get this tier 1 middle. Both teams, that's what they're looking at. They want to defend on the side of Zoomers, but it's going to be really hard without that tanky Tide in the front lines. Brawl just hitting this tower down. That corrosive breath, so much tower damage as well, and they're going to get it. And this is what every team nowadays is looking at, right? Just get that top tower, get the mid tower, control that area of the map so your cores can efficiently farm, and then start looking for Roshan.
Look at Sammy Boy though. They have a great ward on him from Dubu.
Oh yeah, they're gonna jump in. Sammy Boy is just gonna get instantly bursted thanks to that Ice Blast. Wow. And that's such a scary place to farm though, as Sammy Boy. And Zoomers, they're actually gonna run at them at the moment. They got the chains. Nope, not gonna land onto the Mirana. Everyone on Undying just gonna walk away from this. Doom also TPing out.
They do get 2 wards as compensation from that Spectre kill, but now Spectre has died 2 times, and Morphling has sort of just been farming the entire time. I mean, he was like pressuring mid with his team, but they're very happy with that. I think anything they can do to lower the net worth of 4 Zoomer side will feel good for them, because they have Devour and Midas. Like, they're naturally, if nothing happens in the game in terms of gold, like, they're naturally building a lead. Oh, it's Saberlight, he blinks in though.
They know Saberlight doesn't have a TP. This is a really good smoke from the Zoomers. Going down there, just 1 chains into the Mystic Flare, gonna be enough. Yeah, top lane. Once again, Samboy getting jumped by the Dragon Knight. Ice Blast, Arrow, Starstorm. Sammy Boy, he just had... I feel like he's got the wrong read on this game right now as to where Undying are on the map.
Yeah,
like, these last 2 deaths, they were real bad.
These last 2 deaths were straight up bad, because he saw them take mid tower from the top side, right? So they take from top side, you can assume they have jungle control, which means they're gonna have wards in there. Then they have wards in there, they see you in the hard camp, they kill you. And then your teammate shows 4 heroes on bottom, and you sort of like sit in top lane. Like, they're going to make a play. But both teams, like, they're making these very fast movements. You know, they use Doom, so we smoke on them. And it just seems like, you know, you're getting a little bit of an edge on it with Undying, because you're just constantly killing this carry.
And, I mean, Zoomers did make the correct play when they saw the Doom TP bottom go after kill him, but they can't afford their Spectre to die. Like, all these plays don't mean anything if your carry is not also getting free farm at the same time.
Yeah,
if the carry is sitting somewhere hiding or dying, then you're just gonna feel like it amounted to nothing.
For sure, and I think you can sort of think of the smoke. So they smoke like this, right? So if you look at the smoke path, if Samuel is farming anywhere in this area, his team smoke is sort of acting as a shield for him.
Exactly.
So like he can hide behind them. Like, they're smoking, and you're sort of in the smoke, but more like you're just using it to farm. And all of a sudden you have these open camps. Instead, he's like in the most vulnerable area of the map. Like, you're smoking down. That means there's nothing over here to protect you at all. And he just dies.
That's okay if Husky, for example, is like playing ahead of you, right? Tanking the smokes for you, dying for you. Then it's all right, because then now you baited out a smoke, but Husky wasn't there. Same thing with this previous death. Like, there was no one on his team playing in that jungle, covering for him. So Samboy, you know, he's got to wake up a little bit here. And bottom lane, he's going to get jumped. Saberlight, stun, Doom, Ice Blast comes out. But he's, no, not too much damage onto him right now. Comes in, the Tide Hunter doesn't have a pipe or anything. Sammy Boy, it's getting close. He's dead. That Doom and Ice Blast. Oh, man. And they're going to tip him too. He kind of deserves it at this point. That's 3 real bad deaths.
Do you think that one was... I think that one was a really good play from Undying, to be honest.
It was, but like, to be fair though, the previous 2 deaths kind of led into that.
That's true, that is true.
If Spectre has his Manta there, which he should have if he didn't die those 2 times, then he's not dying to that play.
Yeah, that's a good point. I do want to give props for the plays Undying are doing, right? Like, Samuel, like in a pub, like how Samuel is playing, like he'll probably get away from it. But Undying, like, they've shown that they're actually a really good team during the DPC. And like, they're punishing Sammy Boy. It's not even like...
Oh, Gunner. He got stunned up. Tide Hunter also getting disabled, so he's not going to be able to get the Ravage off right away, but they do get it in the end, and Doom dies. Brax, though, now he's going to be hunted down. There's no backup damage coming from the Zoomers. Like, they used that Mystic Flare, they killed the Doom off, but what after that? And it was just Gunner trying to play around to create some kind of information. Not going to cost him this Roshan.
Yeah, and we saw the Ravage was there, but he actually blinked into Saberlight's Hoof Stomp, his War Stomp.
Yeah.
And that, you know, that buys enough time that they kill off the Ember. I mean, I don't like the plays 4 Zoomers are going for. I don't mind them. You know, they're poking and prodding, but I think Undying's just been on top of punishing them so much this game.
I agree. And I have to tell you, like, we keep, you know, kind of going at Sammy Boy here, but all these plays that Zoomers have been doing now, it feels like they're trying to make up for Sammy Boy's mistakes and the fact that he's dying.
It's true for sure. When your carry dies like that, what it means is that you, as a team, your job is now to focus on finding a way to get him back into the game. Because it is a team game at the end of the day. You have to cover for each other's mistakes. Sammy Boy's game, like, gets hurt a lot, but honestly, the person whose game gets hurt the most is Tidehunter. Because he has to play like a support role instead of like being able to push lanes normally, get farm, and you can really see that reflected on the net worth. Like, Tidehunter right now is not a real core. He's like a Blink Ravage. He's going for Aeon Disc Tide.
I fully expect Moon Meander at some point in this game to actually have more net worth than Brax, because Moon has had a lot of space for himself as Saberlight, Dubu. Look at them. They're smoking once again. They got that Doom back up. I love this kill squad from Undying. It just feels so easy for them to play. It's like Mirana and DK stay together, or the Doom and the Apparition stay together, right? And like at some point they're taking turns who's going off the map. And here the Spectre, he's playing very safe though this time around on Sammy Boy. He pops the Blade Mill to deter Undying from jumping him.
It's terrifying for Sammy Boy though, right? Like, look where he's farming. Wait, is he going for midwave? No way.
No, he can't.
Okay.
He shouldn't. And Morphling also top right now. You know, this is a 2-lane concept at the moment. Just control top, control mid. They're shoving the lanes. They're hitting the towers. Zoomers, you know, they got control over bottom. But like you said in the draft, they don't have any tower damage, to be honest, on the Zoomers.
It feels really hard for them pressure. And because we're talking about how Zoomer smoked and it didn't end up protecting the
look bottom. Who stomped into a Doom, and that's looking like a pretty easy kill. The backup from Zoomers a little too far away. Brax gonna have to just blink away, and Skyra just TP's on now. Even if they did try to go with the Ravage, I feel like they could have killed one hero, but then everybody else was dead
for sure.
After. So you can't even go for. Oh no, Brax got arrowed. But they can't really do anything with this, right? Yep, not much backup available. Plus he's got that Kraken, so they're just gonna go back into their map. Into their base with the Zoomers and Undying. They just have so much control on this map right now.
And I want to talk a little about the last smoke, where they were just sort of going towards mid tower, hitting the tier 2 from the front. At first, that seems like that smoke didn't really connect from Undying. But when they're taking the smoke path, Tomato was sort of pushing all the way down top. And we can sort of see the difference between the two smokes that happened. He got like 4 waves for free and a tier 2. His net worth accelerated like crazy, even if the smoke didn't kill any heroes. Meanwhile, you know, Zoomer smoke, it connects on a hero, but they actually lose net worth because Sammy Boy's not protected, farming safely, and he dies. Like, it's a big difference in this game.
He's got like really crappy creeps while all of that was happening. Not able to get all the lane creeps and do tower damage as well. Now Tomato, with that Aegis, like, he feels so confident, right? Like, this is why Aegis Roshan is so important in these games. It just helps your carry get to the next item so fast.
I think at this point, it's pretty much about like you cannot fight into this Aegis. Like, they're too far behind. Your only plan for 4 Zoomers is to sort of split the side lanes, become rats, and then like if they split up, they use a bad TP, then you jump someone, and you take like a outnumbered fight. They do have the tools to do that, because at the end of the day, the one thing that Skywrath gives you is a lot of damage, right? Like, if you blink Ravage a core and blow everything on him, you will kill him, I think. I only think, because it's only Ravage as a stun, right?
Yeah, it's just one kill, and that concerns me a little bit that you say that, because if Undying play with buybacks, that's a pretty hard counter. Or even, what if they get a BKB off right before the Ravage?
Yeah.
They got 2 of them already, and there's a third one coming up on the Morph. Yeah.
And it's like, you need to kill Morphling too, I think, right? Like, if you Ravage DK, I actually don't know if he dies, and you don't want to kill him. Same for Saberlight, like, you will kill him, but at what cost, sort of? They are going for Moon Meander here, but he has Greaves. I don't even know if they can get this kill.
Yeah, they're gonna see him. They should be able to get it, as he is all by himself. Yeah, gonna Gush, Silence, he uses the Greaves, but then the chains come out. He's pretty bursted. But the real question is, what does this kill lead into? If Undying do show up on the bottom tower, Zoomers are gonna need to mass TP all their heroes and try to get a 5 versus 4 fight, or else that smoke doesn't really do much.
Yeah, we can see from the stats here. Yeah, I completely agree. Like, that smoke, it kills a hero. You know, maybe it's more of a moral victory, like a Pyrrhic victory, than a real one. Pyrrhic? I don't know what I'm saying. I don't speak English. But we can see from our lovely statsman Knoxville that Sammy Boy is 4,600 behind his average net worth in these qualifiers. He's the second. Honestly, I'm gonna call him the bottom of the cores right now because Brax right now is just playing support. So there's like 5 supports in the game, and he's the lowest core.
That's really saddening because, you know, you expect Zoomers to be able to get kills and at least stay relatively close to Undying if they want to be able to win with a lineup that doesn't have a lot of tower damage.
Honestly, they needed to snowball this game, right? Like, if you pick Ember, Skywrath, you're sort of looking to snowball, and then once you've snowballed enough, you can like farm it up because you do have a lot of teamfight. You have Spectre, Tidehunter, Phoenix. But if the game turns into these small skirmishes like Undying made it, you know, getting pickoffs around the map, buying time for the Morphling to get fat, you can't actually match their scale against 3 BKBs until like the ultra late game. Spectre does no damage. You know, Skywrath and Phoenix do damage, but not versus BKBs. So when they have 9-second BKBs, you just can't fight.
And now they got a BKB coming out on Tomato too. It's on the Courier, bringing it in. And it does look like Zoomers are surrounding this bottom area. Skywrath is not there though for that burst damage. Oh, they're going to jump onto the Ember. They just blow him up. This Dragon Knight just stun. You know, they popped the BKB on the Doom. He didn't even use the Doom, so they still have that available. Tomato is not even hitting the tower. He's actually going into the Ancients area, scouting what is going on in here, just letting Bryle do the dirty work.
I like this from Undying. This is really smart. Oh, they're going.
Oh, the Ravage onto the Morph. They're trying to burst him, but he has so high HP. He's going to pop the BKB. He's going to turn it around. Saberlight does not have his BKB up, so he's going to be the focus of this fight. And Phoenix super dead, but the Doom also dies here. Bryle going to pop his BKB, going after Brax. They're actually ignoring the Spectre for the time being. And Tomato, he's looking at Sammy. Brax does take a fall on the bottom side, but Sammy, you know, that's the big hero, right? The position 1 hero. Yep, not gonna be able to get out of that one as they weren't able to burst Tomato. He was sitting on like 2.8k health.
Yeah.
There was, I really didn't feel like they had any chance of really killing him there. Plus, he's got that Nether Shawl, which makes it very hard for any burst to be effective.
I'm not gonna lie, like that sort of play, I think it was good for 4 Zoomers to go for. Like it looks stupid now because they lose all their heroes. They're down Ravage. Honestly, this game is probably over.
But they had to.
Yeah, their only win condition is to kill Morphling there and then take a good fight. This is the one fight all game that they're gonna have vision because they have this like very sneaky ward in their own triangle, and it sort of reveals
it wasn't even a win condition, right? It was like a we need this play to stay in the game.
It's like a not lose condition. You're right.
Yeah, it's just so rough the position that Zoomers are in.
And you can think about it though, like if they don't make this play, they're sitting in base, like they're gonna get to 25k net worth lead, they're gonna kill Roshan, and you don't have any not lose conditions. Like you're gonna blow Ravage, you're gonna kill an Aegis, and they're literally gonna kill your throne. It's like, well, the play doesn't work, but I still think like it's a good mentality from Zoomers. They're sort of showing that even though this draft, in my opinion, and a little bit of play did not go their way, like I think this shows they're still in the series. They're not mentally out of it at all.
Yeah, they're just trying to, you know, do what they can with the hand they got. Oh, Ember gonna just get blink stunned right after the slide. Arrow comes through. No real saves available apart from the Phoenix Sunray. That's not gonna be enough, obviously. The Ice Blast was on the way too, if it wasn't already enough to kill Gunnar. And Gunnar, he must be lost in terms of what he's able to do to make some space for his allies. I mean, the Spectre is still farming, but so under farmed. There's 3 cores on the side of Undying that are just ahead of the spec.
Yeah, and as you were saying earlier, Moon Meander has now surpassed enemy supports. He's hard in all 3 of them. And look at Undying's wards. Like, they're set up wards to see Spectre when he tries to like eke out any little bit of farm. They're just gonna TP heroes here with Saberlight TPing up, Moonlight Shadow, and just kill.
This
like
Sammy, exactly.
It's so hard.
And Bryle with his Aghanim's dragon form can just run over trees, get to these heroes so quickly. Saberlight gonna drop the Doom onto the Tidehunter, and then they're gonna turn onto the Spectre. So the Tidehunter can't even pop the Ravage to save this spec. And now they're gonna turn around for Brax. He's super dead. And these are all just plays to keep Zoomers down while Roshan is waiting to spawn. They got the top outpost. They might just run right back up there. You can see Bryle moving towards the mid lane, but without that dragon form, I guess he's gonna be a little bit slow to it.
Yeah, for sure. I think right now Undying, like they're they have very good fundamentals. Like they're just gonna wait for Roshan before they go high ground. There's no point, like you have no Doom, you have no Dragonfort. There's no point forcing more than you need, because if you look at it from their side, like the game's over unless you dive the fountain with no Aegis. Like you have this game in the bag. Just play solid Dota. Like we're talking about the draft. Like they just want to play solid, draft solid, and they'll feel good about the game.
They got like their checklist going right now, right? Actually, Gunnar gonna get who stomped up, but there's no Doom. He's just gonna get out. Yeah, they got like a checklist going, right? Where they're like, okay, we take mid, we take top, we control jungle, we get some mines, we get Roche, then we take some more towers, then we control some more, then we wait for the next Roche, and then we kind of like end the game on the second Roshan, which is what they're doing right now, and they're in the perfect position to be able to do that.
Yeah, and something that LOA from Quincy Crew always said to me that sort of resonated is like, if you look at Dota and you think about what your win condition is, like oftentimes it's not like a set of racks or killing even killing tier 4s or something. Generally your win condition is a 20k gold lead and an Aegis. Because it allows you to take a fight in the enemy base. If you don't have Aegis, you're sort of fighting 5v10, because they're all gonna have buybacks. Yeah.
Right.
With Aegis, you have that front line, it's hard to buy back against.
And there's the second Aegis right there onto the Morphling. This Morphling also has a Daedalus, by the way. I wanted to ask you about this. How do you feel about these carries and buying Daedalus very early? I've seen Luna. Boris has been buying a Daedalus on Luna quite a bit. Morphlings with Daedalus as well. Normally, I liked it against Phantom Lancers. Like, it just felt really good to be able to burst through the illusions for heroes who normally can't kill them. But yeah, I feel like it's getting a lot more popular now.
Well, the Luna Daedalus, I think got started by LGD Ame. So I'm gonna say that one, like he's probably experimenting with it. We don't know if it's good or not yet. I think Daedalus is sort of a meme this game. Like you don't need damage this game. Like if he hits someone without Daedalus, they're going to die this game.
So do you think they're not trying to burst off the Dragon Tail, or just be able to wave in and just
if Morphling doesn't hit anyone, like he uses one W, they use an AOT, like they're dead, right?
Right.
Like there's no saves on.
He can buy whatever he wants, is what you're telling me. It doesn't matter. What
if you don't need damage, then you should itemize to be tanky. Because if you think about you should always be thinking how does the enemy win the game, or how do we win the game? How we win this game is we hit high ground with Aegis, we break their base, and how four Zoomers win the game is they burst a hero who's hitting base, ideally without an Aegis. The way that you stop getting bursted is you buy some tanky items. You don't need damage, buy Satanic first. Like, if you remove the ability for the enemy team to kill you, then you're just gonna kill all their buildings and win the game.
Yeah, I do like, though, that Undying, they do have some of these defensive items like the Guardian Greaves, the Force Staff available on the Mirana. A Glimmer Cape would be really nice, I think, if Dubu can get that as well. And that could possibly make the Morphing feel a lot more comfortable, especially since he did go for both Scotty and BKB, right? And actually all his items give him some kind of tank ability, plus he's got that Paladin sword.
I've been theory crafting, because in all the qualifiers, Glimmer Cape used to be an auto buy in position 5.
Right.
But it's actually a much less spot item right now. Even Animajor, ESL1, I was theory crafting that a lot of it is because of Aeon Disc. You don't need Glimmer Cape to save your cores. You want something that prevents their Aeon Disc from being popped, like Force Staff, or just more scaling, Greaves, etc. So Glimmer Cape, it's good, but if they frontline with an Aeon, I mean it's not relevant this game. None of their cores have it, but I'm just thinking about Glimmer Cape as an item.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Aeon Disc is such a popular item right now. Blink stun onto the Phoenix. He does have that Aeon Disc, as you were just talking about it. That's gonna be his get out of jail free card this time around.
I forgot. He's just gonna hit the high ground with Dragonite. And how do you burst this guy?
I really don't know. I actually love this Blink BKB Axe build that people have been buying on the Dragonite. It's so solid.
They can burst him. He has no Dragon form. There we go.
Yeah.
Kappa.
And they're just out of there. Just get the free racks, and now they can just flip the map. They've been playing top side. Better to now go play bottom side and middle area and just go for the next racks. They might just go straight high ground mid, eh? Interesting.
Yeah, I think they're bored. They just want to end this game. Go next. Honestly, I'd be a bit mad at Zoomers right now if they didn't leave this game. Maybe they're still trying. They're channeling their C energy, but from Undying side, it's like a routine cleanup at this point.
I mean, that's Zoomers in a nutshell, though. These guys don't give up. They love to just fight till the very end. They always trust their instincts. Even Gunner in pubs, man. You know, NA pubs are known for people running it down mid if they don't win the first 10 minutes, but that's not Gunner. Gunner is like 4 versus 5. His teammates are giving up. He's still going to be like, it's okay, guys. We just need this item and this to happen. We're going to be okay.
Yeah, and we're, you know, Undying, they played very solid all game. But the first sort of like crack in their armor is, you see Brow, you know, he's going for a moon shard. They're sort of starting to like clown around a little bit.
Oh, wait, hold on. Saberlight blinking in. He's going to get that Doom onto the Tidehunter. That's the big target for them. They don't want that Ravage to come out. And oh my goodness, the Tomato Sleight of Fist is going to burst through the Phoenix and the Tide there in the backline, though. We do see Gunner going for the Apparition. His Aeon Disc is going to pop here. And Doombringer going to die inside the base as the buybacks do come out. Sammy Boy is going to be the focus, the Ice Blast. Oh, no, so much burst damage from that Daedalus. And now the Tidehunter also going to fall here. Gunner, he cannot afford to die. He's the last, last core left alive. And he's going to have to zip on out of there. And they're just going to take this tier 3 plus the Rax with Morphling plus DK, who still has that cheese. They don't even need to use it. So Zoomers, they do spend all of their powers to kill what they can, but it's just not enough to bring down the entirety of Undying. The two most important heroes are still alive, and now they're just going for the tier 4s. It's like they don't even care to wait at the moment. But as the Phoenix comes back alive, they're just gonna get out. The Sunray could be a problem.
And honestly, that was a respectable defense from 4 Zoomers, right?
That was.
Like, they planned it, they sort of baited them in, and then they used their buybacks to turn them. Like, normally you would say, like, a little bit sloppy from Team Undying, but when you're up this far with an Aegis, like, I think they know they can pretty much do... Like, if this Morphling, if he dropped his Scotty, and Dragonite dropped his Moonshard, and they killed it, I think they're still in, like, a 100-0 winning position this game. So, that's rough for Zoomers.
I will tell you one thing, though, Curtis. This is TI qualifiers, right? And there could be nerves and, you know, all these things kicking in at some point, even when you're ahead. There was a qualifier where I played in, where I was up 25k in game 3, where if I win that, I got a TI, and the game was thrown.
Really?
Okay. Yup. The game was thrown. It was TI7 qualifiers against TNC. It was very, very sad. I will remember it till this day, so I'm not going to count out the Zoomers just yet, but right now they're going to blink stun onto Sammy Boy. Ice Blast also coming out. Force Staff in the Spectre. Spectre does not have buyback, and that's going to be the Megas. It's looking like they're going to seal the game right here. Mr. Gunner, he's the next target, and they still haven't GG'd out, man. Zoomers.
I think Sky's got this.
Sky's got this. Yeah,
he's got
Ember does buyback. He's
got
doing
a
quite a bit of damage, you know, with the Slight and the Maelstrom and his Aghanim's. Yeah, gonna fall here. Morphling, they get their Aegis. They're gonna keep diving. GG's called, and that's gonna be it. Undying. That was so clean on their end. You know, you were talking a little bit about their items, but at the end of the day, they've already played like 95% of the game that they needed to play properly. Their draft was incredible, in my opinion. They got pretty much everything they wanted for the most part. And the Zoomers, man, they got to go back to the drawing board. The lack of disables, and I think the Sammy Boy death feels like it hurt quite a bit in the early mid game.
Yeah, I think Undying, they did a really good job. Like, for Zoomers, they made some really good moves, but Undying sort of identified, you were mentioning during the cast, how to catch up their heroes, you know? Dragonite, he got ganked a couple times. He gets to take the safe area of the map to get the fast farm. They outplayed bottom lane, so Morphling gets to stay there. And like they just had like at the end like a more cohesive draft, more robust, and they were just able to cleanly take this game.
Yep, having more options is always really good. But right now we're gonna have a quick break, and we're gonna come back to break it down even further.
Welcome back, everybody, to the TI10 qualifiers for North America. Undying did take game 1 of this series versus 4 Zoomers. And during the break, 1437 and AUI were saying some pretty cool stuff about how that game went. Ultimately, everybody said that Undying had some really, really solid gameplay. My question to both of you would be, what do you think 4 Zoomers can do to really turn it around for game 2? What can they improve on this last game? AUI, you go first.
I think a lot of it comes down to just resetting after that game and realizing that their draft had some clear weaknesses. I think their draft, you look at it, like, they're expecting their Skyra Titan to win the lane. And anytime you draft a lineup and the lane goes completely differently than you expect, Morphling sort of became a wall on bottom lane, then it messes with the how you're able to play the game. They did a good recovery, they made some good moves, but then, Sammy Boy, he had some unfortunate deaths that game, and their plans sort of got ruined again.
What do you think, 1437?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. They gotta get that mental reset. They gotta get their coach to tell them, listen, guys, you were doing really good moves in this game. I feel like most of you played well. Sam Boys, those deaths. I was telling AUI earlier, it really messes with your team's head. You start feeling like, oh, are we not doing enough to support this guy, or our vision is bad or something like that. I feel like Zoomers, they played well with the draft that they had. It's just Simon Boy, he's got to be a little bit more cautious. He's got to farm behind his team, behind that shield that his team is providing, and they could have had a much more competitive game this time around. But going into game 2, if they don't get that mental reset, I feel like they're going to crumble against Undying real quick. And maybe even having a little bit more disables and abandoning this Phoenix could also be a good idea for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think Sammy Boy, he's like a young North American carry, It comes with experience to not die in these situations and understand the areas you can farm on the map. He reminds me Arteezy when he first started playing carry. He would always have these weird deaths, and he got it beat out of him by Boba. I think it's just part of the process. It's gonna happen. You're gonna have games like this, and they just need to be able to reset.
Awesome. So one of the things that Sammy Boy said in one of his previous interviews is that the team sometimes can kind of get into fights or arguments, and he said in his other series after they lost game 1 to Arkosh, he said he was very, very mad, and IX might kind of pull him back in. But on the other side, what do you think Undying could do better? I know that toward the end of that game, AUI, you were saying that there are cracks in the team in that they started kind of buying some interesting items like Moonshard. What do you think Undying could improve on for this upcoming game?
Honestly, I think they played extremely well that game. I don't think they should even look to improve. I think they should just look to stay solid. It's very small things, because how I think is very stupid. I see you do 99% right, and I see one thing, I'm just like, meh, 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 actually, and it's not a good mentality. Because that's what I'm doing. Because they played really well, and they should feel good about that.
I'm glad AUI said that, because that goes to show how humble AUI is as well. Whenever he feels like, it wasn't really good to do, because they played freaking amazing in my opinion. I don't think any of these teams in this qualifier are gonna stand a chance against Undying if they continue to play like that, plus draft like that. It's look at Moon Meander, for example. He buys the right item on his Mirana. He buy Greaves, he got 4-staff, he didn't go any stylish item builds or anything like that. He's looking to secure this. This is a veteran of our scene, and he's gonna keep his team grounded and anchored. I think what AUI was trying to say is in these late game situations, even though you're ahead, you still want to be doing the correct things, because even if there is that 1%er, you don't want to even give that 1%er to your opponent, right? You want Undying to have that 100% clean game, get to TI. If there is ever even a little crack, that is an opening for a team like Zoomers.
All right, well, let's see if 4 Zoomers can find that crack versus Undying in our next game, which we will get to right after this break.
Never know who's wrong or right. Feel nothing when you go. I know it's not intelligent, drinking for the hell of it, but that's irrelevant now. We should talk about us. How come we're holding on? Cause really I don't see the benefits now. When you're broken my trust, so I just wonder, why do I fall back to you? Really nothing I can do about it. Why do I fall back to you? It's like you're a drug to me, I can't quit. It's not like we're still 22, trying something new, just a pastime. I don't think that we ever could work this out. None of it makes sense, there's no reason why I still fall back to you. When did we get this low? I try to hurt you just to feel something, get my heart beating again. I should probably let you go. I know I can be cynical, make everything difficult, but it will take a miracle now to fix our problems. How come we're holding on? 'Cause really I don't see the benefits now, and you're broken my trust, so I just wonder, why do I fall back to you? Really nothing I can do about it. Why do I fall back to you? It's like you're a drug to me, I can't quit. It's not like we're still 22, trying something
Welcome back, everybody, to the TI10 qualifiers for North America. We are currently on game 2 of 4 Zoomers versus Undying, with Undying taking the first game of the set. Gentlemen, one of the things that was said a lot is that 4 Zoomers can level up just a little bit by maybe taking their debts down a little bit and redrafting, but it kind of looks like a little bit of the same. You see the Phoenix that both of you had said maybe they would consider dropping. What are your thoughts on the way the draft is right now?
Well, Zoomers gave up the apparition once again, and this time around they banned the Dragon Knight, but they left the axe, so Undying just replaced the Dragon Knight with an axe. It looks like Undying are getting the exact same draft that they wanted in game 1, and this is very concerning because, again, the Phoenix, I don't think it does that well against this apparition Ice Blast. Like, the heal factor is just not a thing, and majority of that hero is the heal factor.
Yeah, and I think, sorry, for Zoomers, I think they're over-indexing a bit on like wanting to win late game again. Like if you look at last game, like in most of the series, they're able to like really convincingly win early game, no matter what their heroes are. They have a Phoenix 5, something that's supposed to be weak. They make really good moves, really structured in the early game, and they win that anyways. I think most of their problems actually lie in like the post lane / mid game phase, where you saw Undying, they got like several pickoffs, they sort of outplayed them on the map, took a couple of towers. And I don't think Doom's like particularly good in that phase. He's okay, but I'm not too sure. Most people just see him as sort of like a late game secure. To get to the late game for that to take effect.
I think last draft, when they picked Doom, that was a last pick, right? And you said you didn't really think that was a great choice. Do you feel like picking it first changes anything for that, or are they just fixated on this too hard?
Well, last game Undying picked Doom. The reason why I thought it wasn't a good pick, and I was wrong about it, was because I thought Tidehunter was going to have a free lane and Morphling was going to get pressured. Undying, they had a different read and they were correct. Like Morphling pretty much free farmed out of the lane, became a wall, and like it completely destroyed 4 Zoomers draft. Doom as a hero, I think he's pretty hard to counter, right, Theben? What do you think?
It's really hard, especially as an offlaner. I think he has the recent armor change where they reduced his regen but gave him armor is so good. Just by like a ring of protection, a quelling blade, you can outlast at anyone. It's just a matter of your position 4 granting you the space, like maybe dragging the enemy 5 out of the lane or like being able to help you get last hits, and you're gonna have an amazing game no matter what. Like this hero just hits this Midas BKB timings like every single time without fail. And it's just such a great hero. I'm just not sure where he's going to go. I think it could be position 3 or position 2. I believe Gunnar also plays it. But for the most part, I want to say it's going to be a Brax hero.
Yeah, I think so as well. They are... Wait, they're first pick, right? Did you... Wait,
no, it's Undying
they're the
is
second
first pick.
Okay, never mind. So,
yeah.
Okay, I was thinking that like they would have to reveal where the Doom was going before their last pick as their first pick, but I think someone chose. My mind is completely failing me. Was Undying were second pick last game? 4-0 was second pick this game. Okay, never mind. My point is completely wrong. Just ignore me for a bit.
That's all right. It happens to me all the time. I'm always thinking of like 10 different things, and then some things get jumbled up in my brain, and then it just doesn't come out right.
Yeah.
Properly. So. But looking at like these drafts, I do believe that Zoomers will have an easier time this game. At least they got that lockdown available. The Doom, whatever carry you have, as long as he's scaling, you're gonna be able to, take some 4v5 fights. I just need Zoomers to have disables in this draft. Like that's just a must, right? Phoenix and Doom, like they're good team fighters, but they need some kind of an anchor on their team that's going to hold the enemy in place, and they're going to have they might even need to have like a knee-jerk reaction to that. Oh, Luna though, okay, that changes things just it doesn't really change anything. It just means like the last 2 heroes need even more disables now.
Well,
Luna,
if you think about big spells, long cooldowns, you want to force your enemy to fight into them, right? What you're talking about is like there's one aspect of it where you can catch them. A lot of the Russian teams, they would pick like disruptors with it. The other way to force them to fight into your big ultimates is just to push. I think Luna is a good hero at that. You group up, you push the towers, if they want to dodge you, they can, but they're losing buildings, they're losing map control, and then these big
Yeah.
ultimates, they have purpose.
There was a long time ago. I used to play. Who was it? I think it was Zephyr, maybe, when he first came onto the scene, and he wanted to rush Blink Dagger on Sanking when the meta didn't really need for it because we're playing the style where we're just like pushing with Jakiros and Leshraks and stuff. And I'm like, just buy a Vanguard. Buy a Vanguard. Just stand in the front, because then if the enemies come to you to defend your towers, then you can just stun them. You don't need to like blink in and stun them and be the squishy guy to initiate. If you're the ones who's pushing towers, the opponent has to react to your pressure all the time. So you just kind of tank up. And I really like the point that you made there with the Luna, because they're lacking a little bit of disables. Nonetheless, they're still going to need some, because to get to that point where you can push, you're going to need to catch some heroes, delay the game long enough for your Luna to hit timings. And Undying right now, picking that instant counter pick to the Luna, the Shadow Demon.
Okay, so those are the stuns that you mentioned.
Mhm.
I actually, if I was drafting for Zoomers, I don't know if Ocean plays it, but I would have drafted 4 Enchantress here. I think it matches up really well versus Ancient Apparition and Lane, and I think they could have completely snowballed this map. However, the Nyx does make a lot of sense for the path they're taking. You were talking all about, you need to stun them, they have all these big ultimates, they have Eclipse, Egg, and Doom. One of the hardest heroes on the map to dodge is going to be Nyx Assassin. He's just going to catch you. Ooh. That's a good pick. That's a good pick.
And there comes the voice lines. Every time some cheese comes out into the game, voice lines. And that means this Axe is going to be the position 1 hero for Tomato Zoomers. Ooh, this is looking rough. I mean, they do have the last pick. I'm just not sure what they're going to get to try and deal with this Brood now. Like, it's okay to have the Luna in the lane until the Brood's level 6. The Luna should be able to do well in terms of denying creeps and delaying the Brood 6. But as soon as, Brood 6, you got to get out of there, go jungle, sacrifice the bottom tower. But they're going to need something that can kill spiders, like, I don't know, Pangolier, for a mid laner. Ember Spirit is already banned out.
Yep.
Undying got this Brood on like pick number 18. So that's really rough too. Man.
Has Brood been picked at all in the North American qualifiers? I've seen Brood banned a lot in the last couple of days.
Saberlight played it in, I believe, their first series. I think they wanted to showcase that they can play Brood to every team so that people are going to be scared of it. A lot of these teams who are favored coming into the tournament, especially in games where they know like they're going to win, if they play like even at 80%, they will instantly showcase like some of their cheeses if they're not like super confident in it, just so other people will be afraid of it and have to force bans out on those heroes just because like, oh, they might pick Brood or Techies, just like kind of scare them.
That's
I think the classic one with that was teams would pick Isle, and then it would literally get banned against them for every game because everyone's terrified of playing against Isle.
Or
you never
how
get to play
about
versus it.
AUI 2015 TI5 Techies?
Yeah. That hero was broken though, so...
That was, but AUI, if he sees a ban in the first phase, back then there was only... it's the same.
Five total bans.
Heroes.
So, yeah, there's 2 heroes
total
first
bans,
phase, but there's 5
2
total
heroes
bans
first
only.
phase, and every team had to ban his Techies. That I don't think he was even super excited to play. He's just happy that there's a ban being wasted.
Techies.
Yeah, and he'll play like anything else. Like, yes, Techies is gone. I don't have to play it. He's actually happy for himself, and that's what's going on right now.
To be fair, we would have first picked it if it was in the pool, but I hated Techies. Like, that hero should not be in Dota. It's not a real Dota hero. I only enjoy the aspect where when you pick Techies, everyone else stops having fun, and you're the only one that gets to play the game. That's really fun and entertaining.
But,
the game lasts forever.
Why do you think Sir Action Slack recruited you? He thought you were going to play Techies for them. Now you're saying this?
God.
If we didn't just feed horribly and lose 2-0, we might have played Techies. But we were just so terrible and pathetic, we couldn't get out a win.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who Techie spammers. They consider AUI to be their god. He brought them Aegis, and
I'm the god of
now they're all
sociopaths.
sad. They all feel like their god is sad and not real because he doesn't even like the hero.
Oh my god.
So
quick question. Oh, sorry. I had a quick question. Undying and 4 Zoomers switch sides, Radiant and Dire, right? Do either of these teams prefer a side or not?
Do you know which side's better right now, Theban? I've just been like, we've just been taking Radiant on our college, but I said like I
Right.
don't know. I have no preference.
I think Zoomers prefer Radiant. That I know. I'm not entirely sure about Undying. I think Undying don't mind. I do believe that Radiant has an easier time winning lanes. And also being able to control the top side means Roshan control is a lot easier. But Dire has better like neutral camps. So if you have like one of these hard carries, Terrorblade, Luna, Medusa, you really like Dire side just to be able to like farm so fast, and the map is like, you know, the camps are closer to each other. Plus the bottom area of the map is so much safer to farm to, as people don't tend to kick you out of there that
Got it.
frequently. But yeah.
Thank you. So, gentlemen, the drafts are complete. What draft do you like better?
Well, I like that they picked Sand King. I actually thought it was going to be Sand King mid, but Dying did this cool things where like everything that goes mid versus Lina, that's good versus Brood, I think, is really hard to play the lane. And then like I think a Dying's draft, it just puts so much pressure on their opponent. The one thing I don't know about is I'm pretty sure Carry Axe has like a 20 to 30% win rate, like in TI qualifiers. So
you know what? Sure. I'm gonna go with Zoomers this game. I actually like their draft this time around. I think the Sankin pick was perfect because they have that hero that can deal with Brood, but also initiate that Blink Stunner that we're looking for. And Gunner is on a hero that can scale really well, plus be a perfect secondary carry. You know, Luna, I feel, is the superior carry in this game as well. I know the Shadow Demon is a problem, but you look at Undying's draft, their team fight looks not good compared to game one. They have to do a lot of like really good small things in this game and like not fail a single team fight, in my opinion.
This isn't like the last game where AA could run around and get kills, right? Like with the Blink Dragonite. Axe is going to be farming Manta, Vanguard Manta before he gets Blink. It's going to be a long time before they have Rio initiation. This game is pretty much, is Saberlight going to take over the game and just ruin all of Four Zoomers' plans? That's what I think this comes down to.
All right, it comes down to if Saberlight from Undying can secure game 2 or not. Let's go into game 2 of Four Zoomers versus Undying. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Sumi. Curtis, there's actually some stats here from Knoxville during TI10 qualifiers. Dire is 94 and 85 ahead. And then first pick is number 2 at 92 to 87. But what really surprised me is Dire being ahead. In history of Dota, it's always been Radiant, hasn't it?
It has been. I think it's a little bit to do with the... Like, if you're picking your carries so early and valuing them so highly, we see, like, Terrorblades, Medusas, Lunas picked super early and banned.
Oh,
1 second. Let's watch this level 1 first.
Yeah, this is a very impressive level 1 play here. Moonmeander is gonna skill up that disruption to set up the stun for the Lina.
Did they even kill him?
Here comes Brio. Yep. Yeah, it's getting real close. Husky is gonna skill the Fire Spirits. He's gonna get frozen in place thanks to that Cold Feet. That's the first blood gone, but they should be able to get a return kill onto Dubu. Tomato hanging around, watching under his ward. And yep, just gonna be a 1-for-1. I don't think it's like the worst situation for Zoomers, as they were able to get a return kill. And who got the first blood? It was Dubu. So it didn't really matter that much. The mid laner didn't get it.
You see, I thought he was gonna skill dive to survive. Because he was alive there. Like if he skill dive.
4 bounties though.
Oh,
What?
that's huge.
What?
How did it happen?
What? Broodmother lineup got 4 bounties.
That's crazy. But I think he realized that they're going aggro here because they need to... Like, I was thinking in my head, I see this draft, I'm like, why did they put a Sand King side lane? They're going to Sand King Nyx against any 2 heroes. You're going to lose the lane. But no, they have a plan already. They picked Luna so that they can go aggro tri-lane. Husky's tanking the death to take Fire Spirits because he needs it for the tri-lane. You cannot go into here with dive. And then now this makes a lot of sense. Like, Brax is actually going to be able to play Dota. And I think you're right about the lineups. Like, if Sand King has a good game... Whoa. Saberlight took Q at level 1.
Yep. I mean, he's in a 1v1 situation, right?
That's cool.
Doesn't need the spin webs if he's not in a dual lane. So he's opting for the better build.
Have you ever seen this before?
What is that?
The Q at level 1 on Broodmother. Because usually they like run to the lane and pre-web, right?
Right. It was common when the Brood first got changed.
Okay.
But maybe they had a sense that there was the possibility of the tri-lane progressive. So you're just like waiting and seeing what's going on.
And I think generally, like, Axe carry is susceptible to tri-lanes. And I think 4 Zoomers knew about that. We played them. We had the Axe carry. It was a terrible pick. Thank you, Pearhouse. But, no, I'm just kidding. but this hero does nothing in tri-lanes. We saw it exposed at the major even, where Ame was against a tri-lane, and he just got completely crushed. He was like the bottom net worth his core. That was even like some AA Ursprit trash tri-lane.
Needs a lot of experience, right, on this Axe hero,
He
especially
does,
as a carry.
and he's just not. He doesn't do anything to 3 heroes. Like Battle Hunger is good against 2 heroes because he cut the support down, but he's like he doesn't have that good stats, and he just doesn't contribute on the side in a tri-lane situation.
But right now, he's not doing too shabby. 9-2. Luna has a huge wave coming under the tower. Not going to be able to get that Lunar Blessing. This is where the Luna lane gets a little bit better once you got that Blessing leveled up. Husky going to play with Sammy. And on the other side, we see Ocean right up in the jungle, stopping the small camp from being pulled. Moon Meander, he's also dewarding. Okay, he wants to be able to stack the right side as well for his Axe later on.
Oh, and that's nice because it's even an observer ward, so he's having a
Yeah.
pretty good start to his game now.
Interesting. So shall we take a look at another lane, as we've been looking at this tri-lane for some time right now? Gunnar mid, Doombringer against the Bryle Lina. I feel like this is a very favored matchup for the Lina. Has 5 denies already, but the Doom shouldn't, you know, it's going to be okay, right? It's just Devour. Just a Devour hero. It's going to get fat no matter what.
Yeah, I think Gunnar has actually played this lane quite well. Somehow he got like a big wave into Lina, so he's able to sort of get into his jungle uncontested, but there's just nothing for him to devour right now. Okay, okay, he gets the Hellbur Smasher. That's pretty good.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a really...
one.
It's like a nuke. You know, you can actually last it with that creep too. Plus you get the attack speed. Very, very nice here.
Yeah. But Lina did like control the wave perfectly during that.
Yeah.
Brown's probably gonna get 4 denies on this wave here.
Such a hard... It's really hard lane.
Yeah, it is.
Lina is the biggest bully. I'm just surprised he didn't go for the level 2 Light Strike array against Doom.
Yeah,
I feel like it's quite easy to land.
So Brow used to do that build a lot. Like he would do that build versus Embers and DKs, and he'd go for the all-in on lane. But the thing about that build is like you can be a bit vulnerable. Like if you don't destroy them in lane, it's not as solid. Like we watched, because I used to play with Brow for a long time. We watched a game of Armel Lina versus CCNC Ember Spear at TI8, I think, Optic Gaming. And like Armel, he went 2-0-1 versus Ember Spear, and it was like 40 CS to 5 because you just spam him down. Like you don't need to hit stuns. It's just very reliable.
It's just guaranteed.
Yeah,
exactly. Is just, sorry, Dragon Slave is just guaranteed.
Like you can win the lane like 10% more with the stun, but you're already winning the lane 90-10. Like you don't need the 92 to 8%. You know.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Maybe because I'm a support, I always like to level it up to level 2. I'm just biased.
True.
But yeah, top lane, they're going to get disruption onto the Phoenix here. Call from Tomato as well. He's got that 1-1-1 build. Husky going to be able to dive out, but there's poison. He's dead. Super dead. But they're going to turn it around onto Moon. Moon has a nice big magic stick available. Sandboy not going to be pressured up. Ocean is following Moon Meander. Hunger comes out. He's got a stun in 2 seconds. I think if he goes under the tower, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. He's just going to walk away. He's actually getting Tomato away from the Luna. So Sandboy going to be able to pick up this creep wave under the tower safely. So not too bad of an exchange for Zoomers, even though Phoenix did die. It was able to refill Gunner's bottom mid too.
Yeah, that's big for Gunner. Like as long as you keep him sustained. The thing about Doom mid is you get 3 points into W. You spam on every wave, and then you go jungle the jungle with Devour, and you're gonna be very happy. Like I think he might not even take Doom this game. He'll just opt for another point of Devour. He's just holding the point for now.
Yeah, I agree. You just want to, you know, amplify your farming speed. Tomato is in a little bit of an awkward place. It doesn't look like they're gonna go on him as he just picked up the Vanguard. Moon gonna steal another bounty rune. That's already like the second bounty he's stolen this game.
Yeah, no, he's beasting it up. He already has some stacks starting. He's feeling good on Shadow Demon.
Some? You mean that's a lot?
That is a lot of stacks. There's 3 stacks up. He's dewarded 1 cat. He's gonna get another 2 here and check top rune. You know, it's all like.
This is a dream for Bryle. I think Bryle's the one who's gonna take this, right?
I think so for sure.
Yeah.
I feel like accelerating your axe makes no sense. He's gonna hit the jungle with Mantis style. Ocean, he's doing his best to stop it, but.
Oh, Husky also coming in here. Moon, he's gonna get the disruption. Dubu here to support, and Gunner coming in with that level 3 Scorched Earth. He's actually looking to steal some creeps. Moon gonna get chased down by Husky and die by Bryle on the bottom side. Also gonna be able to pick off the Nyx Assassin. Gunner, Doom onto the Lina. but there's no real support apart from Husky. Husky's just gonna get right-click down here, and that looks like a pretty poor play on Gunner's end. But maybe he just did that so he can get away, because he might have just died to Brile if Brile decided to focus him down with the Light Strike Array, pin him while waiting for Tomato.
Moon refills the ball. I gotta commend Tomato here though. How many carry players would give up their lane 1v1 and sort of run over to secure those stacks? Like, it's such a good play.
But I'll tell you one thing. If Moon's like, guys, they're coming into our jungle, you're going to run there with all your heroes.
Sure. It's a great play though, right? Because like, imagine Axe is in there. I think they killed Alina and they steal the stacks, and suddenly that's like a 2k, legitimately a 2k gold swing, because you're stealing so much gold from the opponent. Instead, like, they make him waste his first Doom, you know. Now he only has 2 points in Devour. He's a little Pepe sad, and that's feeling good for Undying right now.
They also got majority of those, you know, creeps anyway. Plus the stacks are still available, and they got 2 kills. So Undying, I feel like they did come out ahead, all things considered.
Yeah, and I think Tomato, you know, we said Lina should get the stacks, but let's reward our good plays. You know, you need to give carries positive reinforcement, or they won't do the good plays next time. Stupid carries.
Oh, I love it, because you're a carry yourself. That's the best part.
Oh, nice steal from Ocean though. He does reveal he has a ward, but they actually pinged on the cliff, because who would ward into camp here? It's a very sneaky one.
They were probably thinking, oh, we're just messing up this stack on this medium camp, but it's actually a real ward.
And Ocean, he's just beasting it up. He's blocked 4 camps this game, I think. And he's just being a nuisance.
Very annoying. Oh, the creeper! Ooh, he's not gonna get it, and there comes a disruption. Tomato, he's got that Berserker Call available. The creeps are gonna help get some counter helixes off. Ocean, stun. He's gonna try to buy some more time.
He's buying so much time.
He is buying a lot. And he's gonna dodge that poison too. 1 stack. Okay, the Hunger's gonna destroy him here. Yeah, oh no, Moon steals the kill with the poison pop-off. I mean, he just got tired of this Nyx Assassin just buying so much space, while Husky actually walked in and de-warded a ward.
That was a beast play from Ocean. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised he turned into tier 3 there. I thought he's gonna just create like a universe worth of space there, but he feels, you know, I would feel very happy as Nyx Assassin. You're only going to 0 to be a stupid annoying bug.
Was that not a universe worth of space? Because look at Sammy. He was struggling a lot of this like laning stage because the pulls are coming and he was getting harassed a bit. Now he's like neck on neck like with Tomato.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. Maybe I was undervaluing it because I didn't actually see how much Sammy Boy caught up during that. You know, it's a good play from Axe to go over and help his team secure the stacks. But look at Ocean again. Like, what is this? He's so annoying.
He's occupying both these both these cores right now, making them fall. And they're gonna miss the stun too. This is so frustrating, but they're gonna get the call in the end, and the call. So they do end up killing him off, but that's so much information for Zoomers.
The thing is, he gives like 190 gold, maybe a little bit more in AoE to Lina, but I think he only gets like an Ancient Cat worth of EXP. If you distract him for that long, like you're not feeling bad about it at all. Plus you got free TP, always a nice one.
This is kind of like what Nyx Assassin sort of does anyway.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of these games I've seen Nyx win, but when he wins, he still has like 8 to 12 deaths a game.
For sure. And for Zoomers, they're going to give him the Tome this game. You know, he's giving space. They're going to give Phoenix. Actually, I don't know if they're going to give him Tome. Phoenix might just take it for a timing here. I think they should give Nyx Tome and then have Phoenix take it.
He's only level 3.
Yeah.
He needs it. He's done a lot of good work, and the cores have benefited quite a bit from that. You can see Gunner too. Look at his net worth. Thank you, Midas. Thank you, Devour.
Thank you, Space, seeing all the enemy heroes so Lina can't make any plays. Oh, smoke broken on Brow too.
Big plays once again, and that's gonna keep Sammy Boy alive. So a little bit different to game number 1 where Sammy Boy kind of just got picked off by these smokes. This time around, his team was already smoking towards him, protecting him. And you know what? We have not looked at one lane for the last 10 minutes. And that's the Sand King versus the Broodmother bottom. That's because this is an absolute snooze fest. Brax is farming, and so is Saberlight. Both heroes are just very happy. Brax is 129 lasses, because some of those are the Spiderlings.
I don't think Brood's happy though right now.
No, he's not. You're right. If the Brood is not happy.
Like, if this was like 3-3 playing this Brood, I feel like he'll be 6k net worth. No joke. Like, I think Saber, like, he's not used to playing in this situation because he should be cutting the wave. Like, after 5 minutes, you can aggro the wave from anywhere, right? Like it's back to normal, the old one. And then he should be getting waves, like creeps plus neutrals, and then blocking the Sanking's hard cap. Like that's how to optimize the lane. Instead,
right,
Sanking's
that
like
makes a lot of
800 ahead of
sense.
him. And like, yes, this mid move was really good. He's moving the Sanking around. It's a good idea. But I don't think he should have this low net worth, to be honest. He's
So
at the bottom of the
what you're
course
telling me
solo.
is he should have been like sitting over here, occupying this area, constantly cutting the wave,
Yeah,
farming
exactly.
the small camp,
I mean,
and like the medium camp, right?
After 5 minutes, you can even be here and like threaten to mid. And you send a
That
spider
makes
here,
sense
block
too,
these
yeah.
camps. Sanking gets like, 8 creeps a minute bottom, but he's not happy at all. Like this game, like Brax got more than he should have, I
Dubu.
think.
Oh yeah, Dewey just gets a kill onto Husky there. Husky kind of got stuck in place with a cold feet as Lina didn't make the play. Was it Lina? No. He just got stuck.
Yeah, I think it's just, he was going in a bit deep, maybe diving a bit for Dubu, and Axe and A came together to kill him. Like, say right, he is going to get this bottom tower, but I don't know how much it matters. Like, wait, Dubu dies again top. And
Yep,
4
that's
Zoomers just smoked up. They're ready to go here.
He
A
just
good
kind of
TPO.
walked on out there. And yeah, Tomato, he cannot defend this anymore. He's going to go farm those Ancients. And Gunner, he feels really good with that Doom up. Ocean does have his Vendetta. Top tower. They're giving a lot of respect, though, to Undying. Like, Sandboy doesn't know where they are right now. And Brax, he's going to break their smoke. Also, just burrow on out of there. So, another failed attempt from Undying. I feel like they're starting to run out of gas, aren't they?
It does feel low. Oh, mid lane?
Stun. Mana
might get a
burn.
good turn.
Purge onto the Doom. Doom onto the Lina, but the Lina can still right click with that Fiery Soul. Now disrupted on the Nyx Assassin. More Ricks coming out. So, okay. I guess the play ended up working out because they tried to touch this Lina while the Moon Meander Shard Demon was right behind her, ready to save or go on the offensive with the Purge.
And honestly, like, I criticize Saberlight's play in lane a bit, but what I do want to commend him a lot is that he's bringing his heroes to this fight. Something I see from Broods a lot is, like, they'll take the safe lane tower, and it'll sort of stay in the area, take this safe farm away from their carry, the highest farm area on the map. Is that he
Right.
made this move to mid. Even if 4 Zoomers had brought more heroes to this fight, I feel like Saberlight might have killed them all. And, like, he makes
Yeah.
it so hard to play the game.
You know what? Even though his net worth is a little bit low, I do agree that he could have had a bit more farm earlier on. So right now he'd be stronger. But he's doing like team plays, like you said.
That's true, yeah.
Right? He's not prioritizing himself or anything like that. Well, it would have been right for him to prioritize himself earlier on, but he's still doing it at this point, still getting some space for the Axe, for the Lina. And I feel Zoomers, they're concentrating a lot of their efforts into this mid tower because of Saberlight.
For sure. Top lane,
Ocean,
there's smoke up.
they see him. Yos.
Oh, he can
They're
care
not gonna, yep. Nice blink stun from Brax. That's gonna be the reveal. One Lucent Beam. They get the kill. They do drop the epicenter. Mumiana did lose quite a bit of damage, quite a bit of HP, and then the Purge. So Sanking just gonna TP out now.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of acceleration here from 4 Zoomers now that Sanking has his Blink Dagger. We saw that, Axe is farming the triangle, Brood's farming the safe areas bottom. Where can Lina farm? Like, it might be hard for Brau to sort of accelerate as we usually see mid Linas do. Meanwhile, because 4 Zoomers, as you talked about during the draft, they have like a really robust, solid draft, sort of more standard. Like, their formation feels really nice, The supports are like covering for the Luna. Luna's just casually farming Ancients. They have a support getting some EXP and gold on bottom. Everything feels
perfect.
like smooth, It's what you play
You're
in
right.
pubs.
I'm just gonna draw the lines for you guys. Like you can see the position 4 and the 5 top and bottom, and Undying don't feel good rotating to those heroes because they're not, high profile hero kills. And then you see Brax, who was pretty much free farming bottom. As soon as he got the Blink Dagger, he's been off the map for like the last 2 minutes now. Just covering heroes, ready to fight, ready to engage. Gunner, he's just been farming. He's making his way towards that BKB. Luna, top 1 net worth at the moment. Everything is looking Zoomers, and I feel like Undying, they're the ones who have to continue to make plays. I do believe they're going to be outscaled in this game.
To be honest, I would
Oh,
really...
bottom. Husky. Oh my god, look at the damage! That was so disgusting.
That's a really good kill by Saberlight here. I would like to see Saberlight, once he pressures in bottom, think about rotating to keep control of his own jungle here. It's a thing that I think Brood sort of undervalue right now, is that especially when you're on Dire, you can just sort of play mid to top and take control of Roshan, even from Dire side. and then all of a sudden, like, your carry gets to farm such a nice area. Because honestly, like, Dota's weird because, like, creeps are worth the same to everyone, right? Like, in terms of gold. But the net worth on different heroes is worth different amounts. Like, I would way rather have an extra 1,000 gold on my Lina than I would on Brood. So you want to give, like, the faster farming areas. Like, that's why you have a 1-5 system, right? It's all everyone fighting for farm. Carries need the most farm because they utilize the gold the best as well.
So what you're telling me is, because the Luna wants to exist here, if the Broodmother TP's top and can, like, slow down her farm, then the rest of your team is going to get even more.
And then you can scout Roshan, you can block the enemy Ancients with spiders. Like, there's more plays you can do. And, you know, we criticized Sammy Boy last game a little bit, but he's dodged 2 ganks. For the first one with the top of his team, the second one just, like, narrowly escaping it there. And, man, he is so farmed on Luna this game.
And you can credit that to the hero as well, because Luna just farms so fast. She can just go camp to camp, and there's such a small window for Undying to do something.
Sure.
And it also goes the other way too, because Undying's draft this time around, they don't have heroes that complement Ancient Apparition like they did in game 1. They had that Dragon Knight, they had the Doombringer. This time, their only real initiation is a carry axe who went for Manta before Dagger.
Have we seen any aggressive AALTs this game? I feel like we saw one mid as a response. It got a kill, to be fair, and a one on top, but I haven't really seen any ones where, like, they're going on the enemy, AALT comes in and A
you might
feels
see
good.
it. There's a smoke, but Gunner, you know, he's got that Scorched Earth. Oh, he blinks forward to the creep wave too. He senses something as well. Look at the way that he's playing. And if this smoke fails too, that might be their third play that is not going to work out in their favor. Okay, they will get a Nyx Assassin. Maybe.
Oh, he's making more space though.
Yep, he reveals all 5 heroes of Undying. So now Luna gonna get that top illusion rune and gonna send that towards the top wave as well. So that's gonna give like 2 more free waves for this Luna. Gonna continue to scale very well in this game.
Yeah, that's huge for him. And we can see Brax, he's just positioning so annoyingly on bottom. He's probably gonna have to blink out here, but any stall you can do, like you have like at the end of the day, Undying are up 11-4 kills, but they are against a Luna and a Doombringer. We talked a little bit, or I mentioned in the draft how I thought like maybe 4 Zoomers are over-indexing on the late game a bit. But at this point, like I think they're hitting that late game stage. Like it's only 18 minutes in, but Doom already has BKB. You know, the Luna, she's starting on her BKB. As soon as Luna gets BKB, we're gonna see like the late game Dota where you group up and you go for these real big fights.
Yeah, they're almost fight ready on the Zoomers, but they've been doing a lot of good plays while still farming, buying their time. Like you said, the bottom play was just to slow down Undying. You know, Sandstorm, you got the Fire Spirits on the Spiders, and it took them like 20-30 more seconds, but for a hero like Luna, that's like 3 camps right there.
Yeah, and look at the illusion rune. It did like an extra...
they're going in. Doom onto the Lina. They're gonna get the disruption, but I'm not sure that matters. The Epicenter is also gonna come out. Bryle is in total danger. He's absolutely dead. Moon Meander gonna try to get away from this. Brax has another Burrow Strike, and that's gonna be another sweet kill there. Sammy Boy, you know, he doesn't have that BKB, but the Manta and 2 heroes of Undying being dead is gonna give him enough confidence to just go towards this tier 1 tower. They're gonna get that. They're gonna open up the map some more. Broodmother trying to run towards the bottom side, Saberlight, to try and make some kind of space while Zoomers are taking this big mid objective.
And Gunner, he's not done yet. He's just going straight for Dubu here.
Oh yeah, that's another nice 200 gold kill, or 300 gold kill for them. And instantly Brax just TPs to the bottom side as he realizes the heroes that they can kill on Undying are already dead. Just release the pressure off the bottom from the Brood, and Undying just seemed to have fallen apart in the last 3 minutes. But to be fair though, like, I don't know, you can disagree with me on this one, but Undying, I think they're just completely out of gas. Like, I don't know when their next play is. Like, they got the Blink Dagger on Axe, but I also believe they're out of smokes because of all those failed attempts. Oh, they got 1 left.
Okay, this smoke has to hit, and I think you're right. Like, they might have 1 play left on them, but oh man, they're just going.
Yep. BKB, he's gonna pop that. Ice Blast is coming out. Oh, the SD is gonna die to the Glaives, but they got the big Doom kill though. The Doom didn't have Doom after all, so he's not gonna mind being dead right now. Is his Midas off cooldown though? Oh, it's on cooldown. Okay,
both Devour and Midas are on cooldown. He's feeling like, guys, it's
death.
okay. I didn't lose anything. And I think you're right about the gas thing, because if you look at Undying's lineup, I mean, they can still win this game, I think. Like, they can make really good plays. They have some scale in the Lina and the Axe.
They
But
need a
it's
Roshan.
hard for Lina to play this game, I feel like. She went for the Yo's BKB, which I 100% think is the right build, pretty much every Lina game. Please don't go lots of greedy items on a mid-hero.
Ooh, they saw the smoke. So they're smoking back on Undying. They saw the Zoomer smoke up here. And Sanky reveals the apparition. He doesn't jump right away though. Brax wants a bigger kill.
Look at Shadow
than
Demon
the
on it.
Abe. Oh, they see the Shadow Demon. That's the big kill. Moonmeander all on his own. Axe goes in with the call onto the Phoenix. They want to kill the Phoenix before the egg, and he'll die. Luna as well, gonna get blown up. Thanks to Brawl coming in from the back. Brax now is in a lot of trouble. And this is the fight that Undying has been looking for. Ocean. He has no way to get away from this, and they're gonna go straight into that Roshan pit. Zoomers maybe jumping the gun a little bit while Doom was still reviving.
And that was
You know
just a
what?
perfect play from Undying though, right? They had to connect that smoke, and they baited the Roshan. You know, you bait the objective, and the enemy thinks they have to fight you. Doom's not ready, and they get a perfect fight there.
There it is. I mean, just as I thought they were running out of gas, they get that one fight, right? It's like the last bit left, and this is the refuel that they've been needing. Take the Roshan away from the Zoomers. I feel like if the Luna gets a BKB, they would have went straight into the Roshan pit and secured that, especially with the Phoenix Egg. But now Undying got the Aegis. They got that second life on the Axe, taking it away from the Luna, and now Zoomer's game is looking slightly more awkward as to where they should be playing on the map.
It is for sure. And I think it's just a mark of a good team that they recognize, hey, this is our one timing. As soon as Luna gets BKB, this game can get really hard. And, you know, they just go. Moonmeander, he doesn't care about his life. He just walks down mid lane, throws his body in for the boys, and they get a really good fight off that, you know? Two-man
Yeah, you think
Axar,
that was
three-man
like
into...
on purpose? Where like he
I
just
don't
kind
know.
of
I
walked
feel
in
like-
there and got jumped on purpose, or was it like it's just
I think-
fortunate Undying were already rotating there?
No, I think it was on purpose by Moon. But I think for Zoomers, they got a little like horny when they saw Shadow Demon, you know? They didn't have
Okay.
to commit all their heroes on him. Like, Luna does not have to hit him with physical damage.
Right,
He's just
right,
dead to a
right.
Burrow Strike, a Fire Spirit, and like a Luna Beam, and then you like keep your
Oh.
formation.
And the Luna not even going for the BKB now. He's going for a Satanic.
Versus
Curtis.
AA. That makes no sense.
Yep. I don't know about that one either. I mean,
think
is he
this is-
looking to purge something?
This has to be straight up wrong, right? Like,
I think so.
so Satanic is a counter to Shadow Demon because when he purges you, you can't get like Force Staff and stuff. You have to stand and fight with Satanic. But the thing is,
Oh,
I think
Ocean.
you can expect to just get
He's getting picked
ALT'd.
off here. Yeah. You know, in the early game, these Nyx deaths were good, but at this point, you don't want to be losing your Nyx anymore. Because the map is 4 versus 5. You know, Zoomers are just going to constantly run away from you. Tomato gets a jump onto the... Oh, look at these body blocks. Holy smoke, buying so much time. Sanking, boring through the illusions, and now it's going to be Husky who's going to take a fall. And it's 3 versus 5 all of a sudden. Undying right in front of your base. In the tier 2 at the moment. They might just consider going high ground with these two supports being dead.
Yeah, I think it's one of the best developments in Dota. Oh, blind jump.
Oh, very aggressive. They want to get some kind of reaction from Zoomers, and they will, because the Phoenix buys back, and that's going to be enough for Undying to back up. You know, at 24 minutes into the game, they're probably not getting Raxes, or even that tier 3 with the timers on the 2 supports, but making a jump like that has forced the hand of Husky.
That was a sick play. He just jumps in and they instantly starting to run. Like Undying talked about that. They're saying like, we're just going to poke him here. Force a buyback, get out. It's all pre-planned so no one overcommits and they feed kills. And I think this game, like, I was going to say, like, one of my favorite changes about Dota is that they made supports into actual human beings. Like, you get golden items now. Like, if you click on Nyx Assassin, like,
And
he's going for
neutrals.
this, yeah, and neutral items, you get a lot of stuff in Dota, you know, ward slots, etc. But what that also means is that you can't keep feeding on support and think you're doing your job. As you were mentioning, like Nyx is doing his job early. He can feed back then, but as soon as he starts to have a lot of impact, oh, Brow.
Oh, missed the stun though. Oh, that was ugly
Reported.
from Bryle. He got a little too trigger happy there with the stun.
pausing on
okay,
Bryle.
instant pause. Yeah, ping. Okay, maybe that's what it was.
But Brow has
you
an
never
arcade
know.
in this fight. Like I don't think they can take the fight here. Ideally,
Yeah.
Husky he beams off the map and he TPs out here.
Yeah, exactly. But that was very uncharacteristic though.
Yeah,
from
I
a
don't. You
top
know, I played
10
with Brow for
ranked
like.
player.
I think it's like rank 3 right now too. Like, but I
That's
played with
insane.
Brow for like over like a year, maybe 2 years in total, and like. The thing that's the best about him is like his spell casting and team fighting. He's always on point,
Mhm.
so you usually don't see those at all.
Exactly. That really was quite surprising. It should have been just a very free Phoenix kill and a very big Phoenix kill, because that would have been a dieback, right? And I think Undying with that Aegis still being up for another minute and 45 would have just went to the height.
Butterfly Satanic on Luna here. Like,
Okay.
so he's playing for the 1v5 build, right?
Yeah.
Like when you go Butterfly Satanic, you're expecting to literally 1v5 the game. I think part of the reason why he's gone for Satanic Butterfly is he feels like if he goes BKB and he gets jumped by Axe, like BKB won't save him from all the pure damage.
Okay.
Like
Right.
I'm trying to theory craft it, because in my head, like, there's no way I buy Satanic first versus AA. It makes no sense. And he also has like good jumpers. He has Sanking, Doom, and Nyx Assassin, who can potentially scout out the Ancient Apparition for him. So like there is some logic behind his choice. Like when I immediately see it, like I just think it's wrong. But the more I think about it, like you can sort of see some reasoning. I don't know if it's correct yet. Like we'll see, but you gotta think about it.
I suppose, like you said, with the Axe, and you have to like put yourself in their position, right? And see like what he's feeling inside the game. Because sometimes when people buy items, like it's not logical, like when we look at it at first glance, but the feeling in the game is like pushing him towards buy the Satanic Butterfly build. Like he doesn't think that BKB is gonna actually do anything in these engagements. I think that maybe losing the first Roshan was kind of a big deal too because of it. Because you normally buy BKB so you can get that Aegis, and then you kind of just like snowball the map through it. But because you lost the first Aegis, now you gotta like change your game plan.
Yeah, I think so too. Like it's easy for us, like, you know, we're on our in our ivory tower with full vision to like think about, you have all the time in the world to like think about the player decisions. But Dota is like a really complicated and chaotic game. Sometimes you like make decisions based on like a hint of a feeling you get. Sammy was like, okay, we lost this fight. I will not carry this game if I go BKB.
No, not Ocean again.
It's a rough one.
Another, that's 400 kill for the 400 gold kill for this Tomato Axe, and his net worth has skyrocketed, man. Ever since he's got that Aegis, he's above the Doom and the Luna.
Yeah, Aegis on heroes with Manta style that can cut waves just means you can go to like these ridiculous positions and like use your Manta to full effect. It's like one of the best. I mean, obviously Aegis is good for farming, but it's even amplified by that fact.
Well, game got real hard for Zoomers, and it was all back of one smoke that was caught under a ward. Gunner, it's gonna have to just BKB TP. It doesn't have a TP yet though for 2 more seconds. Oh, actually drops the Doom onto the Lina. I'm not sure about that. Tomato now had enough time to be able to boost the travels in, gets the call onto Gunner. Ice Blast comes through. Doesn't actually hit him on Tomato. Yeah, that's pretty big. Saberlight. Oh, they're gonna drop the egg right now. They want that big Tomato kill, but he's gonna pop the BKB, walk out of there. Now the eggs on cooldown. Zoomers are on the run. They pretty much spent all their big team fight abilities. I don't think they realized Tomato had a BKB. Curtis.
No, that was huge from for Zoomers there still. Oh, Manta dodge.
Call? Nice dodge. Solid. Well played. Give him a tip. Give him a tip.
Give him a tip. Tip him. How do you tip your enemy?
Wow.
I would be scared to tip me.
What?
I can't believe they didn't tip him. Okay, so anyways,
short kill, right?
So when Axe died there, Nyx Assassin had 2 seconds left on his Impale. You can actually not BKB from respawn against Impale spells.
Oh.
So like, I don't know about Sanking because this isn't a real Impale. But basically how it works is like if the Impale frame, like you don't get to select your hero while you're dead with Aegis. And Dota doesn't have stuff happen like at the same time really. There's always an order. So if Impale is already on the ground, oh, jumping Axe. He jumped in without BKB. That was crazy.
That was crazy.
That was actually crazy.
But he knows there's no Doom, there's no egg. He's like, these guys are not gonna be scared. But if the Nyx Assassin was in the base, that would have been like real bad.
I feel like he got Sanking stun there, and Nyx is like they have Warstop.
I didn't like it.
I don't think that's a good fight.
That was not a good play on Tomato's side, and I think he might have just got away with it.
He's a beast. He jumps into the base blind, forces a buyback. You know, he blinks in without BKB.
I'm
he doesn't care.
Curtis, but you would not be saying that had he died there.
No, for sure. That was a terrible play. I don't know what he was doing there. But, you know, if it works, it works. Let's be results-oriented here. It's a worse way to think about the game, I think. But we should do it here.
Okay. Gunner. And you see these lane wards as well. Like, they notice Gunner walking down there, you know, try to make the rotation, but he got out real quick. Yeah, I feel like Gunner's game sense this game has been pretty solid. You know,
I think so,
it's
too.
not a easy Doom game either because there's a lot of factors you have to consider, like
I
Shadow
mean-
Demon Disruption, the speed of Fiery Souls, but he's been doing well.
For sure, and it was the first 2 Doom, right? Like anytime you have like a solo
Right.
performance on a first hero. Oh, they're smoking into each other.
Ooh, yeah, Sammy. Okay, they're gonna get the Lucent Beam onto the Broodmother with the stun from the Sand King and Saberlight. He's so tanky with that Heaven's Halberd, gonna walk away. Ocean is burrowed in there, so this might not be the fight Undying wanna get, but they find Ocean though. Wait, the Glimmer actually missed. Oh,
Doom onto Bryle.
they get the Doom onto Lina. That's the kill they want. They got the disruption onto Lina, trying to buy some time. Shadow Demon getting stunned up as well. That's the next priority kill, and they're gonna go for it. Yep, Burrow. Mr. Nyx gonna get the impale onto the Shadow Demon. That's 2 really big kills there. 70 seconds on both heroes. Wait, that's a lot of map control Zoomers can pick up.
And Zoomers, you know, they had a little
Wait, they're
slip
not
up.
done. They're not done. Can
Oh,
they
he's
get
got him.
Dubu? Oh, they got him. Oh, the Aghanim Shard. Lucent Beam gonna be able to ground target and get the cancel onto the apparition right there.
And you know, we weren't sure about Sammy Boy's Luna build, but it ends up really paying off in spades. I think a lot of his ideas around the fact that, like, who's jumping him this game for him to get AALT? It's only this one Axe call. And Axe is the carry, so it's high percentage to have vision on him, right? Compared to, like, the offline Axe only playing for the jump. And he didn't get AALT that fight and just convincingly clean it up. Lina is still incredibly susceptible to the Doom. He has a Lincoln's now, but I'm not too sure that'll like really save him. They have a lot to pop it.
Yeah, they really do. And if we take a look at their neutral items, like they don't even have the tier 3 items yet on Zoomers. Like they've been constricted into their base for some time now. They're gonna go for the Roshan, but they didn't notice that the Roshan has been up for like what, 30 plus seconds now? And Undying have all their heroes alive. They want to contest this, I believe.
Browse TPing
Wait.
bottom though. They don't know.
Yeah, what?
Pepe
How
laugh.
did they not
They
know?
don't know. I
They
mean,
didn't time it?
TI
Moon's, like,
pressure.
running across
Sometimes
the
you don't
map.
know. AA knows. He's ulting it. He's pinging his mid player,
but this could be kind of late though. Oh, Simon, but they're getting out. They don't see anybody else on Undying. They're gonna leave this Roshan with 3,000 HP.
It's funny, right? Because we know Brow TP bottom, but they had no idea. Everyone's just off
They
the
had no
map. They
idea.
don't want to get trapped in Roshan pit.
Exactly. They don't want to throw the game with Doom being on cooldown. Egg.
Ocean?
Like 3 more seconds left right now. Ocean, yeah. Where's the sentry? There it is. They dust
What
the Nyx
the-
assassin, but he was behind the tree, so they didn't see him quick enough. Now they're gonna go on to Ocean. Ocean is
3-man
dying
call.
rather quickly. Yep, big call in the back. And the Phoenix is gonna have to drop an egg really far away from the fight though. Luna down the river is gonna get annihilated by Tomato and Squad Bryle. Gonna tank through that epicenter, not gonna care one bit, and now Sankin also gonna take the fall too. Oh man, what a disaster for Zoomers. They're handing this Roshan to Undying on a silver platter, and this game just looking more and more impossible for Zoomers as they lose the second Roshan.
Oh man, that is rough. And now Brood has the Aghanim Shard. That means it's going to be incredibly hard for Luna to right-click in these fights. All Brood has to do is wait out the Manta, and then you just have some 80% mischance spell. Like, it's just a ridiculous 6-second can't
That's
hit.
crazy. That is actually crazy.
That was such a hard sequence because Roshan was up. If they scouted it, they would have had that Roshan. This game would be completely different. But now Undying, they have a 10k gold lead. You know, they weren't even good on contesting the Roshan. Like, they were good at contesting. They won the fight, but they weren't quite ready for it, and they still made it in time. They just punished a bit of
That's
hesitation
insane.
for Zoomers or lack of scouting.
I mean, like you said, TI pressure, right? Like that Roshan was alive for a solid 30 plus seconds, I believe, and nobody was really thinking about it on the side of Zoomers, because if they did that while the Lina was still dead, it would have been perfect.
On both teams, right? Like, you can really see the pressures getting to both of them. Because Undying, they weren't thinking about it. Lina TP's bottom, and Zoomers, they don't scout it out in time. And then it's like some weird fight where like Nyx is like burrowed alone. He's like all by himself, and his entire team's like, "Let's go help him." They just get like, honestly, like Tomato, that call was genius because it's a
Perfect. That was so
3-man call,
perfect.
sets up everything, and it's just an instant wipe. Like, yeah, Satanic on Luna, but if you get exposed like that into an AA blast, there's nothing you can do.
That's like Tomato reading the game properly, right? Like he's moving forward and then he sees the Nyx, but he doesn't jump the Nyx himself. He knows that Zoomers are gonna walk down this hill because that's the only logical place that the rest of the heroes are. He didn't
that's
actually see any of them, But as soon as they walk down, that's when he goes in.
Honestly, he
was
might have
perfect.
only seen one hero there. Like, he jumped
Yeah.
into fog and caught them. And I really
was
like what you
perfect.
said, because I feel like a lot of people, they would see the Nyx and they'd all start screaming, losing their minds, kill this stupid bug, he's so annoying. But Tomato, you know, he has the presence of mind. He's just waiting, playing patiently, and he's like very nicely rewarded for it. He's going for is he going for a Bloodthorn? That's hype.
Yeah, good attack speed, I suppose. And it's very interesting because I feel like whenever I watch Undying, they win because of their macro movements and their drafting, and they're very solid in that sense. Plus, obviously, they got really good players. So normally, none of their players get to truly shine. But this time, in a game where I feel like Undying didn't really have the superior draft, Tomato is showing his skill set.
Yeah,
what he's good at, his
agree.
decision making, and all that stuff. These are the games where like you need your players to come through clutch, and Tomato's doing that.
And I will say it's a bit because, honestly, it feels a little bit like they're not challenged, right? Like they're on a different level than everyone else in these qualifiers. But we have to remember, like, Brio and Tomato, I think they're like rank 3 and rank 6 last time I checked. And
That's
Saberlight,
crazy.
he was rank 1 in EU for a while. Like, these are really good core players. And, like, honestly, one of the things I'm looking...
Nyx. The call, easy kill.
Another pick off by Tomato there. One of the things I'm looking forward to the most is like seeing how this team, hopefully, I mean, we don't know yet.
Oh, they actually, wait, hold on. They went for a play here with the Blink Hoof Stomp,
Okay.
but Brio gonna get that BKB used before the Hoof Stomp comes out, and now a call onto Sanking. Aeon Disc does pop. They get the Demonic Purge. He's got Aghanims on Moon Meander, so he's gonna be able to drop 2 more Purges if needed. And they're just gonna keep on hitting that tier 3. Zoomers couldn't even jump that Moonshot Demon who was exposed in front of their base because they are playing 4 versus 5. And call, he canceled it in the beginning and now gets stunned by Brax. Doom comes out onto the Aegis Axe there. There is a refresher. There's got a second Doom available. Sanking gonna take the fall now. He instantly buys out. They hold the melee racks for now. Shadow Demon stunned up. Is it going to be enough? The Saberlight going in onto the back. Husky does not have an egg. He's going to be the main focus as Shadow Demon just took a fall. And Gunner, he's going to die here. Not going to be able to get his Doom off as the call came out first. And that's going to be it. Zoomers. They lose this game number 2 as well. You know, we had high hopes for their draft, but it felt like Undying. They're just a better team. They were able to all play Zoomers. It felt at some point Undying, you know, they were running out of gas. Their smokes couldn't really land properly. And as soon as they got that Blink Axe though, and that one fight next to the first Roshan, it just Undying came back to life.
Yeah, we did see Zoomers sort of have that resurgence where they took a really good fight and like killed 3 heroes from Undying. But overall, like Undying, they looked like they were on another tier in this series. Even when the draft wasn't favoring them, no matter what was happening, they just played like the better team, and it was really impressive stuff coming out of them.
Yeah, it was an incredible game to watch, especially from Undying's end. But right now, we're going to have a quick break, and we'll be back with you shortly to break it down even further.
A well-fought series for Undying as they take it 2-0 over 4 Zoomers. And it was not at any point just like a complete stomp. It was 4 Zoomers continued to put up a fight no matter how dire things looked for them. And ultimately what we're all the winners here because we got some great Dota. Now 1437 and AUI, please tell me, what was it that really cinched the win for Undying?
I think overall it was just better macro decision making. Like every time there was like a big decision to be made in game, I think Undying were able to like clearly take the higher percentage fight and just, you know, their lineup, it looked really hard to play, but they just all executed and they came up with the win.
Yeah, I would have to completely agree with that. The way that Undying play, every game that you watch from them, there's nothing that's like, you know, spontaneous. Everything is very clearly planned. You know, they got an order of like what you want to do in the game. You do this, you did this, you did this, and you get the win. And that's exactly what they did. Regardless of like what draft that they have. This game, I really felt like their draft was slightly underwhelming, but because they were able to outplay them on the macro level and Zoomers not making the correct calls in some situations, Undying was able to like, you know, get a really good grip on this game.
It was just they put up 4 Zoomers put up such a good fight though. Like they really, like, you could tell that they were doing extremely well throughout the game. I know AUI said that they were playing like they were like at the top of their game at some points during this series. What do you think 4 Zoomers could have done in this specific game 3 to turn it around and maybe take a game off of Undying?
And this game, it snowballed out of control really fast, right? Like it was just this like one fight, the 3-man call from Tomato clutching it out in this one Roshan. If 4 Zoomers get that Roshan, you know, they have the butterfly Satanic on Luna who can't get bursted with ALT because she has Aegis. Like this game is like very realistically a 4 Zoomers win. At the end of the day, like Dota is about these clutch moments, but you can't really say like just clutch better, you know? So maybe just like maybe it's like a calm thing, a presence of mind thing. Take a deep breath during the game and play your own game, check Roshan, stuff like that.
1437, any thoughts?
I'm glad AUI brought that up about the 3-man call, because it just reminds me of how the Roshan was alive for some time and neither teams were really considering, oh, this could be up. Especially like you can see from Undyne, just a small little plays like the Lina TPing across the map when Roshan is alive. Like that's not something that you would normally see from a team that has the right frame of mind, like to be able to check that nonstop, make sure that you don't give that away. Zoomers literally exactly one rush away from being able to take control of this game and just be able to push forward, because that's when Luna shines, right? When she's in front of the enemy base, being able to hit the tier 3, being able to hit those racks, let the glaives bounce, but Zoomers just couldn't get to that point in the game.
I see. Well, thank you so much for your fantastic analysis. We're actually going to be able to hear from someone on Team Undying. Tomato, welcome.
Hi. Hello, good night.
Congratulations. So
Thank
how
you.
do you feel? That was a great series, well fought against 4 Zoomers. It definitely back and forth at sometimes. What was your overall feeling about this series? Do you feel like was it well fought? Was it a little bit harder? Was it easier? What do you think?
We've been preparing a lot in game and mentally for this series. We know these guys have been all rivals for a long time now, and probably the entire year. We have a lot of respect for them because they come up with their own strats and they've improved a lot. I've seen a lot of these guys grow over the years. So it's kind of just go full power with them. So it's fun because we get to play our best Dota and see if they can match it. And either way, it's gonna be fun to watch and to play. So I enjoy this series a lot.
Awesome. Did you have any questions for them? 1437 AUI.
Yeah. First of all, congrats on your win. You guys going to the grand finals. At least I expected it. I'm sure you guys had a lot of confidence going into this. Are you like very confident in your axe in terms of like picking it and just getting that cheese like Broodmother, or do you feel like your team really needs you to play this hero, so you just like, all right, whatever, I'll do it? I played it like a few times.
See, I don't know that many Axe games. I've played a couple times on Pops, but kind of like not having really spammed there. Of course I've seen LGD Yame played a lot, and it's been picked on CA quite a lot too. It's a very strong pick, I'd say. So, but I'm a team player, you know. Like if I'm needed to play the X carry, I'll play the X carry. You know, my favorites are Morphling. I enjoy the Morphling game. It's a pretty free Morphling game, I'd say. So I had a lot of fun that one. And then when they asked me if I wanted to play the X carry, I was like, yeah, you know, I'll play the X carry. You know, let's get the 8-team route. It's like, you know, go for it.
That's awesome because I think you played a spectacular Axe game. It was flawless. I felt like at some point the situation was a bit scary, but you really clutched it out on your Axe. So that's really nice. Very impressive performance.
Thank you.
So I was wondering, so that last really clutch 3-man call at the Roshan fight. So you guys sort of like you sort of found a Nyx assassin. The fight was sort of split up, and you managed to like hit this like really good call. I was wondering if you could sort of like walk me through the comms leading up to this moment, because I think a lot of people they
See.
would just like try to kill Nyx assassin, but you went for the big plays.
Well, the thought process was first we didn't know Roche spawn. We are kind of going for the Luna bottom, and then I see Chicken running into Roche, and I'm like, guys, they're Roche, and they're Roche, and they're Roche. We panic a little bit. We go into Roche. We use this like panic smoke, you know, so they don't see us. Uh, and then I'm walking around, and then suddenly smoke pops. It was really confusing. And then at some point, Moon's like, "Oh, guys, the Nyx is on me. What is this guy doing? What is this guy doing?" So I try to be that guy that's like always calm when people lose their temper. So I realized that everyone is like going on the Nyx, right? So my thought process like everyone's going on the Nyx. They're gonna make a mistake here. There's gonna be an opening where like people are gonna clump up, and I saw the ramp, and I was like blinked in, and I said I wanted to kill the Phoenix. You know, it's like, oh, Phoenix is like the easiest kill. So I was like, if they're at the ramp, I can just kill them all. You know, so I just waited for that and I blinked.
Wait, so how many heroes did you see before you blinked? Because I was curious, like, did you see all 3 of them, or was it like you're like in fog, you see 2 of them, you're like, oh, bonus kill.
I think I saw the Sanking, and I knew they were all coming in. Like, you know, they want to abuse the fact that we're all going on Nyx, so before they get the counter initiate, I try to get it before them. So I did.
Nice.
That was the idea.
That was a amazing play. Like, really good mentality around that. I wanted to commend you for that.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Appreciate it.
Well, Tomato, it seems like your team just has a lot of fun playing games, and it really shows, especially in this interview, how you say how fun it is and how calm you're able to remain. And I think that's really cool. Like one of the things that I've seen with a lot of the teams after they secure a win is that they say that the game is really fun for them. So I'm hoping that you will have another fun game in the grand finals. But I did want to ask, did you have any shout outs for your team, your fans? You have a lot of fans out there who are pulling for you to take the whole tournament.
Yeah, I want to shout out to my fans. Thanks for supporting me and spamming. I appreciate it a lot. It motivates me to be a better player. But I want to give a big shout out to my captain Moon. I think he's done a lot for this team. I think he's put a lot of effort, and personally, I have to thank him because he's taught me a lot on how to play the map, how to become a better player, and I really feel the improvement by myself, and it's such a good feeling, and I owe it to him and Dovo, Moon and Dovo. So shout out to them.
Thank you so much, Tomato, for such a great interview, and good luck in the grand finals.
Thank you.
How sweet.
That was only the 3rd series of the day. We still have another series, but we could not have these series without our great support from our great sponsors like HyperX. And HyperX, they are running a special promo for their line of HyperX Alloy Origins keyboard models during the TI10 qualifiers. All HyperX Alloy Origins keyboard models feature HyperX mechanical switches, fully customizable RGB lighting, and aircraft-grade aluminum body. Available in full, 10 keyless, and 60% keyboard types. Click on HyperX below to find out more or visit bts.gg/NA HyperX. We will be back with some more Dota after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the TI10 qualifiers for North America. We have our final series of the day, and joining me for this series are Lyrical and Fear, two people who I have had the absolute pleasure to cast with throughout the week, and I'm very excited to be able to work on this next series with them again. Hello, welcome back.
Thank you. I'm excited. This is the big one. Can't wait.
Yeah, I mean, this is a hype
indeed.
one, indeed. There's a lot of drama here, and this is like my ex-team playing as well, so I know these guys on a very personal level, so should be fun.
So, Fear, tell me, what are your thoughts about this matchup? We've seen it once before, and Black and Yellow had specifically at one point, Jubei said that he wanted to go down to the lower bracket so that he can defeat Bumblebees again. What are your thoughts about this matchup?
I mean, he did say that, and he said he regretted saying that in the post-game interview, so it's still hype though. But I think the Bumblebees, I think individually they have really high more players, and I think they should on paper be a better team. But I feel like they're the type of team that can be their own worst enemies, especially when it comes to like drafting and how complicated it can get when you get a lot of like smart players on one team. So if they can stick to like what they're good at and what they know, and in their last drafting against Black and Yellow when they lost, they did the carry Razor twice. Hope they don't do that again. Hopefully they bring something more Envy style, like the hard carries that he does enjoy playing. He's been winning a lot with. That'll help them out a lot in the series to get revenge.
One question I had is that, so Bumblebees used to be Sad Boys prior to the joining of Eternal Envy. So what is the lore behind the name and the logo change? Do either of you happen to know? Is it just Eternal Envy?
So I don't know about it. I think wasn't somebody, we just had an interview, I think, where they were asking Envy about it early in today, and he had said that like he had no idea, that he thought it was like a Moo thing that was all himself. So that's my anticipation of it. Maybe it's because also, you know, this was the team that they were like, you know, they wanted to be the new Black and Yellow squad and sort of take it over. So they just took the colors of the Bumblebees. Like that kind of is sort of what it feels like. That's the thing that makes the most sense to me, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. But what I do know is like we did want to drop the Sad Boys name after the first version and kind of make it like a new team, but because of like, you know, the roster regulations, we couldn't drop the name. So when they made a new squad, they've been wanting to make new name for a while. So this is probably just some funny meme that they could come up with. And Moo I know loves memes, so I would not be surprised if this was Moo's idea.
So tell me, if you were to choose between Sad Boys or Bumblebees, which one do you like better?
I mean, the Bumblebees is hilarious, so I'm gonna go with that one.
Nice, nice. All right, let's talk about this draft. One of the first things that I noticed, especially compared to the last series that we just had, no AA. We've seen a lot of AA this time. So tell me, what do we have right now that is interesting?
So the thing that sticks out to me first and foremost is this Nyx Assassin first pick, and then Black and Yellow into the Nyx, which is considered, you know, one of those really great answers to the hero. At least one of the parts of like the Lego puzzle piece that you need to sort of defeat Timbersaw as a Nyx Assassin to get him under control. They need the damage from somewhere else. They decide to pick the Timbersaw, and this I think is just a Zero thing. Like that he has been really good on this hero. They've shown that they're willing to first phase it. Now they're showing they're willing to first phase it into a counter. And I don't know. I think it's good to go in and play your own strategy, and we'll see if he owns with it, because he has so far.
What are your thoughts, Fear?
I only want to see Zero play Timber or DK for the remainder of this tournament. I don't want to see him play Veno. I don't want to see him play Viper anymore. Like it's very underwhelming when I see him on these heroes. He has not nearly as much impact. So I don't care like what he's picking this Timber into. If it's in the game, they should pick it for him. So I agree with this choice. But on the other end, Envy as well. His Terrorblade, his Luna, and his Medusa, I think are his three by far best heroes. Also some of the best heroes of the patch, and everyone's doing it. But I think he kind of started this trend in North America of spamming these heroes. And I'm glad they picked it up really early for him, because these are heroes he can really shine on.
Not only did they pick up Luna, but they also banned out 3 of them. So no Terrorblade, no Spectre, and no PL. What is that looking for Black and Yellow?
I don't know, really. That's a lot of the really good ones. The one that's left is Medusa that stands out. Also a Drow, which has been banned a lot, but not necessarily been picked that much. So I think if you're Black and Yellow, you can probably afford to, with your third pick, take something else, whether that's like your mid laner or whatever it is that you want to have happen. Maybe it's probably going to be your other support, and then come back for one of those 2 afterwards, if that's the game they want to play into, which it feels like that's the main thing that we've been seeing.
What are we going to see from them? If they don't pick the carry now and they pick the support, then what if all their other carries get banned and then they end up picking a B tier carry like we've seen before? Oh, and they picked DP, so
Huh.
closer to a reality maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, the way the carry matchups work right now is you either take the Luna Dusa, or I mean, in the case of 2-base, they like the Gyrocopter. Then there's the Terrorblade. You pick those heroes that can either farm really quick and pick them early, or you kind of need to see your lane matchup. So a lot of these heroes like Morphling, they played against Luna, against Arkosh, right? And it was very effective outside of the laning stage, but it was a good matchup. Those unfortunate circumstances in that game if you didn't see it, but Morph was like 0-3 by 1 minute. No joke, but regardless of that, you need to see your lane with these later carry matchups. Like, you need to see what you're playing in so you actually can get some farm, because there's no recovery for these heroes. The Death Prophet's interesting. Nothing about this Death Prophet pick after seeing Luna and Nyx really screams like this is such a good DP game. So
what do you think
very
about the
interesting.
idea that like some people have been running it support and like using it as a flex there? Do you think that there's any chance that Black and Yellow would do that and like then they can, go for a last pick mid or something since they do have the overall last pick, or is that too weird?
No, I mean you can run DP as a flex, but it's like 2 metas too late kind of thing. Like this
Okay.
is like really this is old meta stuff, and
Right.
it's not as strong anymore because the DP's not as strong anymore. So if they want, they can do it. I mean, Black and Yellow ran Crystal Maiden, like a forgotten hero, honestly, last series. So maybe they don't care so much about the meta right now. And they're running Invoker as a response, Fast Spirit Vessel versus the DP. Could be good.
Do you think they're trying off meta stuff specifically because of Bumblebees? Do you think that has any effect on it at all?
I would understand it more if it was off meta but good versus what they see. But I just the DP to me versus the Nyx doesn't sound particularly great, and nor does it seem that good versus Luna. But we'll see. It must be a comfort pick for their mid laner, or it has to be mid at this point because they picked Clockwork. So they just picked it for
because they like DP.
Yeah, they just like it.
I wonder if some of this is like we've been seeing so many Lunas that play like mega AFK, and this is like the idea of playing against Bumblebees for them, that they want to like try and come in under the timing when Luna gets her BKB and can fight, and they can maybe like punish that, take buildings or something. Because I mean, do they have like the heroes that can make that happen? Is this Timbersaw gonna have a good enough lane for that?
The Timber's lane should be fine almost always.
Right.
But the problem I do have, like the last time they ran this Timbersaw was versus the Bumblebees, I believe, and they had a Storm mid by Esk who really complements the Timber.
Right.
And they seem to have this style with Black and Yellow right now where their mid laners, like some Lina, some Death Prophet, they're not playing much of the Initiator mids anymore, which is a little concerning when you have this Timbersaw offlane, because it puts a lot of weight on the supports to like get stuff done with a very small amount of items, maybe just one Blink Dagger instead of at some point being able to initiate with a BKB. Whereas Bumblebees pick up a core Initiator and the Centaur, who eventually will scale no matter how hard the game gets. He will scale with the games, meaning like he will get the BKB, he'll get a 4-staff, whatever he needs to be able to initiate. Where I feel like with Black and Yellow, sometimes their supports like don't get enough items to continue to initiate, so Black and Yellow have a hard time finding the fights, but it's just a lot of pressure on them. It's not impossible, but it's just a lot of pressure on their supports. That's why I question the DP a little bit, because you can't really initiate with this hero, and you can't really do it. Timber can go in first, but he likes to go in after he sees a stun and uses all his damage.
So now that we have 4 out of 5 picks on both sides, what does each team need to really round it out? I know that you talked a little bit about Black and Yellow, but the DP pick is locked in already. What can they do to round it out?
They need a +5 on the Bumblebees, because they're playing first pick, right? So they're just usually on first pick you pick your 5 in that last slot, because there's 2 bans before that slot, and if you wait for a core, some of the best ones will get snatched. So you just pick your +5 in that spot, or your +4 if it hasn't been picked yet. So for Moo, they've had a lot of success with this Oracle, to be honest with you, in their past 2 games. I expect them to play, like, the meta right now is pretty much pick a healer. Oracle could be okay in this game. It's really up to his preference. Probably not Timbersaw too much against Lion and Timber. You definitely don't want Tree.
I know.
What would Moo want to play?
In one of Knoxville's earlier stats, he did say that Oracle was one of the most successful supports of the TI10 qualifiers. So maybe we'll see that come out. They did ban Enchantress.
It could be good to, you know, if DP goes Yules or something, you can just take her down out of it or whatever as well. Something like that could be kind of nice. I'm wondering now, the way that you're talking about that, like if Black and Yellow do just feel comfortable putting all that pressure on their supports, and maybe that's why they picked this Clockwork, who's hopefully going to be able to make up for that lack of like initial initiation. He can try and get more farm on this hero. Or if they're going to swap like DP to 1 or something and do the old switcheroo again and then take like a Puck or something or some weird hero like that mid as a last phase. But that also, I mean, no matter what, it's a little bit weird, right?
Yeah, would that work long term? Would that work long term against a Luna?
If they can take all the buildings down before like Luna really comes online, maybe. But yeah, it's pretty tough.
I want to see Yamsun Morphling again. Is in the pool? No, it's not. All right, we got to figure something else out here.
Yeah, they didn't want to see it.
Yeah, they didn't.
Juggernaut
seems pretty good versus this as well, if that's in the pool. It is.
Yes, Juggernaut is in.
But quickly about the Witch Doctor real quick. It's also a pseudo hero. It's not one of like the stronger healers of the patch. He has a lot more play options, I guess. He can either heal or he can do a lot of damage. So I said Timber might not have a hard lane, but versus Luna Witch Doctor, that's definitely a hard lane. That is an incredibly hard lane for Timbersaw. He could have an awful laning stage against that particular matchup if things go slightly south for them. So it's very scary. They have to play well, and they went for the Juggernaut. So
there's the Jug that you mentioned too. Well, it looks like these two teams are fully drafted. What draft do you think it comes out on top?
I think I'm gonna put my money here on Bumblebees, to be honest. We haven't seen a ton of Invoker recently, but I think that's the hero that's going to like enable so much of this stuff. But it does look like a free Jug game, so if Yamsun can somehow manage to find the farm, he can maybe carry this out. We'll see what he does.
What are your thoughts, Fear?
Yeah, I think I have a feeling they actually might put the Witch Doctor with the Centaur, and that might make Yamsun's game a little hard, and it's hard for me to bet against Luna in this patch just because of the ease of execution of this hero. And I think Jug is kind of hard to pull off, so I'm probably going to have to go with the Bumblebees here, even though I think both drafts are good in this particular game.
Ooh, we have two good drafts, and we have two caster analysts saying that Bumblebees is going to pull it out in game 1 over Black and Yellow. Let me think, though. I really... I just...
It's hard.
I don't know about this DP pick. When
me too.
At first I wasn't sure, but then, you know, when you, Fear, and Lyrical both explained it to me, I'm like, maybe that's not a good pick, but I don't know. I guess it really depends on what they're going to do, if they're going to focus on the Timbersaw versus the Juggernaut. I feel like that really determines for me who I think will come out on top. But I guess, you know, since we have two for Bumblebees, I will go with Black and Yellow because I like to see this rivalry continue. So, gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and step on out. You guys can take over. Lyrical and Fear, take it away. Game 1.
And just like that, we've already got the sheeshes going. The game is starting. Fear. We both did not really like the DP pick. So what can you do is coming out. Man, these voice lines from these guys, there's something else, aren't they? They're just going to be like inhabiting the entire region for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I say I don't like it, but it's like a really Black and Yellow thing to do.
Yeah?
Like right now, Esk is outside of that one Storm game, which I thought he played phenomenally. He even played it versus Nyx. He hasn't really been playing much initiators for this team. He's been more of like the TA, kind of like ranged mid laner that does a lot of damage. So what I'm most curious to see though is how B is going to, how do I call them, the Bumblebees? I'm just calling them B. How B is gonna like do their lane setup. Because I feel like this Jug is gonna have a field day if Nyx is laning against him with the Centaur. But they might be able to lane this Nyx with the Luna against the Timbersaw. That is a possibility, but it will give Timber a better game too. So they have to kind of like balance like what do they prioritize here, and I honestly think if they can get away with this Luna bottom lane with the Nyx, they should do that, because this Jug having a free game is really scary. Spin is so good in this game versus
Right.
all this magic damage.
Totally. That's sort of the thing that I'm curious about too, is like wherever Moo goes, it feels like in a way this Witch Doctor is going to be the one that really puts that pressure on. And it looks like for now, at least, he's heading down bottom while Nyx is there to scout everybody else's movements, maybe throw a stun out there the rest of the way as well. See how it goes. So an interesting decision to start this one out. And I think he's TPing all the way up to the top side. So Jug will have a good time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it is 4 melee heroes in the top lane, so it could get messy up here.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess that's one question though, is like if they can manage to like sort of outplay in this lane for the side of you know, black and yellow, or rather on the side of bees, then maybe you can make something happen. So 26 time Envy and Jubei have faced off against each other. Envy has had 21-5, 80% win rate, and then Jubei's won the last 2 of them. I don't know if it's called like a long-standing rivalry. It feels at least like it was just this most recent iteration. I don't know. Are there any really long-standing rivalries that exist nowadays between Dota? It feels like people tend to just sort of give up after a while on it.
I feel like a lot of these stats with some of these players like Jubei are a bit skewed, because he's been playing for a long time, but has been on like pretty bad teams, right?
That's
where
fair.
it was like a pushover, where now this black and yellow squad is actually competitive and can beat them, so I don't think it's like that bad.
Okay, I'm with you. Well, in the meantime, up top, quick little spin to kill off the wave, get a couple denies in there as well. Yamsun having a much better time than on that Morph lane against, it was Arkosh, right? I'm not losing my mind.
Yeah, that was 3 deaths in 1 minute, like whew.
That was wild. But yeah, having a very, very good time there as Jubei's able to get a little bit of zoning out. And this does mean the creep wave is going to meet underneath the tower, a second wave coming in afterwards. So that will push out and give a little bit of a better time to the side of the bees. And mid lane so far, very even. 10-3 versus 10-1. And a creep
Look
wave
at that
coming
build
into
on
Esk.
Invoker. He really wants some CS.
Whoa.
All stats right there. And then the urn queued up. He's gonna have to start making nulls and selling some of those. That's a crazy build. I don't know if I've seen that before.
68 base damage on Quas Wex Invoker. That's nuts.
It's probably why CS is so good, right?
Yeah. That's really cool. Whatever works, right? At least in the early goings, it looks like Zero's been a little bit pushed back, but still getting levels. And some of this also is Flea heading over in this area. They did get a block on the Ancients. So Flea will have to
very
bring
nice.
out another Sentry Ward to deward that.
Yeah, they did their homework. Like last time Black and Yellow played this, they mega stacked those Ancients for him. This Timber like took over the game. It was actually against BE too, so
They watched the replays.
Yeah, so I'm very curious because like I played a bit with Roya, and he generally speaking did not favor the Invoker too much. So I'm very curious on like how he's gonna perform on this hero, because it's not one of the heroes that is one of his go-tos in the patch. So should be interesting. I also have not seen a lot of Esk DP. Like I don't know what their read is on this hero, because I don't understand it, but there had to be something about seeing Luna and Nyx that I didn't understand fully. Maybe it's the silence or something against the Nyx that they really prioritize. We'll see what he can do with it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess that is one of the weird things, is that like with the Spike Carapace out of Vendetta or whatever, you're probably not going to be able to break that onto Esk unless he's like queuing up a Crypt Swarm or something like that. But obviously the mana burn sounds really nice against the DP as well. We'll have to keep our eyes on it in the mid game and see what ends up happening. But for now, at least having a perfectly fine time. And as you mentioned, Invoker also on Roya, though it may not be one that he's like... I mean, I feel like I remember seeing him... Maybe it was like a couple patches ago when he was playing it more often than before. But certainly seems to be doing well on it right now in this game.
Yeah, I'm just more curious about how his rotations are going to look like
in
this hero. I have no doubt in his laning ability on any hero. It's just more like how he's going to play the map on certain heroes. And yeah, both side lanes, the carries are having a field day here. I think the lane on for Envy is much harder for the Timber to win, but I'm a little surprised Centaur is doing this poorly. Like, he has a little more CS now, but a lot of these are those small neutrals. I don't think his net worth is that amazing.
Yeah, that is a little bit weird, isn't it? He's, what, 200 gold behind the Timber right now. So, you know, was, I think, trying to play around a little bit up on that top side of the map and was getting contested by the Jug slightly. So it could be that as part of the issue. I think he got spun on a few times. Had to ferry out a bit more regen before he got that Ring of Health. But now, with, you know, creeps coming in towards him, we'll see how he does. Level 4. Not really that many rotation-oriented heroes, with the exception of that Invoker once he gets more levels, are there?
Yep, I mean, typical black and yellow fashion, they don't really have much rotation, unless Zero is playing the Dragon Knight. And that's pretty a late rotation, because he doesn't really rotate till the Blink Dagger. So, they're cool just sitting around, so it's really going to be up to Roya. If he wants to, he can be the one that creates chaos in this game, and makes black and yellow feel uncomfortable with good rotations.
No.
Oh, Moo might be in trouble here.
Yeah, coming over to try and find himself another block on the Ancients. Does get it down, and also stops another stack, but will get chased. Can they kill? Oh, missed the chains? Doesn't matter. We'll end up dying. And does Flea have another sentry? Yes, he does.
That was first blood, even though the tower got it, so it's a split first blood.
Not bad, not bad. Yeah, so gets the D ward there. Going to try and go for another round of stacking Ancients here. I mean, that's kind of cool, right? Like, obviously losing first blood sucks, but putting so much emphasis there. And going to pop Exo, going right away into the middle. And Jube able to find Roya. Moo there as well. Buy a little bit of extra space. Oh, good stun from Flea. Had no vision. Do they have detection? Does not look like it, or at least not wanting to drop any down at the moment. So they're going to get actually not that much damage onto the tower either. Only about a quarter of the Exo left.
That was a maybe, I don't know if like what to call that, just maybe a little inexperienced, but like once they zoned him out, Esk should not have chased. Like he could have gotten way much more damage out of that Exo on that tower, but he went for a kill, they didn't get it, so yep, Exo went down and they didn't get much damage on the tower, so that's a win for BE.
Could see up top there, Yemsun got very much in the face of King Ao, was able to get a spin on him, but didn't have the mana left over afterwards for the Omni Slash. Though now, Jube right on top of Z-Freak. They have spin available, just gonna try and run this guy down. Oh, barely enough damage. Now, this King Ao also in some trouble. Oh my god, the stun though. Just try and turn that with the Maledict, and showing up as Roya. Doesn't have the mana again to get off Omni that might have kept him alive. So they lose their Jug. Good reactions coming in from the Bees.
Yeah, really good. It's a little surprising to see that Black and Yellow's 1k up after this early game. Really got a lot out of this mid lane, it looks like, from Esk. A lot of the difference coming from there, but that was a great rotation for Roya to bring down that Juggernaut, who was having a free game, as we talked about, going against the double melee.
Well, and then out of the gate as well, Zero now is down here on the bottom side, has himself a full creep wave that he's pulled through. Going over to check to see if that camp's available, and it looks like Z-Freak is going to make the creep pull off of the tower, so that will keep the pressure from it going down. Don't have a catapult right now. So not too much damage done to the tower as we wait for Envy to get back into this, who's just sort of gone into jungle farming mode.
Yeah, look how many dire sentries are on the map here. I guess from both teams, like the meta in NA is really just like developing to where everyone's just gonna spam sentries in camps, around camps to deward these sentries in the camps, and just play for stacking.
Jeez.
It's not a lot of aggressive teams right now. Everyone's playing for their efficiency. And so you see like this battle of warding going on in these games.
I mean, it reminds me of like when we were seeing the Nature's Prophet blocking out camps as well. I think that there were a couple of times that we saw that at the major also, and just trying to like deny out that farming. I guess that's just all a function of picking these carries that, you know, are all about how fast can we out farm you, you know, and maybe if the meta changes away from that, this stuff will go a little bit out of vogue or what have you as well.
Yeah, I mean, it is the meta, but it's also just like It's the NA meta specifically,
Okay.
right? Because I could imagine like a team that hasn't had a lot of success recently. These voice lines, man.
Dude, let me
What's
tell you,
going on?
I muted all 10 players. I literally went in there and I muted all 10 players because I knew this was gonna happen.
Yeah, they just all spammed and chain. What can you do?
Nice.
I think that's the Jubei line, but yeah. Anyway, so like you would see OG come out in like the last couple of TIs just play so aggressive against teams that would do this, but I don't think there's any team in NA that really favors that type of fast, aggressive play style right now. So everyone's just gonna play for the efficiency. There's gonna be a lot of warding. There's gonna be a lot of poor supports.
Right.
There's gonna be a lot of stacking. Welcome to NA.
Whole lot of stacking, and we'll see if they recognize that, hey, our stack didn't work. That means that there's probably a ward over there. As Envy picks up the bounty, do they get any pings out there? Do they realize? They might just think that I messed it up or something. We'll see. No
Might as
call
well
for any
just
sentries.
de-warded just for good measure, you know.
Right. But yeah. Esk has decided to move on down bottom now. As you can see, Yamsam and Jubei over there on the top side of the map. But it looks like they want to try and make use of the second exorcism and should be able to take this tower down with no glyph available. Pretty tough to TP into that.
Good read by Z-Freak. I've seen a lot of players just die down there, just defending the tower and getting XP, but he realized there was no hope and he just got out of there, so he didn't have to feed that kill.
Oh. Good play, good play. Actually only taking the 1 point in Carapace. We've seen a couple of times against like these Timbers or something. Nyx is maxing that out as Zero actually shows up on the top wave. And after already taking a tier 1, he feels kind of comfy staying here. I don't know if King Out can really force him out at all or not. Probably with everybody they can, but he does have some help in the area on Zero.
Yeah, I think this is a good play by Black and Yellow to try and defend this, and it's really good by the BEs to bring more heroes, otherwise Timber will not get kicked out. He has no armor stack, so he's not super strong right now yet. And DD on Invoker.
Seeing what they can do, trying to kill this creep wave, and then afterwards has to take down that catapult at about half HP, and they're actually even going to use the glyph here to keep that pressure on. This does mean that the next Exo will be that much stronger, but it looks like they are going to be able to secure that tower, and well, Tornado a little bit off the mark. So Black and Yellow lose their tier 1 as well. And we do just reset, but you can see Black and Yellow gain a little bit better the exchange over the last couple of minutes. Now going to go for a smoke, 2k gold lead.
Yeah, they had to use... Oh, there it is. Trying to go for it. Ah.
A little bit off the mark, but they're looking. Z-Freak.
I think they're trying to get the Luna, but Envy's out of there. He's going to go right back to the triangle. He's got his rotation. He's going to farm all the way up to the triangle and back to that camp down there, it looks like. And he's going to give the Centaur all the farm on the top till Dagger, then probably switch places.
Okay. Got it. How close away is he to getting that one? About 1,000 gold on the Centaur. But Zero is going to come up and try and make sure that he doesn't get anything for free. As Esk, gets caught there, and that was Eul's Scepter used. And just going to be able to bring him down. So an easy move there for Ryoya, who gets the kill. Very nicely played.
Yep, that's a huge kill. Esk was really high in the net worth. This is shaping out for now, if this continues to be like another one of those Luna 1v5 games. All the cores on Black and Yellow are doing slightly better than, albeit the Luna, right? So we'll see what Envy can do with this, or if the other cores can find a way to get into the game. They're not really playing with the Centaur very much. They're really just focused on stacking for Envy right now, whereas Black and Yellow's, they're all kind of just playing for their own game right now on all their cores.
They'll find Zero here for a moment. Moo in the area. Oh, everything dropped. And I don't know if that hood's going to keep you alive, buddy. Throws out the Chakram. Oh, Finger of Death, though. The kill there on the Z-Freak. They do take down Zero. As Flea hoping to find more, but it's only him and Jubei nearby. finger already down means there's no opening for a catch there. So showing a little bit already the strength of that Nyx Assassin against the Timber.
Yep, that was a really good kill. They brought the heroes, they got the kill. Luna's farming all the while. I'm just wondering what the timing's going to be for Black and Yellow. They don't really have any clear timings with the way they draft, the way I see it. Whereas I know the clear timing for the BEs are going to be blink on Centaur, go smoke, look for kills. As usual, Black and Yellow, they're just going to play on their side of the map. Maybe wait for BE to overextend a little bit and then try to punish.
Yeah. I mean, that's the part that's so weird about it too, though, right? Is that it feels like the Bees are super comfortable just sitting back and letting Envy farm and like not really trying to pressure. Like Roy's going for a freaking Hand of Midas right now. These couple pickoffs right here, this is great to take down Jubei for them. And well, he is going to die rather rapidly. Gets another Spirit Vessel charge for Roya. And now they've sort of retaken over this side of the map a little bit more.
Yep. More stacking. Oh, this there's so much stacking in these games.
Right?
Every time I look, there's like one of their carries is just farming a stack. Makes me feel like Yamsun should just bought a Battle Fury this game.
Right, I was wondering about that, if that's like even a build anymore, but it feels like everybody hates it on these melee carries.
I mean, it is better if you want to farm Triangle on the Juggernaut, but overall, like, it's not the best item anymore, because generally speaking, you want to play a little more aggro with the Juggernaut, but he sure does on this game, that's for sure. But this is still a fine build with the Maelstrom. Just the Maelstrom build combos much better with, like, the later on when you get the Shard and the Mjolnir.
Yeah.
That's good synergy.
For sure. You can see their Mu in position and ready to immediately break that smoke. Defending the area where Raya was farming at so he wouldn't get caught. Would love to see Flea get into a Blink Dagger, and he actually is getting relatively close. 1,600 gold in the bank right now. That being said, Centaur also did just complete his, has it on him right now, and it looks like they're looking for a play themselves. As, well, a spot there. D-Ward. Flea just comfy. He's been able to stand here in the mid lane and be perfectly fine.
Flea always finds his farm, it seems like, and in this particular game, he's actually a really big kill. He's level 9. I think he took the tome away from Jubei. Jubei got level 6 at 15 minutes, and he's close to a dagger, so he's actually a really big kill if they do. The worst kill on the map is Jubei. Like, he's not going to scale this game at all, but killing this line could be... Any core plus Jubei is actually a good kill right now. The piggy bank is Juggernaut if they can get it, but he's a real hard kill.
Yeah, I don't even know how you go about that. Like, anything is just spinnable. I guess, like, a Nyx stun.
Into Centaur stun,
yeah.
You gotta burst him in a stun.
Jubei finds one. Backs out, though. Doesn't have mana afterwards. Ooh, trying to interrupt the stomp. The double cogs push back, but...
Oh, Death Ward, too. They really hate Jubei this game.
Yeah, man.
I guess it was only a 4-man gang, so... They didn't lose out that much in efficiency. Roya's farm it up with... He's got his Midas now. With the Spirit Vessel, not too bad, and this is what most Invokers go for because they like to run around the map and just gank, and they can't really farm jungle with this Quaswex build very well, so this Midas helps them keep their net worth in like a good spot.
And of course getting those levels that much quicker is so nice as well for...
He's stacked too.
Damn,
I mean, these teams are like clockwork with the stacking. Even the mids are stacking. Maybe Envy's like yelling for it because he's a very vocal player and he'll let people know that he needs his farm and he'll tell you exactly what he needs to get it. So they're on the same page of what they want to do this game.
Oh, look at this though. This ward place down is going to spot Envy heading over. If they were just a little bit quicker there, that would have been a huge play for Black and Yellow, as Flea did just have his Blink Dagger done, but maybe they're just going to have to settle for this tier 1 tower mid if that's even something they want to go for. Esk is here, has Exo level 2, and a ward back behind the tower by Flea, so yeah, this one should be pretty easy to clean up here. Question is, will they come to try and kick the bees out of their own jungle, or are they going to be content just taking over the bottom side of the map?
Just farm. I think they need to wait for this BKB on Death Prophet. BKB is like invulnerability for the next 10 minutes of the game. But, alright, they're gonna go. The Exo running out. They might want to reconsider this one shortly.
Yeah, the Exorcism just killed Roya's courier and Mu's courier. But like you said, it's running out now, and they have everything available. But they found him. Raya caught right at the start, goes for that stun afterwards. Do they have enough in the tank? Jump through, tries to get him. It's not quite there, but Envy, he's going to get Omni Slash down for the kill. Raya tries to back away, tries to get out. Do they have any more detection? They don't. So Raya will escape, but a great catch there. And they managed to take down the Luna for the Lion.
Yeah, that looked a little bit of a mistake for Envy charging in there without his initiators leading first. They even had like the Stampede going, and he got overzealous there trying to kill the Lion. Didn't finish him off in time. Got to regroup a little bit, got the hook shot, the silence, and then finger it up, finished the Luna off. So I would say that was a little bit crazy by Black and Yellow, but maybe that is just what makes their team good.
Yeah, don't anticipate it. As Z-Freak, nowhere left to go. Cancels his TP, tries to get out of there. As soon as he saw Jubei, realized it wasn't going to work. And they do manage to find themselves the next kill as well. So very even game at this point. The tier 1 tower still stands in the mid lane for Black and Yellow. And that's probably the biggest objective that's sort of remaining on the map to try and be claimed. That's shutting down these B moves that they want to make. Oh, blink forward, flee. Dude, this blink dagger timing has been so clutch. And now Jubei's got the centaur. No Stampede available, and he is going to fall. So finding a couple of these picks that are just a little bit, you know, sloppy moves, it feels like, from the Bees.
Yeah, watching Black and Yellow is kind of like watching us like, when is Flea's timing? And that's when they feel like they're ready to go.
Right.
They were totally fine just farming AFK for like 15 minutes. They've done this many games in a row. It's all about Flea, the initiator for the team. Jubei might be playing Clockwork, but they're not doing anything until Flea's initiating, it feels like.
And he found him! Dude, anticipating the movement, catches him there, no ward necessary. They take down Royaya. He just anticipated where the Invoker was going to be and blink dusted. Found him. Really good play.
Boy's a beast. He's setting up everything for this team. What I'm worried about for not Black and Yellow, sorry, the Bees, is that this Luna here is proven to be very strong, but when you're playing versus Juggernaut and you don't have like this Oracle or Wyvern for the Luna, she's going to be very burstable if Flea ever gets on top of her. All they have is the Stampede, I guess. That could be a very good tool for them. So Flea might have to initiate with Impale instead of the Hex, because Hex is not very effective versus hasted units. But I'm feeling a little worried about this game for the BEs if this Juggernaut is ahead of net worth of this Luna with the Nagus.
Yeah, that's when things get really scary for sure. And, you know, we've seen sometimes, like, you know, Lunas go for E-Blades or something to try and deal with the Omni Slash. I mean, that's been a couple of times at the very least, but it's not like the preferred build, I feel like, for sure. Like, things just get weird, it feels like, more often
I wouldn't
than not.
want to build E-Blade. Maybe its teammates can build him E-Blade, but
There you
it
go.
feels pretty bad to buy it yourself.
It's all, you know, a bunch of agi. All right, never mind. I'm not going to try and convince you. When it came out of my mouth, it didn't even sound good.
It's not awful, but it's not a preferred build by any Luna player.
Well, smoke now. Bees trying to catch them unawares, but Jubei there to break the smoke. Completely whiffs the hook shot, but I don't know if it really matters that much. Wait a minute. Gets the cogs down. They can't join up with the rest of their squad. Stampede comes out afterwards. Stun. Ooh, good amount of damage with that Finger of Death as Z-Freak. Still standing through it. So they managed to bait out the Stampede, but lose Jubei in the process. So yeah, he's going to be okay there.
Yeah, I mean, not that bad for Black and Yellow. It could have been really good for them. It's just, unfortunately, Jubei just did not get the initiation he was hoping for, so they ended up just losing Jubei. Once again, Jubei is like, he's just a distraction. He's the real Pos 6 this game. Like, him dying in this game has very little impact, but at some point in the game, he will need to start hitting some hooks so Juggernaut can get the damage in. But for now, him just dying in a random engagement and they back, it's okay for now.
For sure. Especially when you're breaking, like, the big smoke play that's coming in as well. Like,
yeah,
that's like the job done by and large. If you can get more, it's all gravy. But so 7 to 8. You talked about the timing of this Death Prophet BKB. She's got it now. You said that this was like a strong window for them, regardless of the Aegis. But now they also have the Aegis. I mean, how strong of a window is this for Black and Yellow? Do they need to take advantage of it and try and like push the tempo right now? Or do you think that they can feel okay with just using this one to farm and make the bigger plays with like second Roche?
I think Juggernaut DP, and I guess Timber as well, is such a high tempo lineup that I'd like to see them start knocking on BE's door. Start taking some tier 2s, go for the outpost, Juggernaut bottom lane. It looks like they're trying to set something up on him here. It could work if he's not wary of this. We'll see his reaction speed here. Oh, his presence of mind better than reaction speed.
Oh, Yamsun, and the Meteor Hammer comes afterwards with the hoof stomp, everything. Now, that is the Aegis down, has spin afterwards. The rest of the team's coming in. They want some retribution. They're looking for an opening here. Is Clockwork in position? He's copping around the side. Jump forward, able to catch onto Luna, in some trouble. Jubei trying to find that backline, able to catch the Witch Doctor. So they'll take down Luna, they'll take down Moo. Black and Yellow, and now finding another afterwards. If they can get King out here too, diving back behind the fountain. Oh my god, they've lost their mind, Fear. They're absolutely insane. Diving the fountain here at 24 minutes. They're still at tier 2. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the BKB on Timbersol there. He doesn't. This is the Nyx counter, right?
Yeah.
It's online. He just goes in. They see Z-Freak, and they get the silence.
Ooh.
Oh, the hammer. Oh. Alright, they got interrupt.
I mean, there wouldn't have been any follow-up after that anyways, probably. Oh, wait, they have Ags. Oh, that would have been huge. Oh, man. If he would have hit that Meteor Hammer.
That Ags on who?
On Invoker.
Oh, yeah. His Sunstrike, I don't know if it was off cooldown, though. It may have been.
Damn. Oh, and they found him. Up on the high ground, they got him, Roya. He's completely dead. So they dive through, they kill the Invoker. The last couple of minutes have just been tragic for the Bees, as they lose hero after hero, and now they're going to lose a tier 3 tower. I don't know what happened.
I mean, Flea is playing out of his mind.
Well, they jump forward, find a stun, trying to slow this down, but they won't be denied. There's the hook shot in afterwards. Jubei finds himself a target. They're going to Meteor Hammer afterwards, but I don't think he cares all that much, but need to back away. Got to be careful, get what they came for. Jump forward, finds one. Not looking like it's quite enough. I mean, their damage is starting to slow down a little bit. They need to get these racks and get out. Flea tried to jump forward and catch Envy, but couldn't quite find the angle. The healing ward not dying. They're keeping that one alive, and now it looks like they're finally going to retreat away. King Ao tries to go for that stomp, won't get it. Esk pops BKB, deciding if they want to stay or go, thinking about a turn, but they're going to leave. They do have Omni Slash back up. Maybe it's a bit too crazy. Spend your money.
They don't need to do anything more than what they did. That was great. They're going to have Scotty very soon on the Juggernaut now too, and probably just wait for your BKB and Exorcism now and go again. So they ended up turning, like, that was a bit of a mistake there from Yamsun to be down there by himself and getting picked off, but it didn't matter because they used everything to get the Aegis, and luckily Black and Yellow smoked out right after the Aegis despawn. Or they took the Aegis, and they took a beautiful fight after that, so I'm glad they took advantage and they didn't just let him die and TP out just to safety and waste it. Oh, nice attempt again by Jubei.
Yeah, he breaks the smoke. The bait. He's away, and now they found him.
He's the bait.
Dude, they made it work. Dodge is just a little ring around there. That took a lot of damage from that one, and little pause. Hopefully he gets back here in a second. But yeah, he's constantly baiting. He's there.
Yeah, the last time they played, Yamsun was DCing a lot too. Someone get this man some better internet.
Right? Well, it's
not the time to be DCing.
No, definitely not. And again, like, this team, I mean, you had said previously that you really felt like their Undying match for Black and Yellow, it looked like they actually had stood a chance and they were kind of close to winning. Based upon like the way that they've played this as well, should they be like the kind of, I mean, this is going back to the beginning, do you feel like they're kind of the favorites to win this? I mean, obviously this game they're looking really good, but as a whole as well, how do you feel about this Black and Yellow team right now, just like on the whole?
I feel like if Flea's having a good game, pretty much no team other than Undying and Zoomers have a chance versus them.
Really?
He's just playing too good. He's like individually making everything happen for this team.
All right.
He's making so many kills happen, and if you're not in an environment where you're playing really tight and close and punishing him, or you're not in a position to get jumped like this is like the only way you can really deal with it. But so far, his initiations in this game have been great, and I love this gym pickup. Like in these games where people are just spamming sentries and wards, this gym has so much value across the map. Yeah.
And then immediately afterwards into the Aeon disc, he's just getting all those items that will like keep him alive, make sure that he's going. He's almost ahead of the Centaur in terms of net worth. Well, I guess not almost. He's 14k behind, but 1400 behind. But nonetheless, yeah, I think that he's definitely been, him and Zero have been two of the standout players on this team, making like some of the best moves. And I talked about this before in one of the other matches, but you know, he's missed out at this point on TI by one game. I think 3 consecutive TIs in a row, whether it was trying to compete and get in through South America or trying to get in through North America. He's always been just like one game away from getting, and sort of one of the very well-known players across the North American region that just hasn't quite gotten there. There's always like 1 or 2 of them, but he was definitely feeling hungry in the interview that I did with him talking about it. So I don't know. We'll see. Based upon the way that Black and Yellow have stepped up their game, particularly in this one, and then, you know, throughout the whole qualifiers, there's a chance, there's a way, there's a possibility. Who knows? Anything can happen, Fear.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to see him in that position again of being at least 1 game away from qualifying from TI. But yeah, so like in this particular game, if I'm comparing his impact towards, let's say, pretty much Ryoya or Z-Freak or King RD, they're not really finding these openings. And it's not one particular player's fault, because Flea's only job is to like start the fight, but you need your team to follow up, right? So even if like you do start a fight, let's say on King RD, you need your team to follow, and BE aren't putting themselves in a position to not only find the kills outside of killing the Aegis and getting team wiped and losing their racks, but getting a kill on the map where you pressure Black and Yellow. And that's just been the story of this game, where I haven't seen these initiations. I haven't seen the map movement from BE. They have had really good farming efficiency thanks to EE, but the aggressive side of this team is like someone needs to start captaining it, because I know EE can't focus on his own efficiency and also tell people how to like play a bit more aggressive. But I'm afraid that part of the game might just be over now, and it's like in the team fight territory time now. BE is going to have to run around as 5 now, and they're going to have to rely on their team fight execution being a racks down. So we'll see how they do now that they're going to be forced to be grouped up more.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of going to be the big telling point, is if that's something that can change it, if that was the issue that they're having before. And again, I think back to that moment where Z-Freak hit a 3-person stun, was about to hit into a 3-person meteor. There was the Centaur and the Invoker up on the high ground, like, you know, Cataclysm ready to go. But then it was Flea there throughout the Impale that interrupts the Meteor Hammer. That could have been the turning point. If one of those was able to sort of isolate Flea, get him away, maybe everything ends up looking better off of the back of that. But regardless, here we go. Zero runs in, finds that Hex right at the start afterwards from Flea. Finger of Death, Centaur in trouble, Centaur dead. The BKB on Timber has been perfect. And he's going to scale too, because he's got this Kai Assange now. This dude is stacked.
It's a Black and Yellow, Zero and Flea combo, man. Like, Flea can't do this by himself. He can't just jump in blind. You see how Zero just gets in there, gets him the vision, pops his BKB, and then they wanted to get the Luna there, but they're happy with the Centaur kill.
Totally.
Like, the synergy between these two has been very impressive to watch.
Well, that is going to be another tier 2 tower assaulted now. Yamsun back and in the flesh yet again. Does have the Aghanim Scepter queued up next after finishing off that Scotty. So he's going to have a ton of damage potential out there. Has the Shard as well as that Blade Fury DPS talent. And Roche, a minute before it's capable of respawning again. So the next tier of items coming back up. Ooh, that's a good one though. Spider legs. It's too good. It's too freaking good.
Yep,
Will it be
especially
enough?
on these carries that want to get like, oh, he's going for a Hurricane Pike on Envy. He's feeling a little pressured. The thing about this item versus Juggernaut is, if you're in the middle of like the team fight, it can save you, but it'll follow your force staff if you try force staffing away from him. So it might not save him, but at the same time, if he does it at a right angle at the right time, it could save him. But
this is not going to save him if he's not careful. Oh, Cataclysm though. Nice chunk of damage, and Flea is dead, but Rhinen-esque on top of all of them. Next Assassin, Envy, he pops the Eclipse, trying to turn, but the Omni Slash is solo onto Envy. Can they kill him off in time? It's enough. They got him. They take down both the Nyx and the Luna, and Black and Yellow keep streaming forward. They're not going to be denied.
yeah, that was out the Finger of Death too from the line. This Juggernaut can almost fool to zero the Luna with one Omni Slash right now, looks like, if every slash hits, and it'll only get worse when this Aghanim's comes online.
Wow. 12,000 gold lead now in this game number 1. Black and Yellow on the grudge match, taking down the Bees, at least at this point in time in the game. And we'll see what ends up happening around this second Roche. This has so often been what decides these matches. You can see that drop in terms of like projected win percentage there, according to Dota Plus stuff. But regardless, it is feeling quite good for Black and Yellow.
No, wasn't the meme Envy supposed to get stronger when he loses at Barracks?
You know, you're not wrong.
It's not looking like it this game.
I don't know. Gotta brush up on the memes.
Gotta make a new one,
right? This is what happens when you face the team you tried to kick from itself.
Yeah, I guess. Don't want to get too much into that, but that might be like some karma or something.
Who knows? Who knows? 30 minutes in, and 8-16. We've got minute 30. Where are we gonna go? Z-Freak, he's going towards that Aghanim Scepter. I think this is 2 components, maybe a third one that's on the courier or something, ready to go for this Nyx Assassin. Yeah, it's only 800 gold away.
That'll help their high ground defense, but I think that's about it. I don't think it'll help too much in these like these engagements like outside of their base, but if they want to try and siege on Black and Yellow, they'll have to just do a spin and back every time, so they do have a way to still deal with it. But it's definitely nice to have, for sure. It's a little awkward with the Meteor Hammer though, because I don't think you can ever use the hammer while like the range, right, on the other spells
you
are
don't get the
way
bonus
more.
range. Got it.
Yeah. So not a ton of synergy there, but maybe it won't matter. Maybe the hammer's just a farming tool for Z-Freak.
Yeah. Taking some building damage too. I mean, you know, if they only have a Luna, what? Sure, it's fine.
I haven't like outside of that tier 1 top, like the BEs are not interested in anything but creeps.
Right.
These tier 1s are still up.
Yeah, the fact that mid is still up is wild. But what's the next timing? We've got ourselves the BKB on Roya. Again, he has that Aghanim Scepter. It can all turn in an instant if you find a big stun out there. Ooh, they're underneath the ward right now. Gotta be careful. Jump up to the... What? Please, on the cliff. And now King RD, he's stuck up here as well. Force staff down to the low ground, still living. And that Yule Scepter lift up. Great tornado. Where's the follow? They've traded 1 for 1 now, but that's Exorcism down as well. And this is Roche back up. No buyback on Flea. Ugh, a little awkward, a little weird.
Yeah, that was indeed a little awkward. They would defend this Roche. Potentially, this is a big window with Exorcism being down. They probably still don't need Exorcism, but what they do need is they need mana on 0. Like, he needs to get some mana real fast.
Yeah, he's going to TP
otherwise
back
they
home.
can't defend this Roche. But with Flea respawning, Z-Freak and the boys are gonna probably not go in the pit, but they're gonna look for a pick right now.
Jubei, Force staff's way, tries to get out of there. Oh, drops down that Cogs, looking for a way out. First round, the Swift Slash. King RD taking a ton of damage. The spin down. Is it enough? The Finger of Death finishes them off, and now the Omni afterwards, blowing them all to pieces. Moo gets destroyed, and now Z-Freak also burrowed, trying to take him down. They get the kill. So 2 3 taken down, and now clear access to Roshan.
I've seen so many like weird initiations this game. King RD over blinks, misses the clockwork. It should have been just a quick clock kill, and then after that they could have reassessed what they want to do. But he overshot his blink, and Jubei got his cogs off and survived for a long time. And then all of a sudden, Centaur's just in a very awkward spot and gets taken down.
Man, super weird there for them for sure. And you know, the constant smoke breaks that we've been seeing from Jubei have been absolutely clutch. It feels like he's always there, like predicting what they're going to be doing next, and of course that leads into some like weird chaos happening, which is only good if you're the team that doesn't need to execute perfectly at this point in time in the game. But now Aegis, Cheese, the Shard given over to the Lion, so it's going to give him some more survivability in this in these fights, as the scan will connect.
It gives him magic immunity, right? And versus this, he might be able to tank through some potential stuns or just anything. Maybe another initiation from the Centaur might just miss.
Right. Dude, that would be sick. Precast the mana drain so that you BKB his stomp. Let's go.
I mean, that's how you play line. You just drop all your spells and you just mana burn in the middle of the fight, magic immune, and you just hope for the best.
Right. Oh, now you can actually have a hope for surviving.
Yeah, and us too, so he can actually just sit on top of the Sunstrike if he wants. He won't die.
Right. Well, E showed top there for a second. Ooh, stun. Yamsun. Oh, they thought E wasn't there, so that was going to be enough to get him away. Is this just Aegis? I mean, Healing Ward coming in, trying to keep him alive.
Should be okay with Healing Ward.
Okay.
SNY Healing Ward OP.
Yeah, that's true. Damn. 220 healing per second. What? That's wild.
Yeah, you almost don't want to get Mant on this hero just for that interaction. It's real good.
Dude, Sanja's silly.
Probably get nerfed next patch. It's already been nerfed like twice, I believe, since it was changed, and still strong.
So how do you break high ground right now if you're black and yellow? They have so much high ground defense, it feels like, on the bees.
You're just gonna have to do it slowly with spin, heavy spin cooldown, because if you don't do that, you're going to either I'm not sure, they have glyph up, yeah, they're gonna fight into a glyph, you're gonna get chain stunned into like some combo, and it's gonna feel really awkward. So it's always safe to just like kind of farm, take map control, and just contain them until you do find that pick.
Right.
But if you want to force the issue, you need to get the glyph first, and the way you're going to do that is just by using Juggernaut's spin to just hit it every time it's off cooldown and just back up carefully.
Okay, so it looks like they're going that route that you're talking about, of just playing it more slow, farm out that entire jungle, set up the contain, and be very, I don't know, morale breaking.
Yeah, and I love what Black and Yellow is doing here, minus, I don't think Yamsun should be taking this farm back here, and Flea is being ultra greedy here. So we'll see if Flea dies here, but I think the Aegis carrier should be taking the most dangerous farm on the map, and the heroes like the Lion, the DP, the Clockwork should be taking all the farm in the back, so that way you're like farming all the neutrals and all 3 lanes, while you're kind of bluffing this Juggernaut in a way, because like you don't really want to go on him because you can't see this line, he's off map, but he's just in the back farming, right? But if he shows on the map like this and the Juggernaut's farming in the back right there, you might just lose your Lion, and that might make you lose control of the map. But the BEs are, maybe they think they're camping the Lion, I don't know, they have no interest in killing him, so they're getting away with it technically, but I think it's not the most efficient way to do things.
Right, there are openings that, you know, maybe another team might exploit in the future or something.
Yeah. Okay. I think your Undying and Zoomers might not let this happen, so either way, they're doing really well. They regrouped, and they're just gonna pop Exo, and they're gonna go in. There's a spin. Will he sacrifice his life for this? No, he's gonna back.
Backs away. They do have Glyph available, which is going to come out now. Maybe he's going to sacrifice his life here. And Sun. Oh, Swift Slash. Okay, round 1. Still fine. The Hex is out there. King out. Oh, the stun is going to connect, and the Exo will be enough. So they lose that first life. Z-Freak looking for that opening. Impale is back up again. Stun now onto Timber. Yamsun will back out with the spin. So with the Aegis expended, They still had 20 seconds before it was going to be reclaimed. They managed to take down that tier 3 tower, but nothing else yet. And a Shadow Blade for Lion coming out. All right, Flea.
I like it. A lot of people go Glimmer Cape, but this Shadow Blade will pretty much make it a guaranteed initiation, and it guarantees that it's scary to split push. This Shadow Blade is going to be like, hey guys, I don't think I can leave my base. This line has Blink Force Shadow Blade. Like, it's going to be real scary for them. So this Gold Blade should continue, assuming there is no big throws, which I think right now the big throw for
What can you do?
Black and Yellow right now would to go high ground right now with no Exo and no Aegis. So
right, they're probably gonna back out at this point. It's interesting because I'm wondering now, like, if you're the Bees, you feel like you still want to just try and hold this high ground. It is incredibly hard for Black and Yellow to push and take this out, but it starts to feel like maybe you need to sneak Envy away to try and get him some farm, and then, you know, he might end up feeding or something like that. Like, with the Aegis down now, do you think that the Bees are going to feel comfortable actually trying to, like, push them out and regain a little bit of map control?
I think now that Aegis is gone, they have every opportunity to kill Juggernaut with stun plus Cataclysm combo.
Okay.
That's always an option for them. I have noticed in most of these games, like, it's been hard for players to find this opening. So, I don't know. It's a possibility, but depending on how Juggernaut plays and how safe he plays, I mean, the DP can get bursted here too, but she has no Exo. Right. So, even if she goes down here, like, a Juggernaut Omni Slash could determine the team fight. I also say, like, the biggest throw here that could happen is them going high ground right now, but they could also just win the game here too. It really just depends on the spell casting. But I think this is an opening for BE to kind of, like, win this game. Another opening is if they run out of pause time out of Black and Yellow, and Yamsun's just disconnected.
Yeah, that would be not great. They had 4 minutes left, as you can see, so hopefully that that connection issue can be solved. I mean, it's definitely not a game that just, like, plays itself either, you know? Like, they need to play this cleanly. Even with the 23,000 gold lead, like, you're not going to be able to, I think, get away with just, like, AFK microing heroes. I don't know, maybe you can. But there's some weird stuff too, where, like, you can't buy items when you DC too, right? Isn't that a thing?
I don't know about private lobbies, but in pubs, yeah, there's a lot of restrictions.
Yeah.
But once again, I think private lobbies work a little differently than pub games. But yeah, haven't played too many 4v5 official matches, luckily. So
at least not where the 5
or
the 4 is your team.
In pubs, you just, I mean, when my teammates disconnect and I still want to play, I just sell all his items but his boots and get extra passive income and hope for the best.
Yeah, let's do it. Flee Aghanims.
Yeah, but you can't buy items for the disconnected player. No.
Right.
This is only pub knowledge, so I don't know how these private lobbies work.
That's fair. I feel like I remember that there was a player that ended up getting knocked out. It was the Namiga game that happened in the Eastern European ones where they won 4v5. They ran out of pause time. The guy had to run to a LAN cafe to get in for game number 2, but they ended up winning without him, which is pretty hype.
Yeah, I mean, right now I would want Jubei to use this Juggernaut. Just throw your hook in, then start playing Juggernaut. You know.
All right. Yeah, that's fair.
Do your best. Everyone else, I think, has, like, too much responsibility. Oh, he's in, thank God. I don't want to see a 4v5 game like this.
That'd be terrible. Okay, so Yamsun back. They're going to be ready to go. Apparently, they need a second still. King RD saying that they're ready to go. And we're underway. What do they decide to do on Black and Yellow? Ask Yules to dodge the EMP. They're still sticking around. Oh, right. No.
Centaur's dead for a little bit, so...
This is a little scary. Alright, they get the racks and then backing away.
They got a range racks, it's fine.
Okay. This is the point where if there are disconnects, you kind of wonder, it's like, oh, do we have to try and, like, push the game to end quicker so that way we don't have to worry about pause time? I don't know.
That would be a horrible mentality to have, because you're pressuring yourselves, like, right, to do something that's not even gameplay related.
Right, exactly. Uh-oh. Jubei again, breaking the
Jubei
smoke.
Again.
Dude, he's on it.
He might not be hitting a lot of hooks, but he's breaking a lot of smokes this game.
Force staff in.
Oh, he hit
Finds
that
the
one, though.
Force staff out on the other side. Now Jubei in a lot of hurt, but he gets force staffed out. Flea able to save his buddy. Aeon disprocced. Now Sunstrike. Ooh, almost able to connect there. Yamsun walks in on top of all of them. Z-Freak gonna try and time that stun afterwards. They connect on him. There's no Aegis. Omni Slash is available. Yamsun has to back out of there. Is the heal gonna be enough? He turns with the Omni, trying to take down King RD. Is it enough though? Oh, they land the freaking stun afterwards from Envy. They take down the Jug, and Black and Yellow have to back out. Tornado, it connects on the clock. Flea's there to try and help the Force Staff away. Hook shot afterwards. Can he get it off? No. Black and Yellow lose 2. Envy ready to take some buildings.
Yeah, that was a very manly move by Yamsun to really commit in there. A little uncharacteristic. Like, I haven't really said a lot about him, but he's just been like very stable for this team. Honestly, whether his game is good or bad, he's just played really well. So that was like a very uncharacteristic overextension there by him.
And now, after using the glyph on the tier 1, they're going to use it for tier 2 as well. But dude, this is a Luna, and it's 50 seconds gone for the Juggernaut. Can they get a buyback out of this?
They should try. It's a big gold swing to get this Juggernaut to buy back, and that's what they need. They need quite a few of those gold swings right now. Barracks could help, a buyback could help.
And all it takes is a second there as the Force Staff and jump away from Flea.
Their lanes are too bad, and plus there's too much D-push on Black and Yellow.
Okay.
Both their side lanes are pushing in because their Rax is taken on both ends.
Flea jumps forward, finds Mr. King out, gets him there. The Hex is out. 0, BKB has a Hex of his own. Chase down continues, forces the Stampede. Yules afterwards. This has been a great answer for the Centaur, but can they kill him? Looks like with that Chakram chase down, they will.
Did they get Moo too, or did... Oh, Moo got his juke on. He got it back to base. He had the gym too, so that was... Flea disengaged on him for a little bit, and... yeah, he got out. This Lotus Orb is really good, by the way. I might want to see another Lotus Orb if they can. The Centaur has it on the Radiant, and what this does is it makes Juggernaut very uncomfortable to use his Omni Slash. You just spam that on Luna, and he can't ever Omni Slash to Luna, or it reflects.
Whoa. Look at how fast this Roche respawn is.
Yeah.
Damn.
All right. Refresher for Esk, I believe. That's scary.
That's really big. All right. They've got themselves Aegis Cheese number 2 now. And surely at this point, they're going to be able to make some more action happen, taking down another set of racks potentially. We'll have to see, though.
I think they can with this refresher on Esk. He has 2 BKBs, 2 Exos. It's a lot of time to be able to just hit their base.
And Yamsun is actually queued up a BKB for himself. Buys that as well as his Aghanim synth together. So Envy very stacked up, very farmed, still ahead of the Jug in terms of net worth. But and this guy's still strong. Also, Illusionist Cape and that Penta-Edge sword ready to go. Invoker? Oh, he's trying to get towards the sheep stick. He had the refresher queued up earlier, but feels like he needs to get this done on his own here now.
Yeah, it looks like they're not confident in getting an instant stun off of this Juggernaut before he gets his, not only BKB, but his spin-off. Now, BKB is an okay choice. I don't hate it. Like, Magic Immunity is such a powerful tool versus the BEs. They have so many stuns. And all of Invoker's spells too, so if he actually wants to right-click people,
right,
he's going to have to be Magic Immune for it.
We do also have the Wind Waker now available, so another save, potentially, as they're going to get set up and pressure here in the top lane. Rax going down, but the jump immediately. Able to catch again onto King RD. Meteor Hammer afterwards, Jubei in some trouble. Will end up falling. They get the Stampede out one time, and whoa, Yamsun already dead.
Yeah.
Okay, Exo is there,
Spin
looking for the follow-up, gets the spin, and then the jump away. That's BKB used for Envy as well.
Yeah, I think Envy just not only didn't know he had a BKB, but mistimed the spin a little bit. He thought he could get all his spells off before, so a little bit of miscalculation there.
Yeah, well, that is going to be another spin forward. Staying right on top of the Nyx Assassin. They get the finger out as well, trying to blow him up. The jump pushback onto Envy. Is it going to be enough there? The Hex, Swift Slash, huge Omni Slash afterwards. As Z-Freak tries to throw out all the stuns in the world to slow this down. Cataclysm afterwards, is it going to be enough? It's only Jubei and Zero. They pop the cheese. They're living through it. Z-Freak force-staffed forward and trying to get away, but he too will fall. One by one, they go down. There's no Envy. And I think with that, Black and Yellow are at least going to open up the second set of racks, barring some type of a miracle here, as they again walk forward, going to find Ryoya, take him down, buys back again. Another hero now. And with the full set of racks set down yet again, they have Zero in on top of him with that Agnum Scepter, continuing to chase. Z-Freak, stun, thrown forward, connects onto all four heroes simultaneously. Another round of the Axe Chakrams as, well, Zero is getting cold snap, but a great finger of death out from Flea. It is the Mega Creeps. It is Black and Yellow taking this game at #1 in dramatic fashion and looking so freaking good doing it. Really impressive showing from them.
Yeah, they're gonna try some last hurrah here. Maybe they can buy some time to get him in the fountain, but if they just focus on the throne, they might be able to get this.
Really, really well done. Swift Slash away. They're gonna take down that tier 4 tower. Hex, but it's only to stop for the moment. Flea's just gonna hit the 2-person stun, and then the mass tip onto Eternal Envy. Throwing a little bit of salt in the wounds of that one. This grudge match here, again, in one of the last matches in the NA qualifiers, Black and Yellow, they're going to go up 1 game.
Yeah, I mean, very impressive. Like I said, for me, Flea MVP, and BE needs to find a playmaker on their team real bad to kind of like make the mid game a little bit more smooth.
True enough. Well, we're going to have to see if they can do that and more going into game #2. But for now, we're going to head on to a quick break, go back with the panel, break it all down for you then. We'll see you on the other side.
Our final series of the day, but the heat is just getting started as Black and Yellow take game 1 off of Bumblebees. The internet cannot stop these guys from taking the win. And two pauses later, Black and Yellow manages to take it. Gentlemen, what do you think was the key to Black and Yellow's success?
Sure, I'll let you take that one. You feel like you have a pretty good handle on what Black and Yellow are doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think just their team play. Zero has been standout with Flea. I think Zero has been making really good moves and has good coordination with Flea to like set up kills on the map. They're getting a lot of kills with this line, and I think the Timber's a big part of it. Getting in there, getting the vision. He's been doing it with Dragonite as well. This killer combo, basically, these two are like the killers of the team, have been working really well. And BE, I have yet to find out like who are the players on this team that are looking for the kills on the map. It seems they're just happy with farming, but what happens after that? Like, who's taking initiative in the mid game? They're just kind of like waiting for Envy, and it's just not working. They're kind of getting outplayed, even though the net worth's even. But at some point, Black and Yellow just pulls ahead by a couple clutch kills by Flea initiating on some course.
So one of the things that you said earlier was that Bumblebees needed a playmaker, right? Who on that team, if it's not Envy, because Envy's going to be farming and all that, who could it be? Who do you think should be that playmaker?
I mean, it's never your carry. Sorry,
Right.
you can go first.
Well, I was just gonna say Z-Freak to me is the one that it kind of needs to be. I think like he's the one that, and he had some like decent plays in this one, and he's been that standout player on a lot of other teams. And I don't know if it's just like maybe they need to pick cores that can play with him better or something, because like Centaur is kind of funky and weird. Like, yeah, hypothetically Stampede into something else, but you had talked about like Roya and his rotations. Maybe on one of his other more quintessential heroes could be the one that they pick him up with, but I think it has to go through Z-Freak. Like, it has to be that 4 position.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Ryoya to me has never been that rotation type player. He's more like the Esk style of playing, right? The DPs, the Vipers, the Linas, or Z-Freak and King RD. I'd like to see those two like start to get a little more active together and have better synergy within their heroes so they can make it happen.
I see. Let's see if, in game 2, if Z-Freak can step up for Bumblebees and make some plays happen. But in the meantime, we have an update from the newsroom of the BTS studio. Arkosh Gaming has tweeted, due to his poor performance and inability to score us a very easy TI10 invite, we have parted ways with AUI_2000. His terrible Lion game will go down in history as one of the worst games in any qualifier, and we are happy to be rid of him. And then some very choice words that I will not read on this broadcast. I'm so sorry to hear that, AUI. Condolences to you. And it looks like we have a response as well. AUI says, I have been kicked from Arkosh Gaming after losing TI qualifiers. I actually love people. Thank God I'm out.
Interesting. That tweet sounds a little familiar. I don't know. That's an interesting one for sure. My goodness. Yeah, leave it to them. Arkosh, the team full of demons. I mean, who would kick this guy after something like that? Can't believe it.
He wasn't demon enough. It's out of place.
That unfortunate for AUI. I'm so sorry. Condolences, or I guess you're happy, so congratulations. Either way, we still get to have him on our panels, and that's always a good thing for us. But game 2 of this series, which we have Lyrical and Fear for, thankfully, we will be back with this second game after this break.
feel better on the weekend. Give my life a better meaning. Let me stay where I'm in phase. I feel better on the weekend. I feel better on the weekend. Give my life a better meaning. Let me stay where I'm in phase. I feel better on the
Welcome back, everybody, to the TI10 North American Qualifiers. We have our last series of the day, but surely not the least, Bumblebees versus Black and Yellow, and Black and Yellow managed to take game one with some excellent plays and perhaps a lack of game plays on Bumblebee's side. But let's see how this draft is going. I see Oracle. I like to see that. Oracle, Knoxville has said, is the most successful hero in the TI qualifiers. Happy to see it. Gentlemen, what do you think so far?
I'll take this one. It looks pretty good, you know. It's interesting always, the AA versus Oracle matchup. There's like this weird dynamic where it kind of becomes skill based, where the Ice Blast hits, which means you get no regen, but Oracle pops his ulti, which means that you get all of your regen at the end of the ulti. So if you can wait for the Ice Blast to wear off before the Oracle ulti will wear off, then you can save people with it. And then what it becomes is like, okay, who do you like? Can you catch the Oracle when he's out of position or whatever? But this Oracle DP has been like one of the strongest combos that we've seen for a while, and I feel like it tends to come down to like, what are those supporting casts around it to try and punish it pretty effectively.
Yeah,
Oh, very
just
strong
testing
duo.
you there.
Okay,
right on.
All right, he
Sick.
passed, right? 100%.
Nailed it.
I like it. Meanwhile, we see a little bit more of the same that we've seen in a lot of the series today. We have Lena, and we also have support favorite AA. And a lot of those bans on those carries also coming out as well. PL banned, Terrorblade banned, of course, and Medusa banned as well. No axe either, no carry axe, so you can rest easy, Lyrical. Yay! No carry axe.
Feel the blood pressure going down already. It's great.
No jug either. So I guess Bumblebees didn't want to deal with Black and Yellow's
It's your
Yamsons.
favorite. Fear, it's your favorite.
So it's a good Spectre game so far, and a lot of the heroes that would out-tempo it are already banned. This is a very interesting dynamic to the draft because so many offlaners are banned, especially stun offlaners. Like the Mars is gone, Centaur's gone, Axe is gone, DK is gone. So we'll see what teams choose to pick. Like I guess there's still a Tide Hunter, but he's like a very long cooldown stun, and there's more niche picks they can go down, but most of those heroes require you to see something before you pick them. So this is interesting, and I do like the fact for the Bumblebees, like, are picking a save. I think this Oracle has been super underrated versus this AA. We saw other teams try, like, the Phoenix with the Ags, right, as a save, but it's very unreliable. It really depends on what the other team drafts. It looked amazing in one game, looked pretty bad in another game, right? But this is pretty reliable. But the Bumblebees, what they have done now is, like, they let the Nyx through, which is one of the best stuns in the game right now that is still in there. So they've picked 3 heroes right now that don't have a single stun right now, and they need to pick 2 stuns right now, and the hero pool is going to shrink drastically. So they're gonna get 1 good stun here. I don't know what it will be. Hopefully it's not Tidehunter. I don't want to see a long cooldown stun on them, but they gotta pick it blind. Hoodwink's fine, and they're gonna combo it with, wow, the offlane pool is so tiny right now with all these bans, and they're gonna pick an offlane on black and yellow now and ban 2 more. So Doom, that's a classic answer to Spectre. Like, people pick this Doom versus Spectre because it doesn't really crush the Spectre in lane, but Spectre can't do anything to Doom in lane, so Doom happily maxes Devour and gets his Midas, and he is going to be top 1 net worth in this game, without a doubt in my mind at some point. So they're just, like, guaranteeing Doom has, like, a free lane. And they can even lane it with the Nyx, because I think Spectre's just, like, such a weak laner in this patch, especially Oracle not being known for his strongest laning. They might be able to get away with this double melee lane if they don't choose to put Doom mid, which I think Lina for sure is going mid, right, versus the DP. That'd make the most sense to me.
So the other thing that I'm seeing here too, right, is that you've got this like interesting dynamic where there's all these top tier carries that were left in the pool. I was anticipating black and yellow to take a Luna, and I think the fact that they didn't is maybe something what they feel about the matchup against Spectre potentially. But then the other thing is like just the heavy prioritization on the Doom, where they felt like that would get taken out in that last set of bans, and they feel like this is the hero that they want. It's a great answer against Spectre, whether you go for like the Aghanims, or I don't remember if the Shard still breaks or not, but regardless, it's still really good. The Infernal Blade against Spectre, and you know, I feel like that might be one of the big things that like is sort of the winning maneuver here, is being allowed to have this Doom on black and yellow. Like, as it stands right now, I just love this draft. The only thing that also maybe freaks me out a little bit is no save for the Lina. But if Bumblebees don't get a good stun, then it might not matter, you know? Maybe you try and do something where you like stick DP offlane and take like a Puck or one of those other heroes that's, again, Puck against Nyx. It's like, it's weird there too. I really like the black and yellow draft.
Really like that Sand King ban. They banned the Beast. I think Sand King was like the best point stun they could do. They went the Beast instead, so like, what does that leave him with? Like a Tidehunter, a Pango. Pango's not really a reliable stun, but it can do the job. They ran Earthshaker earlier today. Maybe they bring that back, and Tidehunter could be an option. Maybe Slardar, I don't know. But they definitely need something that can like initiate the fights, because like Spectre doesn't want to just haunt. He wants to haunt after someone jumps in, and Bushwhack is not reliable at all. As far as black and yellow goes, yeah, they just need a carry now. They don't. He doesn't see their lane, yeah, so they have to pick a bit blind.
Surely just Luna. Surely. Everybody
I
loves
mean,
Luna.
Luna's solid, but it's a bad matchup for Spectre. Like, it's just not good. So that deters a lot of players, but it depends on how stubborn they are with their hero pool.
Okay.
What makes it a bad matchup against Spectre?
I mean, Spectre like just haunts by his blade mill and just gets on top of the Luna, gets a Scotty, and at some point, like, you will get out carried. It doesn't feel good. It's kind of like playing Luna versus Terrorblade, but I haven't seen Spectre have that much success in this patch because it doesn't really flash farm like a lot of the other heroes do, so I wouldn't hate the Luna. I think this is a very complicated pick for them because they need to pick something good versus DP that's going to be running in, as well as the Spectre, so...
They are running low on time. It seems like maybe they're trying to figure it out for themselves as well.
Yeah, there's not much. I mean, I don't hate Sven as well, but alright, they're just gonna go with the Luna. They're just gonna go with the standard. Even though it's not like good for Spectre, Spectre's a counter, they just want to pick the meta hero.
And if they mess up the Spectre enough in the laning stage too, you might just be able to stay a full item ahead of the spec anyways, and then like it doesn't really matter that much if you can sort of choke them out of the map enough.
They won't though, because
No.
their lane is so weak that their Doom will be more farmed than Spectre, but Spectre will also get her farm.
Okay.
So that's just kind of like, it's just a Doom Nyx lane. Like, what can you expect from that lane? It's
right.
The kill threat is very, very low. But
That's
yeah,
fair.
you'll free farm on this Doom. As far as BEs, they need a playmaker again. Like I stressed it last game, they need a playmaker.
You
And
said that they
their
are
options limited.
severely. Yeah, you said that they're lacking a stun. So, are they? What are they going to even pick up now? Lots of bans.
Tide, Pango,
Tide.
Slardar. Those kind of stick out to me as like potential options. If they don't want to get crazy and do like, I don't know what else, some CK or something. I don't know what he's gonna pick here, but yeah, their options
Legion?
are limited. Legion?
A Legion?
Perhaps
know.
not a fan versus Luna, but it is a stun.
If you had to choose between Slardar or Tide, who would you want to pick? Because Tide is very cooldown dependent, right? So, who's better?
Yeah, but Slardar kind of needs to win his lane as like a general Dota hero, and it's gonna be hard versus Luna plus AA.
I see.
So I guess it's a Tide. Their options are quite limited here. So whatever they're picking here, like they're really thinking about it, and maybe they go for something crazy. Right? They go for Legion. Like Legion
weird.
has, in my opinion, has to have like a good game to be initiator. Otherwise, he turns into honestly kind of like an Oracle where he just sits behind and saves people. And I guess they have a ton of save for Roya, so there
Right.
is that.
I mean, the weird thing about the Tide too is like then you just get doomed, right? And then you can't ravage, and things could start looking a little bit funky there too. So I guess that they just felt like it was a weird pick overall and had to go for something, and then just put some hope in King RD being able to carry it for him. But I really like the black and yellow draft a lot. I think the Doom pick was superb, and Luna, we'll see if it carries them, if they can like sort of accelerate faster than the Spectre. It's going to be a tough one though.
What are your thoughts, Fear?
I like the black and yellow draft more. I think the Bumblebees can win. They just have to execute, and Roya has to have a really good game. He's like the centerpiece of this whole draft, that he needs to get very farmed, and his support cast behind him can keep him alive to like keep pushing forward. So it's really up to his game being really good.
I see. So it looks like there's a lot on poor Roya's shoulders, and then I guess LC is going to try to make these plays happen potentially with some blink duels, but I guess we'll see. I'm also a fan of Black and Yellow's draft, and also I just want to say before we get into the game that Lyrical, you predicted so many of the picks for this round. I was like mind blown. Like you'd say something and then they would pick it almost immediately after.
I'm in the head of the losing team. I don't know if that's good or bad though, if we're gonna be honest.
No, it's really good. You predicted Black and Yellow's picks too. You predicted the
Fair
Luna.
enough.
So I mean, yeah. I mean, there's just a lot of good picks here. I do like Black and Yellow, but I do want to see a game 3 because I want to see this rivalry really like go out. I want to see it go to its full potential and see more about the rivalry between Jubei and Eternal Envy, and see if Jubei can kind of up that number a little bit. But we will see as we go into game 2 of Bumblebees versus Black and Yellow. Fear and Lyrical, take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you, Sumi. For sure, we're already into this game, and well, I feel like a good way to sort of squash some beef or end the rivalry would be to end it on a 2-0 for Black and Yellow. That'd be pretty good storylines right there, Fear. I don't know how about you feel about that, but yeah, I mean, I feel like we sort of answered this during the draft, but do you think that Bumblebees have solved the problems that they had in their draft from last game, or do you think they at least have the potential to make some outplay maneuvers with this draft they've got now?
Quick answer, no, but I do think that this is the first unanimous panel towards one side or the other, so that team will probably lose, so looking like a 1-1.
Nice, well done. That's the classic. The caster curse is very strong, although Kyle is not on this panel. His energy flows through all of us. Sorry about that now as well. That you're involved in all this mess.
That's
but,
okay.
Yeah, sure
Yeah,
enough.
no, but for real though, I think the BEs, like, yeah, Envy will get his farm in this lane. Doom will also get his farm. And they just, this Legion's game, they need to outplay top, I think. Pretty hard. Because Legion Commander is not a hero you generally want to pick into Luna. It's a hard matchup. It's not really particularly good in the game either. But if he does have a good laning stage, I'm glad they at least went for a stun, you know what I mean? But it's might not be easy. Like there's a reason a lot of people don't pick Legion right now. It's like it's kind of like a last resort kind of pick.
Right.
But it can be very good if it snowballs. I will say that.
Okay, that's fair enough. I guess the thing that I always am sort of curious about with Legion is like if the partner is decent enough in the laning stage. Do you think Hoodwink like makes an okay partner playing with this Bladestone and just trying to like poke away at people? Like how do you see that one sort of working out as Yamsun? Actually takes a ton of damage there, and doesn't have a salve. I don't know.
Looks like he's lagging.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
Yeah, okay. I was wondering, his movements looked really suspicious.
Yeah.
This is why they look suspicious.
That was maybe that's what happened. Maybe that's what happened in that other
the
series.
start you need.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't
Oh,
know. I mean, it's not his fault. Just kill him.
Not your fault, Luna's fault. Damn, Juve. Chill out a little bit, man. He's like yelling at his team.
Look, Z-Freak's like, he's still dying though. No
Nice,
mercy.
nice. I like that. Blood for the blood god. All right, no hope at all of any of that stuff.
That's the caster curse right there. I said, you know, like it's a unanimous decision from the panel for once, and I said how important this Legion lane needs to win, and how it's not a good matchup. And here you go, first blood for free.
Damn, dude, that is a rough one to start the game. Luna just like standing in a creep wave, dying. Dude, that sucks so much. Oh, can you imagine as like a player, you're like on the verge of going forward into the freaking like last day of TI qualifiers. Like I get pissed off when I'm in my pub games and like I have any issues. Like I can't even imagine how tilted you got to be in that. There's going to take some freaking mental strength to get over that for sure.
I mean, he's been disconnecting this whole qualifier. This is like just another day. But this must be a very annoying qualifier for them. And if by somehow they do qualify, that would just be a funny story. Like Yamsung just disconnecting through half the qualifier and still winning.
Right, oh yeah, doesn't Yamson only lag against us? I have to read this through the program feed because I still have all of them muted because of voice lines. But
is that like is he like accusing him of disconnecting for strategy? Or
I don't know.
What is that comment about?
Yeah, I don't know. It's really weird, right?
Unlucky.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on.
Unlucky.
Very unlucky.
That would be some ultimate strategy, just feeding to get some time to figure out your ultimate strategy for the game.
Jubei.
That's a weird champ for me.
A little bit, not gonna lie. It's definitely a little bit unfortunate. Danny Lowe, also. Who's Danny Lowe? What? Francisco. Oh, wait a minute now. Hold up. There's some big words being thrown out there, King RD. Chill out a little bit, mister. Holy moly.
What can you do?
Holy moly.
What can you do?
Right? Fair enough. Well, apparently what you can do is try and reconnect on Yamsun.
Oh, I think he's trying.
Here's a question.
Like
would you let Yamsun go? Would you let him go?
No.
Okay. I was hoping that you'd just be like, oh yeah, we let him go in the spirit of competition.
I mean, nah, that's like, it's too awkward already. Almost better that he dies.
Okay, that's fair.
Got nothing. Like the competition's already like spoiled by him disconnecting like this.
Right.
To be totally real, but it's fine.
Okay.
He's just Luna, he's gonna farm.
Yeah, well, certainly not the start that you want, and definitely a great start for this dual lane. You said that Legion Commander lane needed to go well. Definitely a good way to make it happen.
Yeah, for sure. Kind of like last game where their biggest win chances was Yamson just disconnected and come back. Some blessings on blessings here.
Yeah, for sure.
So like, what can... Most curious about like this Doom lane bottom. So far, he's struggling more than I expect. Oh, he has a full wave. 2 waves, okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering why he had no CS there.
Ooh.
1 Devour going through. If they can't kill him under tower like this, which they shouldn't, he's got Fairy Fire. He'll probably stabilize.
Yeah,
Envy's being a little aggressive.
Oh, that's a classic. Does get a deny there onto that range creep, and Zero able to find another one there. Nicely played. So yeah, he does get a little bit of pressure underneath the tower like you're talking about, but still a ton of XP for him, as that entire time Flea was staying outside of the lane, holding on to this water rune for his mid as well. So that's a really good win. Ooh, nice. You love to see the stacks.
You already know what's happening.
So 2 minutes in, nothing really to write home about except for obviously that disconnect, which was a little bit funky. We'll see if there still continues to be trouble for Yamson. I'm also not sure if the pause time is sort of cumulative across all of the games, or if it's just reset per each game, as Moo and Flea are trading a couple hits there, trying to block off the stacks from happening. But we'll have to see.
Most tournaments I play, and it's like it refreshes every game.
Okay. Flea taking some more punches here. He's got to be careful. Moo does have another Purifying Flames, but not going to go for it. And just getting some confirmation as well from Sumi that yes, it is per game reset. So cool. That's the way it works.
That's good. I'd hate for them to like... I mean, he's not usually gone for too long where it's unreasonable, so I'd hate to just see it just being auto loss, you know,
right.
As soon as he inevitably will disconnect at some point in the series.
Well, again, down bottom, Moo able to get in range quickly enough to get that little side pull action working. 2 points up now into Devour for Zero, and they will find a nice stun there, connecting onto both. Moo will be able to throw a little stun, or rather root back onto Flea afterwards. But at least for now, they're keeping some kind of good pressure down there on the spec and trying to find something on a Jubei. Won't quite be able to get it in time.
Yeah, I don't know if it's because of disconnect or not, but this top lane, Luna's really struggling up here now. In a matchup where she generally should be fine. Yamsun is like not a hoodwink player because he is not killing those trees right there.
Yeah.
Normally when you play, whenever I play versus anything that uses trees, you know, timber, tree, or hoodwink, just start some deforestation over there. It'll help you out in the long run.
Yeah, he's starting to do it now, you can see.
Yeah, alright.
Made the change up happen as Oracle will die down bottom. Zero.
Wow.
Finds the kill. That's huge.
Yeah, that's not a lane you expect to get kills in when you draft it, so that's like very nice surprise.
Up top again, Yamsun getting gone on. Mr. King Ao underneath the tower comes in and kills the Luna. So again, this is what you said they need to do to find a way to win this lane, and they're doing it on the bees.
Yeah, mid lane too. Arroyo is also doing really well in this lane, so these are the 2 lanes that BE needs to just have a good start on.
Right.
And it's not only just a good start, but it needs like, I don't know what Legion's going to build. Probably a Blink, I hope a Blink, but they need to make some rotations like connect in this game too. That's like the second half.
Right. Yeah, that definitely, and that's something that like sometimes can be kind of hard to make work. I feel like where you know, you can get that blink dagger and maybe you don't have anybody to play with, and it's hard to find like a dual kill or something. But I guess you do have Z Freak in this game, and if you can get that level 6, you can play with the sharpshooter and just find a bunch of dual victories.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they have good damage. Oracle even does some good damage through the duel, and at some point when that's not enough, bottom lane though.
Trying to go again onto Moo, creep wave underneath the tower, but feeling that they don't quite have what they need to make this work, they're going to back out yet again. So Envy gets some more farm, another wave coming into him. He's actually been able to have a pretty good time so far. This is one of the better Spectre early games that I feel like we've seen, as he's trying to get towards this blade mill as quickly as possible.
Yeah, but as I was saying before, it's kind of designed like this. You're going to see Doom pull way ahead of net worth from the Spectre, but you can't really stop the Spectre either.
Whoa.
Whereas, like, a lot of matchups... Oh, alright. Good rotation. Oh, did Hoodwink rotate to that? I didn't even see it.
I don't think so. I think he was just able to... Oh, yeah, Hoodwink did. You're right.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah, the Spectre is sort of going to be able to get the farm, but Doom will stay ahead of him, is what you're saying, basically, for a while here.
Yeah, just generally speaking, that's how it goes. Like, unless you play, like, some Ursa versus Doom, or some Monkey King, it's kind of hard to kick him out, but Spectre just has no ability to stop him from farming, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's gonna get really farmed, but however, it's not a big deal. That's just what Doom does. What is a big deal, though, is Black and Yellow is losing their mid lane and their safe lane now. And it looks like it's pretty bad, especially in the safe lane.
Yes, that is for sure. Yamsun right now looking like he's hoping for some love from the neutrals, not going yet into any type of like Mask of Death or anything, but there's huge stacks built up for him. And we'll see when he wants to go back and try and take those. I'm assuming it's going to be him. He's like the only one that can really take them is Jubei, getting dove a little bit underneath the tower here. Do have level 6, so the duel is ready, as they've brought in Mu as well. Jubei trying to find an angle to get out of here, but it looks like he's going to be going down, and this should be a duel victory. King RD. Nicely played.
Exactly the start you want if you play Legion Commander. Sometimes it's hard to find this start, but he's got it in this game. It's perfect. Blade Mill already on Spectre, as you said, very farmed. This is like a super good timing for Blade Mill.
Yeah.
But Doom is still like 600 net worth ahead of the Spectre, so that's just the trade-off you do when you do Doom versus Spectre here. But it's going to be good for them, because Yamsung is not having a good one. Surprisingly, he put 2 points into the beam as well, so that's going to slow down his stack clearing capability. Wait, all the stacks are gone. Did Roya just take them?
Oh no, there's still
oh, they're still there, but they're about to be gone. Only the Ancients will remain after this. This is big.
I think that they took some of them on Black and Yellow. Did Roya take all? It might have taken all. Yeah, I guess so. Damn, that's big. Definitely. Getting some of those items along the way as well. But in the meantime, Black and Yellow doing some good pressure here onto this mid-tier 1 tower. And Flea is hanging out in the area, ready to show up and blow up anybody that happens to TP into this. They still have a bottled Hastrun on Eskin. Now looking for King RD. Spots him, tries to find the stun. Not quite going to be able to find that one. Now instead, oh, the turn. Good LSA to buy a little bit of time, but it's going to be another duel victory. Yeah, that was a really good purge there. Take it off. But didn't end up translating into a kill onto Esk.
All this stuff matters a lot. These Legion, like, the biggest problem with this Legion is normally she doesn't scale because she doesn't get damage, right? But 20 duel damage for 10 minutes, really good game.
Definitely. Oh, and Spectre got the chip vest. Nice. For Envy, good. That's huge.
Midas coming out to Doom soon, but this Doom can't 1v5 this game. I'm sure he can.
Right.
So Black and Yellow are off to an amazing start right now.
You think Black and Yellow are, even though Yamsun's kind of been
struggling?
I
meant B's. The other B.
Yeah, I was confused. The other Black and Yellow team.
Black and Yellow is not off to an amazing start.
Okay.
Spectre's free farm. Honestly, all 3 of their cores are free farm. Spectre's having the worst game on BEs, but his game is still good. It's real good.
God, Yamsun really does need to get to a position where he can farm up those stacks, the Ancients. Like, taking away the sort of regular jungle stacks definitely hurts, because it's slowing down his ability to get to that next one. But, like, if those Ancients ever get stolen, it's just feeling like it's game over almost at that point.
Yeah, I mean, Spectre could do it as well, and they could try to protect it with Roya's ultimate. It's definitely a possibility if they want to do it, but they could just let it sit there too and farm, which I think they probably will do. BE has not striked me as a team that likes to get super aggressive past, like, before 15 minutes, so we'll see.
Esk hoping to find Z-Freak. He's running up to the north, trying to catch him. Oh, Lena's so slow when you don't have that Fiery Soul going, so we'll redraw aggro over to the side here. Z-Freak knew that Ask was on his tail and will just back out afterwards. So Lina takes over this area of the map. Meanwhile, Jube is going to try and take over mid. And we've just kind of got one of these passive laning stays that we've seen so often, it feels like.
Yeah, both these teams, like, they're stacked gamers, right? So
yeah,
if they get to farm stack, they get top at least. They get a
well played
quick kill on the little squirrel.
Yeah,
they had to use Vendetta for that, so at least Envy feels safe.
Right. Yeah, that
so for
part is
both
nice.
teams, I would like to see some gank squads going out in the right directions. I'd like Flea to use his next ult to try and get Envy farming these stacks, and I'd like to see this Blink Dagger smoke connect on a Luna farming the opposite end of the stacks, right? That's a good way to punish like these AFK farming carries. Like, you know exactly where they're at. Like, it's no mystery, right? So you can kind of like figure it out and then make a plan and make it happen. They're doing a two-man smoke right now with Moo and Mr. King RD, but I don't think they can break the triangle with only 2 heroes. They've got a half HP Spectre. Oh, Spec's making sure to heal to be healthy for this, so
that's good.
Maybe that's what they need. And Jube doing what he does best, being a wall.
He's in position. Now, Amsun is going to be able to finish off this first round, and they actually back off from that one, it looks like, after they broke on it. And that buys enough time. Does Yamsun try and take these Ancients? This is kind of wild to me, that he's going to try and do this without Mask of Madness, but I guess he feels comfortable. Oh, there it is. Mask of Madness comes out right now, and that makes it a little bit easier for the Luna. This is so much. If she can get this for herself, absolutely critical for Yamsun's game. And nobody's coming.
The real breadwinner of this game is the Doom, though. Like, he's been farming the bottom half of the map for 13 minutes straight with Max Devour and a Midas. So he is massive. And if he continues to do this, which I'm sure he's fine with doing, he might want to use Doom right now. Well, maybe he doesn't even need, he doesn't even need to use it. But he's got a Blink Dagger now. And once he gets to his BKB, he's going to be really scary. But there's so much heal on the side of BEs that it's not really a simple game plan for this Doom. He can like blink in and Doom Roya if he wants, which might be the best Doom target before Exo. But I don't know if they'll be able to kill him with the support of Legion and Oracle behind him. If Mu times his ultimate correctly. But we'll have to see. Maybe they can make some disturbance in the back with Flea and interrupt like some of the chain healing. So until then, I think he's just happy with farming until he feels like he's a little more unkillable.
That's always the big question, is like, can you get them to sort of bait out the false promise and throw out the Ice Blast afterwards? It's a big 5-man smoke now, and they're heading into the area where the rest of Black and Yellow is, and this is the Blink War Stomp reveal. They spot out one, looking for that bushwhack, not quite going to connect. So with the smoke breaking on both teams, this is where it gets a little bit awkward.
This is big if they get the Doom here.
Thinking about it, looking for that opening. King RD, they spot him. There's the duel. It's down. Haunt afterwards tries to kill him off, and they will. All it took was a moment, and now Eternal Envy trying to chase after Jube. Is he thinking about taking this, really? I don't know about that one. Press the attack afterwards, takes off that stun, and the rest of Black and Yellow will retreat. So they lose the Doom at the start of the fight. Now going to try and turn this into a tier 1 tower taken. Wait, look at this, though. Stun afterwards. Misses completely. Onto Z-Freak. Somehow manages to hit Envy, but another pause. This time, it's going to be on the side of the bees.
Yeah, I mean, good execution there. Like, this Doom is a really big kill. He's going to be a solid source of initiation for his team along with Flea, so if they jump him without him getting Doom off, they'll probably win every single fight.
Right.
And this Legion just had such a good game that this early Blink Dagger is going to do a lot of work for them.
Absolutely.
However, there is an opening right now. They did use Spectre ult and Exorcism, and they still have, minus like the small cooldowns like AA ult, like they have their stuff ready to go. Mainly just gonna be the Doom this game.
Yeah, that's something that I was curious about, how they try and make this move at this point. Like, do you think that it's worth it to try and go for like big smokes and, you know, involve Yamsun in that, or do you just sort of like let him AFK farm while the rest of the heroes run around, try and make plays together?
They, if they want to go for mid tower, then Yamsun has to be the one pushing towards mid. He probably doesn't feel too comfortable with it, even though they don't have ultimates, because he can still die. Duel is a low cooldown, and they also have sharpshooter, so they still have a lot of damage. He's too low right now, but I'd like for them to smoke up the Doom and try to find a pick off on someone farming, maybe the top lane up there. Maybe they can find a DP or a Legion up there and just get a quick kill right now.
Okay. Well, Legion resumes, and there are 10 seconds left until Doom is back up. Also worth noting, we've got a couple of BKBs that are being built up and trying to be completed on both the Lina as well as the Doom. Luna, on the other hand, going back for that Dragon Lance first. So probably trying to play around an Aegis timing for her more likely than not. As are they going for a play now? Zero is sitting right on top of a ward and will walk away from it now. It looks like they're more comfy just hanging out, maybe heading towards mid. They get a ward back behind that tower now as well, so they got some good vision here.
Yeah, I'm really happy about Esk's item choices here. We watched earlier today, I think it was I Annihilate who went Yules in the straight MKB. It's just like, it is way more damage, but like, if you ever get stunned on this hero and you're not like, you don't have a BKB to like pop right after, there's no getting back into the fight. So I'm glad to see this adjustment in this game.
Right. Nardi has that 30 damage, and the glyph will be used as black and yellow hang out on this side, know that there is no vision in the area, and if they can get this tower without having to bring Luna and she can just farm up creeps, that's really great. As you can see, the farming meta is definitely real, as both of these teams, some of the top ones right there.
Undying's killing it in the neutral zone.
Right?
Wow.
That's what they're about.
It's funny because they don't even pick like traditional like junglers in most of their game. I guess they did with Axe, but I saw like some Drows and Morph strats they ran twice, which aren't nearly as fast as your Terrorblade Luna and Medusas, but still being efficient about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in this game, you've got, one hero that's traditionally known for being incredibly fast farming, but because of that rough early start to the laning stage, Yamsun still slightly behind, but the rest of the cores are doing really good. And Flea, trying to set up, he walks into a sentry ward, and now they find him. Another duel victory for King RD, 40 so far at this 17-minute mark. He's going to be hitting hard all game long.
Yeah, even though the net worth says that black and yellow is winning, I don't feel like they're winning at all in this game. And a lot of it's like inflated net worth by this Doom's Midas. And I don't feel like the net worth on this Doom this game, because of the amount of saves on BE, is going to be that effective. He's going to farm up this BKB, and it's really just going to be down to execution. And it's not going to be easy. Honestly, the execution is not easy. Whenever there's an Oracle in the game and you don't have like what I call good backline killers on your team, it can become very difficult to find this Oracle and stop him from doing what he does best. And that's just saving a single target. And Doom loves to kill a single target, so it's gonna be his it's gonna be a nightmare for Doom to actually get a kill in this game, I feel, unless someone can take care of Moo.
Fair enough. It's definitely going to be tough. Granted, there is the team fight potential that you've got in this game as well. We just saw up there. The Meteor Hammers. Flea caught again. Oh, a little bit of a kill there as they get another duel victory. And God, he is just getting everything that he wants right now on this Legion.
Flea's dead.
Oh, interesting. And they find him. Get back here, Moo. They're going to take this guy down, as they throw a billion magical spells into the Fate's Edict, but still take him down afterwards. And now looking for the +1. King RD would be a great kill, but they can't quite get the vision. So he will manage to escape, and they'll retake this outpost. I feel like they really weren't able to get much during these cooldowns of the Haunt and the Exorcism. It feels like nothing's really been gained by black and yellow during this time.
Yeah. I mean, from Jubei's interviews, when they have a bad laning stage, it seems like a couple of their players shut down for a little bit and farm. So maybe they need to get to a point where they feel content with where they're at in the game, and Yamsun needs a
Okay.
little more time. Maybe that's that BKB there until he's ready to go. But I do think, like, even though this Oracle is like a great save, if Lina does get farmed enough and they do manage to doom the DP, they might be able to burn through just the Oracle heals. It's more of like the Soul Siphons that's really strong about this combo, right? So
Right.
maybe they do have an opportunity to just try and burst Roya in this game, even though he does have a Sanj and Kaya, so he is even more tanky. That reduces the doom duration a lot too, the hood, so I like his
Ooh.
itemization a lot this game on Roya.
Yeah, going for the Eternal Shroud next too. That is it's a fun item when we get to see it. A lot of regen for sure, and sort of spell lifesteal that comes out. But in the meantime, you're also seeing the bees move right on into Roche now. Roya is there hitting away. They saw the Ice Blast go in. They could check it again with Jubei throwing it and actually just going to scan. But I don't know if they're going to be able to get there in time. It's a little bit too slow, and they're taking it too quickly on the side of the bees. So the smoke will come afterwards as Aegis will be claimed, and now you're in a really weird situation as they jump in. Wait a minute, stun comes out. Haunt afterwards, BKB from S trying to beat away and take down one. Do manage to find themselves the Doom afterwards onto the Death Prophet, already having used her ulti, and now they jump for it. Oh my god! The Blade Mail comes out, completely demolishes that Lina. She didn't stand a chance, but Yamsun, is he going to be able to salvage this? Finds one kill, now looking for the second on Aurelia. Great finish as they take down the other two cores, and now trying to find Envy, but he's walking away and I think has a bit too much to break through. So they managed to make something out of that on the side of Black and Yellow.
Yeah, that was Yamsun coming in the clutch there, turning that fight around, which looks like just a clean win from the BEs there. This Legion commander is starting to hurt.
Yeah.
Like, that Lina died so fast through BKB. Like, maybe she didn't have BKB running, but, like, it doesn't really matter at that point. Like, if he collects enough damage and he just jumps on this Lina, she might want to consider building a Lincoln's or something more some more survivability, because yeah, this Legion's game is incredible.
I'm wondering what that even is. Like, you're talking about Lincoln's, but it feels like oftentimes that just gets broken by something else, you know, whatever it ends up being.
They don't have a lot of it this game, though. The
Right.
Hoodwink doesn't have
Okay.
any of it. Oracle's going to be way too far back to do that.
Right. And you
DP maybe can do it, and Legion has not bought an item to, like, maybe a halberd. If once she gets halberd, it'll break it, right? But until then, it might be able to help.
What do you think of, like, is there just not enough armor in the world to deal with the Legion commander?
Careful on top real quick. They're invading.
Yeah, Jubei is
If he gets hit once, he's gone. Yeah, so the armor part, like, it really depends. It's like, it scales on how much damage they have, right? And
right.
Legion currently, yeah, some armor will help. It'll always help, but the feeding needs to stop on the supports. Like, we saw a couple games where Flea places Nyx, he tries to make space by dying on the map, but it's really punishing when you're playing versus a Legion commander.
Yeah.
Every death, like, matters way more because it's just like infinite scaling.
Well, and I think back to, like, that last game that we saw where Azrea playing on, like, the Invoker, and there kept on being those deaths that we saw, and that turned into Spirit Vessel charges. This is, like, a way accelerated version of that. It feels like that's just the Black and Yellow style of play, and they found something that they can punish a little bit as Flea, again, jumps in, and he's dead. He's just gone, and another dual win, 90 damage now. Yeah, I think this is just the way that they're, like, trying to counter the specific style of Black and Yellow, like you're talking about.
Yeah, maybe. It's definitely working this game, that's for sure. Like, this Doom, he can be all the net worth in the world, but, like, he doesn't, like, do a lot with it in this game. Maybe when he gets the Refresher and he can, like, confidently Doom the Oracle first, maybe, and then Doom someone else, then maybe, like, we'll see a lot more from him. I mean, I don't know if he's going Shivas too, and he's going Ags. So what Ags does on this hero, it applies a break. So he plans on just dooming the Spectre, and Dispersion, and, you know, Desolate won't do anything anymore. It is good.
Oh, I forgot about this. That they added the level death onto the Infernal Blade.
For the shard,
yeah. I was trying to remember because for a little while that Infernal Blade shard was so good with the break as well, but now just getting it back onto that Aghanim Scepter as well as increasing the duration. It won't help if there's Lincolns on the field, but I don't see anybody building one of those yet.
I don't think anyone will build it, minus like Z-Freak and potentially Roya, but Roya's he plans on tanking through the damage by looking at his build and just relying on Moo to like keep him alive for the false promise.
Well, they dropped down a ward here, which I think is scouted. Both teams have Sentry and Obs up on that cliff, if I'm not mistaken. And right now it is the Bees taking over that dire jungle. Aghanim Scepter is completed. You would love to be able to find that pickoff onto Eternal Envy when he's farming away from the other side of his team, but they actually do spot him now. And he's going to go up and deward that instead. Maybe looking for a fight here. Ask Roya, they're by Z freaking Moo. Heading down bottom.
Oh, they're just barely passing by each other.
Oh, and the jump. They found him right away. Yamsun didn't stand a chance. Jubei also in trouble now. They dropped the Doom onto Envy. Don't know if that's going to be enough. As a matter of fact, they know it's not, and they all run away. That really hurts. What a great play from King RD. This Legion is absolutely destroying this game.
Yeah, he truly is. 110. This is like, if I was in a pub, this is like my biggest nightmare playing versus Legion. I just normally when I see these competitive matches, I just see this Legion running around with 0 dual damage for 20 minutes, and not this game.
Oh my god, they found
very
him.
big. I wonder if they wait for the dual damage.
Yeah, I mean, they're thinking about it. Yeah, he's going to. Waiting. Oh, what?
Oh!
What? That was a second away! What are you doing? He's like,
It's
I'll
up
get
now
another one.
for Esk.
Don't get another one. Don't worry. I'm coming for you, Esk. He thought about it. Nah, he's not going to go for it. Damn.
Small missed opportunity there, but it's okay. I'm sure they're still really happy. Like, they actually haven't been in the gold lead once this game, but
Yeah,
it feels like they're in
doing?
full control of this game.
Envy is wild. He just
Yeah.
walks forward into 4 heroes. His entire team's on the other side of the map. He doesn't care. He's like, yeah, I gotta do him. Just do it. Yeah, the gold lead's still staying for black and yellow, but like you said earlier, it's just, it doesn't feel like it because of how well Bees are playing and what their sort of heroes do.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if Yamsun's ever going to get a foot in this game.
No detection here. Flea. I mean, again, we haven't really been able to see him make those Meteor Hammer combos because as soon as he reveals himself, somebody else throws a stun out or a disable onto Flea. Spectre.
Might find Envy here.
All alone. No detection. There is a sentry ward off to the side, but they're doing the long wraparound here. And
sniff it out.
It looks like he knows. Yeah, it looks like he knows. But do they find him over to the side? They're trying to go in the trees, but he will TP back home. And manages to escape.
Yep, Haunt back in 10. They're gonna look for another fight. And what do you do at this point? Like, you pick this Luna, and you're only saving Grace against the Spectre matchup. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, solo killing A.
Wow, the hate is real. Unbelievable. They go in, try and find it. Now the duel yet again on to 0. Oh man, dude, that is that's some good stuff right there.
Yep, Shadow Blade on Legion now. He feels so confident that he's just gonna go and kill people solo on the map. Like, you only go for the Shadow Blade build if you know you can solo kill people. And honestly, he can solo kill every single hero right now.
Yeah,
I think in one duel. Without help, probably. 130 bonus damage.
It's wild what happens when this hero just gets out of control. Just makes everything that much more difficult. They're trying to find him here, and Esk, Yule Scepter lift up. Looking for somebody to duel. Hello again. Oh,
Cool
down
down.
in 1 second.
Radiant structures are
In the
Yeah,
meantime,
so I was
Ask is
saying before
back.
that happened, like, you pick this Luna and the Spectre, and your only saving grace in this matchup is you're up at least 1 item on the Spectre.
Right.
But they're similar net worth, and that's very bad for this matchup. So and that's like my biggest concern about what can Black and Yellow do to stay in this game. And I think unfortunately it has to be off like some big mistakes off of BE.
Yeah. Well, we've seen some wild ones before, but I think that you know, you said it best. What can you do? What can you do? As 16-6, and Black and Yellow, they have a smoke up now. Another 5-man smoke, hoping to find somebody, and it feels like the Bees just can read it. They're on top of it. They're ready. Although they're going into the pit now. Okay, maybe there's an opportunity here. Oh, how many times have we seen second Roche be the big thing that determines it all? King RD walking forward, shadow bladed, trying to block the angle. He's thinking that they're coming from the north, but they're coming from the south. Looking for that jump. Ice Blast is there. Do they have the opening? Right onto him. Zero. They catch. Envy gets the Aegis, though. That's what they needed. Laguna Blade afterwards. King RD looking for an opening, trying to find a dual victory. He's already done it. But do they have anything else left in the tank? Envy comes back in just a moment. The boomerang goes out. Sharpshooter as well. And the big jump for the kill. Esk is going to fall. What else do they have? Chase forward. Envy kills Jubei. Haunts in on top of Flea. Finds that finish as well. 3 dead in an instant. And a big win. That was about as perfect as they could have hoped for Black and Yellow, but it wasn't enough. And now Zero chase down yet again. Blade Mail out, down to such low HP. They try and turn onto him now with the Luna, but it's not going to happen. They don't have enough. BEE making the plays.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know what else to say about this game, to be honest. It feels very hopeless for Black and Yellow. As you said it best, like, how can you get a better fight than that? Maybe if they would have stole the Aegis, they might have had some type of chance there. But I don't know if another opportunity like that is going to present itself in this game, but it might. It's starting to look like a complete outdraft in the sense of that, like, if the 2 drafts are equal in net worth, the other team, like, has no chance. It felt like as soon as the net worths were, like, even similar, right? There was no chance. But that's just kind of the effect of, like, picking Doom and Luna. These 2 heroes are supposed to accelerate so much, and I would just argue they didn't accelerate enough, not nearly enough.
Right. Well, and I mean, how much of that lane do you think came down to that, like, initial lag thing versus, like, the sort of play? You think it was, that first death was a big deal?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think a lot of matchups, the first wave is like the most important wave of the game, and every lane, honestly, including mid and both side lanes.
Right.
And if you just kind of like lose all your HP and then feed first blood as a carry, it's kind of hard to come back from it. So it's a little unfortunate.
Fair enough. Well, we'll see if they can sort of come back from this deficit. They've done about all that they can. We did see the first instance of that Lincoln Sphere being used. Ask was able to make sure Duel didn't go through, and because of that Shadow Blade, not Halberd, King RD doesn't have a way to break it. So maybe that's something else you could look towards here, right? Not being able to find those dual initiations, maybe finding a way to catch the Oracle out and get the Doom onto Spectre instead of somebody else, but we'll see.
Yeah, for sure. The break and all on the Doom sounds like cute and everything, but kind of like looking at his performance this game, maybe the standard build would have just been a bit better, just going for that refresher.
Right.
And going for like the Shivas too, to have some more healing reduction. So they might be able to burst a bit more.
That could be good.
He'll probably still go back for it, but yeah, it doesn't seem like they're ever going to get a fight where they're going to break the Spectre and they're actually going to kill her within that duration.
Well, Haunt comes out now. Jubei potentially under fire, or, yep, they're going for him. He accepts his fate. And that's a dual victory.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, that's how it goes.
He wants one of those 200 dual damage games.
Damn.
That's when you're really feeling yourself as a Legion Commander player.
You still take the AoE press the attack, surely, though, right?
I don't play this here. What are the other options? 30 dual damage bonus?
Yeah.
I mean,
so
if you're at this point in the game and you know it's going to keep going, go for the infinite scale.
Really? Okay.
Why not? You know,
60 damage per duel? That's pretty hype. It's hard to say no to.
the AoE, I mean, it's okay. I think if you're the carry, you go for the carry build.
Okay. He is carrying, that's for sure.
I don't know if this game will last till he's 25. We'll see.
LSA comes out. Laguna Blade afterwards trying to salvage this. Zero finds the backline, but not before Ryoya gets the save. They turn onto him. He gets Exorcism. Doom afterwards. Not enough Spirit Siphons there. Oh, but the duel! King RD, he salvages the day. Big play. So they trade out there the Oracle and the DP for the Doom and the Luna. Still looking kind of rough. Eternal Envy. Oh, good BKB there to block the Spike Carapace. But King RD, he ends up going down. Went a bit too far out. Spectre manages to find that kill onto Esk. A virtue of dispersion, I think, even. But it looks like they're going to retreat away on the side of black and yellow. Can Flea escape, though? Jubei's still there. Has Ice Blast back up again in a second. If they can bury him down a little bit, there's potentially a chance there. But it looks like no. They're going to have to just chill. Not a great fight, have to be said, on the side of black and yellow, but it could have been worse.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they're able to even just bring down those two cores. Like, they have a long way to go, but that is some progress and much needed confidence to be like, hey guys, we actually can kill them if we just man up on them. So, oh, the TP out bottom? Alright, he barely got out with the gym. That would have been... They both have a gym. Okay, cool. Gym's very important in the late game. Doom going back for that Shiva's Guard, and Luna, I would like to see a Scotty on her, because like I think a lot of the strategy is based on healing Ryoya, but if they get a Shiva's and Scotty, it's gonna nullify most of the healing.
Right.
That's gonna happen out, but he's just building the damage to cut through it, which is a similar idea.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, I feel like the Scotty might be just a better approach against the Oracle.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has that feel of like, I just died to duel, I'm gonna get this Lincoln's, I'm tired of this, you know, that type of reaction. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know, we'll see. They did manage to sort of burst him before Mu got that ulti off, and then also, I thought it was really clever to actually just drop the Doom onto the DP to make sure she didn't survive through it, couldn't get those Spirit Siphons off.
Yeah, you have to Doom the DP. I think there's no other way around it, which is why the Aghanims on Doom is a little weird. I think he misread the game a little bit. It does add some duration, but I don't know if that's good enough to justify.
Could see right there, trying to play around this vision that they anticipate them having, and
Flea tried to get it with the Carapace, wasn't able to. So, new neutral items. Let's see.
Tricksters.
If anything game-winning comes out for either side.
They did spot that they had a ward up there. Ryoya is going to take away these Ancients for them. Wait a minute. They saw that they had a ward. This is a little wild. As stun is there, Ryoya. They jump in. They find the Doom available if they want to use it. But Ryoya...
Ice Blast came out after.
That was really good for them. Eternal Envy going on to Esk right now. So they lose one. Both the mids down. Now afterwards, the Yamsun trying to get enough of a jump away, but the BKB still lasting through. Envy able to survive it. Round two, they ball back on the Luna, trying to go for this. Zero's dead. He has buyback as well, but are they going to try and chase it? Are they going to try and follow this? Mu is just doing so much with this heal afterwards, and the press the attack. It's incredibly hard to fight this. Good impale afterwards. Yamsun shows up, right clicks coming through, wants to take him down. Can they find enough? Trying to get the finish. The rest of the heroes are just tearing them apart. The save again from King Ao, and Ice Blast. One last round, but the save with the Fate's Edict, it's keeping them alive. The rest of the heroes starting to drop. King RD, 220 dual damage. Everybody dead. And with that and no buybacks, I think BEEs are going to take game number 2. What a great series of events for them. GG called.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this Legion Commander performance was everything they needed and more. Just took the team put her on her back, right? And just they went with the win. That was very good, very well played, and we're off to a game 3.
Well, it's what we all anticipated happening at some point in time. We were going to go to game 3 in this series, and would have it any other way, to be honest. Hopefully next time the game doesn't have as much riding on those early disconnect issues, and they were able to sort out. It should be noted that Yamson didn't have any more afterwards, but regardless, we're going to go to a quick break. When we get back, the panel's going to break it all down. See you then.
All this time, I've been feeling hopeless till you came around, came around. All this time, you're the only reason I'm not chasing highs, chasing highs. What is love? Lately I've been wondering just what is love, what is love? I don't know, no one ever showed me.
Welcome back, everybody, to the TI10 North American Qualifiers. We have our last game of our last series of the day. Bumblebees versus Black and Yellow. And it's kind of hard to say what really happened there. There's a couple of things. I know that one of the things that Fear and Lyrical were mentioning was that maybe itemization on Doom was the build itself was a little weird. There was also the ISP assist as well, perhaps the early game MVP. Gentlemen, break it down for me. What happened there? Let's start with Fear.
This is a simple case of the caster's curse. It was a unanimous decision for Black and Yellow, so I don't think they had much of a choice or a chance, sorry, on their team, unfortunately. Cursed Yamson there.
Rip. Yeah, I think that there's definitely, like, when you look at this draft and everything feels like it's gonna be great, it's like, maybe there's something we're missing, there's a chance. But the double heals proved to be really strong. King RD totally overperformed in that game, and I think that there's definitely something to be said where you anticipate a lane going a certain way, and then when it doesn't, it kind of has ripple effects throughout the whole rest of your draft. And they did what they needed to do, and Black and Yellow in the end, Yamson was not able to stay an item ahead of the Spectre, basically.
So on the Bumblebee side, what makes this a fantastic game for them? What allowed them to pull out the win on their side?
I think personally that right now what's working really well for the Bumblebees, and this just might be generally a concept that most teams are adopting in this region, is pick save, pick heal. And I think if you want to go for this AA next game, this Oracle might need to go. I think this matchup does not look very favorable for the AA. It looks very hard to play. So, their Moo's killing it on this Oracle. So I'd like for them to keep going down this direction of like picking heals, either the Oracle versus AA or banning the AA and finding more Wyvern trees, like whatever he tends to play to keep Envy alive in these team fights, or Roya, and just kind of sit behind their two cores and just keep them healthy. It's a winning strategy for them so far.
Cool. Well, we will see if Oracle will continue to prove if it is the #1 support for the TI qualifiers, or we'll see maybe something else happens as we go to our final game of Bumblebees versus Black and Yellow after a short break.
Sunshine, I've got you now. We're body on body, oh, body on body, oh, body on body, oh, body on body. I know love now, and you're stuck in my mind. We're body on body, oh, body on body, oh, body on body, oh, body on body. I've got sunshine, I've got you now. My body on body, oh, body on body, oh, body on body, oh, body on body. I know love now, and you're stuck in my mind. My body on body, oh, body on body, oh, body on body, oh, body on body. My friends don't like that I'm somebody, that I'm somebody, oh no, oh no. I just want to stay in this melody, stay in this melody, oh, oh.
We are in the lower bracket semifinals with Bumblebees and Black and Yellow, and the score is 1-1. And as an extra bit of pressure, Bumblebees are at a little bit of a disadvantage because they have been smacked with the level 3 draft penalty for inappropriate messages in all chat. So what that means is that they have a minus 110 seconds to their bonus draft time, leaving them with 20 seconds, right, Lyrical?
Yes. So it used to be that there was 110 seconds total. They added 20 extra seconds, and now reserve time, you only have the 20 seconds. So they're probably going to take the max amount for like every single ban, every single pick. And, you know, they're just going to have to be a little bit more on the clock. And I mean, Fear, this is like the drafts feel like they've decided these games kind of, right?
Yeah, they're very important. So, like, normally if you're hit with like a level 1, maybe level 2, it's not that bad, but level 3 is a lot. Like, you're gonna feel really pressured on every pick. You have to like pre-plan what you want to pick before you go in almost. It's not gonna be a lot of reaction. Or you just have to go with your instinct, I guess.
Oh, the instinct. The instinct. So I know that in a lot of teams, the coach drafts, or in some cases, the one of the players will draft. Do you know who drafts for Bumblebees?
Last I checked, it was Moo.
Okay, so Moo is gonna have to believe in himself and trust his instincts. Well, I guess we'll see how that goes. I'm interested to see how that might affect the draft. Maybe we'll see a little bit more of like standard meta stuff, or things that Eternal Envy, as you mentioned before, things that he's really comfortable with as well. On the Black and Yellow side, what do you think that they can do to ensure their victory in this game 3, since they took the first game, but the second game didn't go their way?
Sorry about this. I was just they had to remake the lobby, so I'm just trying to hop back into it real quickly. Yeah. So they'll be ready to go in just a second here. But yeah, for me, I think the biggest things that you want to try and do, particularly for Black and Yellow, is like, don't give up the ideas that got you here. Even in that last game, they had like an avenue to succeed, right? You had this like idea that could have potentially worked. Things went a little bit crazy at the start. It wasn't the way that you thought it was going to go, but like, don't give up like that central idea of the way that you want to play, and just sort of try and remain cool, calm, and collected, and you know, stick with it. Keep drafting the same type of stuff. Maybe don't do the Doom. I don't know. Doom's like okay, but I feel like it's a little bit. It feels like it's trying. I don't know. There's like kind of ways around it. Maybe if it's a good Doom game or whatever, it's the way to go. But that hero looked a little bit suspect to me. I think Fair, you had said that you didn't want to see Zero on anything except for Timber, and what was the other one?
DK.
DK, yeah. So maybe we'll get one of those too.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I want him on one of those 2 heroes if they allow it, but I think the biggest thing about that game wasn't so much the Doom. I think he did pretty well. Maybe relax on picking Doom versus Oracle.
Right.
I'd like them to think about how they want to play this Oracle a bit more, because they didn't really have any way for some hero to get on the back lines and deal with them. And that's always very difficult when you play versus Oracle if you can't actually jump him. And the last thing, and also very important, I want Yamsung to have a stable connection this game. So
Yes.
like we don't have any of this like pausing or accidental first bloods. Like you hate to see that disadvantage. Like when these two teams are so evenly matched, it feels like something small like that, even if it's just a first blood, can actually mean a lot for the game.
I was trying to figure out what the analogy was. I was like, stable connection. Who's he trying to connect with in like the game? What do you mean by this? And I was like, oh, you used to mean ISP. Okay, got it.
Yes.
It took me a second there.
Yeah, I'm so curious as to how disconnects really affect the mentality of Black and Yellow to just see, you know, First Blood was a result of that disconnect, and it unfortunately, especially with like record high temperatures for a lot of places over the last couple of days, like since last weekend, it's just it might be unavoidable in some cases. So Fear, could you give me like a little bit of insight as to how teams are able to deal with disconnects? I know that you said in the last game that you haven't really had to deal with like 4v5 situations in pro games very often, but what kind of like mentality do players have to go through during that?
I think the most important thing when you're faced like with issues like that is to not just be too negative, especially to the person that is having the issues, right? And for that person, like lag can be in all types of shapes and forms. It can be spikes, it could be delay. Just don't complain about it. Don't like cloud up your communication, your team communications with your, your connection issues, and just try to stay positive.
I will say Jubei and Yamsun seem to have some type of special connection between each other, because he like all chatted in there. He was like, it's actually his fault. Like it's Yamsun's fault or something like that. And then, he came on the interview and he was like, I just need my core player to not feed 3 times in lane. So I don't know what their relationship is, but it feels like it's very unique to them. Maybe there's some type of loving sort of bullying going on right there in a nice way. But who's to say? Yeah, and I guess it's the thing that also sort of makes it unique is that for some other regions, for some other teams, you can get everybody together within the same area, right? In North America, one of the problems that this region can sort of has to deal with is that you've got people playing from all over the place, and it's just up to their individual internet connections. And the same thing exists in South America as well. There was, I think, qualifiers. I don't remember if it was for a major or if it was last TI or what it was, but there was one South American player that like he said, I have to go, my mom needs to take me to the mall or something. Just like, he just had to leave.
Wait,
Did you guys remember that when that happened?
Who was that?
I don't remember. I don't want to put him on blast, but I feel like there was something like that happened. And it's just, it's what happens when you've got up and coming teams. You end up in weird situations.
That's very interesting. You don't want to put them on blast, but I'm definitely gonna go like look online for who that was.
Yeah.
I want to see what the reason was. Like, imagine being at a TI qualifier and then your teammates just like, "Yo, guys, I gotta go to the mall. My mom's gonna drop me off, so I gotta go like right now. All right, see ya."
All right, here's what it was. It was Midas. I think it was Midas something.
Midas Club or something?
Yeah, and Sooths was the guy that was on it. And let's see.
I see.
Yeah. So apparently Sooths had to go to the mall with his mom, so he couldn't play the tiebreaker, and now Midas is out. That's the Reddit thread from 3 years ago. So
oh my gosh.
It happened.
That's that's kind of unreal, actually.
Yeah.
All right, Fear. Now tell us, if your teammate told you that you were gonna go, that he has to go to the mall, what would you do then? Are you gonna stay positive, or are you gonna start flaming them in chat?
I mean, I would not play with them again in the future. So that's like an instant disconnect for me right there.
Not even just in pro matches, just in pubs. Like you just wouldn't play with them again.
Avoided.
Dude, I have played a pub match with somebody and they paused the game and then they wrote in all chat, they said beer back frame rate, and then they typed in team chat, they're like, I have to walk my dog, so stall as long as possible. And I was just like,
nice. That's sick. That's great. I love that.
Gosh. It looks like we have our draft ready to go. We remade the lobby. We're in, and we have our bans in, and Oracle again. First pick. Veer's favorite.
Ugh.
It's proven to be good, and especially good versus AA. There are counter picks for Black and Yellow, and I'd like for them to explore them this game. Any hero that has the ability to jump, the Esk Storm Spirit jumps out, but he probably doesn't want to play. He picked Puck. Okay. a lot of these jump heroes aren't very good versus Death Prophet in lane, and they probably won't get the Spectre because they will pick it out of phase, I think, on the Bumblebees. So
Yeah.
they're gonna need to concoct something else. But the Luna and the Medusa is not in there. These type of heroes are not good versus Oracle. So this is maybe why Oracle has such a high win rate in this patch. It's people are struggling of finding the right heroes to, you know, break this this healing effect on him in the ultimate and all the other useful spells he does provide for his allies, which have been proven to be very strong in this patch.
It seems like Terrorblade was a problem, and now they just banned Terrorblade, so now the problem's Oracle, and maybe the solution is just to ban Oracle as well.
Yeah, that's the part that's tough, right? Is that you want to take both of those like super hard farming cores out because they fill the same kind of role and are the same type of problems. But you can see that already they're making a couple of like adjustments to the issues that they had in their draft. So they're not going to take the Nyx themselves. They ban their own Nyx. It's going to be a completely different game this time. Also, Spectre taken out of the pool. I think Puck opens up a lot more options for you. Lena like is really a nice follow-up stun, but I feel like these like Yule combos into LSAs have kind of like been somewhat underwhelming. I wouldn't mind seeing them try and pick up maybe something like, I mean, Lion gets so countered by Oracle too, but you want something like that Hex or that like an instant initiation out of Black and Yellow. I think maybe Puck can fill that role enough, but I feel like Puck's job in this game is just going to be that find that Oracle constantly.
So I know that Fear, right before the break, said that he wants a hero that can go into that backline and take out Oracle so that it's just not a problem anymore. Is Puck sufficient for that, or do they need more than that?
It can be good enough, but I think I'd like to see something more if they can fit it into their lineup. The problem is from the carry role, outside of the Spectre, nothing's truly meta. The PL could be good in this game too, if it's still in there.
He's banned.
Oh, it is banned, so that one's not in there. On a side note though, for Black and Yellow, the two heroes I did want to see Zero on those were the first phase bans, so they recognize that as well. So they pick up the Tiny instead, which must be Pos 4 at this point. It looks like Flea. Blink Dagger Tiny's good too. You can try and assassinate the Oracle, so they realize the problem and they're trying to apply a fix to it, because as Lyrical said with the Lena, it's not effective at killing the backline. It maybe just wasn't effective at all. I think their desired effect for the Lena was to win mid versus DP, but that didn't even happen, so they're not going to try that again. They're going to try something new. That Puck isn't particularly good versus Death Prophet, nor in the game or in lane, but it does bring an answer for the Oracle at least, and they're going to focus on that this game.
I feel like we're in a weird situation. Sorry about that. Just the one thing that really seems strange to me now is like, where are you going to go with the rest of this draft to try and like deal with actually having the damage to burst down DP, right? Because if Oracle doesn't even necessarily need to get a save this guy. I mean, if she has her own Yules, I feel like just that instant burst, you need to like synchronize it so well with going on Oracle at the same time you're going on Death Prophet, and they need vision. So like, who's gonna be that vision hero? It's like Night Stalker or something weird like that, or maybe Beastmaster. But it feels like it's really tough for Black and Yellow to find this hero in this game.
I see.
It's gonna have to be like a Puck Orb or some Observer Wards, I guess, like play around their vision. So they don't have like a ton of ways to get like vision out of nowhere. So they'll probably just have to play around their vision and try to make it happen. And we'll see the Yamsun Morphling again. He's very good at the hero. He probably won't let that laning stage happen again that he had earlier, the 0-3 in 1 minute. And they're now looking for an offlaner with Tiny, and most likely they're going to go back to one of those green goblins for Zero, but they are, to be fair, they are much better versus the Death Prophet and the Axe, so we'll see what they choose to pick up here.
My question was about, so I had two questions. One was like, is there ever a chance that Puck will not go middle? You said it's not very good against DP. I know that I've seen Puck go into the offlane in other patches, but it might be totally different for this patch. Is there a chance that they would send Tiny or Morph mid instead?
Those are all possible options. It's just puck offlane isn't very desirable because it's kind of weak, whereas when it goes mid, it's generally speaking just solid. And I think they're just going to choose Morph as like their axe counter. If you can get your shift off before the call, it's very hard to kill this hero. So
my rule of thumb with puck offlane is that I only want to see it on Southeast Asian offlane players. It's just something about that region that just plays this hero so well. And besides that, I don't know. It still can be good. Or I want Z-Freak to play it, but he's on the other team. Go for it.
I like that instant pick because Bumblebees has like no time, so it's kind of forcing them to make some pretty snap decisions here with only like 35 seconds or something like that to finish out this draft. Who is it? All right, you're Bumblebees. What are you picking right now?
Oh, for Eternal Envy, no Wraith King, no Spectre. There's no PL. This is actually gonna get pretty hard really fast. Let me see what I can come up with.
Jug?
Not really, not for his Morphling. Anti-Mage would be really sick if he wants to pull it out.
Ursa.
Ursa?
Oh.
Yeah, that's good too. Good enough.
What makes Ursa
I
good
like it.
enough?
I mean, it's really good in lane versus the Doom. The problem I do have with Ursa, usually it feels really bad to be doomed as an Ursa, unless there's an outplay factor, where if you have quick fingers, then you can get your enrage off in time. Envy, to me, doesn't generally... He's not really like a flashy, like, quick reflex kind of guy. He's more of like mechanically skilled and like very smart player, so we'll see if he can do it. But it's like, it's very annoying for Doom once you get the shard on Ursa and you're just hopping around, pressing R, and if you ever Doom him during the enrage, it doesn't last very long, and that's very frustrating if you're a Doom player.
So, gentlemen, this is the lower bracket semifinals. The loser here is going home and not going to TI. This is the last draft. This is the last chance. Which draft do you think is better and why?
I think I'm going to go with black and yellow. I think that even though they've got like the potential for outplay on Ursa, I actually think that they're going to be spending this Doom on DP again. And I think she's not going to have a good time. I think King RD is not going to have as good of a lane as he had last time. I think black and yellow bring it home. Complete the arc. See if it happens.
Here, what are your thoughts?
For me, I think their offlane's too weak on black and yellow. I think they're going to have too good of a game on the Bumblebees. And I'm just going to have to go with like the Moo Oracle here. He's had a lot of success with it. I think Envy's gonna have a great game. Roya's gonna have a great game, and that's enough for me, I think, for them to snowball.
I feel like that's like that both of these teams have done really, really well, and these drafts are both good. But I do have to go with like that mental part of being hit with that penalty. I feel like that will come into play. You know, maybe teams are a little bit frustrated, but we'll see. This is the last game in the lower bracket semifinals: Bumblebees versus Black and Yellow, the rivalry of the tournament. Let's see what happens as we get into this game. Lyrical and Fear, take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you again, Sumi. Yes, and we are on our way. The wonderful Bumblebee Envy sticker down there in the mid lane as we take a quick little look-see at all the items, and this game gets underway. Fear, you know, it's going to be a really interesting final match because I think, you know, there is something to be said for both teams having their strengths and weaknesses. What to you is like sort of the way that Black and Yellow want this game to go? Those first couple of minutes, how do you see it working for them?
Oh, well, the way they want it to go and how I see it might be completely different.
That's fair. That's completely fair.
So the way they want it to go is they want their bot lane to survive, right? They want this Doom to get high net worth. They want him to be able to let this Tiny roam to this mid lane, maybe get a couple toss backs, and, you know, Flea do what he does best and just roam around. How I'm afraid it might go, which will be pretty hard for them, is this Ursa will get on top of this Doom with an early Orb of Venom, and then Moo will be there with the charge up and stun him, and he's going to have a rough laning stage, and Tiny might not be able to help very much in this lane, so them being a double melee.
Right.
But if they can avoid that, their chances in this game go up quite a bit. The mid matchup, generally speaking, it's just straight DP favored. Most people I know, especially Roya, he's like, if anything picks puck, just give me DP. He has a silence. Later on, when he gets 2 siphon charges, he can bully him out of the lane. It's not a great lane for the puck. So if Esk wants to win this matchup, I think he's got to outplay him just a little bit. And as far as his top lane goes, it's Axe versus Morph. They have a chance with Axe plus Willow to put some pressure onto Yamsun, but I have a feeling he'll probably be fine up here, and this top lane might just be a wash. But there's definitely room on Bumblebees to actually win this lane hard, whereas I think Black and Yellow are just looking to get out of the laning stage top and just kind of get their farm.
Okay. Well, that would be something to watch for. It sounds like the kind of linchpin of this, at least to some extent, is going to be how well that bottom lane goes. If they're able to make a life for this Doom down here. And they do already have Boots first on Flea, so he's probably going to be looking to try and drag some of those waves over as he does head in towards the rune. Could look for some type of a toss-back play, but it looks like it's just going to be 2 black and yellow runes down here bottom. And then on the side of the bees, they get 2 for themselves up top. Easy trade-off there. But yeah, we'll keep our eyes on this. And Zero saving a skill point here. Doesn't have boots first himself, so definitely needs to be careful about this Envy chase down that we might see, as he is already looking to try and just completely zone him out from the lane right now. Yeah, this is super frustrating. And Moo, in the meantime, will be pushed back a little bit by Flea, and I'm just anticipating they try and pull waves here.
Yeah, there's no playing to win this lane. They're just playing to survive, honestly, and then hopefully get to a point where Zero gets his boots up, maybe win lace, and just kind of runs around in the lane and devour some creeps and just aggroes creeps around and gets what they can.
Wow, look at that. 7-1 so far in TI10 qualifiers on the DP Oracle combo. It is quite the strong one.
Yeah, even versus AA, right? Like, considered to probably be one of the best heroes versus the Death Prophet. And if that doesn't work, it's got to be a strong combo. And it's like a Roya classic. Like, this is like the type of hero I said I want him to. I don't want to really see him on these invokers, right? Yeah. I love to see him on the Death Prophet. One of his best heroes.
Totally. Fleet just down there bottom, trying to play around a little bit with this wave. He tossed Moo on top of it, trying to soak up whatever he can, and does actually spot out a courier there. Don't know if he's going to fully commit to try and go for it, but it looks like eventually these waves will push back out again, and Zero should be able to get something more out of that, as Jubei is pummeled back a little bit too. Man, yeah, Axe and Hoodwink, super annoying to deal with. Is Jubei just dead? No, he's good. He's fine. So yeah, 6-0 versus 9-1. King RD again having a good lane.
Yep. I think generally speaking, this patch, if you just pick one of the strong 4s and one of the strong 3s, or sorry, the melee 3s and the ranged 4s, your laning stage is generally very powerful. And this is like one of the strongest ones, with the battle hunger plus like all the harass that comes out from this Hoodwink hero.
Absolutely. So that part is definitely cool here. They're going to try and do another pull through. Envy actually pulling this double wave back behind the tower. Or is he trying to connect it up with the other one? I'm not entirely sure. If he connects it here, this is actually really good for them. And they get the root as well as the chase down onto Zero. This is huge. Second round, toss away, well played. So with the double wave, that eventually will push back. And
this is going to get weird.
Super weird.
It's going to get this. There's going to be a triple wave under his tower now, and there is a all right. There's a small camp there. They can pull it into it, and that won't be so bad. Or is he just going to bring it back here? The thing is, like, how much can you pressure with these two heroes, though, even with a double wave of this extent? And the answer looks like not at all. So this is why you don't see much of the double melee anymore. It's like very difficult to get out of this laning stage. And top lane, he's got a Fairy Fire.
Yeah, Jubei will be okay.
Right.
He just walks it off. And in the meantime, of course, Morphlane, one of the heroes that definitely can farm underneath the tower, as you can see, Esk. So far, 18-2 versus 16-4. So very even in that mid lane. A couple more denies going into the favor there of the DP. But at least so far, nobody dying yet, which I think is, you know, it's got to be okay at least somewhat for black and yellow.
Yeah, I mean, the laning stage is not a disaster on any lane. Mid lane, you know, just losing by a little bit, but a lot closer than it could be. Could be much worse for Puck. What's really important is how much can Yamsun get his farm.
Right. Yeah, that is a bit of an issue there for sure. Does already have that Morbid Mask up and online and is getting all the mangoes fed to him, as well as a South passed over from Jubei. So trying to do everything he possibly can to support Yamsum and get him into a decent game. But you can see he's actually tied right now for CS with the Ursa, although Ursa way more denies.
Yeah, I mean, Yamsun when he gets level 5, he's going to be pretty invulnerable actually with this build. So I would say he weathered the storm here, and he'll be fine.
Well, good
so
stuff.
Pretty early even game. Bottom lane is like just very one-sided. So this is like why the net worth lead is for the Bumblebees right now. Even with this Devour gold, like Doom is not gonna have like a really good game this game.
Fair enough. I mean, he's Doom, though. You know, he's going to get himself the Devour going on. He actually only has 1 point in it right now, opting for more in the Scorched Earth, and then saving that other point afterwards as well. But definitely the type of hero that maybe can catch back up if he wants to rotate his Flea. Doing some scouting again. Trying to make a really long rotation to see what, if there are any stacks or anything.
I forgot as well. They got the Tiny Puck combo, the toss out
nice.
a coil. So if they rotate another hero mid, maybe they can actually get a kill on top of this DP. That would be really nice.
Well, thinking about it. Flea underneath a ward there for a moment. They are stacking up this hard camp a little bit more, and do they get him out of there? Esk gets the jump back. And it was a bottled invis rune for Ioya. So, yeah, that makes that gank a lot harder, I think. Although Jubei is still there. Now, he's just scouting out that there's that stack, and we'll see if he decides to try and go and steal it eventually. But, I mean, it would be tough, especially with like, having this vision here by the Bumblebees.
Yeah, for sure. It's another one of those Axe games. He's going to get super farmed.
Zero, TPing out, and ends up going down. Envy finds the kill and who gives him the tip afterwards. Dude, the TP deaths always hurt so bad.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this bottom lane, he's gonna get what he can, but like, they need to make something happen on the other lanes, because now this Tiny is no longer, he hasn't been laning with Zero for a while now, and with that being said, he's gonna need to make something happen on the other lanes, but he's found nothing so far.
Right, yeah. Stepping forward there. Jubei also holding down the mid. So the two supports come mid to soak up some XP, try and get a few levels, it looks like. And Flea will pass on through again the mid lane and start heading back towards bottom. And also able to get a D ward up here on the high ground by Z-Freak. So yeah, everything going really well here for Bees, but can they make this rotation with S? This would be big. Coil connects onto 2. Oracle is still in the area. Toss away, breaks it. Wait, what? They managed to find the kill. Okay, Hoodwink's down. King RD also in maybe a little bit of trouble if they can keep the chase going. Switch in, the right click's moving, and they find the finish. Good rotations.
Yeah, that's what they needed. They need to make stuff happen on both these side lanes and maybe the mid lane, because nothing's happening until Doom's level 6. You can rotate down after he's 6 maybe, but until then, play with your puck.
I think that was a really cool play by Flea. He like shows mid that he's going bottom and then TPs back to the outpost to like try and find the kill. And Roya, oh, getting body blocked by Jubei. Can't do anything with it though. And the bushwhack comes back in, so yeah.
It was a bold attempt. Very courageous 8 there. Running into melee range of a Death Prophet. Wow.
Esk? Dude, King RD does not care about this tower. Dude has a Vanguard. They're just going in to finish it.
Great rotation, honestly.
Fate's Edict. Keeping them alive. Salve up afterwards, why not? They get the tier 1 mid.
Yeah, I mean, I think they realized like there's a lot of pressure going on in the mid lane there, and they couldn't really make any pressure on the top lane, so this rotation from the entire off lane to the mid lane was a very good presence of mind by them.
Yeah. Really nice stuff there for sure. Well, it is level 6 now for Zero as Yamsun continues to farm up and tries to get a little bit of extra space for himself, but it's a big smoke move coming. Esk has Coil back up again. Flea is ready with the toss combos, and the people they might run into here is King RD. The Oracle nearby doesn't quite have level 6 yet. Ava toss, but the Fate will be there afterwards. They try and jump. Good silence. They just don't have enough damage here. Not nearly enough. What, maybe with Yamsun? Okay. Thought about a waveform. Bushwhack stops the pressure. And now the wrap is coming. DP's over here as well. You got to be careful. Esk. They spot Jubei. Try and slowly whittle him down, but the raindrops and the silence afterwards, they find one kill. Again, it's Jubei that falls. So they don't really manage to get anything off of that. Toss Z-Freak, he's away as well. Jaunt's out of there on Esk. Yeah, nothing really gained yet.
Yeah, I mean, right now, everything's going very well. Both carries are free farming, and they're also winning the, the 4v4 in the mid lane here, so they're going to start gaining a bit of a gold lead here. I do like the fact that Envy is going for the standard Morbid Mask and Diffusal, especially against the Morphling who uses the mana. And this will also, especially on Radiant, give them an early Roshan if they ever get a kill or the Dire team decides to play bottom half of the map.
Right. Well, we've seen so often this push that comes up towards this top tower. And with the Vanguard, and now, what, he's 500 gold away just about for King Ao on taking down that Blink as well. That could really put the screws to Black and Yellow. And, I mean, I don't know. Can they even force Envy out of here, really? Down on the bottom side and try and take this tower? They have a Catapult Wave. It feels like this is the play they kind of have to go for. Envy, whoa, just doom him. He didn't get Enrage off. Coil, but the save, it's there. Is it going to be enough? They wait for Liberation, though. Nicely played, and that Ice Blast might be enough to kill him off afterwards. Will it be? Yes. They get the finish, but it comes at a cost. They lose Jubei again, which is a phrase I've said more than a few times, as Zero tries to get out of there, and looks like he might be able to with a little bit of help from Flea. So they get the kill on the Ursa, and it looks like Zero might escape as well. Not bad.
Yeah, that's just one of those things where Envy's just got to be a little quicker on the hands, When you see this Doom's hands go up, you just got to spam your R button, and he would live if he would have done that, but really good for Black and Yellow to get that kill. They lost their mid laner plus Jubei, so it wasn't amazing, but at the same time, this was without their Morphling, so it still was space. But here comes the Roshan, and this is the Doom counter right here as well.
True. Yeah, really annoying to have to deal with that. Do they realize, though? Oh,
they do.
Ice Blast. Envy in some trouble. Throws out the Avalanche. Toss in. Right, almost dead. Zero tries to chase, and there's a kill. Now looking for Envy. They kill off the courier. Call it big call coming from KO, but they're able to break and walk away. Esk lives. Just barely. Now, trying to go back in for round 2. Do they have anything else left in the tank there? Ava toss, Coil afterwards. Tries to bring down Flea. He falls. Zero has to back away. So they stop the Roche, get the kill on DP, lose the Tiny for the trouble.
And meanwhile, Yamsun's free farming, so that's really good for Black and Yellow. Considering all things, this whole time Ursa is not hitting creeps, he was hitting Roshan, so Yamsun is getting large. Does he have any cool plays this game? No, he's just going to be the standard carry morph. There's no cool Axe plays in this game.
Who's the hero you try and switch into if you're him?
In this game, probably Hoodwink or Death Prophet, I'd imagine, to get some siphons out to make you more survivable.
Right. Okay. I could be down for that, yeah.
I don't know if he... Like I said, I'm not sure if he plays Hoodwink. He tried to play Hoodwink earlier by like literally turning into Hoodwink, but he didn't drop the tree on the ground by turning the auto cast on, or maybe he clicked him on accident. So we'll see if he
Oh.
can make some good Hoodwink plays if he turns
Right.
into Hoodwink. Otherwise, the DP is solid too. You can just turn it and get a bunch of siphons off and turn back, and they'll still keep running.
I guess you're probably not going to be getting the shard on Yamsun, but I guess if you did and you turn into Ursa, I wonder if you get the Enrage or not. I'm not sure
You
if that
should.
works or not.
I don't. The thing I don't know though is like there's some weird interactions when you turn back into Morphling form, which you normally want to, because you
Right.
want to keep the base stats of the person you're turning into. Oh, but for now, Yamsun looks toast. Oh, he got it off.
What? What a play!
Those
Dude.
are those fast fingers right there.
Yeah, no more internet issues either. As dude, that was huge.
Yeah, I thought for sure he wouldn't get the reactions to a smoked axe call, but
Don't you just
he was paying
silence
attention.
Isn't that just the play where you like Rhea silence first?
I don't. Was he close enough? I remember
might
seeing the
not have
Hoodwink
been.
there and the axe. I thought they were enough, and honestly, from their shoes, they probably thought that was a free kill. So
That's
that
true.
was a really good play by Yamsun there. Quick reflexes.
Yeah, very nicely played for sure. And almost has that Manta done now as well. Ryoya still hanging out in the jungle trying to farm this up. They go back in for the Roche again. And AA spotted this. I mean, they know they see him. Yeah, that's not going to work. So heads up play again by Black and Yellow. You can tell that, like, you know, the Bees really want to make this happen, and, you know, they're not overcommitting and going into a bad fight afterwards, but they keep on checking if they can get a freebie,
Yeah.
and Black and Yellow aren't giving it to them.
Well, what is I think the most important thing for Black and Yellow is online now, and that is Flea's Blink Dagger. He has been showing game after game that he is the playmaker for the team, and once he gets this Blink Dagger, like on his Lion, he made it happen. So all eyes on Flea for me now, and seeing what can he do with this Blink Dagger.
It's going to be a thing to watch for sure. Manta going through dangerous territory right now. And Yamsun wisely going to send it to the north as Jubei, potentially a free kill right here, as tries to TP out. Nothing to break it. Okay. Able to live. Wait, did they TP all the way back home for him? They did. So they still could go back in with this Ice Blast if they want to. Do they have an opening here? Jump, Abba, toss, stomp afterwards, waiting for it. Silence, great play. Wow, the taunt comes out afterwards, trying to bring him down. They get Yamsun. He falls. Esk has to get away from there, but he didn't manage. Oh, the Exorcism is out now, and that went from good to really bad. No Doom used, and they ended up punishing, but they do go for the Abba toss play on the Moon. Not enough for the kill. Z-Freak right on top of him as well. They don't have a Blink Dagger yet for Zero, and this is just going to be a Roche for him.
Yeah, Roche is 100% dead. I'll do a little harass with Ice Blast, but end of the day, they'll shrug it off. I don't like the decision of Zero holding his Doom there. I feel like he should have just used it, so Death Prophet couldn't get the silence off, couldn't get all the spells off, and maybe that could have saved Yamsun if he doomed him a bit earlier, or put him in a better position. You can see he's a little shaky, he doesn't know what to do against this Oracle right now, his Doom.
Yeah, it's tough. It's not an easy matchup, and you just sort of, without having that vision down and like being able to see him at the start of fight, things become really tough. But well, they see Z-Freak now. They've got some good vision back behind. This could be an interesting fight for them since they still have Doom and no Exos up. Ice Blast. Can they find an angle? Zero trying to hang out here. I mean, Esk is down bottom, so it doesn't look like they really want to fight this, but they're just trying to keep their tower alive on the side of Black and Yellow, I guess. What do you want to see out of the Bees with this Aegis?
They're gonna wait for Exo. I'd like to see, like, during the course of this Aegis, to get the tier 2 top and get the outpost and just kind of control that land, but not trade bottom as a result. So whatever it takes for them to be able to get this bottom lane, like, not pressured by Morphling hitting it, which I don't think he can do against Axe. They'll just TP and Envy, but I'd like for them to get a tier 2 with their next Exo.
Okay. Do you feel like this is the type of draft for the Bees that like becomes difficult to play in the later stages at all, or do you think that they're just going to be able to scale pretty well regardless?
They scale really well in this game. So with the Oracle versus AA matchup, it takes out like that instant burst on your frontline hero, which it just becomes very complicated, right, on how you need to take these fights. And so far, it seems BE is like much more comfortable with this complicated situation than Black and Yellow is. So that's a bit to their advantage here. And I think both teams scale great, but BE might scale better in this particular game. It really comes down to the initiation.
Well, Flea, that's a good initiation from Bees to find him there. And Mr. King RD, he has been really the player this series, the standout. It feels like him and Moo just making it happen with these heroes, whether it's, you know, staying defensive and being in the perfect position, or it's going out and finding the big kill. They've been able to make it happen.
Yeah, during the panel, I said after that Centaur game, I need someone on their team to start making the plays, and he heard me. Last 2 games, he's maybe didn't find much during the Centaur game, but during his Axe and Legion performances, he's been stepping it up.
20-minute mark now, as again, Bees have Exorcism back up, and they start to head towards this tier 2 tower to take it down. Also sending some of these illusion runes mid to try and pressure that and make sure that they don't lose their tier 1 tower for free. On the side of Black and Yellow, they have BKB done on this Doom. You're going for the Scotty next on Yamsun. And then the Blink Dagger is online for the Puck as well after going for those Boots of Travel. So understanding what type of game this is for Esk, he needs to be making space and pushing out these side lanes constantly.
Yeah, they've kept the game competitive. This is like, since the tier 2 dropped, that's like the first time it went past 2k gold lead. It's only at 3k, and they're just playing the map. They didn't get a ton out of that Aegis. They were able to get the tier 2 and outpost control, which is good. Flea might be in a little bit of trouble here if they decide to chase, but it looks like BE has no more chasing potential there, and they're going to back it up.
Well, Aegis, about 50 seconds left on it now, as they have been able to take over that outpost. And Black and Yellow probably going to need that Blink Dagger to come online for Zero if they want to make any type of sort of concerted effort or move over this direction. I think they walk through a ward here together as well as they find him. Esk. Damn,
what a silence.
Right on top.
Yeah,
nice
he orbed
play.
in the trees there, but Roya silenced him, and then Envy ate him alive.
I really like this decision by Envy. Like, I feel like so often we've seen him just go for these Battle Fury plays in the late game and try and play that style of Dota. And, like, seeing him play, like, super active with his Diffusal Blink, it looks way better.
Yeah, I mean, this is just how you play Ursa now, in my opinion. And there's a reason you haven't seen Envy buy Battle Fury in this patch, because he's just... I'm sure he's just a firm believer, like most other carries, that Battle Fury carries are just kind of dead.
Yeah. Well, they managed to find that kill onto Esk. Esk buys the tome and says, this is my thing I'm taking now. Trying to queue up the Aghanim Scepter. So really trying to play around that toss mechanic that you were talking about earlier, if they can make it work together with Flea. Almost level 15 on him, but yeah, you're really starting to feel a big difference both in the net worth swing and the XP swing over the last couple of minutes. It's really started to trend in the direction of the Bees. And Black and Yellow, the fights are tough, but they do have a couple more of the tools to take them now. Double Blink Daggers available. Yamsun, he is what? About 600 gold away from finishing off a Scotty. But it looks like they're wanting to go before that. Smoke breaks, Envy gets away, looks for more, finds him. That's an Oracle kill. Is it anything else afterwards, though? Ryoya looks like he is going to escape. Oh, Moo. We'll end up falling. Yeah.
They were just looking for more. Yeah, they realized that the Aegis was gone, so they wanted to try and make a play. And right attempt. As usual, you know, position 5, tanking the death, not so bad.
So 10-5 and haven't really been able to connect. I mean, that's the thing that's interesting, is that so often when you see like these blinks on this position for Tiny, you'd think about like a 2 to 3 man smoke, or even just like him going with Jubei having Ice Blast ready, but we haven't really seen that many openings for them to find these pickoffs on these other heroes. It's like been big rotations pretty consistently.
It has been pretty big rotations, but they have managed to recover 2k gold deficit by this rotation they made. So
Yeah.
it's still been fairly efficient on what they have been doing. It's not a lot, but they're going to go again. And this time they're going without the Tiny. What Tiny needs to do right now is just show in the middle lane.
Right.
That way they're like, oh, okay, Tiny's on the map. We can now walk up a little more carefree. And that's how you get the surprise on people.
Thinking about it.
But it looks like they read it anyway, so.
Yeah, and Roya, oh, jump though. Doom got him, caught, call afterwards. Oh, but he got the morph off. The switch back the other direction. Do they have enough left in the tank? Oracle trying to salvage a couple lives there, but they take down both. Esk able to make it happen. The break will hit there, and meanwhile the chase down continues. King Ao will fall.
Solo killed, huh?
What a huge win that was for Black and Yellow. Like you said, the Tiny showed, and then the rest of Black and Yellow went in on it. Wait, looking for more now. Oh, Z-Freak. Gotta be careful. Jaunts forward, tries to find him, and dead. Yimsun finds another huge opening for Black and Yellow here.
Yeah, we've seen it time and time again, this Black and Yellow squad. Like, they start off very slow, but if they find this opening, they usually don't let off the gas. So what can the BEs do to recover from this? That's a tough one. That has to be a pretty hard hit for them, because like they got the false promise off, I think, at the right time, but it was still just too much damage. Even if you get the heals off, the Ice Blast doesn't matter. It's just, if there's enough raw damage, Oracle doesn't heal that much right now.
Right. Well, 10-9. Unfortunately for Black and Yellow, it wasn't an instant spawner rush. Don't know if they could have gone for it anyways. But the Bees, you know, gonna have to lick their wounds a little bit and try and figure out what to do after this, as they are gonna go check Roche, realize it's not up. Exorcism is available as well, and it's Dagon-esque. So yeah, he's going for these damages. I mean, Fate's Edict is still annoying, but if you can get that silence onto Oracle, I mean, he doesn't have anything to break it right now.
Yeah, I really don't think at this point, I don't know if they have the same read as I have on Black and Yellow, but Roya cannot tank this Doom without getting a single Spirit Siphon off.
Right.
Like, he really cannot. Even if the Ice Blast is like not even in the picture, right? So they need to be very careful. He needs to get his spells off before he gets jumped on. And then I think he might be fine. But there is a Scotty in play now, so that'll reduce it during the whole duration.
King Ao looking for the big jump. Ooh, they drop down the ward. They see it. The silence comes out. Great reaction there from the puck, able to get him away. They didn't get the call they wanted. And now the jump onto Flea immediately catches for the kill. Didn't stand a chance, but he will be back up by the time Roche respawns. So Black and Yellow, again, getting a little bit lucky with that timing on it, but it is a scary thing.
That was a boss play by Roy. He just walked in there and Viz and got the double silence off for his team. Oh! Are they gonna commit on him?
Trying to drop that one. A little bit awkward because Roche isn't up yet. Now the jump in. Manta, waveform, bushwhack, not going to be on the mark. Now Yemsun tries to back away. The call comes afterwards. Do they have the save? Doesn't look like it. The call is get out of there. Didn't drop the Doom. They back out. And now Roche is going to be back up in 3 seconds. The second Roche so important, and our Black and Yellow, I mean, without Coil now, oh, it feels so weird. Because they
can't do this, I don't think. It seems too hard without their Morphling, unless he wants to buy back for this, but this will die really quickly. It is an Ursa lineup. I see what they decide.
Out. And these,
they're splitting. They don't want to. One interesting thing, like, this is Z-Freak Hoodwink is very farmed. He has an Aghanims completed now. And like Z-Freak is a position 4 player in general. He doesn't really go for those like defensive items like the Force Staff and the Glimmer Capes. he builds to like carry the game. So if you don't be careful about this hoodwink, he's gonna start outputting. He already does, but it's gonna get worse. He's going for a hex next. He's gonna become a big problem.
I mean, is that solo kill potential when he gets the hex online?
Yeah, absolutely. He can solo kill Morph if he's low HP, if he gets the stun on it. He can solo kill AA at all times. Maybe even Puck, considering how low net worth Puck is this game. He's going for a Dagon build for the burst, but you can see his net worth is the worst of all the cores.
Right. Well, it'll be something to watch for sure. And again, like low kills in terms of the way this game has gone, only 21 so far in the 29 minutes that we've had. But it feels like it's just, you know, you can kind of cut the tension with a knife in a way at this point in time. And Disc is going to be the call for Esk next. Might see a few more of those pop out over the next couple of minutes as well. But having taken that Roche down now, they've got Aegis, Cheese on DP. Who was it that got the shard? It's the Ursa, yeah. So
surely Ursa, right?
Yeah, that's such a great pickup for him. I mean, they haven't really been dooming the Ursa to begin with, though. It's mainly been on Roya anyways.
I don't think they can really doom the Ursa right now until they have a refresher. So Roya's like too much of a problem.
Envy.
If you don't kill him right away.
Esk jumps in trying to find, all right, where's his help at? He just went in solo there like a madman, and they're all going to TP out now.
Yeah,
Obviously.
he understands with his shard and Blink, he is very powerful. He'll probably continue to do things like this.
Right. Does not care that much. Esk finding Z-Freak down bottom. TPs are coming in afterwards. Coil is there. They go for the finish? Jump forward, hoof stomp, ice blast, Dagon, done. So a nice pick off there. They're calling to go top though. Because the TPs came bottom, they don't have a way to get zero there. Puck's cooldown, it's off in 5 seconds, but they've already popped Exo for this. So the Doom coming down, he's got to run. Zero is going to take a while to get here. Coil still on cooldown for 45 seconds. Jumps forward, tries to blow this one up. Dagon off cooldown in a second, but they've taken the tier 3 tower. Heads up play there by the Bees to recognize that opening.
Yeah, that was a really good play. They couldn't get back, and even if they did, the DP... This is the most important part about this DP versus Doom matchup, is she gets her ult off before she gets doomed. Right. And that gave them a really good opportunity to make that happen. So now they're going to be pressured that this top racks, they have no tier 3. They can't leave it exposed anymore.
You can see 4th lowest so far in the TI10 qualifiers in terms of kills for this game, and it's just because it's been like these mammoth moves by these teams kind of consistently together, and it's still less than 1,000 gold lead. As we swing back and forth in this game number 3 decider, lower bracket semifinals. And they've got a lot of the tools online for both of the teams. It definitely feels bad right now for this Puck. His like inability to get things done, but or rather inability to get a ton of farm on him. But I guess that's sort of made up for by the fact that Flea's pretty farmed. He gets the blink away. Nice avalanche TP out. Yeah,
and the gem. So that item is kind of like, generally speaking, your comeback mechanic, or not really comeback mechanic. It's either if you're whoa, Envy's got the basher. Bye-bye, Puck. That item allows you to keep more map control, but if you're also behind, it allows you to like get back on the map. So it's good on any occasion, really, and it's nice to see them pick it up.
What do you think about this? Zero's going back for the Ags again.
I think 2 Dooms is more important than the Ags, personally speaking, but it's not bad, but like I think is he just doing it for the duration?
I guess.
Because it's sure if you break Ursa, in theory, it's good. But do you really want to be dooming this Ursa? I feel like that's... We'll see if it works, but it feels like it's kind of hard to doom that hero in this game while you have a very obvious doom target in this game.
He's queuing up the refresher afterwards, so I mean, there's a chance he might swap it up there and go to the other one first. Also has the ceremonial robe, which is pretty hype. So that will also be a nice part of this.
Yeah, that's a good pickup. Just for the duration, his magic damage. Well, Doom is like pure, but his other spells do a lot of magic damage can't be underestimated.
Right. The rest of the team as well. So Aegis, it has expired, and the natural, what we see, smoke gank happening afterwards by Black and Yellow, hoping to find somebody spread out around the map, but it feels like bees are very prepped and ready. They ping right where they are, though. Right, backing away and even whipping himself into a frenzy, trying to get out of there. So
yeah, they lost their Aegis there. So what I want to see from this Doom is, like, I really want to see him, like, dooming Envy, if he doesn't have any status resistance on with his Ags, is not bad. It could be really good if you can kill him immediately, but I'd like to see him get the refresher, just doom the DP, and then to pump fake it on Envy and make him, like, force him to use his Enrage.
Nice. Yeah.
And then try to use it a little bit later in an extended fight, so...
Ooh.
We'll see. Oh, Esk.
Oh, he got caught. Wait, Aeon Disc afterwards. Doom there on a DP, didn't get anything off at all. Dead, done, dusted.
Well, Flea's controlling the Oracle.
Can they find any more afterwards? Really good play by Flea, able to get him, and now they're just kiting Envy. Yamsun gonna waveform out of there. The turn, the BKB, TP trying to get out, will be able to. But now King Owl also getting chased down as they want to find this finish on his Z-Freak. A great combination comes out there. And Esk able to make it happen. Did he even have to buy back in that one, or did he get away? I think he got out.
He had Aeon Disc, so he survived. It's so hard to kill a puck with Aeon Disc. So, yeah, if he didn't have that Aeon Disc, he was dead to rights there. And, yeah, Flea did a really good job that game. That fight. He controlled the Oracles, and they just, like, doomed the DP, and the Oracle spells came out. That's what they were missing the last game, right?
Yeah.
Something to control that Oracle, and they really picked it up in this one. So, they may have won that fight, but these fights have to be under vision, like it was, and they're not easy, so can they do that again? They kind of have to, but I don't think it's like a clear win for Black and Yellow after even getting a fight like that.
For sure. I mean, and I think that that's something that's, like, worth talking about some more too, is just, like, how important the patience is, right? If you're going to draft this type of lineup for Black and Yellow against what the Bees have, you have to take the perfect fight. It has to, like, you have to find the Oracle. Otherwise, it's not going to work. And they find Royoya down bottom, completely alone. Unbelievable. Black and Yellow keep on making this happen. And, you know, call it what you will about him being out of position, but they took advantage.
Yeah, both of those are true.
Oh, big call there. Catching him right on top of some vision now. Tries to find it for Staff. Fuel Scepter living for the moment. Envy getting kited yet again. Don't have Doom for 20 seconds. Yamsun trying to waveform out in just a moment. Needs to be careful about the bash. The bushwhack pulls him back in, trying to live through it. Does he have a way out? No mana. No chance. He's dead. Envy gets saved at the last second. Now the turnaround. Now looking for a chase, looking for a call. Will he find it? Yes, indeed. Avalanche toss, but nothing else afterwards. As Black and Yellow overextend, get punished in a big way. Now Flea, Yules has to get himself out of here though. Has that gem still, and goes for the blink TP out. As Esk still playing around this area, but a little bit of an overextension there from Black and Yellow.
Yeah, I mean, what happened to Doom there, actually? Because, like, that fight was just completely 4 versus 5. And they blew up the Oracle. Great buyback by Mood to get the false promise on Envy, or he would have died there. And, yeah, that fight looked so good for Black and Yellow. At the first, I was like, they're going to wipe this, but Envy ended up burning all the mana off the Morphling, and he couldn't waveform out. And yeah, once they killed Yamsun, they were out of gas. Same with the Doom.
Right.
I didn't see what happened to the Doom there. Like, how did he die? Did he just get jumped and just immediately deleted?
I mean, I think that he was in there right on top of the Ursa as well. So I think Ursa killed him first, maybe, and then swapped over afterwards. Something like that. The thing that's crazy about that is that starts with, you know, the kill or almost kill happening on Flea because he's dewarding. He's freaking tiny, and his, like, attack animation is so terrible. So unfortunate situation in that regard, as Envy will disconnect. The other thing there, I guess, Yamsun maybe pushing it a little bit close to the edge. Like, I felt like he might have had waveform to get out of there, but I'm not positive.
He did, but he waveformed in, but by the time it was up again, because he waveformed in with BKB, he got a bushwhack into the face, and that was really good by Z-Freak. And by the time he got unstunned, Envy already drained all his mana, and no BKB up, so...
Well...
Really good fight for the Bees there.
38 minutes, and we have that next tier of items waiting to come out now for Black and Yellow. They've been able to get them on the Bees. What did they get out of this one, actually? So they were able to find themselves Telescope, Spell Prism, the Minotaur Horn, and Ninja Gear. And so far, just Ninja Gear on Black and Yellow. Probably want to get out and get those next items before the next fight, most likely. And Roche is back up. Oh, man, Roche is back up.
Yeah, I know how Telescope is good on Oracle, but I think Ninja Gear is way better.
Yeah.
So he might want to pick up the Ninja Gear on the Oracle. That way, whatever happened last fight, he has no buyback now, because last fight he used it to win the team fight, which is good. But Ninja Gear gives you such good like map positioning. They can't find you. It's almost always off cooldown. So we'll see if he takes it or not. And I'd like to see Z-Freak just hold the Telescope for the team. And Envy can do the Minotaur Horn.
Yeah.
But and as you said, like for the other team, they don't have a lot going on now. Just the Ninja Gear, which I don't know, is that a Flea or Doom item? So, that item like has just turned it. It gives you agility, right, and move speed, but people only use it on initiators. You know, no one uses it for the agility.
Dude, this is wild. It's such a fast Roche too. They're not going to get here in time. Unbelievable. Oh man.
I don't think Ags is really good on Ursa, but he'll take it anyway. I guess the cooldown is reduced, which is good, but if you're silenced or doomed, you can't pop it. So
right.
There's not a lot of like stuns, hard stuns that he can actually use that passive for, but it does reduce the cooldown, so that's good too.
We got a flicker on Yamsun. That item is so good. And then the other thing, fighting underneath this ward again, Envy is there. Now they do have double doom. They bought the refresher out. Ninja Gear walks forward. Thinking about it, Zero looking for that backline, trying to find somebody. Who do they get? Royoya gets caught, he didn't get anything off again. The chase down. The save is there afterwards, but is it going to be enough? I don't think so. They're just hiding away from Envy. He's not doing anything in this fight. As they try and get the chase down, they get Royoya done. Zero, second round of Doom, didn't get Enrage off. Literally no spells were cast by the carrier of the mid. Jube is gonna die now, but they burn through the Aegis, and everybody else needs to just back the hell out of there. Double buybacks. Esk. Will he end up falling? Has the jump up to the high ground, the jaunt away, tries to go. Good call. Great play from King Ao.
And the predicted sharpshooter there too. That was great. That was 2 buybacks though. Flea's gonna cut the wave, but they still have a wave mid. What remains of it? And a glyph. What can they do with this? Top barracks perhaps with no puck buy? And no double doom.
Yeah. Don't even have single doom.
Yeah.
Okay. So the Bees will manage to take open. Nice little round here and potentially 2 racks.
There's no Oracle though, so they could burst someone here. With the Ice Blast. Oh, what a silence.
Really well played there. Goes out the boomerang afterwards. Tier 3 tower taking some damage. King Ao pops the cheese. Envy hanging out. Roya still has cheese. Do they want to go for any more afterwards? It's scary. The call, Jube, you just walk forward, but the toss back. Nicely played. Can he survive though? 4-staff sharpshooter comes through. That's the kill. Now he buys back, looking for more afterwards. They're still keeping this melee racks alive. Eternal Envy pops the Ninja Gear, ready to jump, finds him on the morph. BKB out afterwards, able to dodge away from the call from King RD. Silenced for a bit, trying to hold out. Puck is back up in 15 seconds. Oracle also right there behind him, ready to go in a moment's notice. Toss, back to the tier 4s. Envy, BKB, jump forward, call, the taunt is there. Do they have Doom? Do they have anything? They're looking for it. 28 seconds is all that they need. Wait for him through the great call afterwards by virtue of the morph on Yamsun. He hits a falling though. Has to buy back also on Flea. Gem on the ground. Doom 18 seconds away. They jumped onto Moo, almost able to kill him. Envy dropping down low. They gotta keep Samson alive. What a Yule Scepter. Saves him again. Envy pops the Enrage, turns to fight, didn't get a hit. Flea blinked out. Knows the flicker. Nice play there afterwards. Flea wants to keep this fight going. They almost have double Doom back up. Get it there onto the DP, but they need to blow it up. Oracle in the area, able to save for the moment, but is it going to be long enough? King RD is going to fall. Now looking for more than Dagon out. They blow up Royoya, chase forward, find themselves the Oracle. He too will fall. So they take down 3 and no buyback on DP, but they did lose that whole set of racks. What a wild fight.
Yeah, they lost 2 sets there, but now it's their turn to strike, but Axe does have buyback. So what happened? Yamsun went in there and called them, but died immediately after the call. Wow, that was wild. Let's see what they can do here with like no buybacks on 2 heroes. It's their turn to assault now, but they need to be careful. They're gonna have no buyback on anyone but Doom for this push. Whereas Envy can bait his buyback and Axe has buyback available.
Big potential place. Flea also buys an E-Blade now to try and save his team. Yamsun walks forward, start 4 staff and creeps. Get him here, you gotta break back door. I don't even care about the creeps hitting the tier 4 towers, which are like about to die. Oh man, dodges the sharpshooter, 60 seconds, no death profit. They take these buildings so quickly. What are they gonna go for?
They're gonna wait for Axe probably, and then they can't throne. They're gonna wait for Axe, and Envy will probably try to use his buyback to bait a good fight here.
Now the jump. Whoa, what? Jubei dead. That was his dieback. What a freaking pickoff by Envy. Comes in and takes down his mortal enemy. Unreal.
That was like an instant death. They're mass TPing to the outpost here.
Looking for stragglers. Esk has the Aeon disc. The taunt is there. The call. Taunted, needs to get out, jumps, tries to escape, blink away, and will be able to get out of there. Flea even gonna toss his buddy out of there. So yeah, Jubei still dead for 40 seconds. We'll have to watch it.
Yeah, Roy is coming back up with travels. So are they gonna go for the W here? Are they gonna play it a little bit more conservative? We will see.
I mean, in these games, it always feels like Envy just sort of wants to wait for that next tier, but I guess that's also like hero dependent to some extent. I don't know. Do you think that there's like do you need to be playing super aggro right now? Like, is there anything that you're really worried about as this game goes later, or do you still feel very strong on the Bees?
I think knowing this team, they'll play it a bit more conservative just because they're looking at their conditions. They have no buyback on the DP, nor do they have buyback on Oracle, or their Hoodwink.
Right.
But if they want to be a bit more aggressive, this Morphling has no buyback, and they know that. So that's an obvious win condition. So it's a TI qualifier, loser goes home, probably play it safe and wait for their buybacks. They probably feel like they're winning the game here as well. Up a set of racks, and they are up 10k gold, so maybe they're going to wait for next Roche. I think Roche is super important whenever you play versus Doombringer. Doombringer hates buybacks and Roshan.
Right.
Yeah, he also hates Lotus Orbs and Lincolns, but there doesn't seem to be any Lotus Orbs on.
He seems to hate a lot of things. King Ao does have the Lincolns now, so he can
I'm a filthy Doom spammer, so I know exactly what he hates. And Lotus Orb is actually a really undervalued one.
Right.
Especially when you have this refresher, throw it on Roya, and then all of a sudden Doom's like,